Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, A Natural-Born Seer. 1991, London, England. After returning home, Vade Moria carried the fresh ingredients he had bought at the market into the kitchen. He was preparing to make a lavish meal to celebrate his 11th birthday when a loud series of knocks sounded against the window. Knock. 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 Walking over, he found a grey owl relentlessly pecking at the glass. Even more surprisingly, it was clutching a letter in one of its talons. A letter. For me. Someone actually wrote to me. Filled with curiosity, Vade opened the window. The owl flew inside, hovered above his head, and released the envelope. It drifted neatly into his hands. The envelope was made of yellow parchment. There was no postage stamp on the front. Instead, a purple wax seal shaped like a shield sat in the center, bearing a large letter H. The shield was divided into 4 quadrants with red, green, yellow, and blue backgrounds. A golden lion occupied the upper left, a silver serpent the upper right, a black badger the lower left, and a bronze eagle the lower right. On the back, his full name and address were written in emerald green ink. Vade stared blankly at the envelope as memories long buried in the depths of his mind resurfaced. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It couldn't possibly be that much of a coincidence. Wait, if this was real, then that meant. With a slight flick of his finger, the envelope floated into the air and opened itself. This was magic, not merely another application of spirituality. As the parchment slowly unfolded, Vade couldn't help feeling that fate had played a rather unfunny joke on him. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Moria. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. That was the first page. The second contained a list of the uniforms, textbooks, and other equipment required by first-year students. Hoot. The grey owl flapped its wings a few times, urging Vade to look its way. Right. I need to send a reply. Give me a moment. Vade left the kitchen and returned half a minute later with paper and a pen. Dear Professor Dumbledore. I have received your letter and am delighted to have the opportunity to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, I do not know where Hogwarts is located, nor do I know where to purchase the required uniforms, books, and equipment. If possible, could you please arrange for someone to guide me? Vade Moria. After folding and sealing the letter, Vade handed it to the owl. Grasping the envelope in its talons, the owl took flight and disappeared into the distance. For the moment, Vade had lost all interest in cooking. Instead, he sat quietly on the living room sofa, gazing at the Hogwarts acceptance letter. A wonderful birthday present. What an unexpected surprise. 11 years ago, he had been reborn in this unfamiliar city. His parents had died, leaving him to grow up in an orphanage. Although the inheritance they left him was not particularly large, it also included a house. Once he was capable of taking care of himself, the precocious Vade left the orphanage and returned to the home that belonged to him. However, a child could not expect to grow up safely and comfortably by simply living off his inheritance until it ran out. Fortunately, he had brought something with him into this world. A Card of Blasphemy for the full pathway. From Sequence 9 to Sequence 0, one gradually transformed from an ordinary person into a beyonder, then a saint, an angel, and finally a god. Even more fortunately, everything he had learned over the years suggested that this world had no true gods, no outer deities watching hungrily from beyond, no maddening ravings, and no approaching apocalypse. For some unknown reason, he had been a Sequence 9 beyonder since birth, granting him the beyonder abilities of a seer. He had mastered astrology, card divination, spirit pendulum divination, spirit vision, and similar forms of divination. He could see things hidden from view and hear faint footsteps, allowing him to make judgments in advance, though his eyesight, hearing, and sense of touch had not improved significantly. Divination was not much of a money-making ability. But that did not mean it could not be used to make money. For example, whenever he bought lottery tickets, he usually won more than he lost. Although the odds of finding money on the street were still low, divination could at least point him in the right direction. Every now and then, he could even pose as a mysterious fortune teller and offer advice to doctors and patients. After several years, he had not only avoided exhausting his inheritance, but had also increased his wealth more than tenfold. He had done fairly well for himself. The seer pathway, however, lacked any direct means of confronting enemies. Compared with an ordinary person, a seer was not much stronger. But Vade was different. In addition to the abilities of a seer, he also possessed telekinesis, allowing him to control objects with his thoughts. It was not overwhelmingly powerful, but it gave him at least some means of protecting himself. As long as he did not go looking for trouble, a child living in a human society governed by law and morality was unlikely to face much danger. Even so, telekinesis gave him a long-missed sense of security. Every use of the ability consumed a beyonder spirituality. Now, however, it seemed that what it consumed might not be a beyonder spirituality alone, but rather a wizard's magic, or perhaps a mixture of magic and spirituality. That was both good news and bad news. The good news was that his control over magic far surpassed that of an ordinary wizard. The bad news was that the strength of his magic was now completely tied to his sequence. A Sequence 9 seer possessed magical power roughly equivalent to that of a first-year Hogwarts student. Even simple spells would drain his magic after only a dozen or so casts. In the wizarding world, that placed him among the lowest level of cannon fodder, the sort that could be wiped out in droves by a single spell. There was even worse news. The Card of Blasphemy fused with his soul had shown no change for 11 years. It had remained on the Sequence 9 page without ever turning. In other words, unless something unexpected happened, he would never have the opportunity to advance to a higher sequence in his lifetime. But this Hogwarts acceptance letter had given him hope. The spiritual intuition that had lain dormant within him for 11 years trembled ever so slightly the instant he touched the envelope. That unmistakable reaction was a clear sign. Living comfortably as a wealthy man and peacefully waiting out the rest of his life was not a bad future. But becoming a wizard, or even a god, that would open up an entirely wider world. A smile slowly spread across Vade's face. He stood and walked toward the full-length mirror. His black, slightly tousled hair, pale blue eyes, and handsome features looked no different from usual. Only one thing had changed. His eyes now shone with unmistakable anticipation. To be continued. Chapter 2, Guidance. 2 days later. Vade had just finished breakfast and was preparing to go out for a walk when the doorbell suddenly rang. Vade paused for a moment, then immediately realized that the guide from Hogwarts had arrived. He quickly opened the door and saw a witch with a kind, gentle smile. She wore dark green robes, square spectacles, and a black pointed hat. "Mr. Vade Moria." "That's me." "And you are?" "Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House." Vade was surprised. It was not that he had never heard of this professor, but he had not expected a deputy headmistress to personally serve as his guide. Wasn't that a little extravagant? "Hello, Professor McGonagall. Please, come in and have a seat." Vade stepped aside and gestured for her to enter, doing his best to appear polite. McGonagall smiled and nodded before walking into the house. She sat down on the sofa in the living room. Vade poured her a cup of hot tea, then sat across from her like an obedient student. "There's no need to be so nervous, Mr. Moria." "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. This is my first time meeting a witch, so I can't help feeling a little excited," Vade said, deliberately putting on an excited expression. "It was only a few days ago that I learned the strange abilities I occasionally displayed were actually magic, and that there were many others like me in this world. I certainly didn't expect you to come personally and guide me. It is quite necessary. Every year, Hogwarts sends professors to guide young witches and wizards raised by muggles, ensuring that no student is overlooked." Muggles. That is what ordinary people without magical ability are called in the British wizarding world. However, you are a half-blood wizard. Your father was a wizard, while your mother was a muggle. I never met either of them. They died when I was born." Vade smiled and shook his head, pretending not to care. McGonagall's expression froze, and an inexplicable sense of guilt rose within her. What had she just done? She had brought up an orphan's parents and reopened a child's old wounds. "Professor McGonagall, can we leave now? To be honest, I'm really looking forward to it." "Of course. Have you prepared everything you need?" "I have, although I'm not sure whether it will be enough." Vade asked her to wait a moment, then ran upstairs and returned with 2 heavy gold bars. After receiving Hogwarts' reply, he had converted most of his assets into gold, leaving only £1,000 for his daily expenses in the Muggle world. It was not that pounds could not be exchanged for wizarding currency at Gringotts, but those greedy goblins clearly preferred gold. "That will certainly be enough." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "Still, I suggest that you spend carefully. You will need to purchase new textbooks and equipment every school year. Hogwarts can also arrange loans for new students from families with financial difficulties, should you need one." That won't be necessary, Professor McGonagall. I don't like the feeling of owing money. McGonagall respected his decision. An orphan without parents must have endured many hardships and grievances to grow up this far. It was only natural for him to have his own views. Then let us be on our way, Mr. Moria. We still have plenty of time today. We should be able to purchase everything you need for the start of term in Diagon Alley. Please stay close to me and make sure you don't get lost. All right. Vade locked the door and followed McGonagall. The two of them walked for more than half an hour before entering an underground station and boarding a train. After leaving the station, they made their way through the bustling crowd and stopped in front of a pub. The Leaky Cauldron was wedged between a bookshop and a record shop. Its entrance was narrow and grimy, yet the passing pedestrians seemed unable to notice it, never even glancing in its direction. Do you find it strange? A little. Can only witches and wizards see it? It has been enchanted. Muggles instinctively overlook this place. McGonagall did not answer directly. She pushed open the door and led Vade inside. Compared with the surrounding shops, the Leaky Cauldron seemed remarkably old-fashioned. It was still lit by candles, leaving the interior rather dim. Most of the patrons wore robes similar to McGonagall's, while others were dressed in even more unusual styles. Some were drinking, some were smoking, and others were chatting. Combined with the classical music, the pub was exceptionally noisy. Good morning, Professor McGonagall, the landlord greeted her. You seem quite busy lately. I only saw you bring a young girl through here a few days ago. Guiding young witches and wizards is very important. McGonagall gently patted Vade on the shoulder, then led him past the bar and into a small courtyard behind the pub. Apart from several dustbins, the courtyard held only a few stubborn weeds growing in the corners. McGonagall walked over to the brick wall beside the dustbins. 3 bricks up, then 2 across, and then... She tapped several bricks with her wand. The entire wall began to tremble. The bricks rearranged themselves, twisting and sliding apart to both sides until they formed a wide archway. Beyond the archway lay a winding cobbled street whose end could not be seen. This is Diagon Alley. You can purchase most of the things a witch or wizard might need here, including, but not limited to, everything on the Hogwarts supply list. Vade looked at the old-fashioned buildings, which were completely different from anything in the outside world, and at the witches and wizards filling the street in robes and pointed hats. His eyes widened despite himself. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still could not suppress his amazement when he saw it with his own eyes. It is always this lively before the start of term. Of course, it is usually quite lively as well, McGonagall said with a smile. First, we need to visit Gringotts and exchange your money. Wizarding currency is different from Muggle money. It consists of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts. 1 galleon is worth 17 sickles, and 1 sickle is worth 29 nuts, McGonagall explained as they walked. That conversion system is far too complicated. Couldn't they have made it decimal? Goblins enjoy making things difficult for wizards with such conversions, but it is not much of a problem once you become accustomed to it. They passed cauldron shops, all shops, ice cream parlors, apothecaries, and all manner of stalls both large and small before stopping in front of a tall, snow-white building. A flight of white stone steps led up to a pair of gleaming bronze doors. Beside them stood a goblin dressed in a scarlet and gold uniform. The goblin was only as tall as a human child. He had a shrewd, greedy-looking face, sparse hair and a thin beard, a long pointed nose, pointed ears, and slender, sharp fingers. To be continued. Chapter 3, Choosing a Wand. Beyond the bronze doors was an entrance hall, followed by a second set of doors made of silver. A warning was engraved upon the doors. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Vade scoffed at the warning. It was well written, but ultimately amounted to little more than empty words. Those without the ability to rob a bank would be restrained by common sense. Those with the ability would have no need to rob one. There were plenty of faster ways to make money, and turning to crime would hardly be worth the consequences. As for anyone determined to rob the bank, a warning carved into the doors would not stop them. 2 goblins stood on either side of the silver doors. Beyond them lay a vast marble hall. Behind rows of long counters, hundreds of goblins sat on high stools, weighing coins, examining gemstones, recording figures in ledgers, and stamping documents. Countless doors lined the hall, while goblins guided customers in and out. McGonagall led Vade to an unoccupied goblin. Mr. Moria would like to exchange some money. The goblin glanced at McGonagall before turning his attention to Vade. Muggle banknotes. No, these. Vade placed the 2 gold bars on the counter. A greedy gleam immediately appeared in the goblin's eyes. He promptly brought out a set of scales and several testing instruments to assess the value of the gold. "Sir, these 2 gold bars can be exchanged for 600 galleons." Vade looked at McGonagall. Only after she gave a slight nod did he feel somewhat reassured. He had his doubts about the goblin's honesty. Who knew whether they might take advantage of him simply because he was young? "Professor, roughly how many galleons will everything on the Hogwarts list cost?" Professor McGonagall considered the question for a moment. "Less than 100 galleons. Board and lodging at Hogwarts are free, and you should have little need to spend money during the school year." "Then I'll keep 200 galleons. The things on the school list can't be the only items worth buying in Diagon Alley." "That is true, but you should not spend carelessly." "Of course." Vade nodded solemnly, then turned to the goblin. "I'll keep 200 galleons. Can the remaining 400 be deposited here?" Gringotts provides a private vault for every witch or wizard who wishes to deposit money. However, the process is rather complicated and will take some time. Vade turned to McGonagall without saying a word, but his meaning was obvious. "Very well. Please follow me." The goblin led them through one of the doors and out of the hall to complete the complicated formalities. More than 2 hours later, Vade received a small golden key. He had deposited only 400 galleons, so he was hardly an important client. His vault was also one of the most basic kind, nothing like those protected by elaborate traps or guarded by dragons. Even so, Vade was perfectly satisfied. The vaults of Gringotts served as the banks of the wizarding world, and both their reputation and security were reliable. For a young wizard with no family, few connections, and little strength, depositing his money in a bank was unquestionably the sensible choice. At the very least, he would not have to worry about it being stolen. "Vault 996, the goblin said. "Whenever you wish to withdraw money, simply bring the key to Gringotts." The corner of Vade's eye twitched. 996. For some reason, the number felt like a joke at the expense of honest working people. Suppressing the urge to complain, Vade accepted a pouch from the goblin. It contained 200 gold galleons. They left Gringotts and returned to the street outside. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, Vade first visited a shop on the southern side of Diagon Alley. Ollivander's. From the outside, the shop looked small and shabby. A sign above the entrance read, "Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, a wand is extremely important to a witch or wizard," McGonagall explained. "It is the instrument through which they channel their magic." "Does that mean a wizard cannot use magic without a wand?" Vade asked curiously. "No. Some witches and wizards are capable of wandless magic. However, it requires intense concentration and extraordinary skill, making it extremely difficult. A wand guides a wizard's magical power, focusing it and allowing them to achieve more complex effects." Vade understood. Wands were indeed important. Even if 2 wizards of equal ability were both capable of wandless magic, the one carrying a wand would undoubtedly hold the advantage over the one without one. The 2 of them entered the shop, and a tinkling bell rang out, seemingly announcing the arrival of customers. The shop was very small. A long bench and several chairs stood in one corner, while the walls were lined with narrow boxes stacked almost to the ceiling. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall, and to the young wizard preparing for Hogwarts." Ollivander climbed down from a ladder and studied Vade. "Mr. Ollivander, Mr. Moria requires a wand." "Naturally." Ollivander smiled, then picked up a measuring tape from the table. "Mr. Moria, which is your wand hand?" "My right." "Very well. Raise your arm, and I shall take your measurements." Vade did as instructed. He had assumed Ollivander would simply measure the length of his arm. Instead, the wand maker also measured from his shoulder to the floor, from his knee to his armpit, the circumference of his head, and even the distance between his nostrils. Vade wisely chose not to ask any questions. After all, the wizarding world differed greatly from the Muggle world. Besides, Professor McGonagall showed no reaction, so this was clearly Ollivander's standard procedure. Once he had gathered all the necessary measurements, Ollivander put the tape away and began searching through the shelves, pulling out one long box after another. "Try this one." Ollivander removed a black wand from its box. "Holly and unicorn tail hair, 12 inches. Give it a gentle wave." Vade picked up the wand and lightly waved it. A faint breeze passed through the shop, but nothing else seemed to happen. Not quite right. Ollivander took the wand back and replaced it with another. "Ebony and dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Vade waved the second wand. White light burst from its tip, followed by a faint arc of electricity. "More particular than I expected." Ollivander seemed slightly excited. "But no matter. The wand chooses the wizard. Every wand is unique, and somewhere in this shop, we are certain to find the one best suited to you." However, Vade tried one wand after another until his arm began to ache, yet none of them managed to satisfy Ollivander. Yes, Ollivander was the one who remained unsatisfied. The wand maker only grew more excited, as though finding the perfect match for a particularly difficult customer gave him a special sense of fulfillment. Try this one. Acacia and Phoenix Feather, 9.5 inches. Very selective, but also exceptionally loyal. It will refuse to serve anyone other than its owner. With little hope remaining, Vade gave the wand a wave. Unsurprisingly, it failed as well. Ollivander's interest only deepened. He was about to return to the shelves for another batch of wands when Vade called out to stop him. Wait, Mr. Ollivander. Could you let me choose one myself? To be continued. Chapter 4, An Intriguing Divination. Choose one yourself. Ollivander stared at Vade in surprise. Young wizard, I understand your curiosity, but you know nothing about wands. Wands are made from different woods and cores, and there are countless possible combinations. Yet every wand is unique. Even wands made from the same wood and core will have subtle differences. I may not understand wands, but I do understand divination. McGonagall's interest was immediately piqued. Mr. Moria, you know how to perform divination. A little, Vade replied modestly. Exactly how much counted as a little was a matter of perspective. You intend to use divination to find your first wand? Ollivander asked thoughtfully. Mr. Moria, you are the first wizard I have ever known to try such a thing. Very well, then. Let us see what happens. Vade took a deep breath and calmed himself as much as possible. He then removed the silver chain hanging around his neck. A transparent crystal dangled from its end. He extended his left hand and held the silver chain so that the crystal hung straight down toward the floor. After a moment of complete stillness, the crystal swayed slightly and indicated a direction. Vade walked to one of the shelves and repeated the process. After using the spirit pendulum several times to eliminate the wands unsuitable for him, Vade finally removed 2 boxes and placed them on the table. Are you certain these 2 wands are suited to you? Ollivander's breathing had quickened slightly, and his pale eyes were filled with excitement. Not entirely. Divination is not infallible. Ollivander opened the first box. Inside lay a silver-gray wand. Vinewood with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches. Vine wands are among the less common varieties. Their owners nearly always seek a greater purpose, possess vision beyond the ordinary, and frequently astonish those who believe they know them best. Phoenix feather wands are capable of the greatest range of magic, but they are highly selective when choosing their owners. They are also among the most difficult wands to tame and personalize. Vade accepted the wand from Ollivander and gave it a practiced wave. A scarlet glow appeared at its tip, releasing an invisible yet pleasantly warm breeze. What an intriguing method of divination. This wand is exceptionally well suited to you. Mr. Ollivander, what about the other wand? McGonagall asked. That is where things become truly remarkable. Ollivander opened the second box, revealing a pale grey wand resting quietly inside. This was made by my father. It is also 11 inches long and made of vine wood, but its core is a thunderbird tail feather. Wands with thunderbird tail feather cores are difficult to master, but exceptionally powerful. Vade accepted the wand, and his fingertips went numb for an instant. As he gave it a wave, a thumb-sized spark of golden electricity burst from the tip. It crackled in the air before quickly fading into nothing. Ollivander could not help clapping his hands. Excellent. Both of these wands have chosen you. I believe you are destined to accomplish great things. Vade thought Ollivander had an excellent eye for people. Becoming a god would certainly count as a great accomplishment, even though Vade had yet to take the first step toward it. Unless he unraveled the secret of the Card of Blasphemy, however, there would be a firm limit to what he could achieve in this life. Well then, Mr. Moria, which wand will you choose? Can't I have both? Ollivander fell silent for several seconds. You can, but I would not recommend it. The wand chooses the wizard, and the wizard must master the wand. Mastering one wand is obviously easier than mastering 2. For most witches and wizards, a single wand can last for many years. Anything you could accomplish with 2 wands can also be done with 1, often more easily. Perhaps you're overthinking it. I only want a spare. Vade kept the thought to himself. I would still like both of them. Very well. A wand costs 7 galleons, so the 2 will cost 14. Vade opened the pouch filled with gold galleons and reached inside. The instant his fingers touched the coins, the Card of Blasphemy within his mind suddenly released an invisible pulse. At that moment, Vade understood. The condition required to activate the Card of Blasphemy was not complicated. In fact, it was almost absurdly simple. Money. More precisely, magical currency, like the gold galleons currently clutched in his hand. No wonder the Card of Blasphemy had shown no reaction over the past 11 years. Before entering the wizarding world, he had never had the opportunity to come into contact with magical currency. Fate's joke was not funny in the slightest. Vade felt like a complete clown. He seriously suspected that, if he drank the Sequence 8 potion now, he would immediately digest a substantial portion of it. Vade counted out 14 galleons, paid for the wands, and took both of them with him. After leaving Ollivander's, the two walked along the bustling street outside. "I had no idea you possessed a talent for divination." A meaningful smile appeared on McGonagall's face. "Professor Trelawney may be delighted to hear about you. She teaches divination." "Shouldn't every witch and wizard possess some talent for divination?" Vade asked, feigning confusion. "No. Even in the wizarding world, those with a genuine talent for divination are extremely rare. True seers capable of making prophecies are rarer still. Mr. Moria, have you considered which house you would like to join?" Vade shook his head. Hogwarts had 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Personally, he was more inclined toward Hufflepuff. The house was relatively peaceful and uncompetitive, making it ideal for someone who wanted to keep his head down and quietly build his strength. However, he could not say that aloud. This was supposedly his first day in the wizarding world, so how could he possibly know so much about Hogwarts? McGonagall also realized this and began explaining the 4 Hogwarts houses to him. She then tactfully revealed her true intention. "Should it interest you, you might consider Gryffindor. I am certain you would make many friends there." This young wizard showed considerable promise. As head of Gryffindor House, she naturally did not wish to let him slip away. Besides, he was an orphan. The companionship of friends would ease his loneliness and provide a much-needed source of warmth and support as he grew up. Realizing that McGonagall was trying to recruit him, Vade felt strangely guilty. There was no chance he was going to Gryffindor. None whatsoever. It was far too lively, and joining it would make it much too easy to become involved with the boy who lived. Who knew when he might be dragged into one of his adventures? "Thank you, Professor. I'll give it careful consideration." Leaving the subject behind, McGonagall took Vade to Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, where he purchased several sets of school robes. They bought his first-year textbooks at Flourish and Blott's, then visited other shops for a cauldron, protective gloves, a winter cloak, a telescope, scales, and the rest of his required equipment. Vade checked the Hogwarts supply list. He had purchased everything he needed. Only a pet remained. To be continued. Chapter 5, Activating the Card of Blasphemy. Professor McGonagall. Standing outside the magical menagerie, Vade glanced at the line on the school list that read, "Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad." He then looked at the rats, ravens, lizards, and other creatures inside the shop. Does Hogwarts only allow students to bring owls, cats, or toads? Those are merely the recommended choices. In truth, you may bring any pet as long as it is not dangerous and does not interfere with your studies or daily life. "Can I choose not to bring one?" Vade asked somewhat awkwardly. "Is there nothing you like?" McGonagall asked in surprise. "I've never kept a pet before. It seems like a lot of trouble." "Magical pets are not that troublesome. You could choose an owl. It would make sending letters more convenient." McGonagall suddenly remembered that Vade lived alone. "You could use it to send letters to your friends in the future." "Perhaps another time," Vade declined tactfully. "I don't think I need one right now." "Very well." The sky was beginning to darken when McGonagall escorted Vade out of Diagon Alley. They passed through the brick wall and returned to the leaky cauldron. By then, there were very few customers left inside. "You can either return home or stay here for the night." "Stay at the pub. There are rooms for rent upstairs." Tom, the landlord, shrugged. "They are intended for witches and wizards who cannot make it home in time." "How much do they cost?" "The price depends on the room. Between 6 and 17 sickles, with meals included." Vade weighed the pouch containing more than 100 remaining gold galleons and decided that he could afford to stay until the start of term. There was no one waiting for him at home anyway. It made little difference where he stayed. Remaining at the leaky cauldron would also make it easier for him to learn about the wizarding world and gather information. "I'll stay for one night, then." Vade placed a galleon on the counter. "Your best room." Tom gave Vade a second look, apparently surprised that the boy was such a generous customer. McGonagall shook her head in amusement and reminded him, "The 1st of September, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Make sure you do not miss the train." "I understand, Professor." "Follow me, young wizard." Tom pocketed the galleon and led the way upstairs. Vade followed him to room 2. The room was built almost entirely of wood. It contained a bed, a fireplace, a table and chairs, a wardrobe, and 2 windows, one overlooking Charing Cross Road and the other Diagon Alley. Most importantly, it also had a private washroom. After setting down the bags and parcels he had been carrying, Vade closed the door, drew the curtains, and sprawled across the bed with his arms and legs spread wide. After resting for a while, he took a galleon from his pocket and focused his attention on the Card of Blasphemy deep within his mind. The Card of Blasphemy had fused with his soul, and no magic could separate it from him. It also granted Vade a certain degree of concealment. Even legilimency could not pry into the memories protected by it. However, it was only today that he had finally learned how to truly activate it. Vade flicked the galleon into the air with his finger. It rang with the distinctive chime of money, spinning several times before falling back into his hand. With a thought, the galleon suddenly vanished from his palm. The Card of Blasphemy trembled almost imperceptibly, then fell still once more. It wasn't enough. Vade gave a bitter smile, grabbed a handful of galleons from his pouch, and continued offering them. When he sacrificed the 10th galleon, the Card of Blasphemy finally reacted. It began to tremble violently, forming an invisible vortex around itself as it frantically absorbed Vade's magic. This placed a considerable burden on an 11-year-old wizard, or rather, a sequence 9 beyonder, but it was still within his limits. The Card of Blasphemy then became three-dimensional, transforming into a thin book. A page slowly turned, revealing an image of a clown wearing painted makeup, accompanied by a description. Sequence 8, Clown. Possesses extraordinary coordination and balance, precise control over the body, exceptional agility and speed, and a respectable degree of physical strength. Particularly skilled in technical combat. Capable of effectively controlling facial expressions and body language, making lies easier for others to believe. The potion formula is as follows. Main ingredients: 1 crystallized horn from an adult Hornaceous Grey Mountain Goat. Substitute: unicorn horn, 10 galleons, 1 complete human-faced rose, 10 galleons. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of purified water, 1 galleon, 5 drops of mandrake juice, 1 galleon, 7 grams of black-edged sunflower powder, 1 galleon, 10 grams of golden cloakgrass powder, 1 galleon, 3 drops of hemlock juice, 1 galleon. After reading it, Vade stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head with a helpless smile. The Card of Blasphemy had conveyed 3 pieces of information to him, 1 good, 1 bad, and 1 that was neither particularly good nor bad. The good news was that the Card of Blasphemy had adapted rather well to this world. Both the main and supplementary ingredients had possible substitutes. As long as Vade had encountered a suitable material before, the card would identify it for him. He had happened to see a unicorn horn in an apothecary while exploring Diagon Alley earlier that day. Out of curiosity, he had picked it up and examined it. 1 horn seemed to cost 21 galleons. Even if he could not find a substitute, it did not matter. He could obtain the required ingredient by sacrificing enough money. Whether doing so was worthwhile, however, would depend on the circumstances. Otherwise, he might easily end up paying far more than necessary. Take the unicorn horn, for example. The price listed by the Card of Blasphemy was less than half its actual market price. The supplementary ingredients, on the other hand, were certainly not as expensive as the card claimed. 80 milliliters of purified water could be purchased for a few bronze nuts, yet the card demanded an entire gold galleon, more than 100 times its proper value. The bad news was that everything was far too expensive. The potion formulas themselves had to be purchased, and both the formulas and ingredients became 10 times more expensive with each advancing sequence. The sequence 8 potion formula cost 10 galleons. Each main ingredient cost 10 galleons, while each supplementary ingredient cost 1 galleon. The sequence 7 formula, however, would cost 100 galleons. Each main ingredient would also cost 100 galleons, while each supplementary ingredient would cost 10. Following that pattern, the higher the sequence, the greater the cost. With his current wealth, sequence 7 was the absolute highest he could possibly reach. Sequence 6 was not even worth considering. A sequence 7 beyonder would probably only be comparable to an average adult wizard in the magical world. Put simply, he would still be little more than an ordinary bystander. He had to find a way to make money. Otherwise, being trapped at that level would be unbearably frustrating. The final piece of news, neither good nor bad, was that he could only unlock the next sequence after completely digesting the potion of his current sequence. How ridiculous, Vade muttered helplessly. I never expected to start worrying about money on my very first day in the wizarding world. For a moment, the idea of robbing a bank crossed his mind. Gringotts was not even particularly far away. It was practically tempting him into a life of crime. All he had to do was pull off one major robbery, and perhaps he would earn himself a place in Azkaban. Forget it. I'm still young. I can't start down the path of crime. Money may be necessary, but it is not urgently needed at the moment. Advancing to sequence 8 comes first. To be continued. Chapter 6, Grindelwald's Vision. Nurmengard, Austria. A towering fortress rose against the bleak landscape, a place of darkness and dread. Above its entrance, a single motto had been carved into the stone. For the greater good. The wizarding prison had stood abandoned for half a century. Now, it held only one prisoner, Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord. The legendary wizard who had once plunged all of Europe into bloodshed now resembled a man nearing the end of his life. His hair was thin, his body frail, and he looked as though a strong gust of wind might knock him over. He was imprisoned in a room at the very top of the tower. It contained nothing but a stone bed and a tattered blanket. Even the window was little more than a narrow slit cut into the black stone. Just as he was preparing to sleep, he suddenly sensed something. His mismatched blue and gold eyes lit up sharply, and his gaze seemed to pierce the walls as he stared toward the storm-darkened sky outside. Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning shone through the narrow opening, briefly illuminating the darkness of the room. Grindelwald's body suddenly began to tremble violently as unknown images surfaced within his eyes. Drip. Drip. Blood flowed from his eyes and nostrils, falling onto the hard, freezing floor. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly raised his head. An indescribable excitement had appeared on his previously numb face. The fool. Hogwarts. The future has changed. Everything is different now. Grindelwald rose to his feet, as though new life had been breathed into his frail body. His appearance had barely changed, yet his entire presence was different. The air of lifelessness surrounding him had vanished. Gurch. Pop. With a muffled sound, an elderly house elf appeared inside the room. Master, you called for Gurch. Paper and a quill. I need to write a letter. A letter. Gurch's voice began to tremble. Master, have you forgotten? None of the letters you send to him can leave this place. You can only reply after one of his letters arrives. Grindelwald sighed. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had last written a letter. Never mind. Bring me my wand. Master, have you finally decided to leave? Gurch became so excited that his words tumbled over one another. This is wonderful. Gurch always knew this prison could never hold you. No. Not yet, Grindelwald replied. It was as though cold water had been poured over the house elf's excitement. He quickly calmed down. Gurch bowed to Grindelwald before disappearing from the room. Several seconds later, he returned and handed Grindelwald a black wand. Grindelwald took it. An extraordinarily powerful surge of magic erupted from his frail body, blasting the entire wall apart. Shattered stones fell from high above. Grindelwald spread his arms and allowed the fierce wind and rain outside to lash against his body. Master. Gurch looked at him anxiously. This is not good for your health. You should return to the manor and rest. It is much warmer there. I told you, not yet. Grindelwald lightly waved his wand, and the shattered wall rapidly repaired itself. He then tossed the wand back to Gurch. You may leave. He will be here shortly. Yes, master. Sure enough, not long after Gurch departed, another elderly figure arrived at Nurmengard. Dumbledore wore a traveling cloak, and droplets of rain clung to his long silver hair and beard. The wall parted on its own, forming an archway. He walked straight inside and stopped before Grindelwald. It has been decades since we last saw each other, Dumbledore, Grindelwald said hoarsely, though a trace of inexplicable relief lay beneath his voice. I thought you were dead when I sensed that the prison had been damaged. Were you disappointed? No. I am relieved that you are still alive. Then again, there is no one in this world capable of killing you. Dumbledore spoke casually, but he understood Grindelwald's abilities better than almost anyone. This prison had never truly been capable of holding him. Grindelwald had remained in this cell for decades partly as a form of self-punishment, but even more because he had accepted the outcome of their duel. Tell me. What was so urgent that you had to summon me in this manner? Dumbledore did not waste time on pleasantries. He and Grindelwald had parted ways decades ago. Although they had remained in contact, reminiscing about the past was best avoided. If he allowed himself to feel sympathy for Grindelwald, he was not certain he could keep his emotions under control. The consequences would be far more terrifying than anything Voldemort could cause. Compared with the first Dark Lord, the second was little more than an inexperienced recruit. I saw a new future. Dumbledore's expression immediately became serious. What kind of future? A person. Someone capable of standing alongside Merlin, perhaps even surpassing him. Someone who could influence the entire wizarding world, perhaps even the course of the whole world. Grindelwald gave him a meaningful smile. Perhaps he will succeed in realizing the dream we once failed to achieve. Then that would be truly terrifying. Grindelwald burst into laughter and nearly lost his breath. Dumbledore, after all these years, you still insist on worrying about disasters that have not yet happened. Gellert, I am not joking. Very well, very well. Grindelwald coughed twice. Then you should guide him. Let us hope that, one day, he becomes the kind of person you want him to be. However, Dumbledore, your record as a teacher is hardly reassuring. The future may not unfold as you wish. A student. Dumbledore immediately caught the crucial point. You mean he will become one of my students? It is merely a possibility. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. What exactly did you see? A figure shrouded in dense mist. High above all others, detached from the world, calmly observing the world in which we live. You know that is not what I was asking. Of course I do, but look. Grindelwald brushed aside the white hair covering his forehead, revealing the eye beneath it. Dumbledore could not help drawing in a sharp breath. The white of that eye was almost completely flooded with blood, while more than a third of its golden iris had turned a lifeless grey-white. I wanted to know who he was as well, but my eye could not see through the mist. He merely glanced at me, and I nearly went blind. Dumbledore's heart grew heavier. He had lived for more than a century and believed that little could disturb his composure, yet reality had struck him a heavy blow. He knew Grindelwald's strength better than anyone. There were very few people in the entire wizarding world capable of matching him. Yet a single glance cast across time had forced him back. Even taking Grindelwald's weakened condition into account, it revealed just how serious the situation was. The wizarding world was about to witness the rise of another genius seen only once in a century, perhaps even once in a millennium. With the right guidance, such a person could become a blessing to the entire world. With the wrong guidance, he could become a catastrophe unlike anything the world had ever known. Were there any other clues? He was watching Hogwarts. And he is the fool. Do not ask me what the fool means. All I felt was an instinctive sense of reverence. I understand. I failed to properly guide the last once-in-a-century genius, and he became Voldemort. I will not make the same mistake this time. If you need my assistance, simply write me a letter, Grindelwald said teasingly. I may have no experience educating students, but at least I would not turn him into a deranged murderer. That will not be necessary. Dumbledore turned and walked away. After he stepped outside, the archway slowly closed, once again becoming a solid stone wall. To be continued. Chapter 7, Sequence 8, Clown. Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron. After breakfast, Vade changed into his wizarding robes, took the silver-gray wand made of vine wood and phoenix feather, and left his room. His task for the day was simple: explore and shop. First, he needed to gather the ingredients required for the clown potion. If the prices were reasonable, he would buy them. If not, he would sacrifice money to the Card of Blasphemy in exchange for them. Second, he intended to examine as many magical ingredients as possible and search for substitutes that could be used in the potions of higher sequences. Perhaps because it was still early, there were not many customers in the pub. Tom, the landlord, was wiping glasses behind the bar when he greeted him. How did you sleep last night? Not badly. However, Tom, the food here isn't really to my taste. This is a pub, not a restaurant. For a proper meal, you can try the cafe, the ice cream parlor, or the fried food shop. Those are some of the better-known places, though you can also try one of the other restaurants. I think I'll pass on experimenting. Could I use your kitchen instead? You can, but you'll have to pay for the ingredients. Vade nodded and tossed a prepared pouch onto the counter. The crisp clinking of coins rang out clearly. Tom opened it, and a golden gleam reflected in his eyes. This is far too much. 50 gold galleons, Vade said. I intend to stay here until the start of term. That should cover the accommodation and the use of the kitchen. Very well. Tom took out a ledger and recorded the payment. I'll keep track of the expenses. Any excess will be refunded, and you can pay the difference if necessary. Understood. Vade left the pub and stepped onto the main street of Diagon Alley. Taking a breath of the fresh morning air, he set his sights on the apothecary and headed toward it. The shop reeked of rotting food, but it was still the place in Diagon Alley most likely to carry the ingredients he needed. Vade's gaze swept over the barrels of slimy substances arranged on the floor. Suppressing his discomfort, he inspected and touched them one by one. Bat spleens, caterpillar slime, snail mucus. Not one of them drew the attention of the Card of Blasphemy, leaving Vade somewhat disappointed. The clerk behind the counter noticed what he was doing. Every year, young witches and wizards came in curious about potion ingredients, but this was the first time he had seen someone inspect every item individually. May I help you? Vade paused, then somewhat sheepishly took a sheet of parchment from his pocket. These are the ingredients I need. The clerk carefully read through the list, and his eyebrows rose slightly. A human-faced rose, purified water, mandrake juice, black-edged sunflower powder, golden cloak grass powder, and hemlock juice. Is there a problem? We have everything except the human-faced rose. Finding 5 of the 6 ingredients was already remarkably fortunate. Vade muttered to himself before asking, where might I find a human-faced rose? I don't know. You could try your luck in Nocturne Alley. However, I would not recommend going there. Dark wizards are everywhere, and there is no guarantee you would come back alive. Vade gave him a strained smile. The blunt truth always had a way of hurting. Nocturne Alley was far too dangerous for him. He had no intention of entering it before reaching Sequence 7, or perhaps even Sequence 6. How much does a human-faced rose usually cost? About 3 galleons, I believe. It is magically cultivated, but aside from frightening people, its medicinal value is only slightly better than that of an ordinary wild rose. It does have an exceptionally long shelf life, though. After hearing the price, Vade immediately abandoned the idea. There was no reason to risk entering Nocturne Alley merely to save a little money. He would obtain the main ingredients for the Sequence 8 potion from the Card of Blasphemy instead. Altogether, it would still save him 4 galleons. I'll purchase the other 5 ingredients. 100 milliliters of purified water, and 1 small vial of each juice and powder. Of course, sir. The clerk returned to the counter, gathered the 5 bottles and jars, and packed them together. 20 silver sickles. Vade paid with 2 galleons, and the clerk gave him 14 sickles in change. After completing the purchase, Vade did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to the jars of herbs, dried roots, and brightly colored powders arranged along the walls, as well as the bundles of feathers, strings of fangs, and furry claws hanging from the ceiling. Somewhere among them, there might be an ingredient he needed. However, after spending more than an hour examining everything until even he had grown tired, he still found nothing useful. Unwilling to give up, Vade shifted his attention to the neatly packaged bottles and jars displayed on the counter. Nettle oil, dragon blood, horclump juice, wormwood infusion. When his hand touched a dark blue glass bottle, the Card of Blasphemy finally reacted. The liquid inside could replace one of the supplementary ingredients for the Sequence 7 potion. Lethe River Water. Vade glanced at the label and was immediately intrigued. With a name like Lethe River Water, it had to be something unusual. How much is this? 4 galleons. It is an ingredient used in the Forgetfulness potion. A Sequence 7 supplementary ingredient would cost 10 galleons through the Card of Blasphemy, so buying this would save him 6. After thinking for a moment, Vade paid 4 galleons and purchased the bottle of Lethe River Water. Once he left the apothecary, he returned directly to the leaky cauldron and went upstairs to his room. After closing the door, Vade took out all the ingredients and arranged them across the floor. He then reached out to the Card of Blasphemy within his mind and sacrificed 20 galleons in exchange for the 2 main ingredients of the Sequence 8 potion. The crystallized horn of an adult Hornacis gray mountain goat was about the size of his palm. It was entirely translucent, with light flowing across its surface and layers of strange patterns within. The human-faced rose was blue, with red lines running across its petals. The markings connected to form what looked like a human face with its mouth stretched wide open. Ha ha ha. Boo hoo hoo. Illusory laughter and sobbing overlapped as specks of gray light floated through the air. Vade took a deep breath, brought out the cauldron he had purchased the previous day, and began brewing the potion. First, he poured 80 milliliters of purified water into the cauldron. He then added the correct amounts of mandrake juice, black-edged sunflower powder, golden cloak grass powder, and hemlock juice in sequence. He carried out every step with extreme care, unwilling to make even the slightest mistake. The liquid inside the cauldron showed no obvious change. Only a small amount of powder remained floating on its surface. Vade waited for a moment, then lightly flicked his wand. The human-faced rose floated above the cauldron and slowly descended into it. Sizzle. As the rose dissolved, it produced a faint sizzling sound, while the illusory laughter grew increasingly distinct. Vade swallowed nervously and waved his wand again, sending the crystallized horn of the Hornacis gray mountain goat into the cauldron. The laughter abruptly vanished. The specks of gray light rapidly contracted and disappeared into the cauldron. The liquid inside began shifting between gold, red, and yellow, yet remained exceptionally clear. Bubbles surged through it like a carbonated drink. Vade poured the entire potion into a glass. He then took out his silver chain, gripped it tightly in his left hand, and used spirit pendulum divination to determine whether the potion had been successfully brewed. When the transparent crystal swung sharply to one side, Vade let out a breath of relief. He raised the glass and drank every last drop. To be continued. Chapter 8, Dumbledore's List. Bitter. Unbearably bitter. The moment the potion touched his tongue, Vade's face twisted. He had never liked bitter melon, and this potion tasted like an entire glass of freshly pressed bitter melon juice. Immediately afterward, his body began to flush red. He could clearly feel the potion spreading rapidly into every cell in his body, strengthening both his magic and his physique. The process lasted only a few seconds, yet Vade felt strangely disconnected from reality, as though the passage of time had slowed to a crawl. Suddenly, he drew a deep breath and broke free from that peculiar state. Sensing the obvious increase in his magic, a faint smile appeared on his face. He was now a Sequence 8 clown. Notably, a progress bar had appeared on the Card of Blasphemy, seemingly displaying the potion's digestion progress. 15%. It was probably the result of yesterday's little joke from fate. Unable to contain his excitement, Vade immediately began testing the abilities of the clown inside his room. First, he stood before the mirror and shifted between different expressions. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, grief, and pain. Each emotion appeared vividly on his face without the slightest flaw. There was no way to tell that any of them were false. He then tested his coordination and balance, performing a series of difficult movements that included backflips and walking on his hands. He confirmed that his agility, speed, and strength had all improved considerably. In addition, his intuition had also become sharper. With all these enhancements combined, Vade was confident that he could now hold his own against an adult in a one-on-one fight. Next, he tested the clown's ability to turn paper into a blade. He took out a sheet of parchment and held it between his index and middle fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the parchment shot forward, sliced a candle cleanly in half, and continued into the wall without losing momentum. Surely they would not charge him for that. Feeling slightly guilty, Vade hurried over and pulled the parchment from the wall. The cut was small enough that no one would notice unless they examined it closely. Vade was very satisfied with the clown's abilities, but what pleased him even more was the increase in his magic. If his previous magical reserves had been a small puddle, then casting spells had been like draining it through a pipe. A dozen or so spells would have emptied it completely. Now, his magical reserves were more like a small pond, several times larger than before. At the same time, the pipe had also grown wider, meaning that the power of his spells had increased as well. My current magical level should be comparable to that of an average upper-year student, Vade thought as he lay on the bed. That should be enough to carry him through his first 3 years at Hogwarts. He would not be at the bottom of the class, nor would he stand out as some extraordinary genius. He would remain ordinary, inconspicuous, and safe. His goals for the next 3 years were simple: study hard, earn plenty of money, and steadily advance through the sequences. As long as he stayed out of the deadly feud between the boy who lived and the Dark Lord, he was confident that he could keep his head down and survive until the end. To be honest, he was not particularly anxious about advancing through the sequences. The wizarding world faced no threat of an apocalypse. Put simply, as long as he remained alive, he would have plenty of time to advance sooner or later. Sequence 4 would grant him divinity, while Sequence 2 would provide an extraordinarily long lifespan. Before reaching Sequence 4, the wizarding world also possessed plenty of magical means to extend a person's life. He did not lack time. What he lacked was security. A god who survived long enough to mature was a god. One who died before reaching that point was merely someone else's stepping stone, or a convenient source of experience. Vade understood his position very clearly. He had little strength, few resources, and no powerful family or connections. His only sensible choice was to remain cautious and quietly build his strength. He had no idea that, only yesterday, Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, had already foreseen his existence and informed Albus Dumbledore. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Dumbledore had not slept all night. He sat behind his desk, carefully examining a large book bound in black dragon hide, its pages made from parchment. This was the Book of Admittance. Created by the 4 founders of Hogwarts, it recorded every child born with magical ability. Each year, Hogwarts used it to determine which students would receive acceptance letters. Comparing the information in the Book of Admittance, Dumbledore eliminated one name after another. He believed that Grindelwald would not deceive him. His most urgent task was therefore to identify the fool. At present, he had no real clues. Whether pureblood, half-blood, or muggle-born, any young witch or wizard possessed countless possibilities for the future. However, analyzing their family circumstances, personalities, and magical talents could still provide useful insight. For example, students raised in Death Eater families who possessed unpleasant personalities and poor magical talent could be excluded immediately. Their future achievements would likely be limited. Avoiding a life of crime would already be an accomplishment for them. As for the remaining students, anyone who met even one of Dumbledore's criteria was added to a list of children worth watching. The future of the entire world might depend on this. He could not afford to gamble, nor did he dare to. The child who deserved the most attention was Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world and a young wizard whom Dumbledore had watched for 11 years. Both of his parents had been members of the Order of the Phoenix, giving him an impeccable background. He had spent 11 years living under the roof of his aunt and uncle, yet had not developed any obvious resentment. His talent was also exceptional. Although he might not be a once-in-a-century genius, with careful guidance and a few fortunate opportunities, it was not impossible for him to become the fool. This year happened to be Harry Potter's first at Hogwarts. Grindelwald had also happened to receive his new vision at exactly the same time. Could that truly be nothing more than a coincidence? Dumbledore took out a sheet of parchment and wrote down the names of the children he believed deserved closer attention. Harry Potter was placed at the top. Coincidentally, Vade Moria's name was also on the list. Vade suddenly shivered and broke free from his meditative state. Why do I feel as though something unpleasant has just happened? He frowned, but did not take the feeling too seriously. He had only just entered the wizarding world. Even if something bad had happened, it was unlikely to have anything to do with him. After reassuring himself, Vade entered the washroom, splashed cold water over his face, and left his room. It was now noon, and the leaky cauldron was crowded with customers. Vade greeted Tom before entering the kitchen. His cooking skills were nothing extraordinary. He only knew how to prepare a few simple home-cooked meals, but they were still far better than the food served at the pub. Beef and potato stew, sautéed prawns with broccoli, and a steaming bowl of rice made up his simple lunch for the day. The plates and bowls floated out of the kitchen and hovered beside Vade, releasing an enticing aroma. Tom, have you finally hired a new cook? Merlin's beard. You actually decided to hire someone. What did he make? Bring me a serving as well. Several customers immediately tried to place orders. Tom rolled his eyes at them. The boy made it for himself. Asking me won't do you any good. It looks decent, Tom added. I was half expecting you to blow up my kitchen. Vade smiled and shrugged. Ignoring the curious looks from the other patrons, he ordered a butterbeer, found an empty table, and quietly began eating. To be continued. Chapter 9, Spirit Vision must not be used carelessly. After advancing to Sequence 8, Vade did not immediately begin acting as a clown. Instead, he focused his attention on studying The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. This was one of the first-year textbooks. It contained the Unlocking Charm, the Levitation Charm, the Knockback Jinx, the Wand-Lighting Charm, the Fire-Making Spell, the Mending Charm, and many other spells. For a first-year student, attempting to learn magic without a teacher's guidance was both difficult and dangerous. A single mistake could easily result in injury. However, Vade was not merely a wizard. He was also a Sequence 8 Beyonder. His heightened spiritual intuition and keen instincts helped him avoid danger, making it relatively easy for him to teach himself a few simple spells. Moreover, after spending the past 11 years continuously training his spirituality, he had become extremely proficient at controlling magic. At the very least, when it came to wandless magic, his natural talent was exceptional. Of course, casting with a wand was simpler, smoother, and consumed less magic than casting without one. Even so, wandless magic could be kept hidden as one of his trump cards. As expected, I really am a genius. Vade gently polished his wand and made a decision. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not reveal his ability to perform wandless magic. He would also need to conceal his magical talent. It was best to appear perfectly average, neither exceptionally gifted nor noticeably poor. He did not neglect his other subjects either. A History of Magic, Magical Theory, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Drafts and Potions, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and the Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. The books were piled on the table, and Vade spent more than half of every day studying them. Without realizing it, he was gradually becoming an outstanding student. The book that surprised him most was Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It contained detailed records of numerous magical creatures, including their habitats, temperaments, and danger classifications. His intuition told him that the book would help him locate many ingredients suitable for Beyonder potions. It had been published in 1927, and its author was Newt Scamander. It was already 1991, so Vade had no idea whether the man was still alive. Should Scamander still be living, Vade would have to find an opportunity to meet him. Time passed quickly, and soon it was late July. As usual, Vade was eating downstairs at the leaky cauldron, though his gaze occasionally drifted toward one particular man. Quirinus Quirrell. He was a timid-looking man with a thick turban wrapped around his head. Vade did not know much about Harry Potter's story. Before being reborn, he had only watched the first 3 films and had not paid particularly close attention. However, he vaguely remembered that this man would become Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor, and that the remnant of Voldemort's soul, the story's main villain, was attached to him. Vade should have kept his distance. However, he could not suppress his curiosity and activated spirit vision to examine him. Buzz. With a single glance, Vade felt a bone-chilling cold spread throughout his body. Quirrell's hands and feet appeared red, his heart green, his abdomen alternated between orange and yellow, and his throat was blue. His entire body was surrounded by white light. These were all signs of good health. However, when Vade's gaze reached Quirrell's head, the healthy purple aura that should have been there was contaminated by a layer of darkness as black as ink. The black aura resembled a venomous serpent. Although weak, it was extraordinarily sinister and emitted a piercing chill. At that moment, the black aura suddenly churned. Vade felt as though a red-hot needle had been driven into his skull. The indescribable agony nearly made him cry out. He hurriedly deactivated spirit vision. Only then did the pain recede like the tide. When he recovered, he discovered that the back of his robes had been soaked through with sweat. Until I reach a sufficiently high sequence, I can't use spirit vision carelessly. Ordinary wizards might not notice anything, but powerful ones are another matter. Vade silently warned himself. Had Voldemort not been so weakened, that single glance would have been nothing less than an attempt to get himself killed. I felt someone spying on us. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded inside Quirrell's mind, causing him to tremble. Who was it, Master? Quirrell asked cautiously in a whisper that only he could hear. How should I know? But whoever it was must be nearby. Find them and kill them. We cannot allow anyone to interfere with our plans. Quirrell looked around at the crowded pub, and his face twitched. That was easy for Voldemort to say, but how was he supposed to find the culprit among so many people? He could hardly kill everyone. Even if he tried, he would not stand a chance against all of them. Master, could you give me some sort of clue? Useless fool. How did I end up with someone as incompetent as you? Voldemort cursed angrily. Look for whoever seems unusual. Find the person who stands out the most. Quirrell nodded nervously. His gaze moved from left to right as he carefully examined every person in the pub. Noticing his actions from the corner of his eye, Vade's heart tightened. Ignoring the damp, uncomfortable feeling against his back, he immediately adjusted his posture and expression. He pushed the clown's control over facial expressions and body language to its limit. Sure enough, Quirrell's gaze passed over him without pausing and moved on to the next person. Master, I haven't noticed anything unusual. Could it be that you were mistaken? Are you questioning me? Creak. The pub door suddenly opened. A giant of a man, 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary person, entered with a nervous young boy beside him. You're here, Hagrid. The usual. Tom called. Can't, Tom. I'm on Hogwarts business today. Hagrid patted Harry on the shoulder. I'm helping young Harry buy his school things. Tom paused and stared at Harry Potter in astonishment. He could not help exclaiming, bless my soul. Harry Potter. The chatter filling the pub abruptly stopped, leaving the room completely silent. Almost everyone turned to look at the bespectacled boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, one customer said excitedly as he stepped forward and shook Harry's hand. Welcome back. Harry was still at a loss when a grey-haired witch tightly grasped his hand. Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. I can't believe I'm finally meeting you. It's such an honor, Mr. Potter. I can't begin to describe how pleased I am. Mr. Potter. Vade joined the crowd, his excitement plainly visible. I've heard your story. I never expected to meet you before the start of term. His excitement was genuine. Quirrell had clearly sensed that something was wrong, and Vade had no idea whether his disguise would hold. However, the moment Harry Potter arrived, the perfect person to take the blame appeared. Vade had never intended to become involved with the boy who lived. But right now, he could not have been more grateful. Are you going to Hogwarts too? Harry asked. Just like you, I'm starting my first year. My name is Vade. Vade Moria. Vade behaved like an excited fan meeting his idol. After shaking Harry's hand, he hurried eagerly up the stairs, using the opportunity to escape Quirrell's line of sight. To be continued. Chapter 10, A Fortune-Teller's Prerogative. Harry Potter. Quirrell approached, looking both excited and nervous. His words came out in a stammer. I can't begin to express what an honor this is. Hello, Professor. Nearly didn't see you there, Hagrid said before making the introduction. Harry, this is Professor Quirrell. He teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Pleased to meet you. Harry held out his right hand. Quirrell looked overwhelmed by the gesture. He clasped his hands together, too uneasy to shake Harry's hand. A fascinating and frightening subject, Quirrell mumbled, deliberately ignoring Harry's outstretched hand. Not that you need to learn it, Potter. Well, we'd better be going. Lots to buy, Hagrid said with a laugh. Goodbye. Hagrid led Harry past the bar and toward the small courtyard that opened into Diagon Alley. Master, Quirrell whispered under his breath, I think the person you sensed earlier may have been Harry Potter. This time, Voldemort did not dismiss the possibility. 10 years ago, he had failed to kill the boy. Instead, his body had been destroyed, leaving him to cling to life like a wandering spirit. Now that they had met again after 10 years, it would not be surprising if he had sensed something unusual in advance. Master, I don't understand. Why did you stop me just now? He is still protected by that ancient magic. I cannot touch him, and since I am attached to you, neither can you. But once I obtain that object, I will be able to rebuild my body and return to life. Quirrell nodded without fully understanding and returned to his usual timid manner. Meanwhile, Vade returned to his room and changed into dry clothes. A faint sense of urgency had taken hold of him. Keeping a low profile and quietly building his strength was important, but having the power to protect himself was just as essential. A single glance from Quirrell had made his skin crawl and nearly caused him to reveal himself. Had Vade been strong enough, he would not have been reduced to such a sorry state. He might even have dared to glare back. But at present, he was still insignificant. He had a long way to go before he could truly call himself powerful. Besides studying magic, I need to begin acting as a clown and digesting the potion ahead of schedule, Vade thought as he focused his attention on the Card of Blasphemy. Although his performance moments ago had been rather undignified, it had still helped him digest a small portion of the clown potion. There was something else that concerned him. When he shook hands with Harry Potter, the Card of Blasphemy had also reacted. Harry Potter's blood could apparently substitute for one of the supplementary ingredients of the Sequence 5 potion. The protagonist truly lived up to his reputation. A Sequence 5 supplementary ingredient was worth 1,000 galleons, more than twice Vade's entire fortune. He felt slightly guilty about it, but he had already made up his mind. In the future, he would have to find some way to make the boy who lived shed a little more blood. As the days passed, Vade began preparing for the start of term. In addition to packing everything on the Hogwarts list into his trunk, he bought a deck of tarot cards. Finally, he checked out of the leaky cauldron with Tom. Of the 50 galleons he had paid in advance, only 3 galleons and 14 sickles remained by the day before term began. Combined with the money he already had on hand, he possessed fewer than 70 galleons in total. Vade felt an urge to visit Gringotts and withdraw more money, but after considering it carefully, he suppressed the thought. The Sequence 8 potion could not be fully digested in a short period of time. Until then, there was no point in carrying more money because he had nowhere useful to spend it. Besides, Hogwarts had holidays. He could always return to Gringotts during a school break without wasting much time. September 1st. After breakfast, Vade took his trunk and traveled to King's Cross Station. After getting out of the taxi, he followed the crowds through the station, passing one platform after another until he reached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Just then, he saw a couple and a young girl walk straight through the dividing wall. The people around them appeared not to notice anything at all. Found it. Vade murmured with faint excitement and walked directly toward the barrier. The solid wall seemed not to exist. Vade passed through a moment of darkness, then emerged on the other side. A deep scarlet steam engine stood beside the platform. A sign on it read, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The place where the barrier had been was now a wrought iron archway, with a sign above it displaying platform 9 3/4. Thick smoke drifted over the crowd. Conversations mingled with the rumble of trunks being dragged across the platform, creating a tremendous din. Vade looked at the older students and his future classmates without the slightest ripple of emotion. He boarded the train directly and found an empty compartment. After putting away his trunk, he sat down, stretched, and quietly admired the view outside. At that moment, a sudden impulse struck him. He took out his tarot cards. Since it was his first day of school, it seemed appropriate to perform a divination for himself. After shuffling and cutting the deck, he drew 3 cards according to his intuition and placed them in a row. The result was thought-provoking. A hopeful beginning, but with the possibility of an unexpected event that could cause matters to slip beyond his control. Divination isn't infallible, Vade said casually. As a qualified fortune-teller, he had every right to believe only the part he wished to believe. A hopeful beginning, with no unexpected events. Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? A familiar voice came from the doorway. Vade instinctively turned his head and suddenly felt the clown potion digest a little further. Oversized clothes, broken spectacles, and a conspicuous scar on his forehead. Who else could it be but Harry Potter? You're... Harry thought for several seconds before a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Moria. No, I'm not. Don't come in here. Turn around and leave. Vade screamed inwardly. Before he could think of an excuse to send Harry away, however, the boy carried his trunk into the compartment and casually sat opposite him. Now Vade could hardly say anything. I didn't expect to see you here, Harry said happily. Finding someone familiar aboard the train made him feel remarkably fortunate. Although he was the famous savior of the wizarding world, Harry himself felt that he hardly deserved the reputation. His unfamiliarity with both magic and the wizarding world left him with an unconscious sense of inferiority. Being with someone he already knew allowed him to relax. I didn't expect it either. A smile appeared on Vade's face, though inwardly he wanted to weep. He had overdone his performance at the leaky cauldron. He had brought this entirely upon himself. Divination might not be infallible, but it was still disturbingly accurate. What had he done to deserve sharing a compartment with Harry Potter? Now he could only hope that nothing went wrong during the sorting ceremony. Above all else, he must not be placed in Gryffindor. Tarot cards. Were you performing a divination? Yes. Vade did not deny it. He merely gathered the tarot cards and put them away. I have some talent for divination. To be continued. Chapter 11, The Shattered Illusion. Would you like a reading? It's only 1 galleon, Vade said, looking at Harry expectantly. Harry swallowed the words that had nearly reached his lips. He was curious, but only enough to try it for fun. He was not interested enough to spend money on it. His parents had certainly left him a considerable inheritance, with piles of gold and silver coins and mountains of bronze ones. However, given the rather haphazard exchange rates of wizarding currency, even if all the silver and bronze were converted into gold, he had inherited only a few thousand galleons. It was an enormous sum to him, but he was still only a child with no source of income. He also had 7 years at Hogwarts ahead of him, so he needed to spend carefully. Paying 1 galleon for a single divination seemed far too extravagant. All right. Vade could naturally tell that Harry was declining, but he did not mind. He had considered making money through divination, though for now it remained nothing more than an idea. The train began to move, gradually gathering speed as the scenery outside rushed past. Both boys turned toward the window, filled with excitement for the promising future ahead. Vade, Harry said, taking the initiative to start a conversation. How much do you know about Hogwarts? Not much. Vade shook his head and deliberately adopted a melancholy tone. I'm different from you. I grew up in an orphanage. If an owl hadn't delivered a letter to my house, I would never have known I was a wizard. What? You too? What? Vade froze for a moment, then quickly put on a surprised expression. Too. You're the famous Harry Potter. How could you have only just learned that you're a wizard? I grew up with my aunt and uncle. They're all muggles, and they never told me anything about my parents. Vade opened his mouth in astonishment, as though he could hardly believe that the savior of the wizarding world knew even less about magic than he did. At that moment, the image he had built around Harry Potter completely shattered. His revered idol had become nothing more than an ordinary classmate. This was the perfect opportunity to put some distance between them. After several seconds of silence, Vade looked at Harry seriously. Harry, as a diviner, I can offer you one sincere piece of advice right now. Prepare yourself. The next few months may not be easy for you. What do you mean? Harry asked with a frown. Isn't it obvious? Too many people have placed their hopes on you. But if you turn out not to be the person they imagine, their expectations will become disappointment. As Vade spoke, he felt that the boy who lived could use some encouragement. Still, that will only be a minor setback for you. You may know little about the wizarding world, but that doesn't stop you from being a genius. How can you be so sure? Isn't it obvious? Both of your parents were exceptionally talented. You inherited their blood, so you can't possibly be ordinary. Not just anyone can become the boy who lived. The wizarding world chose you, Harry. You may encounter a few setbacks at the beginning, but no protagonist's journey is ever completely smooth, is it? Harry nodded thoughtfully, feeling a little more confident. Excuse me. A red-haired boy with a smudge on his nose opened the compartment door. Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full. Of course you can't. Go away. Vade complained furiously in his mind. If he could turn back time, he swore he would choose a different compartment. One that was already crowded, preferably with only a single empty seat. As that thought crossed his mind, he felt the clown potion digest a little further. Of course, Harry said warmly, inviting the boy inside and making room for him to sit beside him. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Vade Moria, Vade replied expressionlessly, his tone carrying a faint sense of distance. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes slowly widened. So it's true. You really have. Have what? The scar. Yeah. Harry brushed the hair from his forehead, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Brilliant. Did you know who gave you that? Yes, but I don't remember anything except a flash of green light. The two boys began chatting casually. The more they talked, the better they got along, and a friendship quietly began to form. Vade silently watched the scenery outside, making himself as inconspicuous as possible with no intention of joining them. This was perfect. They could simply pretend he was not there. By noon, the train had left London behind, and the houses outside had given way to fields and pastures. A rattling sound came from the corridor outside as a middle-aged witch pushed a trolley piled high with sweets past the compartment. Anything from the trolley, dears? No, thanks. I brought something. Ron's ears turned red as he awkwardly took out a wrapped sandwich. The Weasley family was famously poor, and his pocket money had never amounted to more than a single galleon. Even this lunch had been prepared for him in advance by his mother. Harry, on the other hand, generously pulled several galleons from his pocket, drawing an envious look from Ron. He bought a little of everything, spending 11 sickles and 7 nuts in total. Bertie bought every flavor: beans, Dribble's best blowing gum, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, and licorice wands formed a pile on the empty seat, though Harry did not recognize any of them. "Would you like some?" "Can we?" "Of course. I can't eat all of this by myself." Ron immediately abandoned his dry sandwich and picked up a pumpkin pasty. Even his pet, a gray rat, received a small tub of popcorn. Vade did not stand on ceremony either. He took 2 cauldron cakes and a box of chocolate frogs. "What are Bertie Bott's every flavor beans?" Harry asked. "They come in every flavor," Ron explained between bites. "There's chocolate, peppermint." Halfway through Ron's explanation, Harry placed one of the beans in his mouth. His expression immediately became strange. "There's also spinach, liver, and tripe. George says he once got a bogey-flavored one." Harry silently spat the bean out, then picked up an elegantly decorated box. "Is this a real frog?" "It's just a charm. The main point is collecting the cards. Every pack comes with a card featuring a famous witch or wizard. I've collected nearly 500 of them." Harry opened the box. A frog made of chocolate leapt out and landed against the window. "Watch it." The chocolate frog climbed upward, then jumped through the open window and was swept away by the rushing air. "Bad luck. They've only got one good jump in them." Vade shook his head and opened his own box. However, the moment his chocolate frog leapt into the air, he caught it tightly and tossed it into his mouth. It tasted quite good, even better than ordinary chocolate. To be continued. Chapter 12, The Differences Between the Houses. Harry looked at the card in his hand. It showed a man with half-moon spectacles, a crooked nose, and long silver hair and a flowing beard. Albus Dumbledore. He turned the card over. The back listed Dumbledore's accomplishments, including his defeat of Grindelwald, his discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work in alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. "Our headmaster really is an extraordinary man," Vade remarked as he took an identical Dumbledore card from his own box. "There probably isn't anyone in the wizarding world who hasn't heard of him." Harry turned his card back over, only to find that Dumbledore's portrait had vanished. "He's gone. You can't expect him to stay inside the card all day." "Ahem." "Harry, there's something you need to understand," Vade reminded him. "The wizarding world is different from the Muggle world. Whenever you encounter something you can't explain, magic is usually the answer." Crunch. Crunch. The large gray rat lay across Ron's lap, half its body buried inside a box of sweets as it continued eating. "This is Scabbers. Pathetic, isn't he? He seems all right. Fred taught me a spell that's supposed to turn him yellow. Want to see it?" "Sure," Harry replied eagerly. Ron took out his wand and cleared his throat. "Wait. How long has that wand been in use?" Vade asked, noticing the silvery core faintly visible through the damaged wood. His face twitched. The chances of successfully casting a spell with a wand in that condition could not be particularly high. A trace of embarrassment crossed Ron's face. "It used to belong to my brother Charlie. The unicorn hair is almost sticking out, but..." Before he could finish, the compartment door slid open again. A girl with thick brown hair, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes, looked around the compartment before asking helplessly, "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost his." "We haven't," Vade replied quickly, hoping to send her on her way. At this rate, the compartment would soon be completely packed. However, the girl noticed the wand in Ron's hand and immediately became interested. "Are you about to perform magic?" "Let's see it, then." Ron cleared his throat again and waved his wand solemnly. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow." He pointed the wand at Scabbers. Apart from a few wisps of gray smoke, nothing happened. "If I had to guess, I'd say that was your first time trying that spell," Vade said with amusement. Anyone who had tested it even once would never have performed it in front of other people. "Are you sure that's even a real spell?" the girl asked. "It doesn't seem very good, does it? I've tried a few simple spells myself, and they all worked." As though determined to prove it, she stepped into the compartment, drew her wand, and pointed it at Harry's glasses. For example, Oculus Reparo. The white tape wrapped around the bridge of Harry's glasses vanished, revealing the undamaged metal beneath. Harry removed his glasses and stared at them in disbelief. "That's better, isn't it?" As she spoke, the girl noticed the scar on his forehead. "Goodness, you're Harry Potter." "I'm Hermione Granger." "Who are you?" "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." Vade Moria, Vade said. He had to admit that he was beginning to give up. On his very first day, he had somehow ended up sharing a compartment with all three of them. He could not decide whether that made him extraordinarily lucky or horribly unfortunate. Pleasure to meet you. Do you know which house you want to be sorted into? I'd like to join Hufflepuff, Vade answered immediately. Why would you want to go to Hufflepuff? Hufflepuff is the best house. It has a welcoming atmosphere, a comfortable common room, and a head of house who is patient and understanding with the students. But everyone says Gryffindor is the best. Dumbledore was in Gryffindor. Every house has produced outstanding witches and wizards. Newt Scamander was a Hufflepuff, Vade countered. Besides, the people you asked were probably Gryffindors. Had you asked Hufflepuffs, I guarantee they would have said Hufflepuff was the best house. He paused before adding, and here's a word of advice. Gryffindor is easily the most exhausting house to belong to. Why do you say that? Hermione asked with a frown. Gryffindor students break more school rules than anyone else. You look like someone who takes her studies seriously, so Ravenclaw would probably suit you better. Professor Flitwick is head of Ravenclaw House. A talented student would have every opportunity to excel there. Hermione considered his words. I'm going to help Neville look for his toad. You should all put on your robes. We'll be arriving soon. She turned to leave, but when she reached the doorway, she glanced back at Ron. You've got dirt on your nose, by the way. Right there. Ron rubbed his nose and found a black smudge on his finger. Why didn't any of you tell me? Sorry. I thought it was a birthmark. So did I. Ron rolled his eyes, found a clean handkerchief in his trunk, and wiped his face. Don't you think she's a bit full of herself? Harry remained silent, clearly sharing the same opinion. She has reason to be confident, doesn't she? Vade said calmly. He pointed at Scabbers, who had not changed in the slightest. That was your spell. Then he pointed at Harry's repaired glasses. And that was hers. The difference is obvious. Was it unreasonable for an excellent student to feel proud in front of a poor one? Not particularly. She had earned the right. That wasn't my fault. Fred gave me a fake spell, Ron insisted, trying to salvage some dignity. Anyway, you seem to know a lot about Hogwarts. I spent more than a month staying at the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley. Plenty of witches and wizards passed through there, and quite a few of them graduated from Hogwarts. That explains it, Harry said with sudden understanding. I wish I'd stayed in Diagon Alley too. You can't imagine how awful my aunt and uncle are. Either way, telling her to consider Ravenclaw was the right idea, Ron said. I certainly don't want to end up in the same house as her. Which house do you want, Ron? Harry asked curiously. Probably Gryffindor, Ron replied, sounding less than pleased. My dad, my mum, and all 5 of my brothers were Gryffindors. There's nothing wrong with Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, but who knows what my family would think. And if I ended up in Slytherin, Mum would probably break both my legs. You seem to have a serious prejudice against Slytherin, Vade said. From what I've heard, Slytherin only accepts students with considerable talent. Don't you know? That was the house where VV. Ron hesitated nervously, then quickly corrected himself. That was you-know-whose house. Hogwarts was also you-know-whose school, yet we're still going there. That's different, isn't it? Harry nodded in agreement. Hagrid said that loads of dark wizards came from Slytherin. He said it would be better to end up in Hufflepuff than Slytherin. Vade's expression immediately darkened. What was that supposed to mean? Was there something wrong with Hufflepuff? He would not tolerate anyone insulting the house he had set his heart on. To be continued. If you're enjoying this so far, do add it to your library and drop some PS, it helps. I'll be dropping 2 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 Power Stones. If you enjoy the story, please consider leaving a review, it helps a lot. Don't forget to add the book to your library. Chapter 13, the first year induction. By the time the train reached its destination, night had already fallen. The passengers, now dressed in their school robes, poured out of the carriages and onto the platform at Hogsmeade Station. All right, first years, over here. Hagrid called, holding a lantern aloft. In the darkness, he stood out like a beacon. Come along now, don't be shy. Hurry up. The first-year students gathered around Hagrid, and he immediately spotted the one he knew best. Hello, Harry. Hello, Hagrid. First years, follow me. Mind your step. Hagrid led them along a narrow path. With so little light, they stumbled repeatedly as they walked. At the end of the path lay a vast black lake. On the hillside across the water stood a magnificent castle, its countless windows glowing with warm yellow light. No more than 4 to a boat, Hagrid said, pointing toward the wooden boats moored along the shore. They'll take us across the lake. Vade seized the opportunity to put some distance between himself, Harry, and Ron. Only after the two of them had boarded a boat did he choose another one at random. A moment later, 3 unfamiliar boys climbed in with him. The boy in the middle had blonde hair and an arrogant expression. The 2 boys flanking him were large and broad, resembling a pair of loyal bodyguards. Vade did not know how to describe his feelings at that moment. Divination might not be infallible, but this was far too accurate. A hopeful beginning, accompanied by unexpected events that might cause everything to slip beyond his control. The entire journey had been filled with surprises. Still, compared with sitting beside Harry and Ron, sharing a boat with these 3 was not entirely unacceptable. He could only hope that matters had not already escaped his control. "What's your name?" the blonde boy asked casually. "Vade Moria." The blonde boy turned toward his 2 companions. "Have either of you heard of him?" The 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads. "So you're not a pureblood?" "A half-blood," Vade corrected with a modest smile. "I could hardly compare with someone from an old pureblood family like yours." The blonde boy raised an eyebrow in satisfaction and straightened his back proudly. "I'm a Malfoy." Vade stared at him for a moment before adopting an expression of disbelief. "I've heard so much about your family. The Malfoys are one of the Sacred 28. I never imagined I would have the honor of sharing a boat with the heir to the Malfoy family." The pride on the boy's face became even more pronounced. Vade's flattery had clearly improved his mood. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid called. After looking back to make sure no one had been left behind, he climbed into a boat by himself. "Then off we go." The fleet of small boats glided across the mist-covered lake toward the castle. The students stared ahead with a mixture of excitement and nervousness, exclaiming in wonder from time to time. The boats carried them toward a hidden opening beneath the castle. They continued through a dark tunnel before finally reaching an underground harbor lined with stone and gravel. Hagrid told the students to disembark, then raised his lantern and led the way. The first years followed him across the damp grass at the foot of the castle, climbed a flight of stone steps, and stopped before an enormous oak door. Hagrid opened it. "Go on in. Professor McGonagall will be waiting for you." The students filed inside together. After climbing several more flights of stairs, they found Professor McGonagall waiting for them in emerald green robes. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and join the rest of the school. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first be sorted into your houses. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While you are here, your house will be like your family. Your achievements will earn points for your house, while any rule-breaking will result in points being taken away. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup." Professor McGonagall had barely finished speaking when one of the first years cried out and scooped up a toad sitting near her feet. Neville Longbottom had finally found Trevor, the toad he had lost on the train. Unfortunately, the timing was less than ideal. Neville looked up at Professor McGonagall's stern expression, muttered an embarrassed apology, and hurried back into the crowd. "The sorting ceremony will begin shortly. Prepare yourselves." With that, Professor McGonagall turned and entered the Great Hall. So the rumors on the train were true. Harry Potter really has come to Hogwarts. Malfoy looked at Harry with a smile, then gestured toward the 2 boys beside him. "This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron snorted with laughter. Draco's expression immediately darkened. "Think my name is funny, do you? There's no need to ask who you are. Red hair and second-hand robes. You must be a Weasley. You'll soon discover that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." Draco extended his right hand toward Harry. "I can help you there." That was an incredibly presumptuous way to offer friendship. Vade silently shook his head. Draco did not even understand the relationship already forming between Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, yet he had chosen to insult one of them directly in front of the other. It would have been surprising if Harry reacted favorably. Sure enough, Harry did not take his hand. "I think I can tell the right sort for myself, thanks." Draco's mood immediately soured, but before he could respond, Professor McGonagall returned. "We are ready for you. Follow me." The doors to the Great Hall opened on their own, and a wave of warmth washed over them. Thousands of candles floated overhead. Together with the blazing braziers along both sides of the hall, they illuminated the room brilliantly. For long tables stretched from one end of the hall to the other, set with golden plates and goblets. They were filled with students from the 4 houses, apart from the first years. Several more tables stood upon a raised platform at the far end. These were reserved for Headmaster Dumbledore and the rest of the staff. Above them, the ceiling displayed a black night sky filled with stars and a shining moon, as though it showed the real sky directly above the castle. So this is Hogwarts. It really is incredible. The ceiling isn't actually the night sky, Hermione said. It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. I read that too, but that doesn't mean I can't admire it. Vade looked at her and decided to make one final attempt. Trust me. Ravenclaw would suit you better. Professor McGonagall led the first years to the front of the Great Hall, then climbed onto the raised platform. Beside her stood a four-legged stool. Resting on top of it was a filthy, battered, pointed wizard's hat whose folds resembled a wrinkled face. How long has it been since anyone washed that sorting hat? Vade muttered, shaking his head. It's difficult to believe we're expected to put it on our heads. What? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean all we have to do is put on a hat? I'm going to kill Fred. He told me we'd have to fight a troll. To be continued. Chapter 14, Trelawney's Prophecy. The face on the sorting hat suddenly curled into a smile, and it began to sing at the top of its voice. You may not think I'm beautiful. But do not judge by what you see. If you can find a fairer hat, then you may come and swallow me. Bang. A dull thud interrupted the sorting hat's song. At the staff table, Professor Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor, suddenly rose to her feet. She wore thick spectacles, a shawl draped around her shoulders, and numerous strands of beads around her neck. She raised her head in a daze and stared at the ceiling, her eyes bloodshot. What a great and mysterious existence. He shall gradually reclaim his authority and return to that supreme position. When the stars align, the world shall fall silent beneath his gaze. All living beings shall temper their pride and submit to his will, just as all rivers must eventually flow into the sea and all stars must return to the cosmos. Trelawney's body began to convulse violently. With great difficulty, she raised her right hand and pointed toward the students below. 2 trails of blood ran from the corners of her eyes. He, the fool, is at Hogwarts. He is here. Clatter. The moment she finished speaking, Trelawney's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed rigidly into her chair. The entire great hall fell silent, as though all the air had been sucked from the room. The first years stared around in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. The older students and members of staff exchanged uneasy looks. They all knew who Trelawney was. She was the divination professor, a descendant of a genuine seer, and someone capable of making true prophecies. If what she had just spoken was a prophecy, then... Realizing this, whispers began spreading along the 4 house tables and across the staff table. More and more people joined the discussion. The first years instantly became the center of attention, watched by nearly every older student and professor in the hall. The person mentioned in the prophecy was far more likely to be among the new arrivals. Otherwise, why would Trelawney have delivered the prophecy during this year's sorting ceremony? What the fuck? How did this happen? Vade cursed inwardly. At this point, everything had completely slipped beyond his control. He had only wanted to keep his head down and quietly build his strength. Who could have expected his identity to be exposed so suddenly? The prophecy was far too accurate. It had even mentioned the fool by name. She might as well have announced Vade Moria directly. This was only his first day at school. Did fate really have to be this unreasonable? Was it too late to withdraw from Hogwarts? No. He could not do that. Leaving now would be the same as confessing. At present, there was only a 1 in several dozen chance, perhaps even a 1 in 100 chance, that anyone would suspect him. The moment he took a step back, that probability would become 100%. What should he do? What could he possibly do? Vade's mind raced. After 0.01 seconds, he made his decision. He turned and looked at the famous savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter, with an expression of astonishment. There was only one convenient shield available to him. He had no other choice. He certainly could not expose himself. He had to remain calm. Reacting the same way as everyone else was what a normal person would do. Please, Mr. Harry Potter. Do not fail me at the critical moment. At that instant, Vade felt the clown potion's digestion progress surge forward. The increase today was greater than everything he had achieved over the past month combined. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Still, it made sense. The clown's acting principles had 2 main points. First, a clown could vaguely foresee fate, yet remained helpless before it. Second, a clown concealed all sorrow, pain, confusion, and despair behind a smiling face. From platform 9 3/4 to the Great Hall at Hogwarts, Vade had been actively or unwillingly acting as a clown the entire time. However, he was not the only one staring at Harry. Many people who recognized Harry Potter reacted similarly, including Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid. Was it not only natural for the savior of the wizarding world to accomplish great things in the future? Dumbledore tapped a spoon against his golden goblet. The clear ringing sound cut through the noise in the Great Hall. Professor Trelawney has been under considerable strain recently. From time to time, she says things that are difficult to understand, so there is no need for anyone to be concerned. Hagrid, Madame Pomfrey, would you please take her to the hospital wing? And, if possible, try not to miss the feast. No problem, Professor. Hagrid lifted Trelawney into his arms and followed Madame Pomfrey out of the hall. It would also be best if no one spread rumors about what happened just now, Dumbledore continued. Doing so may cause unnecessary panic and could endanger everyone's safety. Everyone understood perfectly well what had happened, but for the moment, they tacitly agreed to respect Dumbledore's request. There was no question that the news would eventually spread. Hundreds of students and staff were gathered inside the Great Hall. If even one person spoke about it, the entire wizarding world would soon know. Dumbledore clearly understood this as well, but he was not worried. A single memory charm would be enough to solve the problem. However, that would make it more difficult for him to identify the fool. Instead, he decided to establish a magical contract that would prevent everyone present from revealing Trelawney's prophecy. They would still remember it, but the information would not leave Hogwarts. As time passed, the memory would naturally fade. Where were we, Professor McGonagall? Dumbledore asked calmly. Me. You were listening to me. I hadn't finished my song yet, the Sorting Hat replied cheerfully. Then please continue. The Sorting Hat cleared its throat. You might belong in Gryffindor, where courage lies within the heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. If you possess a keen mind, you may enter wise Ravenclaw, where those of wit and learning will always find others like themselves. Or perhaps you will enter Slytherin, where you will make true friends. But those who are cunning and ruthless will use any means to achieve their ends. After finishing its song, the Sorting Hat fell silent on the stool. Professor McGonagall unrolled a sheet of parchment. When I call your name, please come forward. I will place the Sorting Hat on your head and assign you to your house. Hannah Abbott. The young witch with 2 golden braids was the first to be called. She nervously stepped forward and sat on the 4-legged stool. Professor McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat and placed it on her head. A moment later, the hat shouted, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted into cheers and applause, welcoming Hannah into the Hufflepuff family. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger. Hermione took a deep breath and quickly sat on the stool. This one requires some thought. Ravenclaw or Gryffindor? Gryffindor. What a shame. Vade watched Hermione happily run toward the Gryffindor table and shook his head regretfully. Ravenclaw has lost an outstanding student. This will be the house's greatest loss. The sorting continued. Neville Longbottom was placed in Gryffindor, Draco Malfoy was placed in Slytherin, and Ron Weasley was placed in Gryffindor. Vade Moria, Professor McGonagall called. Vade swallowed. With the Card of Blasphemy protecting him, he was not worried that the Sorting Hat would be able to read his memories. However, he still had no confidence that he would be placed in Hufflepuff. The moment the Sorting Hat was placed on his head, a faint thread of magic entered his mind. At the same time, the Card of Blasphemy trembled slightly, and the probing power was inexplicably distorted. To be continued. Chapter 15, Slytherin. Difficult, very difficult. The Sorting Hat's face twisted with indecision. You do not lack courage. You have a talent for divination, a strong thirst for knowledge, and a rather unusual desire. A desire to coast through life. Do you not wish to prove yourself? No. Taking it easy is the best way to live. The thought surfaced in Vade's mind. When the Sorting Hat read it, the corner of its mouth visibly twitched. Very well. Since that is what you want, I know exactly which house to place you in. Slytherin. Vade was about to stand and walk toward the Hufflepuff table, but a moment later, he realized that he had been sorted into Slytherin. Wait, are you sure you did not make a mistake? Vade could not help asking. Would Hufflepuff not be a better place for an easy life? Of course not. Slytherin will be far better at helping you fulfill your ambitions. This is for the sake of your future. Surely you can tell which matters more, the present or the future. You. Vade cursed furiously in his heart. You seem to be thinking about something unpleasant. What? Throwing me into the Black Lake for a wash. That is outrageous. How can anyone be so vicious? Before the Sorting Hat could finish scolding him, Vade resigned himself to his fate and walked toward the Slytherin table. The hat had already made its decision. Arguing with it any further would change nothing. Although things had not gone as he hoped, at least he had not been placed in Gryffindor. That was still a blessing in disguise. I did not expect you to be sorted into Slytherin. Draco still looked as haughty as ever. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes, but no rejection. Neither did I, Vade said, pretending to sound relaxed. I thought I would be sorted into Hufflepuff. Could it be that I possess some undiscovered talent, which is why I was placed in the finest house, Slytherin? Draco exchanged smiles with Crabbe and Goyle. The finest house was certainly a very fair assessment. By then, only a few students remained. Moon, Knott, and Parkinson were sorted into Slytherin. The Patil twins, who were of Indian descent, were separated, with one going to Gryffindor and the other to Ravenclaw. Then, at last, it was Harry Potter's turn. Harry Potter. The moment Professor McGonagall read out the name, the entire Great Hall fell silent. A moment later, waves of discussion broke out. Potter. Is it really that Potter? Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Do you think Professor Trelawney's prophecy has something to do with him? Amid the discussions and the countless gazes fixed upon him, Harry sat down on the stool. The sorting hat was lowered onto his head, blocking his vision. Difficult, truly difficult. You clearly possess courage, and your heart is not unkind. You are also very talented and eager to prove yourself. Which house should I place you in? The sorting hat once again fell into indecision. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Harry closed his eyes and repeated the words over and over. Not Slytherin. Are you certain? You could achieve greatness. It is all there inside your head. Slytherin could help you on your way to glory, there is no doubt about that. Still no. Since you have made up your mind, then you had better go to Gryffindor. A smile immediately appeared on Harry's face. The Gryffindor table erupted into enthusiastic cheers, and many of the older students stood to welcome him. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, shook his hand, while his twin brothers, Fred and George, shouted excitedly, "We got Potter. We got Potter." The weight in Harry's heart finally lifted, and he turned toward the staff table. Hagrid, who had returned from the hospital wing at some point, applauded with a relieved expression. Dumbledore even raised his goblet to him. I do not understand what there is to celebrate, Draco said disdainfully. And Harry Potter actually chose Gryffindor. I overestimated him. Perhaps he is not particularly clever. Vade sighed and shook his head. Still, he is the savior of the wizarding world, and with. You do not actually believe that strange woman's prophecy, do you? We do not even know whether it was real. Even if it was, she was referring to all the students. Why must it be Harry Potter? He is the most likely candidate, is he not? A lot of people think so. They will eventually discover that they were wrong. After Harry Potter, the final two first years were sorted into Ravenclaw and Slytherin respectively. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and put away the sorting hat, bringing the sorting ceremony to an end. Dumbledore rose to his feet with a kindly smile. Welcome. Welcome, everyone, to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I would like to say a few words. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously empty tables filled with food. Roast beef, fried chicken legs, corn, potatoes, pork chops, lamb chops, fruit, and drinks appeared in abundance. Were those words some kind of special incantation? Vade asked the students around him uncertainly as he selected his favorite dishes and placed them on his plate. Who knows? My father often says Dumbledore is not right in the head. Do not ask me. I have no idea, Theodore Knott said indifferently. We are all first years. If Knott does not know, then naturally neither do we, said Millicent Bulstrode, a large half-blood witch. While the students ate, the ghosts of the four houses also appeared in the Great Hall, including the Fat Friar, the Bloody Baron, Peeves, and nearly Headless Nick. They were all translucent and grayish-white. After death, they had continued to exist as unusual spirits. However, they could not touch physical objects, so they naturally could not enjoy the food. Once the students had eaten their fill, the dishes and leftovers vanished together. Dumbledore stood once again and swept a solemn gaze across the students below. I have several announcements concerning matters that must be kept in mind during the new school year. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is strictly out of bounds to all students. Some of our older students would also do well to remember that. Vade nodded in agreement. Although suitable ingredients might be found in the Forbidden Forest, it was far too dangerous for him at present. Quidditch trials will also be held during the second week of term. Anyone interested in joining their house team should contact Madame Hooch. Excellent. I have played Quidditch before, so I will definitely make the house team, Draco said confidently. Do you know anything about Quidditch? I do. I also know that first years are not allowed to join the team. What a disappointment. Finally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that anyone who does not wish to die a most painful death should stay away from the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. There was no possibility of Vade going there. That place might be even more dangerous than the Forbidden Forest. It contained the Philosopher's Stone, a treasure coveted even by the main villain. Keeping well away from it would be the wiser choice. Protecting the Philosopher's Stone was the Savior's responsibility. Vade had absolutely no intention of involving himself. To be continued. Chapter 16, All Sides. Now, before we all retire for the night, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore announced loudly before drawing his wand and conjuring several colorful ribbons. The ribbons arranged themselves into lines of words in midair, displaying the lyrics to the school song. Everyone, choose your favorite tune. Ready, sing. A moment later, countless different melodies blended together, filling the great hall with an indescribable cacophony. Dumbledore waved his wand and conducted with complete absorption. The spell drew power from everyone singing and silently established a magical contract of secrecy at the entrance to the great hall. Ah, music, Dumbledore said after the school song had ended, wiping his eyes in self-induced emotion. A magic beyond all we do here. It is time for bed. Return to your dormitories and get some rest. Everyone filed out of the great hall, noticing nothing unusual as they passed through the doors. The prefects of the 4 houses led the first years to their respective common rooms. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were housed in towers, while Hufflepuff and Slytherin were located underground. However, the Slytherin common room was undoubtedly the most mysterious of the 4. Its entrance was concealed behind a stone wall in the dungeons and could only be opened with the correct password. When the new students followed their prefect, Gemma Farley, inside, they were stunned by what they saw. The walls were built from Gothic marble, while the ceiling was a transparent crystal dome through which the rippling waters of the lake could be seen overhead. The room was decorated in cool shades of green and blue. A fire burned continuously in the exquisitely carved fireplace, keeping the temperature from becoming too cold. In addition, bookshelves lined the walls, soft leather sofas provided comfortable seating, finely crafted tables and chairs filled the room, and lamps suspended from chains cast an eerie green glow. Together, they gave the spacious common room an atmosphere of luxury and mystery. I like this place. It is beautiful, Vade said sincerely. You can even see the bottom of the lake through the windows. The dormitories house 4 students each. The boys' rooms are on the left, and the girls' rooms are on the right. Your luggage has already been placed in your rooms. Should you encounter any problems, you may come to me. Anything I cannot resolve can be brought to Professor Snape. Vade's luck was not particularly good. He was assigned to the same dormitory as Draco and his 2 followers, Crabbe and Goyle. The dormitory was decorated in a style similar to the common room, except that it contained 4 four-poster beds draped with silk curtains. The 4 exhausted boys found their assigned beds and immediately lay down. Vade checked the Card of Blasphemy in his mind. The clown potion's digestion progress had already reached 60%, but he could not bring himself to feel happy about it. Trelawney's prophecy had completely shattered his composure. His sense of pressure and urgency had increased more than tenfold. Had he not already advanced to Sequence 8, he might have exposed himself on the spot. Barring any surprises, both Dumbledore and Voldemort would pay far more attention to this year's first years from now on. He would have to be even more careful. He could not draw attention to himself and had to appear as ordinary as possible. However, besides quietly building his strength, he also had to take good care of his shield. The more brightly Harry Potter shone, the more attention he would draw away from Vade. On the 3rd floor of the castle, inside Quirinus Quirrell's office. Quirrell abandoned his usual timid demeanor and stood before a mirror. Master, Trelawney's prophecy was too exaggerated. The being she described hardly sounded human. To be more precise, someone among those first years possesses the potential to become a god. Harry Potter? No, not necessarily. It could be any of them. In addition to finding the Philosopher's Stone, you must also find this person. He will be crucial to my future rule over the world. Either bring him to my side or destroy him. But there are 41st years. Are you not the defense against the dark arts professor? Can you not search for him during your lessons? I understand, Master, but no matter how great that person's future achievements may be, he is still only a child at present. Besides, no one knows how distant that future might be. It could be 100 years away. There are too many uncertainties, and it would be very easy to identify the wrong person. Voldemort fell silent for a moment. Finding the Philosopher's Stone remains our highest priority. After that, collect information on every first-year student for me. Yes, Master, Quirrell replied before voicing another question. Master, do gods truly exist? To muggles, wizards are gods. To wizards, Merlin is a god. In the hospital wing. Trelawney sat on a hospital bed, trembling as she held a teacup in both hands. The amber liquid reflected the bloodshot veins in her eyes. Dumbledore sat opposite her. Are you feeling any better? I am still exhausted. Professor Trelawney, can you tell me what you saw? A towering figure, greater than the very world in which we live. Nothing else. His gender or appearance, perhaps. No. I only had enough time to speak the prophecy. And what? Dumbledore pressed. I felt that the moment I saw his true appearance, I would immediately lose my mind. My sanity would be reduced to nothing. Professor Dumbledore, you know that some beings simply cannot be looked upon directly. Would you recognize that person if he stood before you now? I am afraid not. Even a true seer would find that difficult, Trelawney said with growing agitation. His level of existence is far too high. Very well. Get some rest. Dumbledore did not appear particularly disappointed. He rose and walked toward the door. As soon as he stepped out of the hospital wing, he encountered Professor Snape and McGonagall approaching together. I knew the two of you would come. Dumbledore, I do not understand, McGonagall said directly. You could clearly have stopped her in the Great Hall. Whatever the prophecy was, you could have questioned her afterward. Professor Trelawney carries the blood of a seer, but she is not a true seer herself. Had I interrupted her at that moment, she might not have been able to complete the prophecy. And now you are satisfied? Snape asked, suppressing his anger. The entirety of Hogwarts knows about it. By tomorrow, perhaps the entire wizarding world will know as well. They will not. I took precautions. No student or member of staff will be able to reveal the prophecy. It will remain confined to Hogwarts, and after some time, perhaps no one will remember it at all. Snape paused. And what if an outsider visits during that time? I am not dead yet, Dumbledore replied. He was famous throughout the wizarding world for his patience, but that did not mean he had no temper. As long as Dumbledore had not given his permission, no one in the wizarding world would dare lay a hand on his students. Professor, what exactly are you thinking? McGonagall asked. Before this, another seer had already foreseen that the Fool would be among Hogwarts' new students, but could not determine who it was. When Professor Trelawney stood up, I knew what was about to happen. I had hoped the prophecy would reveal the Fool's identity, allowing us to protect and guide the child, but unfortunately. Still, we have confirmed at least one thing. The Fool does not know that they are the Fool. What do you mean? Legend says that Merlin knew from birth that his mission was to usher in the age of magic. From what I observed, however, the Fool showed no similar awareness. I also questioned the Sorting Hat. It did not notice anything unusual about any of the students. In other words, the Fool is currently nothing more than an ordinary first year. To be continued. Chapter 17, First Earnings. On September 2nd, the new school term officially began. Vade woke at 6:30. After glancing at Draco and the other two, who were still asleep, he quietly left the dormitory. It had been so late the previous night that he had not had time to properly explore the common room. He had to admit that the underwater setting was remarkably beautiful. Its only drawback was the lack of light. Living there for too long might become somewhat oppressive. Lumos. Vade instinctively began to cast the wand lighting charm, but the speck of white light that had appeared at his fingertip was immediately suppressed. He could not use wandless magic. In a sense, that would be proof of exceptional talent. He slowly exhaled and drew his silver-gray wand, but after a moment of thought, he put it away again. He was supposed to be playing the part of an ordinary student. There were undoubtedly first-years who already knew the wand-lighting charm, but a half-blood wizard who had never received a formal magical education and only wanted an easy life should not know it. At the very least, he should not use it on his first day. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Vade looked up at the domed ceiling. Pale green ripples of light washed over him. A school of fish swam over from the distance before disappearing into a bed of aquatic plants. At that moment, Vade heard footsteps. He turned and saw a sweet-looking girl with smooth blonde hair, narrow eyes, and an elegant bearing. Daphne Greengrass. The name flashed through Vade's mind. She was also a first-year and, like Draco, came from one of the Sacred 28. She was the young heiress of an old pure-blood family. I thought I would be the only one awake this early, Vade said half-jokingly. So did I. Daphne looked at the handsome boy across from her. I remember your name is Vade Moria. Are you a half-blood or muggle-born? I am a half-blood, Miss Daphne Greengrass. You seem to care about blood status just as much as Malfoy does. Pure-blood wizards come from noble families and are generally more talented, Daphne said as though it were only natural. There have also been plenty of half-blood and muggle-born witches and wizards who achieved extraordinary things, Vade replied calmly. Since he was a half-blood, accepting pure-blood supremacy would mean placing himself beneath the others in Slytherin. He wanted to keep a low profile, but that did not mean bowing his head. That is true, but they are still a minority. Daphne nodded and moved on from the subject. Why are you awake so early? Habit, I suppose. What about you? It is my first day at school, and I was a little excited. I did not sleep very well. Vade quietly activated his spirit vision, and Daphne's aura became clearly visible. The colors around each part of her body appeared normal, but a trace of blood red was mixed into the white aura surrounding her. That unnatural crimson stain clung to her body and soul like poison buried deep in the bone, slowly eroding her life force. Vade drew in a sharp breath and deactivated his spirit vision. When he looked at her again, there was an indescribable trace of sympathy in his eyes. Some people really were born beautiful and cursed with misfortune. Daphne, you should visit the hospital wing when you have time. Daphne's expression changed. What do you mean? Do not misunderstand. I am simply suggesting that you take better care of your health. It would also be wise to put more effort into potions. I am sure Professor Snape would be happy to teach one of his own students how to brew the elixir of life. Of course, forget I said anything if your family has no shortage of money. After hearing this, Daphne no longer had any doubts. What exactly do you know? Vade looked completely confused. I do not know anything. You are lying. I know very well that there is something wrong with my body. Wait, you already know. Vade blurted out. He suddenly felt as though he had been worrying over something that was none of his business. She was the young heiress of a pureblood family. Naturally, she would have been carefully looked after. Any problem with her health would have been discovered long ago, and her family might already have prepared several possible treatments. The Greengrass family's blood curse, Daphne said dejectedly. The curse drains the life force of whoever inherits it, though its severity varies from person to person. Even so, the average lifespan of the Greengrass family is still shorter than normal. Vade silently swallowed the rest of what he had been about to say. The problem had indeed been identified, but there might not be a solution. Had there been one, that strange trace of crimson should not still have been present in her aura. But how did you know? To be honest, I truly did not know anything about the curse. I only noticed that something seemed wrong from your complexion. Just from my complexion? Daphne asked in astonishment. I know a little about divination. Understanding immediately dawned on Daphne. The Sorting Hat had also said that Vade possessed a talent for divination. Can you perform a reading for me? Well, I charge for my services. 10 galleons per reading. 10 galleons. Daphne's voice rose involuntarily. Do you not think that is far too expensive? I would also prefer to charge less, but I have no choice. My parents died when I was young, and I grew up with nothing. If I did not find ways to earn more money, I would have needed to apply for financial assistance just to attend Hogwarts, Vade said with complete seriousness. It was entirely true. Now that he had finally found a wealthy customer, it would be a waste not to earn his first bit of money at Hogwarts. Daphne had not expected Vade's family circumstances to be so poor, so she stopped arguing about the price. Are your readings accurate? Not necessarily. Divination is not infallible, Vade answered sincerely. And you still have the nerve to charge so much. Is 10 galleons truly too much for even the possibility of finding hope? Daphne had no answer. She knew there was a strong chance that he was simply trying to trick her. However, after considering that he had somehow discovered the Greengrass family's blood curse, she decided to give it a try. Even if not for herself, she had to consider her younger sister, whose curse was far more severe than her own. It was only 10 galleons. She could simply spend less of her allowance that month. Fine. 10 galleons it is. Excellent. Delighted, Vade headed toward the dormitory. Wait here. I will go and get my divination tools. A few minutes later, he returned with a deck of tarot cards. The two sat opposite each other at a table beside the fireplace. Vade handed the deck to her. Shuffle the cards, then cut the deck. Daphne followed his instructions. After finishing, she arranged the cards neatly on the table. What next? Repeat the question you want answered in your mind, then draw 3 cards at random. I feel as though you are not taking this seriously. Your feeling is wrong. I am a diviner with professional integrity. Besides, the diviner always has the final say in interpreting a reading. Just do as I tell you. Daphne gave him a long look, and a trace of slyness flashed through her eyes. She repeatedly recited several sentences in her mind while reaching out and drawing 3 tarot cards from the deck. To be continued. Chapter 18, A Valuable Client. Vade turned over the first card. It depicted the goddess of justice in meditation, dressed in red robes and wearing a golden crown as she sat upon a stone throne. Justice, upright. Truth, fairness, and trust. Daphne looked thoughtful and turned over the next card herself. It depicted an armored warrior wearing a helmet marked with an 8-pointed star, riding a chariot drawn by 2 sphinxes. The chariot, upright. Seizing the initiative and facing matters with a positive attitude. Vade looked puzzled. These 2 cards are both encouraging, but something feels wrong. You are the diviner. You should not be asking me what is wrong. Vade suppressed his doubts and turned over the 3rd card. It depicted the Garden of Eden, with Adam and Eve standing on either side as they basked in the angel's blessing, surrounded by warmth and romance. The lovers, upright. What were you thinking about just now? It definitely had nothing to do with the curse. That is none of your concern. A faint blush appeared on Daphne's oval face. She hurriedly took 10 galleons from her pocket and handed them over. I only wanted to test your skill at divination. Judging from the result, you are fairly good. At the very least, it proves that you were not brushing me off. Do another reading. This time, I want to ask about the blood curse. Vade rolled his eyes. Do you have that much money? My father only gives me 30 galleons a month in pocket money, but first years hardly need to spend anything at Hogwarts. Fine. You have money, and I need money. Vade gathered the tarot cards and smoothly pushed the deck back toward Daphne. Do the same thing as before. Go ahead. Before long, 3 tarot cards lay on the table. The Fool, upright. The Chariot, upright. The Star, upright. Vade's gaze lingered on the Fool card for 2 seconds. The Fool was a normal tarot card. It should not make anyone think of anything unusual. Besides, it was already too late to stop using tarot cards. Many people knew he had a talent for divination. Hiding them away now would only make him appear guilty. After several seconds of silence, he considered the cards and said, "Take a new step and persevere. You will find a way to resolve the Greengrass family curse." "Thank you. You do not mind if I pay you later, do you?" "Not at all. I trust the reputation of the Greengrass family," Vade said easily. 30 galleons a month in pocket money made her an excellent client. A basic level of trust was only reasonable. Besides, she could hardly leave Hogwarts over a mere 10 galleons. Daphne seemed to have grown more interested in Vade and asked what he planned to do in the future. After all, anyone sorted into Slytherin was expected to have ambitions of their own. Quietly growing stronger until he stood at the summit of the world, then enjoying a long and wonderful life as a god. He obviously could not reveal such a grand ambition. Vade hesitantly rubbed his brow. To live. To live happily and comfortably. Seeing Daphne's blank expression, Vade could not help smiling and gave her a simpler explanation. I want to become a potions master and earn more money than I could ever spend. Like Professor Snape. Of course, though I also want to study alchemy. Every step in Vade's future plans required money. His current funds would only be enough to support him until Sequence 7, and potions and alchemy were the fastest ways to earn more. He had no way to study alchemy for the time being, but the head of Slytherin happened to be a potions master. With such an opportunity right in front of him, failing to make use of the teacher-student relationship would be a shameful waste. Then you will have to work hard. I certainly will. At that moment, another student emerged from the dormitories and entered the common room. Theodore Knott, another descendant of one of the Sacred 28. Good morning, Vade greeted him. Theodore merely nodded before walking toward the entrance. Knott is rather withdrawn, Daphne said. Come on. It is time for breakfast. We can also collect the first-year Slytherin timetable. The two followed him to the Great Hall and ordered a simple breakfast. The food at Hogwarts was quite good, fresh, and well-balanced. As Vade ate, he examined the first-year timetable. Herbology, potions, astronomy, charms, history of magic, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and flying. There were many subjects, but first-years did not have many lessons each week. Overall, the schedule was fairly relaxed and left them with plenty of free time. We have transfiguration at 9 this morning with Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall is head of Gryffindor. We should find the classroom early. We cannot be late. Vade nodded. McGonagall had introduced him to the wizarding world, and he respected her greatly. She had once invited him to join Gryffindor, but he had ended up in Slytherin, Gryffindor's greatest rival. She was probably not pleased about that. He could only work harder in Transfiguration and leave her with a better impression. See him. That is Harry Potter. The one beside the red-haired Weasley. Look at the scar on his forehead. His hair is covering it. I can barely see anything. Harry and Ron approached the Gryffindor table amid quiet whispers and, unsurprisingly, attracted many stares. So that is the boy who lived. He does not look particularly remarkable. Daphne watched Harry's uneasy manner, uncertain how to describe him. Appearances can be deceiving. Vade immediately defended his convenient shield. I shared a compartment with him yesterday. I dare say I know him better than you do. Is that so? The sorting had also said that he is very talented and possesses qualities suited to all 4 houses. He simply needs time for them to show. We shall see. Hogwarts had more than 100 staircases. They varied in width and frequently changed position. It took the 2 of them considerable effort, along with directions from several ghosts and portraits, before they finally found the Transfiguration classroom. Only a few students had arrived. Neville, Theodore, and Hermione were already there. A tabby cat also sat quietly on the teacher's desk. Vade's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended not to notice anything unusual. He had intended to sit in the back row, where he felt most at home. However, Hermione waved to him and indicated that there were still seats near the front. He could hardly pretend not to see her. Good morning, Vade. How are you finding Slytherin? I heard they are rather hostile toward half-blood and muggle-born students. Without revealing anything, Vade glanced at Daphne, who stood beside him with a silent smile. Did Hermione have to say something so blunt in front of a pure-blood Slytherin? Had no one ever taught her tact? Perhaps she truly had not learned it. Otherwise, she would not always carry herself with such pride. Why do I get the feeling that you are worried I might be bullied? Vade asked half-jokingly. I have already been sorted into Slytherin, so there is no point complaining about it. I will simply have to adjust. Still, you should prepare yourself. I stayed at the Leaky Cauldron for more than a month, and many of the customers there described Gryffindors as trouble. You never know what sort of mess they might cause. To be continued. Chapter 19, Nothing Out of the Ordinary. Time passed, and most of the students arrived before class began and quietly reviewed their lessons. However, even after the bell rang, McGonagall still had not appeared. The classroom door suddenly opened with a dull thud, and Harry and Ron rushed in, panting heavily. We made it. Noticing that McGonagall had not arrived, Ron heaved a sigh of relief. Can you imagine the look on her face if she found out we were late? The tabby cat on the teacher's desk suddenly leapt forward and transformed into McGonagall, dressed in emerald green robes. She walked directly toward them. Harry stared in astonishment, while Ron swallowed nervously. That was brilliant. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall said expressionlessly. She had not expected anyone to dare arrive late to the very first lesson. Perhaps it would be more effective to turn you and Mr. Potter into pocket watches. Then you might learn the importance of being on time. We got lost, Harry explained. Those staircases are impossible, and Peeves played a trick on us. He pointed us toward a wall that looked exactly like a door. A fine explanation, but everyone else managed without one. 2 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall declared. I trust you will not require a map to find your seats. Harry and Ron exchanged helpless looks before sitting in the remaining empty seats. We lost points on the first day. Hermione asked in disbelief. To be precise, during the first lesson of the first day. You should get used to it quickly. Unless something unexpected happens, this will probably become normal for Gryffindor. Hermione rolled her eyes and suddenly felt exhausted. Was that supposed to be comforting? It had not helped at all. The boy who lived is rather disappointing, Daphne said disdainfully. It was only a mistake. Besides, arriving late is rather fitting behavior for someone important. And Weasley. Well, he is still from one of the Sacred 28. You should have some faith in him. Daphne gave a dry laugh. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will study at Hogwarts, McGonagall warned sternly. Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be removed and forbidden from returning. You have been warned. After establishing her authority, McGonagall demonstrated the wonders of transfiguration to the young witches and wizards. Without speaking an incantation or making any complicated movement, she merely tapped her wand and transformed the teacher's desk into a living white pig before turning it back again. The students' eyes lit up. Seeing magic performed before them was far more impressive than reading about it in a textbook. McGonagall was satisfied with their reaction. Only after they had calmed down did she begin the lesson. Transfiguring animals is still far beyond your current ability. First years must begin with the fundamentals. An outstanding student like Hermione filled several pages with notes, while a poor student like Ron did not write a single word. Vade chose Daphne as the standard for his performance. He worked slightly less diligently than the young heiress of a pure-blood family and made sure that nothing about him stood out. After the theory came the practical exercise. McGonagall gave each student a matchstick and instructed them to transform it into a silver needle. The students drew their wands and began reciting the incantation. Meanwhile, McGonagall walked around the classroom, patiently searching for anyone with a talent for transfiguration. Vade deliberately restricted the flow of his magic. He appeared to be trying very hard, but in reality, he accomplished nothing. He even nearly poked Hermione in the head with his wand. Turning a matchstick into a needle was neither especially easy nor particularly difficult. Although it involved changes in both shape and material, the matchstick was so small that anyone capable of remaining calm and controlling their magic precisely should be able to accomplish it. Vade had already mastered this basic form of transfiguration while staying in Diagon Alley. However, because of his limited magical reserves, he could only transform relatively small objects. As for turning an inanimate object into a living creature as McGonagall had done, he was still incapable of that. Hey, be careful. Hermione shook her head and continued struggling with her matchstick. After more than a dozen attempts, it finally changed. It was still made of wood, but its shape had become that of a needle. Very good, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said with obvious satisfaction. Hermione clearly had considerable talent for transfiguration, and she was also a Gryffindor. McGonagall naturally could not have been more pleased. Hermione smiled happily as well. Thanks to those 5 points, Gryffindor would no longer have a negative score on the first day of term. Impressive. Vade gave her a thumbs up. What is so impressive about that? Daphne said sourly. She is still a mud. Vade hurriedly raised a finger in front of her lips. Please do not say that word. At least not until your performance is better than hers. Daphne gave a quiet snort. You should worry about yourself first. Vade paid her no mind and continued making useless attempts with his matchstick. At the same time, he devoted part of his attention to Harry Potter. Unfortunately, Harry's performance was about the same as his own. Perhaps he simply lacked talent for transfiguration. That would not do. What use was a shield if it could not stand out from the crowd? A sudden explosion interrupted Vade's thoughts. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. Seamus Finnegan of Gryffindor sat there with his hair standing on end and his face covered in black soot. He looked as though he had just returned from a battlefield. Mr. Finnegan, be more careful when casting spells. Try to control the flow of your magic, McGonagall said, shaking her head before waving her wand and cleaning the soot from his face. What a talent. Vade sighed inwardly. Seamus had somehow mastered explosive magic without being taught. Unfortunately, all of Seamus Finnegan's magical talent seemed to have gone into making things explode. By the end of the lesson, Hermione remained the only student to complete the practical exercise, earning herself considerable attention. There was only one lesson that morning, so Vade had plenty of free time. After leaving the Transfiguration classroom, he parted ways with Daphne and began exploring the magical castle alone. Although McGonagall had said that a student's house would become their family while at Hogwarts, Vade was not foolish enough to take those words literally. At home, a person could do whatever they pleased. At Hogwarts, however, he needed to be more cautious than anyone else, especially after Trelawney's prophecy. Reconnaissance was therefore necessary. Learning the purpose of every room in Hogwarts, the locations of its secret passages, and the usual patterns of foot traffic would be extremely useful during the years ahead. In addition, he needed to find a secluded place where he could practice magic. He could conceal his strength and pretend to be weak, but he could not afford to become genuinely weak. His magical reserves were directly linked to his sequence. Before advancing to a higher sequence, his ability to protect himself depended largely on the strength of his magic. Come to think of it, Hogwarts possessed the Marauder's map. As long as he found that map, most of his reconnaissance would already be complete. To be continued. Chapter 20, A Way to Make Money. Usually, my bonus for new fix is bonus chapters after every 200 horsepower and after every 10 reviews. But for this week, I am making it bonus chapters for every 100 horsepower and 5 reviews, currently at February 5th. Good luck and thank you for your support so far. Good thing I am a professional diviner, Vade murmured silently. He had forgotten who possessed the Marauder's map, but that was only a minor problem for a diviner. It was not some high-level mystical item, nor did it possess any anti-divination properties. Vade patiently explored Hogwarts Castle on foot. From the first floor to the 8th, he memorized the locations of the classrooms, professors' offices, library, bathrooms, hospital wing, and other areas, though he did not enter any of them. Afterward, he ate lunch in the Great Hall before returning to the common room. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle happened to be absent from the dormitory, so Vade immediately prepared to perform a dream divination. A pendulum would have been more suitable for locating an object, but it would attract too much attention and take too long. On a sheet of parchment, he wrote the divination statement, "Who possesses the Marauder's map?" He then held the parchment, lay down on his bed, and quickly fell asleep. Within a hazy world, Vade regained awareness and saw a room on the ground floor of the castle, directly beside the entrance hall. The room was cramped, dim, and filthy. It had no windows, and the only light came from a hanging oil lamp. 2 people sneaked into the room and found an old sheet of parchment inside a drawer labeled, "Confiscated items, highly dangerous." Withdrawing from the dream, Vade tiredly rubbed his temples, a bitter smile appearing on his face. The room beside the entrance hall was the office of the caretaker, Argus Filch. The two people who stole the Marauders map were Ron Weasley's twin brothers, Fred and George. This is going to be difficult. I barely know either of them. Besides, it will not be easy for a Slytherin to obtain the Marauders map from two Gryffindors who enjoy sneaking around at night and playing pranks. What should I do? I cannot simply steal it. The thought suddenly flashed through Vade's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Stealing it would be the worst possible option. If the Weasley twins discovered what he had done, they would cause him endless trouble. He could only use conventional means and persuade them to hand over the map willingly. That would be difficult. Vade sighed inwardly. He would have to take his time with the Marauders map. For now, his main priority was finding somewhere private where he could practice magic without being discovered. The Forbidden Forest was out of the question. It was too dangerous. An empty classroom or storeroom would not work either. Someone might still find him. Should he perform another divination? At that moment, the dormitory door suddenly opened. Draco entered with Crabbe and Goyle, both of whom were carrying piles of snacks. Vade silently slipped the parchment into his sleeve and greeted them. You are back rather late. You went to the library to study in secret, did you not? As expected of the heir to a pureblood family. You work much harder than ordinary people. A trace of embarrassment flashed through Draco's eyes. I was planning to visit the library, but Crabbe and Goyle have rather large appetites, so we stayed in the Great Hall for a little longer. Vade glanced at the two boys, who had already sat on their beds and begun eating small cakes. They were exactly the sort of people who dragged down Slytherin's overall reputation. What is your relationship with Greengrass? Draco asked with interest. Theodore told me he saw the two of you talking and laughing in the common room this morning. Do not misunderstand. I was only performing a divination for her. We are simply classmates. You can do that? Draco asked in surprise. It is one of the few talents I possess. Why else do you think a half-blood wizard like me was sorted into Slytherin? So your divinations are accurate? No, no, no. Vade raised a finger and shook it. Divination is not infallible. I can only offer the most likely interpretation. I cannot guarantee complete accuracy. Would you care for a reading? Vade took out his tarot cards and skillfully shuffled and cut the deck. Only 10 galleons per reading. Crabbe suddenly began coughing. Goyle had to slap him on the back several times before he finally recovered. Are you mad? Crabbe stared at him in disbelief. Who would pay 10 galleons for a divination? Goyle added. We only receive 20 galleons in pocket money each term. I receive slightly more than they do. 50 galleons, Draco said proudly. Were there really this many wealthy clients in Slytherin? Vade realized that he had been far too short-sighted. He needed to establish a proper source of income. Making money through divination might not be reliable, but each successful transaction could still earn him a considerable amount. First, however, he needed an opportunity to build his reputation. Daphne paid me for 2 readings this morning. 20 galleons in total. Were they really just divinations? What else would they be? Vade frowned unconsciously. Draco should not have been this interested in idle gossip. He quietly activated his spirit vision and observed Draco's emotional colors. Pale red was mixed with traces of orange. So he was simply eager to hear some gossip firsthand. Why are you asking? Nothing. Since we share a dormitory, I merely wanted to offer you a friendly warning. Do not get any ideas about her. Me, interested in an 11-year-old girl. Was that not absurd? Even for a childhood romance, this was far too early. He felt nothing toward Daphne. Even his relationship with Hermione was no more than an ordinary, platonic friendship. Romance would only slow his path to godhood. Besides, they were not even grown women yet. Thank you for the warning. Vade rolled his eyes at Draco. But that joke was not funny. Still, I would like to know why you warned me. Surely it is not simply because I am a half-blood and you think I am beneath her. That is part of the reason, though it is not especially important. So that really was one of the reasons. Vade suddenly felt rather looked down upon, though he did not take it to heart. Magnanimity was a virtue befitting a god. What is the other reason? Daphne is the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, and her generation consists only of her and her younger sister. As the family heir, the only way for the Greengrass line to continue is for her future husband to marry into the family. Marry into her family? Countless people would compete for that opportunity. My father told me that Daphne's father had to overcome a great many rivals before he was chosen. Vade gave a dry laugh. I know my limits. That is for the best. Otherwise, many people in Slytherin would probably become hostile toward you. Vade nearly laughed. Fortunately, he was at least a half-blood. Had he been Muggle-born, life in Slytherin would probably have been even more difficult. Coincidentally, Daphne encountered a similar situation. Several girls in her dormitory advised her to keep her distance from Vade. However, as the heir to the Greengrass family, one of the Sacred 28, she had enough confidence to ignore them completely and did not even bother explaining herself. To be continued. Chapter 21, Snape's Favoritism. Potions Classroom. The classroom was located in the castle dungeons. The temperature was rather low, and numerous glass jars containing preserved animal specimens stood along the walls. Vade took potions very seriously. As soon as he entered the classroom, he sat in the front row with Draco and the other two boys. Daphne arrived a little later and sat in the empty seat beside him. At the same time, she took 10 galleons from her pocket and placed them on the desk. Here, your fee for the divination. Couldn't she have chosen another time and place? Vade grumbled inwardly, but he was not at all slow to take the money. Even so, several nearby Slytherins and Gryffindors noticed the exchange. Ron, who was sitting in the row behind them, stared so hard that his eyes nearly popped out. In all his life, this was the first time he had seen such a large transaction. A full 10 galleons. All the pocket money he had received over the past 11 years did not add up to that much. Why do you look so angry? Vade noticed that Daphne did not look particularly pleased. Who upset you? Pansy, Millicent, Tracy. A group of busybodies who can't mind their own business. Oh. Vade drew out the word. I think I understand. You understand? Daphne frowned, then quickly realized what he meant. Don't take it to heart. Who we choose to be friends with has nothing to do with them. That's true. Daphne still seemed somewhat concerned, so she turned her attention to Draco. You share a dormitory with Vade. Don't let anyone bully him. If an upper-year student causes trouble for him, inform the prefect immediately. Hearing this, Draco looked at Vade in surprise. This was what you called a purely ordinary relationship between classmates. It wasn't as though he did not know Daphne. He had never seen her defend anyone so seriously before. Vade gave him a frustrated, bitter smile in return. Believe me, there really is nothing between us. We're just ordinary friends. Is there a problem, Malfoy? No problem. Draco shook his head. The Malfoy family still had some influence in Slytherin, especially since his father was one of the school governors. The classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and the potions professor, Severus Snape, strode inside. He wore a black robe and had sallow skin, a large hooked nose, and shoulder-length hair that was black and greasy, as though it had not been washed for a very long time. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in my class. Personally, I do not expect most of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art of potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition. As Snape spoke, he looked meaningfully towards Draco. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. Having received the attention of his head of house, Draco could not stop a smile from appearing on his face. Vade also straightened his back. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound of a quill moving across parchment rang out conspicuously in the classroom, interrupting Snape's speech. Snape's expression darkened as he looked over. Harry Potter, with that detestable face of his. I must reiterate that perhaps some people believe they can rely on their fame at Hogwarts and feel perfectly confident that they do not need to pay attention. The entire classroom instantly fell silent. Almost everyone's gaze landed on Harry, who had just stopped writing. Mr. Potter. Our new celebrity. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry looked completely bewildered. Wasn't this question clearly intended to make things difficult for him? He was only a newly enrolled first year. What new student could answer a question like that? At that moment, Hermione beside him thrust her hand high into the air. I don't know, sir. You don't know. Then let us try another question. Where would you look if I told you to find me a Bezoar? Hermione raised her hand again. Looking somewhat aggrieved, Harry shook his head. I don't know, sir. Draco and the other two boys trembled with laughter at his predicament, though they did their best not to make a sound. Vade secretly shook his head. This decoy was proving exceptionally difficult to build up. If Harry had even half of Hermione's intellectual capacity, Vade could firmly pin the identity of the fool on him. But now, it seemed necessary to find a second decoy. As long as there were enough decoys, the fool would not be him. Daphne nudged Vade's arm. Do you think his reputation is undeserved? Well, not everyone has a talent for potions, Vade explained reluctantly. Look at Hermione. She's quite impressive. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Snape continued. Harry was now completely certain that he was being singled out. Hermione was practically standing up with her hand raised, yet Snape did not even look at her. I don't know, sir. What a pity. Clearly, fame is not everything. Is it, Mr. Potter? Harry did not answer. Instead, he muttered, Hermione knows the answer. Why don't you ask her? Right now, I am the one asking the questions, Snape said coldly. Harry Potter, 1 point from Gryffindor for talking back to a teacher. Do you know the answer? Daphne whispered expectantly. Don't you want to study potions? Raise your hand if you know. Vade hesitated for a moment. Answering the question would undoubtedly attract Snape's attention, and establishing a closer relationship with this potions master would also benefit his future plans. However, the uproar caused by the prophecy had not yet died down. Standing out was not necessarily a good thing. With that thought, Vade came up with an idea and timidly raised his hand. Mr. Moria, do you know the answer? Sure enough, Snape's attention immediately shifted to him. As for Hermione, Snape simply ignored her. The head of Slytherin did not need a reason to favor Slytherin. As for Gryffindor earning points in his class, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I only know the answer to the first question. Before term began, I bought a few things from the apothecary in Diagon Alley, and the shop assistant told me about an infusion of wormwood. That is fine. Go on. Powdered asphodel root mixed with an infusion of wormwood can be used to brew a powerful sleeping potion. I think it is called the Draught of Living Death. Completely correct. 5 points to Slytherin. Thank you, Professor. Vade smiled self-consciously. He had answered only one question, and he had learned the answer by chance. Snape would not think of him as a genius, but he would at least remember him. Hermione looked thoroughly unconvinced. She thought it was unfair, but there was nothing she could do. 5 points for one question meant 15 points for all three. Those 15 points should originally have belonged to Gryffindor, but she had never expected Snape to be so blatantly biased that he did not even bother pretending otherwise. To be continued. Chapter 22, The Professor's Bonus. Bonus for 5 reviews. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it is a powerful antidote. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also known as aconite, Snape said, his eyes fixed firmly on Harry Potter. Understood. Yes, sir. Then write it down. Snape turned away disdainfully and wrote the steps and precautions for brewing a cure for boils on the blackboard, then walked around the classroom to supervise the students. It was a very simple potion, one that even first-year students could brew. Even so, many students were criticized, and not a single Gryffindor escaped. Vade was partnered with Daphne. This time, he was determined to perform well in potions. Thanks to the clown's precise control over his body, he measured the ingredients without the slightest error, crushed the snake fangs into a fine powder, and stewed the horned slugs for exactly the right amount of time. When pink smoke rose from the cauldron, it signified that their group had successfully brewed the potion. Very good. Mr. Moria and Miss Greengrass have performed perfectly. Snape was not sparing with his praise. 10 points to Slytherin. Hiss. At that moment, the sound of escaping gas suddenly rang out, and acidic green smoke spread through the air. An image abruptly flashed through Vade's mind. 1/100th of a second later, he acted entirely on instinct. He quickly stood up, grabbed Daphne, and pulled her towards Draco. Bang. The next moment, the cauldron behind and to the side of their seats suddenly overturned. Bubbling green liquid splashed everywhere, burning black scorch marks into the desks, floor, and students' robes. Neville Longbottom, drenched in the potion, screamed in pain. Red, swollen boils covered his face, arms, and legs. Everyone else hurriedly backed away, afraid of being splashed. Vade looked at Neville's miserable condition and shook his head ruefully. If this potion is brewed incorrectly, contact with the skin causes boils instead. Idiot. Snape shouted angrily. He drew his wand and cleared away all the green liquid. You added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire. 5 points from Gryffindor. After saying this, he walked over to Vade and Daphne's cauldron, poured some of their potion into a glass vial, and fed it to the sobbing Neville. As soon as Neville swallowed the potion, the boils on his body visibly receded. He was still in some pain, but he was much better than before. You should consider yourself fortunate, Mr. Longbottom. Fortunate that someone in this classroom brewed the potion correctly. Otherwise, you would have spent the night in the hospital wing. Thank you. Pale-faced, Neville thanked Vade and Daphne. Be more careful next time. Why are you all standing there? Snape swept an irritated gaze over the other students, particularly Harry and Ron. Have you finished brewing your potions? The students immediately returned to their seats and lowered their heads to attend to their own cauldrons. You can let go of me now, Daphne said with a smile, raising the left hand that Vade was still holding. Vade hurriedly released her. Sorry. It was an emergency. Daphne gave a soft huff. With red ears, she returned to her seat and absent-mindedly began leafing through her textbook. Over the next few days, the first-year students met each of the Hogwarts professors in turn and gained a deeper understanding of the appeal of every subject. Astronomy was a profound discipline. At night, they used telescopes from the tower to observe the sky, learning the names and movements of stars, planets, and constellations, as well as the conditions found on those celestial bodies. For Vade, this was the easiest and most relaxing subject. The class did not require the use of any practical magic. Moreover, as a professional seer, although he rarely used astrology or astrolabe divination, his understanding of the stars was certainly no worse than that of Professor Aurora Sinistra. The homework she assigned was as simple to him as basic arithmetic. A single glance at a question was enough for him to know the answer. Herbology was the study of plants and fungi. The professor responsible for the subject was Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, a short and stout witch. Classes took place in the greenhouses behind the castle, where students learned how to care for and make use of plants, as well as understand their magical properties and applications. Vade paid considerable attention to this subject because, aside from the Forbidden Forest, the greenhouses were the only other place at Hogwarts where he might find ingredients for seer pathway potions. Unfortunately, he was only a first year and had no access to those rare magical plants. He could only begin with the simplest ones. Professor Binns, who taught history of magic, was a ghost. He also had the dubious distinction of being the only professor at Hogwarts who did not require a salary. He knew a great deal of history, but his lectures were far too dull and seemed to have a natural soporific effect. The charms professor was Phileas Flitwick. He was part goblin and so short that he had to stand on a pile of books during every lesson just to reach the lectern. Appearances could be deceiving, however. Professor Flitwick was a genuine master of charms, a former dueling champion, and the head of Ravenclaw House. He was neither as strict as Professor McGonagall nor as perpetually grim as Professor Snape. He treated students from every house kindly and patiently taught them the correct wand movements. Of course, he also liked talented students. Hermione performed best in charms, earning Gryffindor quite a few points from Professor Flitwick. The subject Vade needed to be most wary of was still defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell wore a thick turban and behaved timidly throughout the lessons. Apart from haltingly introducing dangerous creatures and explaining how to deal with them, he also seemed particularly interested in the circumstances of the first-year students. He even specifically asked some students for their home addresses. As for his reason, he claimed it was so he could explain what dangerous creatures they should watch out for near their homes. Quirrell questioned Vade as well, but after learning that he had grown up in the Muggle world, his interest in him noticeably diminished. A background check. The phrase inexplicably flashed through Vade's mind. Quirrell, no, Voldemort, certainly had not disappointed him. He was gathering information on the new students. As for his purpose, there was a very good chance that he was searching for the fool. Throughout the lesson, Vade used his clown abilities to control his facial expressions, body language, and even his tone of voice, making his performance no different from that of any other average student. In reality, however, he was sitting on pins and needles, with a lump in his throat and an uncomfortable prickling at his back. Under such tense circumstances, he was astonished to discover that another small portion of the clown potion had been digested. I never expected Voldemort's lessons to stimulate potion digestion. As he walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Vade did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this rate, even without doing any other acting, another 2 or 3 months of Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons would be enough for him to digest the clown potion completely. To be continued. Chapter 23, A Weakness for Certain Subjects, Bonus. Bonus for 10 reviews, thank you so much. We are also at 60 out of 100 for PS, snag the last bonus 2 XD. Vade observed Hogwarts Castle from a bird's-eye view, wandering through it in his dream. He climbed flight after flight of stairs until he reached the 8th floor of the castle, where he saw a tapestry depicting a troll clubbing Barnabas the Barmy. His vision then turned 180 degrees before darkness slowly swallowed everything. The dream shattered, and Vade opened his eyes groggily. He was holding a piece of parchment on which he had written the subject of his divination, a hidden place at Hogwarts suitable for practicing magic. Sitting up in bed, he took care not to disturb Draco and the other 2 boys, who were still fast asleep. He took out the notebook beneath his pillow and wrote, 8th floor of the castle, tapestry of a troll clubbing Barnabas the Barmy. There were many similar entries on the page, including the Forbidden Forest, an unused classroom, the 4th floor of the castle, and a massive willow tree. These were all places he had seen in his dreams over the past few days. However, they were either too dangerous or carried too great a risk of discovery. There were 2 places that particularly caught his attention. One was a bathroom, while the other was the 8th floor of the castle, which he had just dreamt about. He had never visited the former. It was probably a girl's bathroom, but it appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. The moment he entered the bathroom in his dream, a chill ran through his entire body, as though some savage beast had fixed its gaze upon him. Immediately afterwards, a stabbing pain pierced his mind. Before he could react, he was forcibly expelled from the dream. The latter was not as dangerous, although it did possess a certain resistance to divination. I can't go to that bathroom. There's an unknown danger hidden inside it. The 8th floor is worth investigating, but I'll have to choose a time when no one else is around, Vade thought. The Marauder's map suddenly came to mind. Unless he got hold of that map, the Weasley twins might notice him no matter where he went in Hogwarts. There was no need to worry during the day. They would not dare openly take out the map and use it, but at night, it was another matter entirely. Damn it. Who on earth had created that blasted map? It was absurdly unfair. In the Great Hall, Vade ate breakfast while absent-mindedly glancing towards the Gryffindor table. Fred and George Weasley looked exactly alike. The Marauder's map could be on either of them. A pale hand suddenly waved in front of his eyes, drawing his attention back to reality. Who are you looking at? Daphne asked, sounding somewhat displeased. No one. Don't think I haven't noticed. Daphne pursed her lips, her gaze unconsciously sweeping over Hermione. What exactly are you imagining? Vade stared at the young pureblood heiress in astonishment, feeling utterly speechless. She couldn't genuinely have taken a fancy to me and be planning to have me marry into her family, could she? I'm only a half-blood, and my usual performance has been thoroughly mediocre. But that really does look like jealousy. Vade took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his chaotic thoughts. Don't misunderstand. I'm simply jealous. What are you jealous of her for? Daphne asked in confusion. Her talent. Haven't you noticed? Granger has performed better than any of the other first years. You're talented at potions too. I won't deny that, but all my talent seems to have gone into potions. I'm seriously lacking in every other subject, while she seems to be good at everything. She must have things she's bad at as well. No matter how clever a Muggle-born witch is, her magical power still can't compare with that of a pureblood. Besides. Daphne considered for a moment. Compared with people like Neville and Crabbe, you're already very impressive. Was that supposed to be a compliment? When had I fallen so far that I needed to compare myself with the worst students just to feel confident? Thank you. Vade shook his head with an amused smile. I'll take that as an attempt to comfort me. During breakfast, the post owls flew into the Great Hall and dropped parcels in front of their intended recipients. Draco received some sweets from his parents and smugly opened the parcel in front of everyone. Daphne received a letter from her younger sister, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Vade also received a parcel. It contained his subscription copy of the Daily Prophet. Each issue cost 5 nuts, and the price occasionally increased. Latest report on the break-in at Gringotts. The investigation into the break-in at Gringotts on July 31st is still ongoing. It is widely believed to have been the work of an unidentified dark wizard. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing had been stolen. The underground vault entered by the intruder had, in fact, been emptied earlier that same day. A Gringotts goblin spokesman said this afternoon, "We are unable to disclose what was stored inside the vault. It would be in everyone's best interests not to interfere in this matter." Vade looked at the photograph of several goblins inspecting the vault and shook his head in amusement. The investigation was still ongoing. They clearly had no idea that the person who had broken into Gringotts was the Dark Lord. Otherwise, they would probably be trembling in fear while desperately suppressing the news. "Look, Neville's received a remembrall," Dean said from the Gryffindor table, staring at the transparent sphere in Neville's hand. Flying lessons were taught by Madame Hooch, a capable-looking witch with short grey hair and yellow eyes. The students of the two houses stood in separate rows, clearly divided from one another, with a broomstick neatly laid beside each person's feet. "What are you all waiting for? Stand on the left side of your broomsticks. Hold your right hand over your broom and say, 'Up.'" "Up," everyone shouted. Calls rang across the grounds. The broomstick's reactions clearly revealed each student's natural aptitude for flying. For the first time at Hogwarts, Hermione experienced the sting of failure. Harry needed only one attempt before his broom eagerly leapt into his hand. Draco succeeded after just 3 attempts, while Hermione called for hers more than a dozen times before it merely rose slowly from the ground. The others did not fare much better. Neville's broom remained completely motionless, while Ron's flew up and struck him in the face. "Put some feeling into it," Madame Hooch reminded them. Vade relaxed his restraint over his magic slightly and succeeded in calling his broom into his hand a moment after Daphne. Once everyone had succeeded, Madame Hooch blew her whistle. "Now that you all have your broomsticks, I want you to mount them. Grip them tightly, and be careful not to slide off. When I blow my whistle, I want each of you to kick hard off the ground and make your broom rise into the air. Hover for a moment, then lean forward slightly and return to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. To be continued. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, The Wheels of History Roll On. The moment the whistle sounded, before anyone else had time to move, an overly nervous Neville shot into the air on his broomstick. Mr. Longbottom. Madam Hooch watched Neville wobbling on the broom, rising and falling erratically, and her heart skipped a beat. He was about to lose control. Down. Down. Neville cried in alarm, but the broomstick clearly had no intention of obeying him. Instead, it carried him higher into the sky. Like an unbroken horse, the broom spun sideways through a full circle beside the castle's high walls and slammed about, trying to throw Neville off. Neville clung desperately to the handle and refused to let go. He might have been a little slow, but even he knew what would happen if he fell from that height. The Hogwarts lawn was no cushion. Suddenly, the broom dived towards the ground and hurtled across the grass towards the students. Mr. Longbottom. Madam Hooch hurriedly drew her wand and aimed it at the approaching Neville, but she was clearly not fast enough to cast before the broom reached her. A second before Neville crashed into her, she decisively abandoned the spell and threw herself to one side. The students reacted just as quickly, retreating in both directions and leaving Neville a clear path. A fierce gust whipped across Vade's face, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had always assumed that every Hogwarts professor was among the magical world's elite, but Madam Hooch's desperate dive had truly opened his eyes. Her ability seemed thoroughly ordinary by wizarding standards. He even suspected that, if he stopped holding back, he could defeat her in a direct confrontation. Clearly, not every professor possessed the strength of a head of house. Neville then shot above the castle. As he passed a statue, the spear in its hand caught his robes, finally separating him from the runaway broomstick. However, he was now more than 20 feet above the ground. Even worse, the spear was tearing through his robes. With a loud rip, Neville fell. Fortunately, a wall-mounted brazier caught him halfway down. With that breaking his fall, he only dropped the final few feet, so his injuries were not especially serious. Neville curled into a ball on the lawn, groaning in pain. Madam Hooch hurried over, helped him up, and examined his injuries. A broken wrist. Poor boy. Come on, up you get. While I take him to the hospital wing, all of you are to keep your feet firmly on the ground. Is that understood? If I see a single broom in the air, whoever is riding it will be expelled before they can even say Quidditch. Something silver glittered on the grass. Draco stepped forwards and picked it up. It was the remembrall Neville had dropped. Did you see his face? Draco said with a mocking laugh. Perhaps if he'd been holding this, he would have remembered to land on his backside. Give it to me, Malfoy, Harry said, stepping forwards. No. I think I'll hide it and make Longbottom look for it. Draco mounted his broom, circled the assembled students once, then flew higher. How about somewhere on the roof? What's wrong, Potter? Can't reach. Draco called as he hovered in midair. Harry drew an angry breath and moved to mount his broom. Hermione hurriedly called out to stop him. Harry, don't. Think about what Madam Hooch said. Besides, you don't even know how to fly. Harry ignored her. He kicked off from the ground and rose into the air. What an idiot, Hermione said irritably. I warned you that trouble would become a regular feature of life in Gryffindor, Vade said with a quiet laugh. Still, there's no need to worry too much. Neither of them will be expelled. What? You might not know this, but Draco's father is a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. His influence is not much less than Dumbledore's. As soon as he finished speaking, Crabbe and Goyle exchanged smiles, while the other Slytherins looked amused. What about Harry? Ron asked. With his reputation as the boy who lived, Headmaster Dumbledore will probably make an exception for him, Vade said with feigned uncertainty. Besides, keeping Draco Malfoy while expelling Harry Potter would make Hogwarts look rather unfair. You're as good at comforting people as ever, Hermione said speechlessly. Thank you for the compliment. By then, Harry had already flown up to Draco. Give it to me, or I'll knock you off your broom. Is that the best you can do? Draco tossed the remembrall lightly in one hand, his provocation obvious. Harry leaned forwards and charged straight at him. Draco hurriedly twisted his broom around and only just managed to evade him. He was genuinely rattled. He clearly had not expected Harry to have the nerve to ram him. Either Harry already knew how to play Quidditch and was completely confident, or there was something wrong with his head. In Draco's view, it was definitely the latter. Crabbe and Goyle aren't up here to help you, Harry reminded him. Draco's expression changed slightly. If you want it, go and get it. With that, he tossed the remembrall into the air and hurled it away with all his strength before diving towards the lawn. Harry immediately accelerated after it and caught it just before it smashed through the window of Professor McGonagall's office. He raised it triumphantly as he flew back towards the grounds, while a group of Gryffindors ran forwards cheering to meet him. Great catch, Harry. That was brilliant, Harry. Quidditch was probably the decoy's greatest talent. Something stirred in Vade's mind, and he sighed with inexplicable emotion. So it begins. What begins? Daphne asked in confusion. The wheels of history roll ever onwards, but there are always one or two crucial turning points. Today, just now, the great boy who lived revealed his talent, while young Master Malfoy found the greatest rival he'll face during his 7 years at Hogwarts. Him. Draco said indignantly. As though Potter could compare, Pansy sneered. Apart from a little talent for flying, I can't see anything special about him. He's been dreadful in every other subject. How could he possibly compare with Malfoy? Besides, flying isn't even included in the examinations, is it? Just wait and see. I'm certain he'll accomplish great things in the future. You're certain? Theodore could not help interrupting. Who do you think you are, a prophet? Watch your tone, not, Daphne said. Ahem. Vade looked at the girl defending him and coughed twice, his feelings complicated. I'm not a prophet, but I am a seer. Come to me whenever you need a divination. It only costs 10 galleons per reading. And that is the current price. It will rise in the future. 10 galleons. Theodore's eyes widened, and he slowly turned towards Daphne. You don't actually believe him, do you? That's none of your business. To be continued. Chapter 25, a first-year seeker. Harry Potter. McGonagall strode over angrily. Harry's heart skipped a beat. McGonagall had probably been in her office when he caught the remembrall, which meant she must have seen everything. Come with me. McGonagall turned towards the castle with a blank expression, and Harry followed guiltily behind her without daring to say a word. He had no idea what punishment awaited him. Surely he would not be expelled. I think your divination may have been rather inaccurate, Vade, Draco said, unable to suppress a laugh. Perhaps Potter will be gone by tomorrow. Vade remained unconcerned. I don't think he'll be expelled, though he must be regretting it now. McGonagall seemed to be in a great hurry, and her pace grew faster and faster. She led Harry through door after door and along corridor after corridor before finally stopping outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Excuse me, Professor Quirrell. Could you ask Wood to come out for a moment? Quirrell was holding a large lizard as he taught. After fumbling for a moment, he finally stammered, "Oh, of course." Soon, a tall fifth-year Gryffindor emerged with a puzzled expression. McGonagall impatiently brought him over to Harry. Potter, this is Oliver Wood. Wood, I found you a seeker. The confusion on Wood's face instantly turned to delight. Really, Professor? Really? Potter is a natural. I saw it myself just now. He caught a remembrall the first time he ever mounted a broom, before it could smash through the window of my office. The position of Gryffindor Seeker has been vacant ever since Charlie Weasley left, but Harry is more than capable of filling it. Wood looked Harry up and down. Light and agile. The ideal build for a Seeker. Harry, have you ever watched a Quidditch match before? Harry shook his head uncertainly. He had heard many people talk about Quidditch, but he had never actually seen a match. Although he still did not fully understand what was happening, he was certain of one thing. He was not going to be expelled. Professor McGonagall, I think Harry will need some time to train. That won't be a problem. McGonagall agreed on Harry's behalf without hesitation. Harry, you had better train hard and help Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup, or I may yet decide to punish you. Professor, there's one more problem. Harry is only a first year. According to the rules, first years are not allowed to join the Quidditch team. That is not a problem. I will speak to Dumbledore. After lessons that afternoon, Harry told Ron about McGonagall's arrangement as they made their way towards the Great Hall. He would begin Quidditch training the following week. Seeker. A first year has never been chosen for a house team before. You must be the youngest Quidditch player ever. The youngest in a century. McGonagall said so. Well done, Harry. Wood told us everything. Familiar voices sounded behind them. Fred and George had somehow appeared beside the two boys. Fred and George are on the team too. They're beaters. Our job is to make sure you don't get beaten up too badly, George said. No promises, though. Quidditch is brutal. But no one's ever died. Occasionally, someone disappears. They usually turn up again a month or two later. Harry's heart gave an uneasy lurch after hearing them. Quidditch seemed far more dangerous than he had imagined. His excitement at being chosen quickly faded, leaving him much less confident. Go on, Harry. Quidditch is the best sport there is, and you'll be brilliant at it. The moment Harry and Ron entered the Great Hall, Draco blocked their path. Potter, here for your last meal. When are you catching the train home? You may be disappointed, young Master Malfoy, Vade interjected. He wasn't expelled. Instead, he was chosen as Gryffindor Seeker. What? Why didn't I know about this? It only just happened. I heard it from one of Gryffindor's ghosts. But he's only a first year. Dumbledore approved it. Of course he did. Draco froze for a moment, then gave a knowing sneer. Dumbledore has always favored Gryffindor. You were lucky this time, Potter. You're much braver now that you're back on the ground with your 2 lackeys protecting you, Harry said sarcastically. Draco clenched his fists in anger, but he did not dare cause trouble in the Great Hall, especially while all the professors were eating at the staff table. Trading insults was one thing. Starting a fight was another matter entirely. Listen, Potter. I'm willing to face you alone at any time. We can have a wizard's duel tonight, unless you're afraid. Do you even know what a wizard's duel is? Of course Harry knows, Ron immediately said, stepping forwards. I'll be his second. Who's yours? Draco turned to look at Crabbe and Goyle, then fixed his gaze on Vade, who was cutting into a steak with his knife and fork. In his opinion, a midnight duel was completely pointless, nothing more than trouble invented by people with too much time on their hands. I've just remembered that I haven't finished Professor Flitwick's homework. Vade put down his knife and fork, turned around, and headed towards the doors of the Great Hall. He had taken only a few steps when 2 broad figures blocked his path. They were Crabbe and Goyle. It's settled. Moria will be my second. Did you even ask for my permission? Vade cursed inwardly and looked at Draco in exasperation. That joke isn't funny. Much as I hate to admit it, you are slightly better than those 2. If I asked Nott or Zabini to help with something this trivial, it would make our dormitory look divided. Besides, didn't you say Potter would be my greatest rival at Hogwarts? Tonight, I'll show you that he's nothing but an overrated fraud. He isn't worthy of being a Malfoy's rival. Harry and Ron both turned towards Vade, their expressions complicated. They had barely interacted with him since the sorting ceremony and had regarded him as an ordinary classmate. They had never expected this. You truly could not judge someone by appearances. No wonder he had been sorted into Slytherin. Vade explained helplessly, I did say that Harry Potter would be Draco Malfoy's greatest rival at Hogwarts. But that was the result of a divination. I didn't make any of it up. Ron scoffed disdainfully. You claim to know divination, so naturally the result can be whatever you say it is. To be continued. Chapter 26, Fighting is out of the question. Hold on. I'm a seer with professional integrity. You can doubt my abilities, but you can't question my character. I think they doubt both your abilities and your character, Draco said. There's nothing more to discuss. Midnight, in the trophy room. With that, Draco left with Crabbe and Goyle, while Harry and Ron headed to the Gryffindor table for dinner. What rotten luck. Vade cursed under his breath, sat down again, and resumed cutting the steak he had not finished. A wizard's duel between first years who had barely learnt any spells. Put those 2 things together, and the result would be a pair of hopeless amateurs flailing at each other. Sadly, he had somehow become one of those amateurs. Fortunately, he was only the second. If Draco won, all the better. If he did not, Vade would simply drag him away. Whatever happened, fighting was out of the question. For some unknown reason, Hogwarts's interest in the Fool was declining by the day, but Voldemort and Dumbledore certainly would not forget. The moment Vade revealed his true strength, he might attract their attention. What exactly is a wizard's duel? Harry asked Ron. And what does a second do? A wizard's duel is when 2 wizards fight each other with magic. If you die, your second takes over, Ron explained casually. But don't worry. People only die in formal wizarding duels. You and Malfoy are both first years. We've only learnt a few spells since term started, and they probably hurt less than a punch. When the duel starts, hit him in the nose and you'll definitely win. Harry regained some confidence. He was not certain he could defeat Draco with magic, but in a fistfight, he did not believe a pampered rich boy would be any match for him. At the very least, Draco was far less used to taking a beating. Then Harry remembered something else. But he has a second too. Ha! Ron laughed dismissively. Malfoy's second might be difficult if it were Crabbe or Goyle. But apart from showing off a little in potions, Moria hasn't done much better in any of the other subjects. It'll be 2 against 2. Why would we lose? Besides, Moria's no better than the rest of them. Spreading rumors about you will cause plenty of trouble. We were wrong about him. Excuse me. Hermione looked wearily at the 2 boys. I heard everything you just said. I knew this would happen, Ron said irritably. Harry, I expect you can guess what she's about to say. That we shouldn't go. You absolutely shouldn't, Hermione snapped. Leaving your dormitory at night is against the school rules. If Filch catches you, Gryffindor will lose points. Slytherin is already ahead of Gryffindor. We can't let the gap grow any wider. Oh, really? As though Malfoy and Moria wouldn't lose points too. Hermione, this is our business. It has nothing to do with you, Harry said. Exactly. Stop interfering. Hermione glared furiously at them, then marched over to the Slytherin table and sat opposite Vade. I assume you want something from me, and I assume it involves trouble. A midnight duel is against the school rules. Of course I know that, but... Halfway through his reply, an idea suddenly occurred to Vade. How about this? I'll persuade Draco to abandon the duel. You persuade those two to do the same. If I could persuade them, I wouldn't have come to you. Then you're going about it the wrong way. Tell them that the wicked Slytherins are making fools of the brave Gryffindors, and that Draco and I never intended to go to the trophy room tonight. If that still doesn't work, tell a Gryffindor prefect. As long as neither side goes to the agreed location, everyone will quietly pretend it never happened the next morning. That might work, but did you really have to call yourself wicked? Vade gave a helpless shrug. In their eyes, Vade Moria is no different from any other vile Slytherin. Is Harry really going to be Draco's rival at Hogwarts? Hermione asked uncertainly. I stake my reputation as a seer on it. Time will prove me right. Draco paced back and forth in the Slytherin common room. The moment Vade returned, he beckoned him over. Tell me, which spell are you best at? Vade pretended to consider the question seriously. I'm quite good at the wand lighting charm. What use is that? I'm asking about offensive spells. You do realize we've only had a few charms lessons since term began, don't you? Surely you know at least one offensive spell. I also know the impediment Jinx, but I'm not very proficient with it. That will do. It's still better than Crab and Goyle. Which spell are you best at? The blasting curse, Draco said proudly. My father taught me. Tonight, we'll teach Potter a lesson. I still think we should consider this carefully, Vade said thoughtfully. Sneaking out in the middle of the night is against the school rules. What's there to worry about? We'll be fine as long as we aren't caught. Even if we are, we'll only lose a few points. We won't be expelled. Master Malfoy, I'm well aware of your family's influence, but duels always have a winner and a loser. If you win, there's no problem. But what if you lose? More importantly, you're the main fighter. After defeating Harry Potter, you'll still have to fight Ron Weasley. Weasley. Draco gave a contemptuous smile. Weasley is nothing. It's doubtful whether that wand of his even works properly. You certainly sound confident. Of course. What about close combat? I can handle that too. What did you say? Draco's expression changed subtly. This is supposed to be a wizard's duel. Are they planning to settle it with their fists? I overheard them talking. I doubt they were lying. Of course they weren't. Gryffindors are notorious for ignoring rules, and Weasley is always disgracing pureblood families. They would certainly stoop to something that's shameless. That makes things difficult. Naturally, Harry Potter would still be no match for you in a one-on-one fistfight, but even if you win, turning up to class covered in bruises the next day would hardly look good. Draco hesitated for a moment. What do you suggest? I do have an idea. Vade quietly relaxed. At last, he had steered the conversation in the right direction. We simply don't go. But. No buts, Draco. This is a prank, or rather, a Slytherin scheme. If they fall for it, they have only their own stupidity to blame. As Vade spoke, he shot meaningful looks at Crabbe and Goyle. What are you two waiting for? Help me persuade him. If your leader gets hurt, do you think his two lackeys won't be held responsible? Crabbe and Goyle exchanged confused looks. Once they understood, they joined in, gradually persuading Draco to abandon the midnight duel. To be continued. Chapter 27, The Three-Headed Dog. As expected, Hermione still failed to dissuade Harry and Ron, who were determined to teach Draco a lesson. Even after she explained Vade's entire plan, they remained unmoved. They even thought she had been deceived by the wicked Slytherin, Vade Moria. This was a wizard's duel between Gryffindor and Slytherin. If the Slytherins appeared while the Gryffindors failed to show up, Gryffindor's courage would become a joke. They would have to avoid Draco Malfoy whenever they saw him from then on. Hermione was left speechless. She finally realized that there was no waking someone who was only pretending to sleep. After struggling with the decision for a long time, she ultimately resisted the urge to tell a prefect and decided to accompany them after 11:30. Why do you always have to interfere? Ron asked impatiently. I only want to prove that Moria didn't deceive me. Besides, I need to stop Filch from catching you. Gryffindor really can't afford to lose any more points. Just don't get us caught. The three of them crept cautiously through the darkness. Despite several close calls, they reached the trophy room safely, but Draco and the others still had not appeared by midnight. This is outrageous. They deliberately tricked us, Ron cursed angrily. Now do you believe me? Hermione said. I warned you, more than once. Ron knew he had been wrong, but admitting it was out of the question. Perhaps this was part of the Slytherin's plan. You came with us too. You're completely unreasonable. Both of you, be quiet. Harry immediately raised a finger to his lips. Something's coming. Are they finally here? Ron took a deep breath and nervously drew his wand. A short while later, a scrawny cat with dull grey fur entered the room. Their expressions changed. It was Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. If she was here, Filch had to be nearby. Quickly, move, Harry whispered, then slipped along the corridor. As Filch's footsteps drew closer, they broke into a run. By the time they finally lost him, they discovered that they had somehow reached the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. They stared at the three-headed dog, which almost reached the ceiling, and the thick saliva dripping from its jaws. Chilled to the bone, they finally understood why Dumbledore had forbidden students from approaching this room. The three of them screamed and rushed out, slamming and locking the door just before the three-headed dog's fangs could close around them. The following morning, Draco saw the exhausted yet excited Harry and Ron in the Great Hall and was momentarily bewildered. This was not how events were supposed to unfold. They should have stormed over and accused him angrily. Then he could mock them and report their breach of school rules to a professor. Have they gone mad? Why do they look so pleased after being tricked? Would you like to know why? Vade asked temptingly. A divination costs only 10 galleons. I think I'll just assume there's something wrong with their heads. Vade glanced at Hermione, who looked equally exhausted but not remotely excited, and roughly guessed what had happened. However, he had no desire whatsoever to learn the details. What lessons do we have today? 2 periods of potions this morning, Daphne said as she approached. We don't have any lessons this afternoon. Do you have any plans? The library. Since when did you start working hard? Draco asked uncertainly. I haven't visited the library yet. I want to have a look. I need to do my homework in the library this afternoon as well. Remember to call me when you go. Vade looked at Daphne strangely. You're coming too. Is that a problem? Daphne looked directly into his eyes and asked each word distinctly. Beside them, Draco suddenly felt rather uncomfortable, as though he should not be standing there at all. Of course not. Vade smiled easily. In any case, he had made up his mind. Whether or not Daphne Greengrass had feelings for him, he would firmly maintain the boundaries of their friendship. A childhood romance was out of the question. He had not even escaped the whirlpool created by the prophecy, so how could he possibly have the time to develop feelings for a little girl? Besides, what could an 11-year-old understand? Did she even know what it meant to like someone? Daphne gave a soft huff and left the Great Hall with light steps. Peaceful days always passed quickly. Before anyone realized it, Halloween had arrived. In the Charms classroom, the Gryffindors and Slytherins were divided into pairs, with each pair receiving a feather. Professor Flitwick stood atop a pile of books as he explained the levitation charm. The levitation charm is one of the fundamental spells. It allows an object to rise into the air. Now, don't forget the proper wand movement we practiced earlier. Swish and flick. Everyone together. The students practiced the movement several times before Professor Flitwick allowed them to attempt the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. Now you try. The classroom soon filled with incantations. Vade looked at the white feather in front of him, then glanced at Daphne energetically waving her wand beside him. He could not help feeling amused. The levitation charm was undoubtedly the spell with which he was most familiar. Before encountering magic, he had constantly trained his Beyonder spirituality as though it were telekinesis. Never mind this single feather. If he wished, he could make every desk, chair, and stool in the classroom fly without a wand or an incantation. Why aren't you practicing? Daphne asked. I was distracted for a moment. Vade offered a reluctant explanation, then imitated her earlier movements. As expected, the feather did not move at all. At that moment, another feather slowly rose into the air, floating weightlessly above the desk. Very good. Everyone, look. Miss Granger has done it. Excellent. Hermione raised her chin proudly, while Ron, who had been paired with her, turned his face away irritably. If she had succeeded, that meant her earlier lecture had been correct, which made it all the more irritating. That's what you call a genius. Vade sighed meaningfully, and Daphne gave an unconvinced snort. A sudden burst of fire startled everyone. When they looked over, Seamus Finnegan was sitting there with his hair standing on end, his face blackened and his mouth hanging open. The feather in front of him had almost completely burnt away and was giving off thick gray smoke. Professor, I think we need another feather over here, Harry said hurriedly. He had been paired with Seamus, and half his face had also been blackened by the explosion. After class, Ron walked with several of his dormitory mates, sarcastically venting his frustration from the lesson. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Honestly, she's a complete nightmare. No wonder she hasn't got any friends. At that moment, someone bumped into Ron and hurried past them. Seeing the familiar figure and recalling the faint sob he had just heard, Harry said with mixed feelings, "I think she heard you." To be continued. Chapter 28, this should count as murder. The Great Hall. The enchanted ceiling reflected the storm raging above the castle, with lightning flashing through the night sky. Jack-o'-lanterns floated in midair, joining thousands of bats in creating the perfect Halloween atmosphere. Vade ate the food on the table while examining the Card of Blasphemy in his mind. He had Professor Quirrell and Voldemort to thank. Because of them, his clown potion digestion progress had already exceeded 90%. With one final push, he would be able to unlock the Sequence 7 potion formula. However, one problem remained. The Sequence 7 potion formula cost 100 galleons, while he had fewer than 90 on hand. He was still 10 galleons short. The next Hogwarts holiday was Christmas, which meant he would have to wait nearly 2 months before he could visit Gringotts and withdraw more money. So, did he need to earn some galleons as soon as possible? That required planning. Divination was currently his only legal source of income, but lowering his price was out of the question. "Vade, have you noticed anyone missing from the Gryffindor table?" Daphne asked meaningfully while eating an apple. Vade glanced towards the Gryffindor table. "Hermione isn't there. Do you know where she went?" "You should ask a Gryffindor that question, not me. Come to think of it, when did you start caring about her?" "Because you keep telling me that a certain someone is a genius. It's rather difficult not to notice her. It seems this genius has run into something upsetting." "Really? You wouldn't mind telling me about it, would you?" "Not at all. When I went to the bathroom, I heard her crying inside. It sounded as though she had been there for quite a while." Vade paused for several seconds, then nodded to show that he understood. "That's all. Your reaction is far too calm. How am I supposed to react? Go and comfort her." "What right would a Slytherin have to comfort a Gryffindor? Besides, I don't even know what happened." "That's true." Bang. The doors of the Great Hall suddenly burst open. Professor Quirrell stumbled inside in a panic, his face filled with terror. "Troll, in the dungeons. There's a troll in the dungeons." The entire Great Hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Quirrell while processing what his words meant. "Thought you ought to know." After saying this, Quirrell's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Rumble. A sudden crash of thunder rang out, and many students screamed in fright. They dropped their food and surged towards the doors. "Silence." Dumbledore amplified his voice with magic. The students stopped in unison and looked quietly towards the headmaster, who gave them a sense of safety. "Please do not panic. Prefects, lead the students of your houses back to their dormitories. The professors will come with me to the dungeons." The prefects immediately sprang into action, restoring order and organizing the students of their houses for the return to their dormitories. What an exciting Halloween. Vade took out a galleon and flicked it into the air. The coin spun upwards, then dropped back into his palm. Vade glanced at the dragon engraved on the coin, breathed a sigh of relief, and put it away. "What are you doing?" Daphne asked. "Divination." The result was favorable. "We won't encounter the troll on our way back. Otherwise, I would need to consider another route. Even an adult wizard might not be able to defeat a troll. What would happen if our prefect couldn't handle it? Let's go. This route should be safe." Vade followed the Slytherin group as he spoke. "You performed a divination with only a single galleon. Isn't that rather careless?" "It would be for an ordinary person, but I'm a professional seer. I know many forms of divination. As long as the subject is not too outrageous, I can receive guidance from fate," Vade explained earnestly. Then something suddenly occurred to him, and his steps faltered. "I nearly forgot. Hermione Granger wasn't in the Great Hall. She doesn't know that a troll is loose." "She's in the girls' bathroom," Daphne said hesitantly. "The troll is in the dungeons. Surely the coincidence can't be that terrible." Vade took out the galleon and performed another divination. This time, the wizard's portrait faced upwards. "It may be exactly that terrible. She's in danger." Daphne's expression changed, and she immediately blurted out, "No, you can't go. Have you forgotten that you just said even an adult wizard might not be able to defeat a troll?" "When did I say I was going to face it myself?" Vade asked in exasperation. "Go back to the common room with the others. I'll find a professor. I'll come with you. Listen to me. Go back." Daphne opened her mouth. She wanted to ask why she should listen to him, but the words would not come out. Vade removed the necklace from around his neck, suspended it from his left hand, and used pendulum divination to determine the correct direction. He crossed 2 empty corridors and ran into Snape, who was walking quickly. "Professor Snape, this doesn't appear to be the way to the dungeons." "Mr. Moria, this is not the way to your common room either," Snape said darkly. "I have something else to attend to, so I will not punish you for now. You had better return." "Professor, Hermione wasn't in the Great Hall." "She doesn't know that a troll is loose," Vade interrupted directly. "And unless something changes, the troll will find her." Snape stared deeply at Vade. Vade Moria was a half-blood Slytherin, while Hermione Granger was a Muggle-born Gryffindor. The situation inevitably made him think of many things. "How do you know?" "Divination. I saw that she might be in danger, and I also divined that I would meet someone capable of resolving the danger along this route." "Professor, there is still time." Snape silently glanced at the staircase leading to the 4th floor. "Where is she?" "The girls' bathroom." Snape immediately turned and strode towards the 2nd floor. Vade followed silently behind him. They moved quickly and soon detected an indescribable stench, like rotting food left to ferment in a public lavatory. After turning another corner, they saw a massive creature at the far end of the long corridor, dragging a thick wooden club behind it as it lumbered forwards. The troll was between 3 and 4 meters tall, with grayish-white skin, a huge, clumsy body, thick short legs, and a tiny head grotesquely out of proportion with the rest of it. "Professor, that corridor leads to the girls' bathroom." "I know." They unconsciously quickened their pace. Snape drew his wand as he advanced, while Vade quietly touched the tarot cards concealed inside his sleeve. Click. Less than half a minute later, they reached the end of the corridor. However, when they looked to the right, the troll was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Harry and Ron were excitedly locking the bathroom door. "This should count as murder, shouldn't it?" Vade whispered in disbelief. Did the 3 of them really hate each other this much in their first year? Letting the troll inside was already bad enough, but they had even locked the door. Had they deliberately made sure Hermione had no way to escape? When Snape saw the 2 Gryffindors, the tension immediately vanished from his face, and the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth became almost impossible to suppress. To be continued. Chapter 29, Lying Without Getting the Story Straight. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. This time, they had walked straight into Snape's hands. No amount of pleading would save them, and anything less than a severe punishment would make the trip he had taken feel wasted. Bang. The sound of walls and sinks being smashed suddenly came from inside the girls' bathroom, followed by Hermione's scream. Harry and Ron turned pale, only then realizing what a foolish thing they had done. They had been so focused on locking the troll inside that they had completely forgotten Hermione was still in there. "Professor, saving her comes first," Vade reminded him. Snape immediately stepped forwards, shouldered the still-stunned Harry and Ron aside, opened the bathroom door, and rushed inside. Hermione was crouched in a corner, trembling. The troll was slowly closing in on her, its sluggish mind completely unaware that several people had appeared behind it. Snape waved his wand, sending out a flash of orange-red light. The troll staggered for some reason. Everything before its eyes rotated 180 degrees anticlockwise, and the wooden club fell from its hand. It was suspended upside down in midair, flailing its limbs in confusion as though trying to escape the uncomfortable position. Snape followed with another spell, sending the troll crashing hard into the wall. With a tremendous bang, cracks spread across the wall. The troll shook its head dazedly, then lost consciousness. Clap, clap, clap. Vade applauded sincerely. That was brilliant. Even adult wizards might struggle against a troll, yet he dealt with it using only 2 spells. Why aren't you 2 applauding? Do you think Professor Snape doesn't deserve it? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then reluctantly began to clap. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. The commotion had been so loud that the people downstairs had heard the violent crash and the troll's roars. McGonagall and Quirrell rushed inside, both visibly startled by the scene before them. Good heavens! Someone explain exactly what happened here. Harry and Ron stammered guiltily, unsure what to say. This is what happened, Hermione said. It was all my fault, Professor McGonagall. Miss Granger. McGonagall looked deeply distressed, unable to believe that Gryffindor's most dependable student had caused such serious trouble. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it. I was wrong. If Harry and Ron hadn't found Professor Snape in time, I might already be dead. No, please stop talking. That wasn't what happened. We didn't do that. Harry and Ron lowered their heads like children caught misbehaving and stared at the floor, as though searching for a crack wide enough to crawl into. Ahem. A cold smile appeared on Snape's face. Miss Granger, that was a very impressive account, but the situation as I understand it seems rather different. First, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley did not bring me here. Mr. Moria informed me that you had not attended the feast in the Great Hall and therefore did not know that a troll was roaming the castle. Daphne told me, Vade said. I divined that Hermione might be in danger, so I went to find Professor Snape. Divination. Quirrell looked at him curiously. Mr. Moria can do that. Vade does possess a talent for divination, McGonagall said. I was the professor who introduced him to the wizarding world. He even used divination to select his wand at Ollivander's. Quirrell nodded as though he only partly understood, while an unusual gleam flashed through his eyes. Second, Snape continued, when Mr. Moria and I arrived, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley were locking the bathroom door. I cannot say what they intended. His expression was openly mocking. However, I am quite certain they saw the troll enter the bathroom. Hermione's red, tearful eyes widened. She stared at Harry and Ron in shock. How could you? We came here because we wanted to warn you that a troll was loose, Harry said quietly. Neville told us you were here and that you'd been crying all afternoon. When we reached the corner, we saw the troll, Ron added cautiously. It went into this room, and then we noticed the lock on the door, so we thought we could trap it inside. But after locking the door, we remembered that this was the girls' bathroom. Then we remembered you were inside. Before we could open the door again, Professor Snape and Moria arrived. The two boys explained the situation between them, and some of the anger faded from Hermione's face. She did not think they would lie to her, and neither of them would ever have the nerve to kill someone to keep them quiet. It had been a misunderstanding. A terrifying and infuriating misunderstanding, but a misunderstanding nonetheless. Professor McGonagall, I believe the situation is now quite clear, Snape said calmly. I will leave their punishment to you, as head of Gryffindor. McGonagall stared at the three of them in bitter disappointment. She could not find any excuse to favor Gryffindor even if she wanted to. Miss Granger, you lied to your professors to keep them out of trouble. You foolish girl. This is the first time you have truly disappointed me. 10 points from Gryffindor. I'm sorry, Professor. Hermione lowered her head in shame. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, neither of you showed any sense. 5 points from Gryffindor for each of you. Mr. Moria, you remained calm and sensible, and brought Professor Snape here to resolve a serious danger. For your outstanding conduct, 20 points to Slytherin, McGonagall said with mixed feelings. Had she known, she would have discussed the matter with the Sorting Hat beforehand. Gryffindor clearly suited him better than Slytherin. Unless any of you have further business here, return to your respective houses. The Halloween feast has not yet ended. Food will be sent to your common rooms. Goodbye, Professor. Vade waved without hesitation. It was a girl's bathroom containing a foul-smelling troll. He could not leave quickly enough. Wait. Hermione hurriedly called after him, then hesitated. Thank you. You're welcome. I simply didn't want anyone getting hurt. And thank you for saving me, Professor Snape, Hermione said somewhat awkwardly. She had not held a particularly favorable opinion of the potions professor, but there was no denying that he had saved her life. Miss Granger, the next time you lie, make certain you understand the situation first. Hermione lowered her head almost imperceptibly, then turned and glared fiercely at Harry and Ron. The two boys guiltily avoided her gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. At the same time, they silently resolved not to provoke her again until her anger had passed. After the 4 students left, McGonagall looked at the troll lying on the floor. Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell, we need to deal with this troll. Oh, of course, Quirrell said in a strained, trembling voice. It won't escape again. It certainly won't. My apologies, Professor McGonagall. I have something else to attend to, so I must excuse myself. Snape suddenly remembered the object hidden on the 4th floor. He would not feel at ease unless he went to check. To be continued. Chapter 30, a Slytherin who can perform divination. The Slytherin Common Room. The Halloween feast continued here. When Vade entered through the doorway, he did not attract much attention, except from Daphne, who had been distractedly watching the entrance the entire time. Thank goodness, you're finally back. Daphne sighed in relief and beckoned Vade over to sit in the first-year section. Vade glanced at Draco, Pansy, and the others sitting on several sofas around her, then sighed helplessly to himself as he walked over. Unless something unexpected had happened, they probably already knew why he had returned late. I heard you went looking for Granger. Draco was the first to raise the subject, asking with interest, you divined that she was in danger, didn't you? Divination is nothing but nonsense, Draco, Pansy said mockingly. Just look at him. Everything clearly went smoothly, and nothing happened. I simply never expected him to care about a Gryffindor, especially a Mud. Shut up, Pansy, Vade interrupted impatiently. I'm warning you, don't say that insulting word. Especially not in front of other people, or I'm afraid I might not be able to stop myself from hitting you. Pansy could not help scoffing, as though she had heard a particularly amusing joke. Don't forget, you're only a half-blood, while I'm a Parkinson. So what? I'm a friend of the Greengrasses, and I share a dormitory with Malfoy. Vade decisively called upon his connections. Relying on other people's influence was rather ridiculous, but it still had some effect on Pansy. She might not care much about the Greengrass family, but Draco held a very important place in her heart. All right, tell us what happened instead, Daphne said, smoothing things over. This is the perfect opportunity to prove your divination abilities. Vade casually picked up a cake from the table and spoke while eating. You can't possibly imagine how exciting, absurd, and entertaining tonight was. More than 10 minutes later, his classmates sat there dumbfounded after hearing the story. Is that really true? Theodore asked suspiciously. Of course it is. Tomorrow morning, you'll see that Gryffindor's hourglass has lost 20 points, while Slytherin's has gained 20. Professor Snape certainly enjoyed himself. He defeated the troll with only 2 spells, while Harry Potter and Ron Weasley did not dare raise their heads the entire time. Those 2 idiots. Draco laughed happily. With their talent for causing trouble, they'll be expelled sooner or later. Vade remained noncommittal outwardly, though he disagreed inwardly. Given Dumbledore's favoritism towards Harry Potter, there was no chance Harry would be expelled. Even if someone had to be expelled, Draco would be sent away before him. So your divination really is accurate, Theodore said thoughtfully. That depends on the circumstances, Vade said seriously. There are certain people and certain matters that I cannot divine, such as Merlin or death. Existences of that level are far beyond me. It is impossible to obtain any useful information about them through divination, and trying to pry into them too forcefully would only cause a backlash. Like what happened to Professor Trelawney during the sorting ceremony. I can't be certain. Divination is my talent, but risking my life out of curiosity is not one of my hobbies. Besides, divination has never been infallible. For example, I might divine that a wizard will count money until his hands cramp, only for him to become a teller at Gringotts. He would handle countless galleons, yet not a single one would belong to him. That example is remarkably vivid, Theodore said solemnly. I now believe you truly possess the ability to perform divination. It's accurate and inaccurate at the same time. That doesn't sound very useful, Pansy said sarcastically. Someone who can predict the future with complete accuracy is called a prophet. Divination is merely an interpretation of fate. The Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor's office. Quirrell locked the door and stood before a full-length mirror, staring at himself. Master, I went to inspect the room on the 4th floor. It is guarded by a fully grown 3-headed dog. Even if I could get past it, I would create a great deal of noise, so I did not act rashly. Rubius Hagrid, the gamekeeper. Go to him. All the magical creatures at Hogwarts have some connection to him, Voldemort said with certainty. He must know a way to keep the 3-headed dog calm. Hagrid won't tell me. He is far too loyal to Dumbledore. That is why you must find a way to coax it out of him. Extracting information from a half-giant is not difficult. The difficult part is keeping him from becoming suspicious and making him believe he has protected the secret perfectly. Master, that will not be easy. If it were easy, what would I need you for? Voldemort's voice was cold and filled with anger. Do it as soon as possible. I am growing weaker. If we cannot obtain the Philosopher's Stone before I reach my limit, I will be forced to leave your body. Yes, Master. I will do it as soon as possible, Quirrell said anxiously. There is one more thing, Master. Among this year's first years is a Slytherin who can perform divination. Vade Moria, the half-blood wizard who grew up in the Muggle world. You want him to perform a divination? It may be worth trying. We might gain something unexpected. Voldemort remained silent for several seconds. Do it, but do not let him notice anything. Rest assured, Master. I have been observing all the first years. Moria is merely a fortunate child with a gift for divination. In every other respect, he is completely ordinary. As long as I prepare in advance, I am entirely confident that I can deceive him. The next day, the first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors happened to have Defense Against the Dark Arts together. Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom and stammered through the lesson. This time, he was teaching them about a type of dark creature, the vampire. Everyone knew that Professor Quirrell had once been attacked by a vampire while traveling through a dark forest. After returning, he had become exceptionally nervous and had begun to stammer. Vampires are terrifying creatures that feed on blood. Human blood is their primary source of nourishment. Of course, there are also some vegetarians among them. They do not drink the blood of living people and instead survive on animal blood. Hermione raised her hand. Having grown up in the Muggle world, she knew something about vampires, but vampires in the magical world might not be quite the same as those described in books. Miss Granger. Quirrell forced a smile. Do you have a question? Professor Quirrell, your turban smells strongly of garlic. Is that meant to protect you from vampire attacks? Why yes. Quirrell seemed to recall something terrifying, and the right hand holding his book trembled involuntarily. I was once attacked by a vampire. It was an absolute nightmare. But Professor, you're a wizard. Couldn't you defeat a vampire? Great strength, remarkable speed, and extraordinary vitality are traits shared by almost all vampires. These qualities give them a considerable advantage over muggles. For wizards capable of using magic, vampires are not especially powerful, but not all vampires are like that. To be continued. Chapter 31, Quirrell takes an unorthodox approach. Quirrell swallowed nervously and continued, vampires have many different branches, each with their own habits and ways of surviving. Weaker branches cannot withstand sunlight and can only cling to existence in the darkness. Stronger branches, however, can endure sunlight. A very small number may even awaken supernatural abilities, such as mind reading, elemental control, or foresight. Even a single one of those abilities is enough to make them dangerous to wizards. Vampires that aren't afraid of sunlight and possess supernatural abilities. Hermione looked bewildered. That isn't what the books say. Hermione, you must have been reading Muggle books, Ron teased. Only a small part of what Muggle books say about vampires is true. Mr. Weasley is correct. To conceal their identities, vampires deliberately create false legends. However, those stories usually borrow elements of the truth, such as their strength, bloodlust, beauty, and immortality. Professor. Hermione raised her hand again. Were the vampires you encountered the kind that could endure sunlight? No. I don't think so. And you still couldn't defeat them? There were 3 of them, Quirrell said aggrievedly. I injured one, but the other 2 transformed into monsters, creatures with wings, fangs, and claws. If I hadn't escaped quickly enough, I might have died in that forest. You were terribly unlucky, Professor. Draco looked at him sympathetically. My father told me that wizards and vampires signed a non-aggression agreement. Vampires aren't allowed to attack wizards, yet 3 of them surrounded you. Mr. Malfoy, not all vampires obey the law. Besides, that agreement was signed during the Middle Ages between wizards and the Volturi family, who represented vampire kind. More than 1,000 years have passed, and many newly created vampires do not even know the agreement exists. The Volturi family. Vade frowned slightly. The name felt strangely familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. Professor. Vade raised his right hand. Is the Volturi family very powerful? The Volturi are the royal family of vampire kind, with a history stretching back more than 3,000 years. They have lived in Italy for centuries, creating laws for vampires and, in a sense, governing the vampire world. Bloody hell. Vade cursed inwardly as memories connected to the Volturi surfaced in his mind. Only then did he realize that this world was far more complicated than he had imagined. Ever since receiving his Hogwarts acceptance letter, he had been constructing a model of the world based on the fragments of memory in his mind. Now, it seemed that his understanding had been far too narrow. There were still many places and forces beyond the wizarding world that he knew nothing about. For a moment, his emotions stirred. He felt both curiosity towards something unfamiliar and unease at matters slipping beyond his control. So they're like the Ministry of Magic for vampires? Hermione asked. Why yes. However, the Ministry cannot control every wizard, and the Volturi family cannot control every vampire. Quirrell patiently answered the students' questions, then focused on the weaknesses and traits of vampires, as well as how to identify and defend against them. By the time the bell rang, both Gryffindor and Slytherin had learned a great deal. Although Quirrell behaved in an exceptionally timid manner, he was still a capable teacher. Mr. Moria, could you stay behind? Quirrell asked nervously, stopping Vade as he packed away his books. Vade's heart jolted, but he used his clown abilities to prevent his pupils from contracting. Why did Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, want to speak to him alone? Had his identity as the Fool somehow been exposed? That should not have been possible. He had not revealed the slightest flaw over the past 2 months. Otherwise, Dumbledore would already have called him in for a private conversation. Voldemort's remnant soul would never have had the chance to act first. Besides, even if Voldemort had discovered the truth, he would not raise the matter inside a classroom. If anything happened to Vade afterwards, Quirrell would immediately become the prime suspect. He would be fortunate to avoid Azkaban, never mind stealing the Philosopher's Stone. With that thought, Vade relaxed slightly. Is something the matter, Professor Quirrell? Well. Quirrell hesitated. Could we speak in my office? It's something rather personal. Of course. A smile flashed across Quirrell's face, and he happily led the way. Vade casually finished arranging his books while secretly taking out a copper canute and using it to divine whether the meeting would be dangerous. The result indicated that there was no danger. The improvised divination was extremely crude, and the result might not be especially reliable, but it still gave him considerable reassurance. The two entered the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Quirrell locked the door behind them, looking remarkably guilty. Mr. Moria, you are a seer, correct? Vade immediately understood Quirrell's purpose. Quirrell had only brought him here to perform a divination. He did not suspect that Vade was the fool. Yes, Professor. I was interested in divination even before coming to Hogwarts. I may have been born with a talent for it, because I managed to learn many different techniques. That's good. Quirrell rubbed his hands awkwardly, looking as though he wanted to say something but could not find the words. I would like you to perform a divination for me and help me locate something. No problem. What are you looking for? I don't know. Quirrell wiped at his eyes pitifully. That day, I went to Hogsmeade and had several drinks. I returned to the castle drunk and somehow wandered into that room on the 4th floor. The 4th floor. Vade allowed surprise to appear on his face at precisely the right moment. Isn't that the forbidden area Headmaster Dumbledore warned us about? At the same time, he complained furiously inwardly. Quirrell had certainly chosen an unorthodox method. Did he want to use divination to determine the location of the Philosopher's Stone, or was he trying to learn about the traps protecting it? That is exactly why I don't dare tell Headmaster Dumbledore, Quirrell said tearfully. What if he punishes me? But that object is extremely important to me. It was given to me by a prince, who told me to open it only when I was in desperate need of help. Yet I lost it. Mr. Moria, surely you can understand how I feel. I understand completely. Vade nodded sympathetically. Quirrell's story was extraordinarily crude and riddled with flaws. However, Quirrell was known as a timid man who had been traumatized by vampires and left emotionally unstable. That persona was quite effective at concealing the holes in his story. So I would like you to divine the object's location and determine whether it is still on the 4th floor. Whether or not you succeed, I will be deeply grateful. And I hope you will keep this matter strictly confidential. To be continued. Chapter 32, Voldemort's Test. Professor, you don't need to say anything more. I understand, Vade said seriously. He was certain that if he dared refuse, Quirrell would immediately cast a memory charm on him. Quirrell would not allow a single word of their conversation in this office to spread. Otherwise, it would place him in a very difficult position. But how could Quirrell guarantee that Vade would keep quiet? Even if Quirrell's mind was unstable enough to trust his character, Voldemort would never make such a basic mistake. Professor, to be safe, perhaps we should make a magical contract. Obvious unease appeared on Vade's face. What if you accidentally drink too much again and let slip that you asked me to divine something on the 4th floor? You're a professor, so you might not be punished too severely, but I'm only a first year. What if the school expels me? Quirrell visibly froze, but Vade keenly noticed that some of the wariness in his eyes had disappeared. You're worried I'll reveal your secret, while I'm worried you'll throw me to the wolves. Only if both sides had something to fear could they trust each other. If Quirrell agreed to establish a contract, that would be even better. It would mean Quirrell had completely lowered his guard rather than continuing to treat him as a risk. There's no need for that. I will keep the secret. All right, Professor. I'm willing to trust you. Vade's heart sank. Quirrell's refusal to make a contract meant that he had another way to ensure Vade's silence. Most likely a memory charm, with a smaller chance of the Imperious Curse. However, it was already too late to save himself. Until Quirrell had eliminated every possible risk, he would never let Vade leave this office. Then let us begin the divination. Quirrell eagerly placed a crystal ball on the desk. I specifically borrowed this from Professor Trelawney this morning. Vade looked at the flawless crystal ball, and his cheek twitched. Quirrell had prepared thoroughly. He had not even left Vade an excuse to delay. Professor, I need to remind you of something. I charge for divinations. The price starts at 10 galleons, and particularly difficult divinations cost extra. Also, if I fail to obtain a result, the fee is non-refundable. Quirrell blinked blankly. Once he understood, he nodded awkwardly. 10 galleons, then. Professor, my rule has always been payment before divination. Anger rose in Quirrell's heart, but remembering his master's task, he reluctantly handed Vade 10 galleons. Vade happily accepted the money, then stood before the crystal ball and placed both hands above it without making direct contact. He repeatedly murmured the subject of the divination while using magic to form a sphere of light within his mind. His eyes gradually turned pitch black as he rapidly entered a meditative state. Half conscious and half dazed, he maintained that condition and allowed the divinatory dream to appear inside the crystal ball. Thick mist churned within the crystal ball before gradually settling. In a distorted, illusory world shrouded in darkness, Vade saw a door. The door opened by itself. Inside the room, an enormous three-headed dog opened all six of its eyes and roared wildly at him. Woof! 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 Vade hurriedly withdrew from the divination and swallowed involuntarily. Well. Did you see anything? Professor Quirrell. Vade patted his chest, still shaken. I think you should explain everything honestly to Headmaster Dumbledore. I saw a dark room containing a three-headed dog taller than the ceiling. It lunged at me and tried to tear me apart. It was unbelievably vicious. Quirrell was not disappointed. On the contrary, he was thrilled. He had only wanted to test divination and had not expected much, yet this first-year Slytherin had genuinely surprised him. He knew perfectly well that a three-headed dog guarded the fourth floor. That proved the accuracy of Vade Moria's divination. What else did you see besides the three-headed dog? Vade hurriedly shook his head and answered with a mixture of truth and pretense. Professor, you think far too highly of me. I'm only a first year. Merely seeing the three-headed dog consumed half my magic. If I had gone any deeper, my magic might have been drained instantly, causing me to lose consciousness. How very. Quirrell had originally intended to call him useless, but remembering the persona he was maintaining, he hurriedly changed his words. How very exhausting for you. Vade looked weary, and the fear in his eyes had not completely faded. I was paid to do a job. It was nothing. Professor, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. I still have another lesson this afternoon. Wait. Quirrell stopped him with a forced laugh. Mr. Moria, you still haven't told me whether that object is on the fourth floor. Based on the divination just now, it should still be there, but retrieving it would not be easy. It may even be extremely dangerous. Should be. Quirrell asked. Mr. Moria, I want a definite answer. Professor, this will cost extra. Quirrell hesitated, gritted his teeth, and placed another 10 galleons in front of Vade. Vade opened his mouth, then reluctantly accepted 9 of them. He left 1 galleon in his hand and flicked it into the air. Ding! The coin spun and landed neatly in his palm, face upwards. It is still on the fourth floor. That's all. Quirrell felt cheated. He had never seen such a crude method of divination. The only word for it was perfunctory. This is coin divination, a simplified form of dream divination. It can only determine yes or no. It cannot provide a detailed interpretation, but it is still reasonably accurate. What do you mean? It means that the object is currently still on the fourth floor, but I cannot guarantee that it will remain there tomorrow. Quirrell fell silent. Was it too late to ask for his money back? Vade slipped the galleon into his pocket. Professor, may I leave now? You look exhausted. Drink a potion to restore your magic before you go. Quirrell forced a smile and took a vial from the drawer. Before he could hand it to Vade, however, a hoarse voice sounded inside his mind. Have him divine what the object is. Master, wouldn't that? Do as I say. This Slytherin is interesting. We need to test the limits of his divination. Quirrell swallowed nervously. This young wizard was remarkably fortunate to have attracted the Dark Lord's attention. Ahem. Mr. Moria, could I ask you to divine what the object on the fourth floor actually is? Vade immediately became wary. Other people might not know what the object was, but how could Quirrell, who had been trying to steal it, possibly not know? This was certainly not Quirrell's idea. So, was Voldemort testing him? Professor. Vade looked at him awkwardly. Couldn't you simply write to the prince and ask? No, that would never do. I can't let him know that I lost the gift he gave me. To be continued. Chapter 33, A Tearful Windfall. Mass updates, so hopefully I get mass reviews and mass PSXD. Just kidding, I hope you're all enjoying the FIC so far. All right, Professor. Vade knew he was in no position to refuse Voldemort's test. I can perform the divination for you, but the price. Quirrell seemed to realize belatedly what he meant and reluctantly placed another 10 galleons on the desk. Vade accepted the money without hesitation and once again stood before the crystal ball. He changed the subject of the divination, then repeated the previous process and entered the dream. This time, he saw an elderly man whose entire body was utterly devoid of color. Even walking seemed extremely difficult for him. The old man's figure was blurred, making his appearance impossible to discern. In his hand, he held a blood-red stone. The moment Vade saw the stone, the Card of Blasphemy in his mind suddenly reacted. The stone could actually substitute for one of the main ingredients of a Sequence 2 potion. Almost at the same moment, the mist inside the crystal ball began to churn violently. The blood-red stone emitted an intense light that stabbed into his eyes. The glare forced Vade out of the dream, and he staggered several steps backwards. His face was pale, and his vision was completely black. It took him quite some time to recover his sight. Mr. Moria, are you all right? Quirrell asked uncertainly. Vade took a deep breath and spoke with lingering fear. More money, Professor. You must pay more. Yes, more money. Of course. Quirrell also seemed frightened and nodded repeatedly. Will another 10 galleons be enough? No. At least 20. You. Quirrell immediately felt the urge to hit him. Isn't that rather expensive? Professor, I was nearly injured, Vade said aggrievedly. The object that Prince gave you is even more terrifying than the three-headed dog. What is it? Vade said nothing and merely looked at him meaningfully. His meaning was obvious. Pay first. Quirrell nearly lost control of his expression. His monthly salary was less than 200 galleons, yet these 3 divinations alone were costing him a quarter of it. Why did the boy not simply rob him? Give it to him, Voldemort said. Quirrell shuddered, then walked to the bed with an awkward expression. He took 20 galleons from a palm-sized pouch and placed them on the desk. Can you tell me now? Vade put the galleons into another pocket. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a blood-red stone. However, it was certainly no ordinary stone. Before I could see it clearly, the light it emitted forced me out of the dream. My head is still spinning. Is that so? Quirrell forced a smile. I'm very sorry, Mr. Moria. It's all right, Professor. These 3 divinations have taken quite a toll on me. I would like to return and rest as soon as possible. Quirrell nodded, then turned his attention to the vial of potion. Just as he was about to say something, the hoarse voice sounded inside his mind once more. Have him divine clues concerning the fool. Master, I'm afraid he won't be able to endure it. Quirrell trembled inwardly. If something happens to him inside my office, it will certainly attract Dumbledore's attention. I want to test the limits of his divination, and the fool is an ideal measure. Besides, the fool has not truly appeared yet. Merely performing a divination should not cause anything too serious. If something does happen, I will intervene in time. Understood, Master. Quirrell looked at Vade hesitantly. Mr. Moria, I would like to ask you to perform one more divination. What would you like me to divine? Do you remember what Professor Trelawney said during the sorting ceremony? I would like you to divine clues concerning the fool. Vade's pupils contracted instinctively, and he could not help swallowing. Voldemort's test was truly ruthless. Was the fool something that could be casually divined? Of course not. However, this was also a rare opportunity, a chance to make Voldemort completely remove him from the list of suspects who might be the fool. He could not refuse, but he had to appear unwilling. Professor, goodbye. Vade waved, turned around, and walked towards the door. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Please wait. Quirrell hurriedly grabbed Vade's arm. Is it impossible to divine? Of course it is, Professor. There are certain people whom I cannot divine, and the fool is one of them. Professor Trelawney is an adult witch with the blood of a seer, yet she was sent to the hospital wing after making only a single prophecy. I'm merely a first-year student and a relatively ordinary seer. If I'm lucky, I won't see anything at all. If I'm unlucky, I may have to spend some time in the hospital wing. I'll pay more. Professor, this isn't about money. Vade looked troubled and tried to pull his arm free. Professor, please let go. I truly can't do this. I'll pay 10 times as much. 100 galleons. Professor, it really isn't about money. Vade struggled harder. I'm already doing poorly in my studies. If I'm injured and admitted to the hospital wing, I'll miss even more lessons. 20 times. Professor, do you understand how great the risk is? 50 times. Please. I have professional integrity. 100 times. 1,000 galleons. That is all I can afford, Quirrell said hoarsely, naming his highest price. He immediately noticed that Vade's attempts to break free had weakened considerably. Quirrell pressed his advantage at once. If you are truly injured, I will explain everything to Headmaster Dumbledore. In addition, you will be excused from all defense against the dark arts homework for the rest of the school year. Consider it a small compensation. Well, that hardly seems appropriate. Vade spoke with false embarrassment, not expecting to receive so many unexpected benefits. Let me make this clear beforehand. There is a very high chance that I will see nothing, so you should not expect too much. I understand. I understand. Then pay first. Quirrell's expression turned bitter. With great difficulty, he brought over the pouch from the bed. Clatter. Galleons poured from the pouch like a waterfall and quickly formed a small tower on the desk. Professor, how can this pouch hold so many things? I cast an undetectable extension charm on it to enlarge the space inside. Vade nodded as though he only partly understood. He had not yet learnt the undetectable extension charm, but it clearly seemed worth studying. Then he began counting the money. He stacked the galleons neatly on the desk one by one, making Quirrell's heart ache. More than half a year's salary had vanished just like that. It seemed necessary to visit Gringotts. Without some additional funds, even coaxing information out of Hagrid would be difficult. 998 galleons. Professor, you're still 2 galleons short. What? That can't be right. I clearly remember. Halfway through his sentence, Quirrell suddenly remembered the vial of potion intended to restore Vade's magic, and his face immediately fell. Could you give me a discount? How about this, Professor? Vade looked at the now empty pouch. Use that to cover the remaining 2 galleons. I can carry the money in it when I leave, and no one else will notice. Quirrell smiled more miserably than if he had been crying. That makes sense. We'll do as you say. To be continued. Chapter 34, Fabricating a Prophecy. Vade put the galleons on the desk back into the pouch, added the galleons he was carrying, then stuffed the pouch into his pocket in front of Quirrell. With that, every last canute of Quirrell's savings at Hogwarts had changed hands and become Moria property. Can we begin now? Quirrell was clearly grinding his teeth in anger, but still made his voice as gentle as possible. No matter what happened, he could not let his disguise slip before his master achieved his objective. Vade nodded solemnly and took several deep breaths before stepping up to the crystal ball. This time, he needed to make some sacrifice. Otherwise, he would never fool Voldemort. Clues concerning the fool. Vade murmured the phrase 7 times, quietly enough to seem natural but loudly enough for Quirrell to hear. Shortly after the divination began, his eyes darkened and he entered a meditative state. Within the hazy dream, he saw the familiar Card of Blasphemy, and his thoughts immediately became clear. Vade quietly restrained his magic and strengthened his connection to the Card of Blasphemy. Amid the thick mist, he saw the fool, who represented Sequence 0. The crystal ball suddenly shattered. Blue-white mist rose from the fragments and dispersed in midair. Vade's eyes became bloodshot, blood ran from his nose, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The fool. Gryffindor, he will be recognized by the Sword of Gryffindor, he will establish a new order with the Dark Lord, or only one of them will survive. Vade's eyes widened as he muttered the fragmented prophecy in a trance. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Several seconds later, the convulsions stopped. He braced both hands against the floor and struggled to his feet, obvious fear and confusion still on his face. Professor. Vade touched his nose and stared in astonishment at the blood on his fingers. Then he noticed the pool of blood on the floor. Is that mine? Quirrell seemed to come back to his senses and gave an awkward yet polite smile. I knew divining the fool was impossible. That was practically suicide. Vade said with lingering fear. He drew his wand and pointed it at the floor. Evanesco. The red bloodstains vanished as though they had never existed. Quirrell stared at Vade suspiciously. The vanishing spell is not something a first year should know. You're underestimating me a little, Professor. I lived at the Leaky Cauldron for quite some time. I had to wash my own dishes after every meal, so I paid one of the guests to teach me that spell. It cost me quite a lot. After hearing this, the little suspicion Quirrell still harbored disappeared completely. Professor, I'm sorry, but I didn't divine anything just now. You didn't see anything. A perfectly judged look of confusion appeared on Vade's face. I remember seeing a bank of mist, then everything became darker and darker. Professor, did I uncover some clue about the fool? No. Quirrell waved his hands repeatedly. You didn't divine anything. You merely convulsed for a while and then coughed up blood. I was so frightened that I didn't know what to do. Professor. Vade looked serious. I am not refunding the money. No refund, Quirrell said with an awkward smile. He handed Vade the vial on the desk. This potion will restore your magic. Drink it, then return to your dormitory and rest. Vade sniffed the mouth of the vial and immediately understood. It smells rather bitter. But it works very well. Vade tilted his head back and poured the entire potion into his mouth. His throat bobbed several times. I'll be going now, Professor. Pulling a bitter face, Vade opened the door, picked up his books, and left. The smile vanished from Quirrell's face as he hurriedly shut the door. Master, what happened to Moria just now? A prophecy, Voldemort said. He may also possess the blood of a seer, but it is so faint that he does not even realize when he has made a prophecy. If it was a prophecy, does that mean the fool is a Gryffindor first year? Yes. The prophecy was vague, but it proved one thing. The fool may not necessarily stand against me. From now on, focus your attention on Gryffindor, especially any wizard who might earn the recognition of the Sword of Gryffindor. If you find him, bring him to me. I will speak with him. Voldemort's voice was playful yet full of confidence. Although he was currently little more than a remnant soul, he was certain he could manipulate a young wizard. He had possessed that charm even during his own years at Hogwarts. With nothing more than persuasive words and a grand vision of the future, he had inspired many pureblood wizards to pledge their loyalty to him. Master, what if it is Harry Potter? I will deal with him after I am resurrected. Yes, Master. Elsewhere, Vade turned several corners and used a canute to perform a quick divination. After confirming that no one was nearby, he used transfiguration to turn the canute into a plastic bottle. Then he forced a finger down his throat and vomited the potion he had just swallowed into it. Vade looked at the translucent liquid mixed with saliva and mucus inside the bottle, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He had expected Quirrell to cast a memory charm on him. He had not anticipated that the professor would prepare a heavily diluted forgetfulness potion instead. After drinking it, his memories would gradually blur. He would remember only that Quirrell had asked him to perform a divination, but not what he had divined. He had to admit that the arrangement was nearly flawless. A memory charm carried a certain amount of risk, but a forgetfulness potion would leave no obvious flaws. Even if someone questioned him afterwards, his answers would be easy to dismiss. If he said he did not know or could not remember, others would merely assume that he was unwilling to discuss a professor's private affairs. What a pity. There is always someone one step ahead. This arrangement suits me perfectly. A seer might have been forced to accept it, but a clown understands a trick or two. Vade could not help laughing quietly. The process had been somewhat dangerous, but the rewards were enormous. Apart from taking a vast sum of money from Quirrell, he had learnt of a main ingredient for Sequence 2 and firmly placed the identity of the fool on Gryffindor. He vaguely remembered that Harry Potter would draw the sword of Gryffindor in the future. When that happened, this decoy would become almost unshakable. The Dark Lord's attention would remain fixed on the great boy who lived, Harry Potter. Why would he care about an obscure Slytherin? More importantly, the Sequence 8 clown potion had been completely digested. Vade suppressed his excitement and placed the plastic bottle containing the potion into the pouch he had obtained from Quirrell, which had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. He planned to destroy the evidence after returning to the dormitory. Then, unable to wait any longer, he sacrificed 100 galleons to the Card of Blasphemy and unlocked the Sequence 7 potion formula. The Card of Blasphemy absorbed Vade's magic and once again became three-dimensional, forming a palm-sized booklet. The pages turned. The first page showed Sequence 9, Seer. The second showed Sequence 8, Clown. The third showed Sequence 7, Magician. To be continued. Chapter 35, his only regret was a lack of funds, bonus. Bonus for 200 horsepower, the deal for a bonus for every 100 horsepower still stands for the rest of this week. Sequence 7, Magician. The hands become more dexterous and movements more agile. Even without Beyonder abilities, diligent study and practice would allow one to become a first-rate magician. Possesses rapid spellcasting techniques. A Beyonder does not need to chant an incantation or infuse spirituality. With a single simple gesture, they can cast the corresponding spell or spell-like ability. Gain several minor magic tricks, such as exchanging an object held in the hand with one inside a pocket. The potion formula was as follows. Main ingredients, 1 true root from a miscreant, 100 galleons, and all the spinal fluid of an evil-patterned Black Panther, 100 galleons. Supplementary ingredients, 60 milliliters of pure water, 10 galleons, 30 milliliters of miscreant sap, 10 galleons, 3 grams of powdered water-shaped gemstone, 10 galleons, and 4 drops of hallucinatory grass essential oil, water from the river of forgetfulness, 10 galleons. After reading the formula, Vade was speechless. Each main ingredient cost 100 galleons, while each supplementary ingredient cost 10. He could still afford that with his current finances, but advancing to Sequence 6 would not be so easy. The Sequence 6 formula alone cost 1,000 galleons, and the prices of both its main and supplementary ingredients would be 10 times those of Sequence 7. He needed to develop a new source of income as soon as possible, or his finances would only become tighter later. For now, however, the most urgent matter was advancing to Sequence 7 and raising his magic to the level of an average adult wizard. He had yet to find substitutes for either main ingredient. Among the supplementary ingredients, he had found a substitute for hallucinatory grass essential oil. Powdered water-shaped gemstone should be available in Diagon Alley and would be considerably cheaper. As for pure water, there was plenty of that in the potions classroom. After calculating everything carefully, he could save around 20 galleons. When Vade returned to the common room and had barely sat down, Daphne came over. What did Quirrell want with you? A divination. A divination. He asked you to perform one. What else? I proved my divination abilities last night. I must say, Professor Quirrell was very generous. He paid me a substantial sum for it. What did he ask you to divine? Well, I don't remember. Daphne gave him a resentful look. He could simply have said that he could not tell her. Did he really have to give such a half-hearted answer? By the way, Daphne, I'd like to ask you for a small favor. What is it? Last time I went to the library, I read several books on alchemy. I'd like to try putting some of it into practice, so I need a few water-shaped gemstones to work with. You want to practice with gemstones? Since when have you been so extravagant? I only need 1 or 2 gemstones, not 1 or 2 heaps of them. Only water-shaped gemstones. Vade spread his hands. I'd like to ask for other things as well, but unfortunately, I lack the money. All right. I'll write to my family. Vade took out several galleons. This is an advance payment. Daphne frowned almost imperceptibly. Put that away. No. I know the Greengrass family doesn't care about such a small amount of money, but I have no habit of owing people favors. Vade spoke firmly. He knew perfectly well that once Daphne agreed to help, she would not care about such a small sum. However, even if she did not want the money, he still had to offer it. Otherwise, he really would be living off her generosity. Besides, this would not be a one-time transaction. If he wanted to make serious money through potions and alchemy in the future, he would inevitably need the influence of pure-blood families. It would provide him with many conveniences and spare him considerable unnecessary trouble. Among the influential pure-blood families he knew in Slytherin, there were only the Malfoys and the Greengrasses. They were aristocrats even among pure-blood wizards and had hardly ever declined. However, he wanted an equal partnership, not to become their dependent. It was therefore better to keep certain matters clearly settled. Is that really necessary? Daphne asked irritably. Very necessary, because this is only the beginning, Vade explained awkwardly. If I need more materials in the future, I may have to trouble you to write home again. I'm very grateful that you're willing to help me unconditionally once, but you can't keep helping me for nothing. So, are you taking the money or not? If you won't, I'll ask Draco. Crabbe and Goyle would do as well. They'd probably be delighted to earn some pocket money. Of course I'll take it. Daphne quickly snatched the galleons from his hand. I'll write the letter now. Thank you. The Greengrass family was remarkably efficient. The next morning, a post owl delivered a parcel to the Great Hall. Daphne opened it and handed Vade 2 crystal-clear water-shaped gemstones. He weighed them carefully. Together, they were roughly 10 grams. Before he could thank her, he noticed that Daphne was smiling, yet there were tears in her eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. It's my sister's letter. She asked whether I needed any other gemstones. If I do, she said she could secretly go to Diagon Alley and buy them. Daphne did not know whether to laugh or cry. You have a very sweet younger sister. I've always thought so, but she has had to endure great suffering since the day she was born. Vade sighed softly. It will be resolved. My divinations are usually accurate. But you often say that divination isn't omnipotent. That means you cannot rely on divination completely. But when I say it will be resolved, it will be resolved. That is a promise. I will take responsibility for that divination because you were the first person to seek a divination from me after I entered the wizarding world, and the first person willing to believe in it. Daphne smiled through her tears. I'll take that as your attempt to comfort me. Vade did not mind. Once his sequence was high enough, dealing with a mere curse would be simple. Slytherin had 2 periods of potions that morning, together with Gryffindor. Snape gently waved his wand, and dense lines of text appeared across the blackboard, detailing the steps and precautions for brewing a herbicide potion. There are not many ingredients required for the herbicide potion. The main ones are flobberworm mucus, horklump juice, and lionfish spines. After finishing his explanation, Snape distributed the ingredients and instructed the students to begin brewing. He then focused his attention on Harry Potter. Potter, is that how one cuts a lionfish spine? 1 point from Gryffindor. Potter, you must not add too much flobberworm mucus, otherwise. An explosion erupted from the neighboring table, making Harry and Neville, his partner, shudder. Seamus, however, seemed accustomed to it. Calmly, he pulled a towel from his pocket and wiped the soot from his face, leaving Ron, who had also been caught in the blast, staring at him in astonishment. Mate, you're making me look like the fool here. Otherwise, that happens. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said coldly. By the end of the lesson, Snape had deducted 10 points from Gryffindor and awarded another 10 to Vade and Daphne for being the first to complete their potion. To be continued. Chapter 36, The Magician's Abilities. After class, Vade remained alone in the classroom. He locked the classroom door, drew every curtain, then used a galleon to divine that no one would enter before beginning his preparations to brew the Sequence 7 magician potion. First, he thoroughly cleaned the cauldron and made certain that not a single drop of water remained inside. Then he reached into the pouch and took out pure water, water from the River of Forgetfulness, and 3 grams of finely ground water-shaped gemstone powder. Next, he sacrificed 210 galleons from the pouch in exchange for the two main ingredients, one true root from a miscreant and all the spinal fluid of an evil patterned Black Panther, as well as one supplementary ingredient, 30 milliliters of miscreant sap. The evil patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid came in a vial of seemingly transparent liquid. It was divided into distinct layers, each section becoming clearer towards the bottom. The true root of the miscreant was only the size of his palm. It was heart-shaped and brown. The front was wrinkled like an old man's skin, while the back was smooth and lustrous like a gemstone. Its sap was a clear, pale green liquid. Vade poured the supplementary ingredients into the cauldron one after another, followed by the two main ingredients. With a hiss, pale white mist drifted out of the cauldron, then quickly sank back inside. Once the potion stabilized, Vade poured every last drop into the golden goblet he had prepared beforehand. The potion continuously shimmered with red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors, as though fireworks were bursting within it. Vade took a deep breath and used a galleon to divine whether the potion had been brewed successfully. After confirming the result, he raised the goblet and drank it all in one go. The potion was not bitter. It was cold, and bubbles burst across his tongue like chilled sparkling water. Vade suddenly felt as though fireworks were exploding inside his mind. Each burst carried an enormous amount of information, enough to make it seem as though his skull might split apart. He gritted his teeth. Veins bulged across his arms and forehead as he struggled to endure the impact of the information. He did not know how much time had passed before the splitting headache finally subsided. He had officially advanced to Sequence 7 and become a magician. Vade took a deep breath and began sensing the changes in his body. His magic had risen to the level of an average adult wizard, and the upper limit of his spellcasting power was a full stage higher than it had been at Sequence 8. Even more exciting, however, was the series of abilities granted to a magician. Damage transfer allowed him to move a wound from a vital area to an arm, thigh, or other less dangerous part of the body, so long as he had not already died. It could turn a fatal injury into a minor one. Although each wound could only be transferred once, it might save his life at a critical moment. Flame Jump allowed him to move instantly between flames within 30 meters. It was an extremely simplified form of apparition and could also serve as a foundation for learning true apparition in the future. Air bullets could be created by snapping his fingers, imitating a sound, or using similar methods. Their speed and power were comparable to a bullet fired from a revolver. Paper Figurine Substitute allowed him to transform a paper figure into a copy of himself and exchange places with it. It was a substitution spell that could not only block a fatal attack but also weaken curses. Flame Control allowed him to manipulate any flames within 30 meters, or directly ignite certain objects inside that range. Illusion Creation allowed him to alter the surrounding environment and produce nearly lifelike illusions complete with color, sound, and scent. False Underwater Breathing allowed him to create an invisible tube of air and breathe freely underwater. However, he could not descend beyond 5 meters, or he would still risk drowning. Bone Softening allowed him to escape from handcuffs, ropes, and similar restraints. Paper Weapons allowed him to transform sheets of paper into sharp objects, clubs, bricks, or other weapons. The final ability was Divination Interference. He could replace his presence within an event with a paper figure, then destroy the figure to disrupt another person's divination. Excellent, Vade murmured, his heart surging with excitement. With these abilities, an ordinary adult wizard would no longer be his match. Unfortunately, he could not use them casually. His public identity was merely that of an ordinary wizard with a talent for divination. If he drew too much attention, Dumbledore would certainly begin watching him, and even Voldemort might question the authenticity of the prophecy. For now, he still needed to keep a low profile and quietly strengthen himself. Besides digesting the Sequence 7 potion, he also had to find a secluded place where he could practice magic as soon as possible. The 8th floor. I have to find an opportunity to go there. Vade spoke softly to himself, tidied the cauldron, packed away the bottles and jars, then left the potions classroom. A week later, the opportunity finally arrived. The Quidditch season had begun. The first match was Gryffindor against Slytherin, though Gryffindor's new seeker, Harry Potter, seemed distracted. Although he had trained for some time, it was still his first real match. It was impossible for him not to feel nervous. Eat some more bread, mate, Ron urged in the Great Hall as he watched Harry push food around with his fork without actually eating any of it. Ron's right. You'll need the energy today, Hermione said. I'm not hungry. Good luck today, Potter. Snape walked over and looked down at him. A first-year seeker for whom Dumbledore was willing to make an exception should surely have no difficulty with a Quidditch match, even against Slytherin. Harry remained silent. Snape gave a cold laugh and headed towards the doors. Harry noticed that something was wrong with the way he walked. He was limping. What happened to his leg? No idea. Maybe a dog bit him, Ron said gleefully. At that moment, an owl flew into the Great Hall carrying a long, narrow parcel and dropped it in front of Harry Potter. Isn't it a bit early for the post? Hermione asked, puzzled. Harry looked even more confused. No one's ever sent me a parcel before. Open it and see, Ron suggested. He had already guessed what it might be. The three of them untied the string and removed the wrapping paper. Inside was a brand new broomstick, far more finely made than the ones used during flying lessons. A broomstick. This isn't just any broomstick, Harry, Ron said in astonishment. It's a Nimbus 2000, the newest model. I've never even touched one before. Only then did Harry notice the golden Nimbus 2000 logo near the end of the broom. But who sent it? Then something occurred to him, and he turned towards the staff table. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall was smiling at him, while the owl that had delivered the broom perched in front of her. That explained everything. Apart from Wood, McGonagall was probably the person who most wanted Gryffindor to defeat Slytherin. Upgrading Harry's equipment before the Quidditch match officially began was therefore understandable. Still, McGonagall had certainly spent a great deal this time. A Nimbus 2000 was not cheap. It must have cost more than half a month's salary. To be continued. Chapter 37, The Magical Room, Bonus. Look at how smug Potter is, Draco complained indignantly. It was bad enough that McGonagall let a first-year become Seeker, but she even gave him a brand new Nimbus 2000. I could almost hear envy and jealousy in your voice, Vade teased. Me, jealous of him? Don't be ridiculous. I simply think it's unfair. Don't you agree that this is unfair to Slytherin? Gryffindor took advantage of a loophole, but there's no rule preventing Quidditch players from providing their own broomsticks, Daphne said, shaking her head. Humph. I'll join the house team next year, and I'll get a Nimbus 2000 as well. When does the match begin? Vade asked. 11 o'clock, but everyone will probably head to the pitch after breakfast, Daphne said. If we go early, we can find good seats. I'm not going. I enjoy the feeling of flying, but I'm not interested in Quidditch. If you're not watching the match, what are you going to do? Go back to the dormitory and sleep, of course, Vade said as though it were obvious, then stood and walked away. Is Quidditch really that unappealing? Draco asked in confusion. Then he looked at Daphne. What about you? You aren't skipping the match too, are you? I'm going. I already arranged to meet Pansy and the others. After leaving the Great Hall, Vade did not return to the common room. Instead, he went to the 8th floor of the castle in search of the mysterious place. This was the perfect opportunity. The Quidditch match had drawn almost everyone at Hogwarts away, including Dumbledore, Quirrell, and the twins, Fred and George. They were Gryffindor's beaters. Surely they would not examine the Marauders' map just before taking part in a match, which meant no one would notice him. Vade reached the 8th floor without incident and found the tapestry depicting a troll clubbing Barnabas the Barmy. Recalling the scene from his dream divination, he took a sheet of parchment from his pocket and transfigured it into a wooden walking stick. He balanced the stick upright on the floor and silently repeated his request for a hidden place where he could practice magic. After repeating it 7 times, he released the stick. It fell directly towards the wall opposite the tapestry. Vade approached and knocked on the perfectly ordinary wall. The corner of his mouth twitched. Even if there was a secret room here, how was he meant to enter it? Surely he was not expected to say, "Open sesame." Fortunately, I still have plenty of time. Vade sighed, transformed the stick back into parchment, and wrote down the subject of his divination, the method of entering the secret room. He quickly entered a meditative state and slipped into a hazy dream. Time seemed to move backwards by more than 10 years. A witch whose face he could not see, dressed in robes bearing the Ravenclaw emblem, approached the wall. She paced back and forth in front of it while repeatedly thinking the same phrase. Then a door appeared in the wall, and the dream shattered. Vade briefly interpreted the dream and roughly understood how to enter the secret room. He also paced back and forth before the wall, silently repeating, "I need a room where I can practice magic." After 3 or 4 passes, a door appeared. Vade exhaled slowly, opened it, and stepped inside. Beyond it was a spacious, brightly lit training area. 10 dummies with targets were arranged from left to right. Just as I thought. A smile tugged at Vade's lips. The room could sense a person's thoughts, and its interior changed automatically according to their needs. Vade cleared his mind, drew his silver-gray wand, and aimed at the dummy on the far left. Incendio. A fireball the size of a fist shot from the tip of his wand and struck the target on the dummy. This was the full spellcasting power of a Sequence 9 Beyonder, comparable to an ordinary first-year wizard. Next, he turned towards the second dummy and cast the same spell. This time, the flames were the size of a basketball. The dummy was knocked over, and most of the target on its body was burnt away. This was the full spellcasting power of a Sequence 8 Beyonder, comparable to an ordinary upper-year student. Vade took a deep breath and looked towards the third dummy. He intended to test the full power of a sequence 7 Beyonder, or in other words, an average adult wizard. The flames were as wide as a well. The dummy slammed violently into the wall, its shattered body burning fiercely. Vade cast Aguamenti to extinguish the fire, then raised an eyebrow thoughtfully as he watched the small damaged section of wall slowly repair itself. This was certainly a magical room, but it was still only a room. Even sequence 8, never mind sequence 7, could cause a certain amount of damage to it. It could not be used to test the power of magic without restraint, at least not beyond the limits of what it could withstand. Vade was somewhat disappointed, but after thinking it over carefully, he accepted it. This room had not been created to test the destructive power of magic. Its true purpose was probably to support study and everyday needs. To confirm this, he cleared his mind and focused on a new request: I need a room where I can study divination. All the dummies disappeared, and the empty room transformed. The ceiling became a vast starry sky. Cabinets appeared, filled with crystal balls, teacups, tea leaves, various divination tools, and books. Wow! Vade's eyes widened in amazement. Then he made another request: I need a room where I can practice brewing potions. The ceiling returned to normal, and all the divination tools and books vanished. In their place appeared cauldrons of various kinds, knives for cutting ingredients, pipettes for drawing up liquids, and other potion brewing equipment. However, only tools appeared. There were no ingredients at all. That made sense. If the room could create ingredients as well, it would be a wishing chamber. Vade shook his head in amusement and continued experimenting. The room became a greenhouse, then a kitchen, then a swimming pool, before finally returning to its original state. He seemed to understand the correct way to use the room. He silently repeated, I need a room where I can practice the wand lighting charm. After more than 10 seconds, darkness covered the entire room. Only 5 candles remained, one in the center and one in each corner, providing just enough faint light to keep the room from becoming completely black. Just as I thought. The simpler the request, the easier it is to fulfill. Lumos. Vade raised his wand and restricted his magic to the level of a first-year wizard. White light appeared at the tip of his wand, illuminating several meters around him. Then he released his full magic and lightly flicked his wand towards the ceiling. The light at the tip flew away and became a glowing sphere that floated quietly in midair, like an enormous lamp illuminating most of the room. To be continued. Chapter 38, Testing His Abilities, Bonus. Seeing this, Vade became even more certain of his theory. This room was an excellent place to improve his proficiency with spells, provided they were not too powerful. Otherwise, they would damage the room itself. Besides that, it could also offer considerable assistance in studying divination, potion making, alchemy, and other disciplines. Although it isn't quite what I expected, it is still satisfactory, Vade thought. He then cleared his mind and allowed the room to return to its original form. The 10 target dummies reappeared, though this time they were made of steel and could withstand much more punishment. Vade took a deep breath, aimed his wand at them, and began testing the offensive spells he knew. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Petrificus Totalis, Defindo, Reducto. For a time, magical light of various colors flew throughout the room. The dummies repeatedly went from being destroyed to repaired, then from repaired to destroyed once again. Vade did not stop until most of his magic had been exhausted. I need a room where I can rest. He concentrated and repeated the request several times in his mind. The simple training room disappeared, replaced by a lounge. It was not luxurious, but it contained everything he needed, including a bed, sofa, tables, chairs, parchment, and quills. He walked over to the bed, sat down, then leaned back and lay upon it. After the tests he had just conducted, he now had a rough understanding of his true strength. He also knew what level of ability he should display during his 7 years at Hogwarts if he wanted to remain consistent with the identity he had established. However, strength was not the same as combat ability. Although a wizard's fighting ability was directly related to the amount of magic they possessed and the power of the spells they knew, that did not mean other factors could be ignored. Combat experience, reflexes, and even something as unpredictable as luck could determine the outcome of a battle. He needed to train his casting speed, spell accuracy, and reactions in combat. Besides that, practicing nonverbal and wandless magic was also necessary. He could already perform both, but there was still a considerable difference between being capable of something and mastering it. After resting for nearly 2 hours, Vade recovered some of his magic. However, instead of continuing to practice spells, he began testing several of the magician's beyonder abilities. I need a room with candles and a pool. After repeating the thought several times, a huge pool appeared in the center of the room, surrounded by candles. Vade snapped his fingers, lighting the candles one by one. His figure vanished instantly. He flashed between the flames in rapid succession, though he never moved beyond a range of 30 meters. After circling the pool once, he stopped and began testing his flame control ability. The flames gathered in midair according to his will and condensed into a fireball. The fireball then transformed into a meter-long serpent. The fiery snake opened its mouth and released a hoarse hiss, but before it could make another movement, it collapsed into scattered sparks. Vade could not help feeling disappointed. He could only control flames in relatively simple ways. Giving fire a defined shape involved an advanced application of transfiguration, which was still rather difficult for him. At sequence 7, creating even a fire serpent was difficult. To create a fire dragon, he would probably need to reach at least sequence 4. For now, his most important task was digesting the magician potion. Come to think of it, what were the acting principles of a magician? Perform proactively, but never perform without preparation. Challenge the impossible, even if the final result is false. Strive to earn the audience's applause. Control the target's attention. Vade carefully recalled the principles for acting as a magician, and his expression gradually became complicated. Proactive performances, challenging the impossible, earning applause, and controlling the target's attention. This was far beyond merely attracting attention. If he dared act as a magician at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would probably summon him for a private conversation within 3 days. The thought of a certain white-bearded old man smiling as he exposed Vade's identity as the fool made him shudder. I can only look for opportunities during the holidays. I must be extremely cautious when digesting the potion. Even if it takes longer, I absolutely cannot expose my identity. After calming himself slightly, Vade removed his trousers and outer robe, then walked down the steps into the pool. He created an invisible hollow tube in his mouth and extended it above the surface to draw in fresh air. With its help, he swam an entire circuit of the pool without surfacing for breath. After climbing out, Vade used magic to dry his clothes and stared absently at the still surface of the water. A magician was still only a magician. The tube was the key to breathing underwater, but it was not long enough and could easily be affected by the surrounding environment. However, he was not merely a magician. He was also a wizard. In the future, he could improve this ability and transform it into true underwater breathing. He would call it the water-breathing charm. After dressing and tidying himself up, the somewhat exhausted Vade was about to leave the room when something occurred to him. He tossed out a paper figure and snapped his fingers, destroying it. Only then did he hurry back towards the Slytherin common room. He had been lying on his bed for less than half an hour when Draco entered with an indignant expression. Crabbe and Goyle, who followed behind him, looked equally displeased. "What happened to all of you? What happened?" Draco angrily punched the bed. "Can you believe it? Gryffindor won the Quidditch match." Vade froze for a moment and looked at him in confusion. "Even so, surely that isn't enough to make you this angry." "He's angry because Harry Potter caught the golden snitch and ended the match," Crabbe said quietly. "Harry Potter?" Draco spoke through gritted teeth. "Why should he be the one? Master Malfoy, you have to admit that Harry Potter has talent for flying." "Ha, that's hilarious. You didn't see how he performed during the match. He had barely done anything on that Nimbus 2000 before he nearly fell off." "Surely not. I'm not lying. Everyone saw it. He couldn't even control his own broomstick." "Then how did he win?" "Luck. He somehow regained control of the Nimbus 2000. And then caught the golden snitch before Slytherin's Seeker." "He caught it," Draco said sarcastically. "But he caught it with his mouth. Since Quidditch was invented, he is the only player to swallow the golden snitch during a match and then spit it back out." Gryffindor won in complete confusion. It made no sense at all. Vade rolled his eyes inwardly at Draco. Next year, Slytherin will definitely erase this humiliation." "That's true." Draco's mood improved considerably. "Because next year, I'll join the house team and become Slytherin's Seeker." To be continued. Chapter 39, Searching for Nicholas Flamel, Bonus. Bonus meter, 384/400 for PS and 1520 for reviews. Thanks for the support so far, keep it coming, Omega. After the match, Harry went with Ron and Hermione to Hagrid's hut outside the castle. "It was Snape," Ron said. "Hermione and I both saw him. He was jinxing your broom." "Don't talk nonsense. Why would Snape jinx Harry's broom?" Hagrid clearly did not believe them. "Who knows? He went out of his way to mock me before the match." Harry suddenly paused as an image of Snape limping flashed through his mind. "I think he may have tried to get past the three-headed dog on the 4th floor." "How do you know about Fluffy?" "Fluffy?" Ron looked bewildered. "That thing has a name?" Hermione asked. "Of course. He's my pet. Bought him from an Irishman. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard." "To guard what?" Harry asked urgently. "I shouldn't have said that." "That's enough. No more questions," Hagrid said firmly. "It's top secret." "But Hagrid, whatever Fluffy is guarding, that's what Snape is trying to steal." "Rubbish. Professor Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. Who knows? I saw him jinxing Harry, Hermione said, raising her voice. I read about it in a book. You have to keep your eyes fixed on the target, and Snape never blinked. Hagrid looked at the three of them and sighed wearily. Listen to me, all three of you. This is far too dangerous. You shouldn't get involved. What Fluffy is guarding concerns only Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. Harry's eyes immediately brightened. His instincts told him that once they discovered who Nicholas Flamel was, they would know what Snape wanted to steal. Hagrid froze, then guiltily turned his face away. Oh, no. I've said too much again. Who is Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked Hermione and Ron. Do either of you know? No. They both shook their heads, but committed the name to memory. It was a clue. After that, the three of them spent every spare moment in the library, not to study, but to search for information about Nicholas Flamel. They had no other choice. No matter how much they pleaded, Hagrid refused to say another word or offer even the smallest hint, so they could only investigate for themselves. However, the task proved far more difficult than they had expected. They searched through hundreds of books covering famous witches and wizards from the past century, including great wizards of the 20th century, notable magical names of our time, and a study of recent developments in wizardry, yet they still could not find Nicholas Flamel's name. Unlike them, Vade continued carefully maintaining the image he had created, though he set aside time every week to practice spells in the room on the 8th floor. He could now use all manner of basic spells with ease and hit stationary targets without fail. At present, he was working on improving his accuracy against moving targets. Besides displaying great enthusiasm for potions, he also showed a strong interest in alchemy and often studied books on the subject in the library. The only thing troubling him was Daphne. Every time he went to the library, she followed with her homework and notes, showing signs of becoming a top student herself. This is far too complicated, Vade complained. What is? Daphne asked. Alchemy. To create an enchanted object, even the simplest kind, you need a thorough understanding of the properties of the materials, the meanings of the runes, and the positions and patterns in which they must be carved. If even one element is wrong, the entire attempt fails. Besides that, you also have to control the amount of magic you use during the process. More where more is needed, less where less is required, without the slightest deviation. Otherwise, the magical circuit won't stabilize, and the alchemical creation will remain incomplete. Its effects will gradually fade until it becomes an ordinary object. That does sound complicated. Even more complicated than brewing potions. It is. Alchemy consumes an absurd amount of money. Ordinary wizards genuinely can't afford to study it. Still, the profits it can produce are far greater than those from potions. Broomsticks are alchemical creations, and even an ordinary broom costs as much as at least 10 potions. You had better not let Professor Snape hear you say that. He won't be pleased. It's the truth, but I certainly wouldn't dare say it in front of him. Are you going home for the Christmas holidays? Daphne asked carefully. She knew Vade had no family waiting for him there. I probably will. A complicated look appeared in Vade's eyes. He had a very favorable impression of Hogwarts, and Professor McGonagall had said that the school could become a second home. Many people would not think much of those words, but during the holidays, they carried real meaning for certain students, such as Vade and Harry Potter. One was an orphan, while the other lived in someone else's home. By remaining at school, they could at least spend a lively Christmas with the few students and professors who stayed behind. However, Vade had reasons he needed to leave. Whether he wanted to purchase alchemical materials or act as a magician, he had to leave Hogwarts. On the day the Christmas holidays began, the Great Hall was filled with festive decorations. Garlands of holly and mistletoe covered the walls, while 2 rows of towering Christmas trees glittered with candles, shining icicles, and ornaments. Vade had packed all his luggage and was eating his final breakfast before leaving the school. At the Gryffindor table, Harry and Ron were playing wizard chess. The rules were the same as ordinary chess, except the pieces were alive, and commanding them resembled directing troops in battle. Hermione approached with her suitcase just as the Queen lifted her chair and smashed a knight in half. That's barbaric. That's wizard chess, Ron said with a smug smile. Chess was the thing he did best. Don't stop searching for information about Nicholas Flamel while I'm away. We've searched everywhere and still found nothing, Ron complained. But there's still the restricted section, Hermione said in a low voice. You need a professor's written permission to enter it. Do you think Professor McGonagall would allow first years inside? Then we'll have to find another way, such as... Such as what? Hermione looked towards Vade, who was eating breakfast at the Slytherin table. Ask him to perform a divination. Have you gone mad? Moria is a Slytherin, and he's one of Snape's favorite students. Ron looked deeply opposed. I don't agree. Snape may be a bad person, but that doesn't mean Vade is. Hermione, you're the only Gryffindor who considers him a friend. I think it's worth trying. On Halloween, he was the one who brought Snape to save me. An ordinary Slytherin would never take a risk for a Gryffindor. Besides, his divinations really are accurate. He could save us a great deal of time. Yes, you have a point. But what if he tells Snape? I don't think he will. Besides, if you were Snape, would you tell one of your students that you were searching for something connected to Nicholas Flamel? To be continued. Chapter 40, The Trace, Bonus. Bonus 400 horsepower, next bonus at 500 horsepower. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Although they thought Hermione had a point, they still refused to ask Vade for help. Why? Hermione asked, puzzled. Don't you want to find out who Nicholas Flamel is as soon as possible? It's too expensive, Ron said awkwardly. A single divination from him costs at least 10 galleons. I don't have that kind of money. I do have 10 galleons, but it still doesn't seem safe, Harry said uneasily. The three of us are the only ones investigating Nicholas Flamel. If he finds out, won't he become suspicious? Ahem. That's exactly what worries me. We're Gryffindors, while Moria is a Slytherin. We have no idea what he might do. I think you're both overthinking it. Hermione rolled her eyes. Fine, keep searching on your own. Send me an owl if you discover anything. Hogsmeade Station. The Hogwarts Express sounded its whistle and slowly departed, carrying the students returning home for Christmas. Outside the windows, everything was covered in white. Snow blanketed most of the scenery along the route, though the compartments remained pleasantly warm. Vade and Daphne sat in the same compartment, eating sweets and chatting. What are you planning to do during the holidays? I'll go to Diagon Alley to buy some materials I might need for alchemy, then put on a few magic shows to earn some pocket money. Magic shows. Daphne did not seem to understand the term and frowned slightly. The Ministry of Magic forbids underage wizards from using magic in front of muggles. Until we come of age, our wands are subject to a spell called the Trace. It detects magic performed around an underage wizard and sends an alert to the improper use of magic office, reporting the type and location of the spell. I know. Vade remained unconcerned. But the Trace has its flaws. It cannot identify the caster precisely. In other words, as long as an adult wizard is nearby, the Ministry won't know who used the magic and usually won't investigate. They only check whether an underage wizard cast the spell if a serious incident occurs and the Ministry becomes involved. In truth, the Trace mainly restricted Muggle-born witches and wizards. Purebloods and half-bloods could almost ignore it. More importantly, Vade could cast magic without a wand. As a Sequence 7 magician, he also knew how to interfere with divination. A single paper figure would be enough to deceive the Trace. But there won't be an adult wizard with you. If you're caught, you could receive a warning, be expelled, have your wand snapped, or even face trial before the Wisengamot. That's true. The Trace is rather unfair to orphans, especially those living in the Muggle world. However, I should clarify something. Stage magic is a form of visual deception, a performing art. It doesn't involve actual magic. Stage magic isn't magic. Exactly. I can show you. Vade took a deck of tarot cards from his pocket. He placed them face down in his left hand, held the bottom card with his right, and quickly flashed it before Daphne's eyes. Did you see a card just now? Daphne nodded. Yes. Vade smiled mysteriously and drew the Emperor card from the deck. This is the card you saw, isn't it? How did you know? Daphne asked in surprise. Was that legilimency? Of course not. I don't know legilimency yet. I simply made sure you saw the card I wanted you to see. I didn't use any magic throughout the entire trick. A wizard might assume it was legilimency, but a muggle would call it mind reading. Daphne considered this. It's impressive, but it also seems rather primitive. It is primitive. Stage magic cannot compare with real magic, but to muggles who don't know magic exists, this is what they believe magic to be. Vade patiently explained, then performed several more simple tricks for Daphne before opening a detailed book on alchemy and beginning to read. Time passed without either of them noticing. The train arrived at platform 9 3/4 that afternoon. Many people had already gathered there, all parents waiting to collect their children. However, only witches and wizards could enter the platform. Muggle parents without magic had to wait outside. The moment Vade and Daphne stepped off the train, Daphne spotted an aristocratic-looking couple in the crowd, along with a pale-faced girl who shared her hair color. Father, Mother, Astoria. Daphne ran over happily, gave her parents a tight embrace, then gently stroked her younger sister's hair. Daphne, I missed you so much. I missed you too. I've kept every letter you sent me each week. Daphne smiled, then suddenly remembered something and waved Vade over. Let me introduce you. This is Vade Moria. Vade smiled awkwardly and inclined his head slightly. Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass. Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass exchanged a glance before turning their attention to Vade. The boy was certainly handsome enough. The question was what he was like in every other respect. Is he your boyfriend? Astoria asked timidly. Vade instinctively wanted to deny it 3 times in succession, but doing so in front of her entire family would be rather impolite, so he forcibly restrained himself. No. Your sister and I are only classmates and friends. Good friends, Daphne added, though the look she gave Vade contained a trace of resentment. That's a shame, Astoria said regretfully. Vade paid no attention to the remark and quietly activated his spirit vision to examine Astoria. The colors of the aura surrounding each part of her body were fainter than those of a healthy person. The white light enveloping her body was also mixed with the color of blood, and it was far denser than Daphne's. Unless something changed, her lifespan would not reach even half that of an ordinary witch. Vade deactivated his spirit vision and looked at the girl whose remaining years were limited. Remembering the promise he had made, he could not help falling silent. Breaking a bloodline curse was impossible for a Sequence 7 magician, but for Sequence 0, the Fool, it would hardly count as a problem. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Vade picked up his trunk, said goodbye, and left. The Greengrass family boarded a carriage, which rose into the sky by itself and flew towards a grand manor. Daphne, would you mind telling us more about your good friend? Mrs. Greengrass asked with a smile. Vade may be a half-blood, but he's very talented in divination and potions, Daphne said. His divinations are highly accurate, and he's also the best student in potions. Being a half-blood is not a serious problem, so long as he is neither a muggle nor a squib, Mr. Greengrass said meaningfully. Then his tone shifted. However, Daphne, you must understand that only if he proves himself sufficiently exceptional can he become the Greengrass heiress's good friend. Otherwise, he can only remain an ordinary friend. Father, I promise he won't disappoint you. To be continued. Chapter 41, Vindicating Snape. Vade carried his trunk towards the barrier at platform 9 3/4, his steps light. By coincidence, he ran into Hermione Granger, who was heading the same way. They passed through the barrier one after the other and walked towards the exit of King's Cross Station. I thought you would stay at Hogwarts, Hermione said. It was my first time being away from home for several months. Isn't it only natural that I'd want to go back during the holidays? Hermione watched Vade from the corner of her eye. Remembering her conversation with Harry and Ron in the Great Hall that morning, she decided to test him. Vade, what do you think of Professor Snape? Professor Snape may always look stern, but I have to admit that he is extremely professional and responsible. What if, and I mean only if, you discovered one day that he was a bad person? Impossible. Vade abruptly stopped walking. I admit that Professor Snape is somewhat prejudiced against Gryffindor, but he is definitely a good man. When I told him you might be in danger on Halloween, he did not hesitate before coming with me to save you. Yes, and I'm extremely grateful for that, Hermione said. But don't you think Snape is far too harsh on Harry? Anyone can see that Professor Snape dislikes him, but I think there must be a reason. Dislikes him? He clearly hates him. He targets Harry whenever he gets the chance, and a considerable number of Gryffindor's points have been deducted for no good reason. Vade slowly exhaled. Do you remember the first question Professor Snape asked Harry in our first potions lesson? I do. Why are you asking? What would you get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Asphodel belongs to the lily family, and in Greek mythology, it is a flower associated with the underworld. In Victorian flower language, asphodel means, my regrets follow you to the grave, while wormwood represents bitterness and sorrow. As far as I know, Harry's mother was named Lily Evans. So interpreted another way, the question roughly meant, I bitterly regret Lily's death. Hermione's mouth fell open. She stood there stunned for quite some time. So Professor Snape was apologizing to Harry? That seems to be the case. But, why couldn't he simply say it? Why make it so complicated? That is why I said there must be another reason Professor Snape dislikes him. However, as his student, I have no intention of investigating his private affairs. That is the most basic respect a student should show a teacher, Vade said earnestly. He then looked at Hermione. I hope you won't tell anyone else, especially Harry Potter. Professor Snape chose such an indirect way to apologize, so he probably does not want anyone else to know. I'm only telling you because I don't want you to misunderstand the men who saved your life. I understand. I'll keep it secret, Hermione said with a complicated expression. But I discovered something else. Snape jinxed Harry's broom during the Quidditch match. You may not want to believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. He kept his eyes fixed on Harry while muttering the spell. He didn't blink once. Vade shook his head speechlessly. I didn't attend the match, but Draco told me what happened. Hermione, you need to remember one thing. Professor Snape is a powerful wizard who defeated a troll with ease. If a wizard like that wanted to curse a first-year student, and I'm not trying to belittle Harry here, do you really think Harry could have remained on his broom for that long? What do you mean? If I remember correctly, doesn't a counter curse also require the caster to keep their eyes fixed on the target? So perhaps this is what happened. Someone was cursing Harry, and Professor Snape noticed and immediately used a counter curse, preventing him from falling off his broom. Hermione frowned. She had genuinely never considered that possibility. But after I stopped him from chanting, Harry's broom returned to normal. You stopped him? Vade looked at her curiously. How did you stop Professor Snape? Well, I slipped behind his seat and used the fire-making spell to set his robes alight. The sorting hat placed you in Gryffindor for good reason. Gryffindors are famously daring and always manage to cause unexpected trouble. The sorting hat placed you in Slytherin. That may have been its greatest mistake. I wanted to go to Hufflepuff. But since I ended up in Slytherin, all I can do is adapt. You've adapted remarkably well. You have more friends in Slytherin than I do in Gryffindor. Is that something to be proud of? Vade asked speechlessly. He kept a low profile in Slytherin, quietly built his strength, and avoided unnecessary trouble. Although he did not have many close friends, he was on decent terms with almost everyone. By comparison, Hermione was not doing particularly well in Gryffindor. She was too proud and found it difficult to fit in. I'll give you a more sensible explanation, one that is probably closer to the truth. You set Professor Snape's robes on fire and caused a disturbance. That disturbance happened to block the real culprit's view of Harry. Hermione pursed her lips and gradually accepted the explanation. Perhaps they truly had misunderstood him. Snape was not a bad person, but someone dangerous was hiding at Hogwarts and had attempted to harm Harry. Can I tell Harry about this theory? Of course, but I doubt he'll believe it. In his mind, Professor Snape has never been a good person. Hermione gave a helpless smile and decided it was time to address the real matter. Vade, I'd like you to perform a divination for me. Are you certain? My divinations start at 10 galleons. I won't offer you a discount just because you're a girl. Hermione awkwardly took 3 galleons from her pocket. This is all I have at the moment. Then come back when you've saved enough, Vade said bluntly. I'd like to charge you less, but I can't make an exception. We're friends, aren't we? Surely I'm entitled to pay in installments. Vade considered it for several seconds, then took the 3 galleons from her hand. I won't charge interest. Pay the balance before the summer holidays. That works out to roughly 1 galleon a month. What do you want me to divine? A person. Hermione glanced around and carefully lowered her voice. Nicholas Flamel. I want to know who he is. Vade laughed and returned the 3 galleons. There's no need for divination. I know a fair amount about him, so I won't charge you. You know. Of course. I've seen his name in several books. An indescribable sense of defeat welled up inside Hermione. I searched through hundreds of books in the library and still couldn't find him. To be continued. Chapter 42, A Living Legend, Bonus. Bonus 500 horsepower, next bonus at 600 horsepower. I'm guessing the books you searched were all about famous figures from the past century. It's normal that you couldn't find him. Nicholas Flamel was born in the 14th century and has lived for more than 600 years. 600. Hermione felt as though her mind could not quite process it. Can wizards really live that long? They can, but only a very small number of them. Powerful magic, magical artifacts, and mysterious spells can all extend a wizard's lifespan. Vade smiled meaningfully. Dumbledore is the most powerful white wizard in the wizarding world. The reason he is still so energetic despite being over 100 years old is his immense magical power. As for Nicholas Flamel, he is a legend of alchemy, a living legend. He created the Philosopher's Stone, the only treasure in the world capable of producing the elixir of life. He used it to extend both his own life and his wife's, allowing them to survive from the 14th century until now. Hermione immediately understood many things. The object Fluffy was guarding was very likely the Philosopher's Stone. It was probably because Nicholas Flamel knew someone was after it that he had entrusted it to his good friend Dumbledore for safekeeping. More than 600 years. He must be tired of living by now, Vade said with a sigh. Can someone really become tired of living? Hermione found the idea unbelievable. Nicholas Flamel can achieve immortality, but he cannot stop himself from aging. The longer someone lives, the worse their bodily functions become. You can look at muggles who have lived to an advanced age. Their lives are hardly convenient. Nicholas Flamel's condition would only be worse. As his body gradually decays, his desire to continue living will only diminish. The fact that he has endured for several hundred years is already remarkable. Then what about the third method, Hermione's thirst for knowledge surged at once. What kind of magic can extend a wizard's lifespan? I don't know, but it would certainly be evil dark magic. Compared with the first two methods, the third carries far greater risks and might even affect one's soul. Hermione nodded and tactfully avoided the subject. The two of them left the station. Hermione spotted her parents, said goodbye to Vade, and ran over to them. Vade found a taxi and returned home before evening. A thick layer of dust had accumulated inside. The moment he opened the door, he was almost choked by it. Scourgify. After putting down his trunk, Vade did not use his wand. Instead, he extended one finger and continued casting as he walked forwards. A few minutes later, all the dust and cobwebs in the house had disappeared, and even the small insects hiding in the corners had been swept outside. Looking at the house, which seemed as though it had just been renovated, Vade returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. His own place was still the most comfortable. No one interfered with what he did, and he did not have to constantly hide his actions or guard against others. While meditating to restore his magic, Vade immersed his consciousness in the Card of Blasphemy within his mind. Sequence 7, Magician. Digestion progress, 5%. 1 month, and only 5% digestion progress. How touching. Relying on time alone to digest the potion was indeed far too slow. He had to make the most of the holidays and act as a magician. Otherwise, he might remain at Sequence 7 for the next 2 or 3 years. Besides that, he also needed to find a way to obtain the supplementary ingredient for Sequence 5, 100 milliliters of Harry Potter's blood, and the main ingredient for Sequence 2, the Philosopher's Stone. There would be plenty of opportunities for the former. He only needed to find a way to draw some blood from Harry before advancing to Sequence 5. Given Harry Potter's talent for getting into trouble, collecting a little of his blood should not be a problem. As for the latter, perhaps he could find an opportunity to meet Nicholas Flamel. If he tried to purchase the Sequence 2 main ingredient, it would cost 10 million galleons. That would be enough to drain the entire fortune of a pureblood family, and it would have to be a wealthy one. To Vade, it was an astronomical sum. Moreover, alchemy was closely connected to his future development. If he could receive guidance from this legendary alchemist, he would surely gain a great deal. No, that won't do. I have to think this through carefully. Vade abruptly shook his head and discarded the dangerous idea. Nicholas Flamel was Dumbledore's good friend, and he was also frighteningly powerful. The fact that he had protected the Philosopher's Stone, an artifact capable of granting immortality, for 600 years already proved that. If Nicholas Flamel said anything to Dumbledore, then the disguise Vade had maintained for the past several months would become a joke. A Sequence 7 had no right to take such risks. His growth could be slow, but it had to remain steady. More importantly, he could not let success go to his head. As for the Philosopher's Stone, he could try to obtain it if an opportunity appeared. If there was no opportunity, he had to give it up decisively. The next day, sunlight fell across Vade's face, and he opened his eyes groggily. He got up, washed, went out to buy a cheeseburger for breakfast, then visited the market to purchase fresh ingredients. The holiday lasted 2 weeks. He could not eat fast food every day. When he returned, he received 2 Christmas presents. One was from Daphne, a detailed book on alchemy from the Greengrass family. The other was from Hermione, a copy of the notes she had taken in Transfiguration. I didn't expect to receive any presents. Vade smiled faintly, then changed into a suitable set of clothes, packed the equipment he needed, and headed to the nearest theater. It was a small theater. Each performance only drew an audience of several dozen people, but it suited Vade's need to keep a low profile. He was only acting as a magician, not genuinely planning to become one. Besides, he would be performing for less than 2 weeks. A venue and an audience were all he needed. Vade went directly to the owner, William, and explained why he was there. The middle-aged man with a beer belly looked suspiciously at the child in front of him. You want to perform magic in my theater? Yes. And until school starts, you want to be paid by the day, no less than £100. That is only the basic wage. I also want 30% of the performance revenue. William took a deep breath. Listen, kid, this isn't funny. I'm worth that much. Yes, I'm sure you are. I imagine those large theaters would be delighted to work with you, but this little theater of mine has no intention of being taken for a fool. As William spoke, he placed a hand on Vade's shoulder and began pushing him towards the door. Wait, boss. I think you should at least give me a chance to perform. All right. Begin your performance. William expected nothing and had already decided to throw Vade out once he was finished. Vade took a deck of playing cards from his pocket and shuffled them with flawless technique. William raised an eyebrow. A parlor trick. Vade remained unconcerned. What is in your pocket? Half a packet of cigarettes. I suggest you take another look. William reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out a deck of playing cards in astonishment. What? Vade stepped forwards, took the cards, then slapped the half-empty packet of cigarettes into William's hand. These are mine. Those are yours. How did you do that? That is a magician's secret. Be the smartest person in the room. I am clearly more intelligent than you. Vade raised his chin and spoke with a proud expression. In reality, it was merely a minor illusion. A muggle had no chance of seeing through an illusion he created. I don't agree, but you're hired. William smiled. There's a performance at 9 tomorrow morning. I hope you'll be prepared. I need some props. Write me a list. I'll prepare them for you, but the cost will be deducted from your wages. To be continued. Chapter 43, Nocturne Alley. The next day, Vade took the stage as a new performer. To conceal his identity, he deliberately wore a mask. Looking at the audience below, who were full of curiosity about a child like him, Vade introduced himself and began his magic show. Playing cards fluttered around him like butterflies brought to life. Then he raised both hands as though conducting them. The cards formed a Christmas tree, Father Christmas, a reindeer, and a child in midair, one after another, drawing waves of cheers from the audience. The first performance ended amid thunderous applause and cheering. William enthusiastically pulled him into the office. How did you do that? The theater prepared all those props. I know perfectly well that they could never produce a performance like that. Boss, if you were a magician, would you tell a theater the secret of how you made your living? The props prepared by the theater are only the basics. The real secret remains in my hands. Vade, I'll give you £1,000. Tell me how the trick works. Only 1,000. Do you think I'm that cheap? 3,000. No, £5,000. That's no small sum. I'm being very sincere. Sorry, but I promised the teacher who taught me magic that I wouldn't reveal his secrets. That really is a shame. William looked deeply regretful. You'll leave the theater once the Christmas holidays end. I can already imagine how much money I'll lose. Vade shrugged indifferently. He activated his spirit vision and examined William's emotions. The red representing excitement was mixed with the dark shade of melancholy, showing that he truly hated to lose his new cash cow. If you change your mind, come and make a deal with me at any time. I promise I'll offer you a fair price. Thank you, boss. William shook his head in amusement, then took several banknotes from his pocket. This is your payment for the performance. It's a little less on the first day, but once word spreads, it will gradually increase. Vade accepted the money happily. Although the purpose of performing on stage was to digest the potion, this was still money he had earned through his own hard work. Will tomorrow's performance be another card display? Do you need me to prepare anything else? Boss, I understand what you mean. But large-scale illusions require a great deal of preparation. There simply isn't enough time. Besides, I'm only here to earn some pocket money, not to become a professional magician. There's no need to make it so elaborate. All right. William looked even more disappointed. I would love to see a more spectacular magic show, but I can hardly demand more from a child. There are many kinds of close-up magic, and they can be just as impressive. I won't disappoint you, boss. Over the next week or so, Vade performed mind reading, vanishing acts, underwater breathing, flame manipulation, and other tricks on the theater stage. Under the guise of stage magic, he performed real magic and quickly built up a great deal of popularity. The magician potion also underwent a certain amount of digestion amid the cheers of an ever-growing audience. Although the progress was only around 10%, it was still enough to delight him. Even if acting as a magician was difficult at Hogwarts, he was confident that he could fully digest the magician potion during the summer holidays. After finishing his time working at the theater, Vade made another trip to Diagon Alley before term began. He entered the familiar, bustling street through the courtyard behind the leaky cauldron. After taking a breath of air that could hardly be called fresh, he began buying supplies from the shops. He purchased basic metals such as gold, silver, copper, iron, and lead, along with various catalysts and additives, spending more than 100 galleons. His funds dwindled rapidly. Gritting his teeth, he returned to Gringotts and withdrew all 400 galleons stored in his vault. He had no choice. The Sequence 6 potion formula alone cost 1,000 galleons. Without withdrawing the money, he could not even afford the formula. Money may be a bastard, but you really can't do without it, Vade lamented silently. Both potions and alchemy could make money, but according to his plans, it would take at least 2 or 3 years of preparation before he could earn anything through either of them. For now, he could only make money through divination, and that was little more than a drop in the ocean. Not everyone was as generous as Quirrell. He needed to find more sources of income. If he continued developing at this measured pace, money would eventually become the greatest obstacle to his growth. As he thought about this, Vade suddenly realized that he had wandered into a dark, narrow alley lined with dilapidated buildings and steeped in an oppressive atmosphere. Nocturne Alley. Vade stopped, and the name surfaced in his mind. Nocturne Alley lay beside Diagon Alley. It was a gathering place for dark wizards in the black market of magical Britain, somewhere even the laws of the Ministry of Magic held little sway. "Are you lost, child?" A middle-aged witch in shabby robes approached him with a smile. Vade activated his spirit vision and looked at her. He nearly vomited in disgust. The colors of her outer bodily aura appeared relatively healthy, but every part was stained with a dull, inky green. His initial judgment was that her mind and will had been severely corroded by dark magic, making her entire presence feel gloomy and corrupted. Her inner emotional aura was black tinged with green. The malice within it was almost overflowing, completely at odds with the smile on her face. As for the innermost layer, her magic resembled a burning hearth, placing her at the level of an ordinary adult witch, though its flames appeared extremely weak. "No. I merely wandered here by accident. Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye." Vade had just begun to step back when he saw a wand pointing at him. His expression immediately darkened. "That's hardly fair. Strictly speaking, I haven't even entered Nocturne Alley yet. Child, you need to understand something. A lawless place and a lawless person are two different things. A dark witch may consider the risks of what she intends to do, but she will not care where she does it." The witch smiled sinisterly. "Besides, strictly speaking, you are currently between Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. If a young wizard disappeared here, no one would notice." The witch pushed Vade into Nocturne Alley. The style of this commercial district was entirely different from Diagon Alley, with its cold atmosphere, narrow streets, gray sky, and pedestrians whose eyes were filled with obvious wariness. Vade followed the witch's directions as they turned into progressively deeper alleys, silently calculating the likelihood of killing her instead. Barring an accident, it was 100%. Even so, if he was going to turn the tables on a criminal, he could not do it in the middle of the street. He was not wearing any disguise, and the moment he acted, he would expose his strength. He should have attacked before entering Nocturne Alley. Now the situation had become slightly more troublesome. After twisting and turning through several alleys, the two of them arrived outside a house. The witch finally dropped all pretense, opened the door, and dragged Vade inside. Within was a moderately sized sitting room. Two middle-aged wizards, both dressed in similarly shabby robes, sat around the fireplace warming themselves. When they saw the two unexpected arrivals, they both froze. "Knock, Hannah, knock. When are you ever going to break that habit?" "Probably never." The witch gave a cold laugh. "I was lucky today. I found some prey wandering around alone." To be continued. Chapter 44, Turning the Tables, Bonus. Bonus for 600 horsepower. "You're kidnapping me." Vade's face turned pale as he spoke in panic. "Ha ha ha. This is Nocturne Alley." The wizard who had reminded the witch to knock stood up with a laugh. His hair was thinning, and when he spoke, he revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Forget kidnapping. Even if we killed you, the ministry wouldn't interfere." "Enough, Thomas." The gray-haired wizard sitting beside the fireplace drew his wand and pointed it warily at Vade. "My dear boy, hand over your wand first." "You're always so cautious," Hannah said disdainfully. "He's only a child. He hasn't even graduated from school yet. How dangerous could he be? The reason we haven't been thrown into Azkaban is because we're careful. A sufficiently gifted wizard might already be capable of killing us at his age. If he were really that powerful, Hannah wouldn't have managed to bring him here," Thomas said dismissively. Even so, seeing that Bart remained vigilant left him somewhat speechless. "Hand over your wand." Bart doesn't have much patience. Vade gritted his teeth and reluctantly surrendered his silver-gray wand. He did not use spirit vision to examine Thomas or Bart, but his initial judgment was that they were probably about as strong as Hannah. Otherwise, the three of them would not be equals. 3 against 1, his chances of victory were around 60%. If he caught them by surprise, however, he could raise those odds to nearly 100%. The wariness in Bart's eyes gradually faded. In his opinion, the child now posed no threat whatsoever. The wizarding world had no shortage of prodigies, but only 3 people in the past century had been capable of wandless magic at this age. Judging by the child's behavior, he certainly would not be the 4th. "What's your name, boy?" "Seamus Finnegan," Vade said timidly. "Finnegan." Bart looked at the other two. "Never heard of them. Have either of you?" "They aren't part of the Sacred 28, so they're probably an ordinary wizarding family," Thomas said. "They won't be able to pay much ransom, but the risk is low." "Oh, our headmaster is Dumbledore. He's the most powerful wizard of the century," Vade said with false bravado. "Our head of house, Minerva McGonagall, is very powerful too." The three dark wizards exchanged glances and burst out laughing. I'm terrified, Thomas said theatrically. If either of them were here, we'd surrender immediately. Unfortunately, they aren't. That's enough. Make him write to his family. We'll follow the usual arrangement and exchange him for ransom. Hannah, stay here and make sure he doesn't escape. Thomas and I will go and find a buyer after we've eaten. Once we sell that merchandise, we'll have enough money to live comfortably for several years. What kind of merchandise is worth that much? Vade asked curiously. You'd fetch no more than 300 galleons in ransom. That item is worth at least 10 times as much as you are. So what is it? There's no reason to tell him. At least show some respect for 300 galleons. Fair enough. Thomas sneered, then opened a parcel beside the fireplace. Inside was a pale yellow egg the size of a rugby ball, its surface marked with patterns resembling wind and lightning. A dragon egg. That isn't a dragon egg. We found it in a thunderbird's nest, but it doesn't seem to be a thunderbird egg either. An unknown magical creature. Vade looked thoughtful. Perhaps this trip had not been a loss after all. He happened to need a pet. Can I take a look? Of course not, Thomas refused bluntly. Stop making demands. You should be grateful we're letting you live. You haven't really killed anyone before, have you? Vade asked tentatively. Hannah and I have only killed a few muggles, but Bart once sent a ministry order to St. Mungo's. That girl was lucky. She dodged the killing curse, Bart said regretfully, shaking his head. She didn't avoid the blasting curse that followed, though. You know what to write to your parents, don't you? Hannah approached Vade with parchment and a quill. We only want money, but if the money doesn't arrive, there's no telling what might happen. I understand. I understand. Vade gave an awkward, bitter smile and took the parchment. Then, with lightning speed, he swept it across Hannah's throat. Swish. Hannah clutched her neck with both hands, but she could not stop the blood pouring from her throat. She fell backwards in disbelief, bringing her sinful life to an end. The sudden turn of events also stunned Bart and Thomas. After a brief moment of panic, they quickly drew their wands, but before either of them could cast a spell, the parchment sliced across their throats like a razor-sharp throwing knife. Blood sprayed through the air. The two dark wizards struggled briefly before collapsing one after the other. Vade could not stop himself from retching. No matter how strong his nerves were, killing someone for the first time inevitably left him nauseated. Life at the bottom of the wizarding world really is brutal, Vade lamented silently, then prepared to retrieve his wand. At that moment, a warning suddenly flashed through his mind. His body instinctively tried to dodge, but he was still a step too late. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light struck his body. Vade was hurled backwards, and his eyes became vacant. Bart staggered to his feet. The bloody wound across his neck was still bleeding, but it was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was close. I nearly died. Yes, that was close. I nearly died too. A shaken voice came from behind him. Bart's pupils contracted sharply, but before he could react, a severing charm blasted him across the room. Bart slammed heavily into the wall and fell to the floor. Several neat cuts across his body steadily poured blood. The intense pain made him cry out, but only a faint groan escaped his throat. His vision grew increasingly blurred, and his mind was filled with questions. The killing curse had clearly struck him. Why was he not dead? When had he moved behind him? Had he used apparition? He did not even have a wand in his hand. How had he cast a spell far more powerful than someone his age should have been capable of? Vade picked up his wand, walked over to him, and spoke in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to cast the killing curse yet, so I can only let you die a little more painfully. I should have used a findo, but that would have been rather bloody. I don't want to have nightmares tonight. I was careless this time. I didn't expect you to use a healing charm to close the wound in time. I'll learn from this mistake in the future. How did you do it? Oh, I understand what you're confused about. I've been capable of wandless magic since birth. I haven't learned apparition yet, but I can use flame jump. As for the killing curse, I used a substitute to block it. As Vade spoke, he stepped aside so that Bart could see the torn paper figurine lying on the floor. The fourth one. Bart forced out a bitter smile. As he resigned himself to death, his hatred for Hannah reached its peak. What kind of rotten luck did you have? You abducted one young wizard and somehow found the fourth prodigy in a century. We really did deserve to die. To be continued. Chapter 45, Griffin, bonus. Bonus 700 horsepower, next bonus at 800 horsepower. We are doing quite well, so here's a deal for you, if we can reach T20 before the week ends, 5 extra bonus chapters will be dropped. Don't worry, it's separate from the regular bonus, Sigma. Only after Bart had completely stopped breathing did Vade relax slightly. Today had certainly been an unusual experience. He had been kidnapped by dark wizards, killed someone for the first time, and nearly been killed himself for the first time. The performance had barely counted as a success, but it had advanced the digestion of the magician potion somewhat, which was an unexpected bonus. Vade gathered his thoughts and began collecting his spoils. He searched the 3 bodies first, then went through the entire house. In total, he found 3 wands, several hundred galleons, more than 100 sickles, and a number of nuts. After placing all the spoils into his pouch, Vade turned his attention to the egg of the unknown magical creature. He examined it briefly, put it into the pouch as well, then hurried towards the door. This was Nocturne Alley. There was no telling when danger might appear, so it was better to leave as quickly as possible. He had only taken a few steps when something occurred to him, and he turned to look at the 3 corpses. Quite a few people had seen the witch abduct him and bring him here. It would not matter if he left unharmed, since others might assume he had paid a ransom. However, if all 3 dark wizards were found dead, people might begin making connections. As long as I leave no evidence behind, no one should believe that a young wizard killed 3 dark wizards, Vade thought helplessly. Suppressing his nausea, he used the vanishing spell to clean up the scene. He could not yet make a living person vanish, much less a powerful wizard, but he could manage it with corpses. After disposing of the bodies and eliminating the evidence, he tossed out a paper figurine and destroyed it, then performed a divination with a coin. Only after confirming that no one was outside did he put on a temporary mask created through transfiguration and walk out openly. By combining the clown's danger intuition with the seer's divination, he skillfully avoided several people's lines of sight and successfully reached the entrance to Nocturne Alley. No one was there. Vade was delighted to see that the narrow passage connecting Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley was deserted. Just as he was about to cross it, an image suddenly flashed through his mind. Without time to think, he immediately stopped and hid behind a wall. A moment later, a familiar figure walked towards Diagon Alley, carrying something round wrapped in cloth. Quirrell and Voldemort. What are the chances of running into them here? Vade instinctively pressed a hand to his chest and felt his accelerated heartbeat. Voldemort might not necessarily kill him if they met in Nocturne Alley, but the encounter would inevitably draw his attention. A first-year wizard entering Nocturne Alley alone and leaving completely unharmed would look suspicious no matter how one considered it. After Quirrell disappeared from sight, Vade performed another divination with a canute. Only after confirming that it was safe to leave did he hurry through the narrow passage. Once he was standing in Diagon Alley again, Vade finally felt a little safer. Vade removed his mask and walked towards the leaky cauldron as though nothing had happened. Entering the pub through the back door, Vade slapped a galleon onto the counter. "One night, please." Tom raised his eyes and glanced at him. "The best room again?" "Of course." Tom took a key from a drawer. "Go on up. You know which room it is. Are you still cooking your own dinner?" Vade considered it for a moment, then placed 2 sickles on the counter. "This is for the ingredients." Tom gave a helpless laugh. "The food served by the pub really isn't that bad. Boss, you know me. I never compromise when it comes to food." "All right. Suit yourself." Vade went upstairs with light steps and entered the familiar room 2. The cut he had left in the wall with a sheet of parchment was still there and had yet to be discovered. He first went to the washroom and splashed water on his face, allowing himself to calm down slightly. Only then did he take out the pouch and count everything he had gained that day. Although the pouch he had obtained from Quirrell had been enchanted with an extension charm, the space inside was less than 1 cubic meter, and its appearance was remarkably plain. If he already knew how to cast the extension charm, he would certainly make himself a stylish wallet with a much larger capacity. He emptied everything from the pouch. There were bundles of basic alchemical materials, a large pile of gold, silver, and bronze coins, 3 wands, and the egg of an unknown magical creature. He casually tossed the alchemical materials onto the bed, then counted the coins one by one. His total assets now exceeded 1,800 galleons. "I suppose that makes me wealthy. I just don't know how long I'll be able to keep the money." Vade laughed at himself. The sequence 6 formula and each main ingredient cost 1,000 galleons. This amount would only be enough to purchase the formula. He could not even afford a main ingredient. Pushing the concern from his mind, he examined the 3 wands. They were made from ebony, willow, and fir respectively. As for their cores, perhaps only Ollivander could identify them. Vade tested them one by one and discovered that, compared with his own wand, using someone else's merely felt slightly awkward. There were no other obvious drawbacks. "I'll keep them for now. They may prove useful in the future." Only then did he pick up the magical creature's egg and examine it carefully. Judging from the patterns on its shell, it possessed both wind and lightning attributes. Based on its size and weight, it would probably grow into an enormous creature. To discover exactly what it was, however, he would need to perform a detailed divination. The origin of this egg. Vade tore off a piece of parchment and wrote down the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times, he held the parchment in one hand and placed the other against the surface of the egg. Before long, he entered a meditative state and found himself within an indistinct, hazy dream. The gray world gradually became clear. He saw a blue sky and a large beast whose features remained blurred. Its body was nearly 5 meters long, and it flew at tremendous speed. Its wings cut through the air with a piercing howl. The dream then changed. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the beast flew into the sky once more. This time, its flight was unsteady, and it appeared to be badly injured. Clutched in the talons of its forelimbs was a yellow egg. It flew through a vast bank of thunderclouds. Lightning repeatedly struck its body and wings, and blood rained down from the clouds. Several times, it nearly fell from the sky. Even so, it endured the pain and stubbornly continued until it reached a mountain peak, where it placed the egg inside a nest. Then, as though it had made a difficult decision, it beat its injured wings and flew into the distance. Not long after it left, another enormous creature descended leisurely from the thunderclouds. It noticed the egg and stared at it in confusion for a while, then spread its wings and settled over it. The dream ended there. Vade awoke from his meditative state, and the way he looked at the egg changed. A griffin, and a mutated one at that. I wonder whether I can afford to raise it. To be continued. Chapter 46, Alchemy. The Christmas holidays ended, and the students returned to Hogwarts the day before term began. Vade quietly made his way to the room on the 8th floor of the castle and took out the griffin egg. Then he repeatedly thought, I need a room where this egg can hatch. The room transformed into a stretch of open grassland. The ceiling overhead became a blue sky, and warm sunlight shone down upon a nest made from soft cushions. Is it really that simple? Does it only need plenty of sunlight? Vade doubtfully placed the egg inside, then opened the detailed book on alchemy Daphne had given him and began studying it carefully. He had already read the book once during the holidays, but going through it again still proved highly rewarding. More than half an hour later, he closed the book and took an engraving knife and a piece of gold jewelry from his pouch, preparing to make a simple talisman. He picked up the knife and carefully carved runes into the gold. Each stroke was infused with a different amount of magic. At the same time, he quietly recited the incantation, merging the spell's power into the gold. When the final stroke was completed and the magical circuit stabilized, golden light seemed to flow across the pattern on the talisman, though it quickly faded back to normal. Success. Vade smiled, pleased to have completed the first alchemical item of his life. The talisman had no particularly special function. It merely absorbed sunlight, allowing its wearer to enjoy the warmth of sunshine even on a cloudy day. It had cost 2 galleons to make, and he doubted it would sell for much more. For a wizard, enjoying sunlight was merely a matter of casting a spell, so there was little reason to waste money on such a thing. Even so, that did not mean there was no market for it at all. Young witches and wizards might enjoy such a novelty. It might sell if placed in a gift shop. Rumble. At that moment, the ceiling suddenly changed. The blue sky became a mass of black clouds, and the golden sunlight was replaced by flashes of lightning. Vade froze for a moment, but after realizing what had happened, he was not particularly surprised. Perhaps this was how it was supposed to be. Otherwise, the egg's affinity with lightning would never have manifested. He turned his attention back to the talisman. Although he had succeeded, the finished product was extremely crude. First, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary piece of gold jewelry. Second, the magical circuit had not been concealed, which spoiled its appearance. Vade took out another piece of gold jewelry. This time, while carving with the engraving knife, he used the mending charm to conceal the marks. However, he failed before completing even a third of the runes. A layer of black scorch marks appeared across the gold, making it look as though it had been exposed to fierce flames. Well, there go 2 galleons. Vade sighed regretfully. He did not attempt to repair the jewelry with the mending charm, because the spell could not restore an object containing complex magic. One step at a time. Vade stood and performed a divination with a canute. After confirming that no one was outside, he tossed out a paper figurine, destroyed it, and left the room. As for the griffin egg, he had no intention of moving it before it hatched. It was certainly safer here than in the dormitory. After leaving the 8th floor, Vade went directly to the library on the 5th floor. When Daphne saw him, a trace of annoyance appeared between her brows. You're late. I've been waiting for you for 15 whole minutes. Sorry. Vade smiled awkwardly, then held out the gold talisman. I prepared this as a thank you gift. A thank you gift? Daphne looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. That detailed book on alchemy helped me a great deal. This is the first alchemical item I've ever made, so it has some commemorative value. Daphne immediately became interested and picked up the gold ornament to examine it carefully. Before long, she began to feel warmer, as though she were sitting beside a fireplace. The weather was still fairly cold, so the sensation was quite noticeable. It absorbs sunlight and allows the wearer to feel its warmth more clearly, Vade explained. Daphne's eyes lit up. How did you do it? A first-year wizard shouldn't be able to create an alchemical item at all. That's what you call talent. Vade proudly lifted his chin. My results in most other subjects may not be particularly good, but I'm very talented in divination, potions, and alchemy. Be honest. How many times did you fail? Daphne asked playfully. Vade froze. Was this sort of thing usually easy to fail? However, claiming to have succeeded on his first attempt would not help him keep a low profile, so an embarrassed look appeared on his face at just the right moment. There's no need to say everything you notice. I admit that I failed, but you'd better not ask how many times. Fine, but does this become useless at night? More or less. Vade neither confirmed nor denied it. And it only lets someone feel the warmth of sunlight. It doesn't affect the surrounding temperature. It doesn't sound especially useful, but creating it at all is already impressive. Perhaps you really will become an alchemist one day. Not only that. I'll also become a potions master. In consideration of this gift, I'll reluctantly forgive you this time. But don't let it happen again. My father has never once made my mother wait for him. Vade shrugged unconcernedly, then opened his book and enjoyed the rare period of peace and quiet. Not far from them, Hermione dropped a thick old book onto the table, making Harry and Ron widen their eyes involuntarily. I'm sorry I sent you looking in the wrong direction. I borrowed this book a few weeks ago to read for pleasure. You read that for pleasure? Ron could hardly believe it. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. She had originally intended to tell them directly that she had asked Vade for help, but she was worried they would overthink it, so she decided to use the book as an explanation instead. What is it? Do neither of you ever read? The Philosopher's Stone is a legendary object with extraordinary magical properties. It can transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, which grants immortality. The only Philosopher's Stone currently in existence belongs to Nicholas Flamel. The famous alchemist celebrated his 665th birthday last year. After finishing the passage, Hermione looked at the two of them. Do you understand now? This is what Fluffy is guarding on the 4th floor. No wonder Snape wants it, Harry said. Anyone would want to get their hands on something like that. Wait, Harry, Hermione interrupted. Have you considered that it might not be Snape? Impossible. It has to be him, Ron cut in. Every sign points to Snape as the most likely suspect. Have you forgotten that we saw him jinxing Harry? It may have been the counter curse, Hermione said. There was another possibility. Someone else could have been jinxing Harry and trying to make him fall from his broom, while Snape noticed and used the counter curse in time to stop them. To be continued. Chapter 47, Hermione's deduction, bonus. Bonus 800 horsepower. Do you believe that, Harry? Ron asked. Of course not. Harry shook his head repeatedly. But. We know Professor Snape saved your life, so you don't want to suspect him. That doesn't mean you can expect us not to suspect him as well, Ron complained helplessly. I simply can't believe that someone who constantly targets Harry would suddenly save him at a critical moment. Exactly, Hermione, Harry added. I'm more willing to believe that Snape was trying to hurt me, and someone else noticed and used a counter curse to stop him. You too. Hermione opened her mouth, feeling utterly exhausted. She truly had no way to explain it. She could hardly tell them that Snape had expressed his deep regret to Harry during their very first lesson. Even setting aside her promise to keep Vade's explanation secret, Harry and Ron's prejudice against Snape meant they probably would not believe her. They would only think she had read so many books that she had lost all common sense. Seeing Hermione's troubled expression, Ron nudged Harry with his elbow. We might as well tell her. Tell me what? During the holidays, I went into the restricted section while investigating Nicholas Flamel, Harry said quietly. Wait, how did you get into the restricted section? Hermione stared at him in alarm. Don't tell me Professor McGonagall gave you written permission. She didn't, but Harry received a special Christmas present. Someone sent him an invisibility cloak. It belonged to his father. It was something his father left behind. He used it to sneak into the restricted section. That isn't important. What matters is that, when I was leaving, I saw Snape and Quirrell in the corridor. Snape was threatening Quirrell into helping him obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Are you certain? He asked Quirrell whether he knew how to get past Fluffy. He also said that, before long, once Quirrell had decided where his loyalties lay, he would speak to him again. Hermione frowned unconsciously. This seemed to complicate matters. Could Snape truly be interested in the Philosopher's Stone? Otherwise, why would he approach Quirrell? Quirrell. Hermione suddenly thought of something. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she picked up the book before turning away. Why is she in such a hurry? Harry asked. She was probably shaken by the truth, Ron said with the air of someone who understood everything. Snape did save her life, after all. Hermione hurried through several aisles and found Vade and Daphne reading near a window. Sorry to interrupt, Vade. I need to speak to you about something. A Gryffindor coming to find a Slytherin. How unusual, Daphne said sarcastically. Is a Gryffindor not allowed to speak to a Slytherin? Hermione retorted indignantly. I don't remember seeing that rule anywhere. Daphne gave a quiet snort. Did she really not understand the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin? Did something so obvious need to be written into the school rules? What is it? Hermione glanced at Daphne and hesitated. It seems you don't want me to hear, Daphne said with an amused expression. Shall I leave the two of you alone? Vade complained inwardly. You're the heiress of a prominent pureblood family. Do you really need to be so petty with a muggle-born witch? Excuse me for a moment. Vade gave Daphne an apologetic smile, then stood and followed Hermione behind a row of empty bookshelves. Can you tell me now? Hermione looked around. Only after confirming that no one could overhear them did she speak. I suspect Professor Quirrell was the person jinxing Harry during the Quidditch match. Vade's expression barely changed, but his mind was already in turmoil. What a talent. It would be a waste if she did not become a detective. Don't be ridiculous. Why would Professor Quirrell jinx Harry? He has no reason to do that, and as for his personality. Vade pretended to think for a moment. He's extremely timid. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't seem like someone capable of doing such a thing. I'm not being ridiculous, Hermione said seriously. First, the curse and countercurse were fighting against each other at the time, which means the two wizards casting them could not have been too far apart in magical strength. It certainly wasn't Dumbledore, and there are not many people at Hogwarts capable of matching Snape. Apart from the other three heads of house, only the more powerful professors would qualify. None of the three heads of house would harm Harry. Among the remaining professors, Quirrell is the most suspicious. Second, you previously said that Harry escaped after I set Snape's robes on fire because the disturbance blocked the culprit's view. That means the person could not have been far from Snape, and Quirrell happened to be sitting nearby. That was an excellent deduction. I almost want to give you an award. Honestly, Vade said sincerely. Then his tone changed. However, Professor Quirrell wasn't the only person sitting near Professor Snape. There were other members of staff as well, and any one of them could have done it. When it comes down to it, Hermione, this is only speculation. Hermione felt helpless. She had no evidence, but she had good reason to suspect Quirrell. If Snape was a good man, then anyone capable of provoking such hostility from him had a strong chance of being a bad one. Harry did not count, of course. Snape targeted him purely out of spite. However, she could not tell Vade about Fluffy or the Philosopher's Stone. The fewer people who knew, the better. That's why I came to you. I want you to divine who was jinxing Harry that day. Vade fell silent. You want me to perform a divination on Voldemort? That is a rather extreme joke. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I can't do that. Back then, merely performing an indirect divination concerning the Philosopher's Stone had caused him to suffer a backlash. Although he had since advanced to Sequence 7, Voldemort's level of existence was undoubtedly higher than that of the Philosopher's Stone. If he truly attempted to divine Voldemort, he would probably face that remnant soul the moment he began. Suffering a backlash would be a minor problem. Being discovered by Voldemort would be the real danger. It would be far more perilous than examining him with spirit vision. Is it that difficult? Hermione asked in confusion. Vade pointed at his chest. Look at me. I'm a first-year wizard, and I may not even have as much magic as you. You're asking me to perform a divination on a professor whose magical power far exceeds mine. There is a strong chance that the result would be distorted. Can you explain that more clearly? Think about Professor Trelawney during the sorting ceremony. She prophesied about an existence of a higher level, then her eyes began bleeding and she fainted. Hermione looked blank for several seconds before showing an embarrassed expression. I had almost forgotten about that. Forgotten. Vade immediately sensed that something was wrong. After the sorting ceremony, interest in the Fool seemed to have lasted only a few days. No one had ever spread news of the prophecy. Even now, the wizarding world did not know that such a prophecy existed, while the students and staff of Hogwarts appeared to have unconsciously overlooked that memory. To be continued. Chapter 48, a warning, bonus. Bonus 900 horsepower. A memory charm, a large-scale memory charm capable of subtly influencing every student and member of staff at Hogwarts. How had he only noticed it today? There was only one person at Hogwarts capable of such a feat, Albus Dumbledore. He had probably acted in secret immediately after Trelawney delivered the prophecy. Everyone who knew about it had been gathered in the Great Hall, so a single spell was enough for him to turn a complicated problem into an extremely simple one. As expected of the most powerful wizard of the century. He was shrewd, decisive, and had unintentionally saved Vade a great deal of trouble. Vade felt considerably more relaxed. If his guess was correct, only a very small number of people would be unaffected by the memory charm. The Dark Lord, the White Lord, those working for either of them, and Vade himself, the Fool. In any case, having the information confined to a limited circle was far less dangerous than allowing the entire wizarding world to learn about it. After recovering from this pleasant surprise, Vade looked at Hermione. Let me give you a simple example. Many diviners in the wizarding world are unable to determine whether Merlin is alive or dead. That isn't because they're incompetent, but because the difference between them and the legendary wizard Merlin is simply too great. It's like the difference between an ant and a dragon. Oh, I think I understand. Realization dawned on Hermione. The difference in magical power between you and a professor would make your divination inaccurate. That's one way to understand it. Diviners never casually attempt to divine matters beyond their abilities. They either receive no result at all, or obtain a distorted or even entirely incorrect one. The deeper they investigate such a matter, the closer they come to unknown dangers. All right. I underestimated how complicated it was. Hermione. Vade hesitated for a moment before speaking helplessly. I don't know why you care so much about this, but as a friend, I should warn you not to interfere in matters that don't concern you. Hermione frowned. Do you know something? Don't misunderstand. I don't know anything, but I can make a reasonable guess. Who is Harry Potter? The boy who lived, the savior who rescued the wizarding world from you-know-who. Who do you think might want to harm him? Hermione remained silent for several seconds. Then a possibility suddenly occurred to her, and the color rapidly drained from her face. Could it be one of you-know-who's followers? Shoo. Vade hurriedly raised a finger to his lips. Don't say it aloud. It's enough that you understand. Harry Potter spent the first 11 years of his life in the Muggle world. Even if someone wanted to harm him, they had no way to reach him. But now that he has entered the wizarding world, he has also entered the sight of many people. Naturally, some of them will wish him harm. However, Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world because our headmaster is the White Lord, Albus Dumbledore. I'm also certain that Dumbledore understands Harry Potter's situation perfectly well and is paying close attention to his safety. In other words, you don't need to worry about Harry's safety. But if you insist on helping him investigate certain matters, you may only drag yourself into unnecessary trouble and danger. So you want me to keep my distance from Harry? No. I'm only reminding you not to overestimate yourself or attempt anything beyond your abilities. I know Gryffindors have no shortage of courage, but we came to Hogwarts to study, not to seek adventure. I hope you understand that. Thank you for the warning. With a complicated expression, Hermione picked up her book and turned to leave. There was nothing to hesitate over. She would still choose to help Harry. After all, he was one of the few friends she had in Gryffindor. Besides, given the way Harry and Ron thought, they would be hopeless without her. Wait, Vade called after her. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, ask someone capable of solving it for help, such as Professor McGonagall. I understand. I've said everything I can. Whatever happens next will happen. Vade slowly exhaled, then returned to the table and sat down. What did you talk about? Daphne asked curiously. Why did it take so long? It has nothing to do with you, and I think it would be better if you didn't know. Daphne immediately became unhappy. Are we still friends or not? Of course we are. Then tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone else, and I won't let her know you told me. No. This is for your own safety. Vade calmly turned a page, but his tone was extremely serious. Sometimes, the less you know, the easier and safer your life will be. Does it really need to be so mysterious? Daphne's voice weakened slightly. Absolutely. We didn't see Hermione Granger today, and we certainly didn't hear her say anything ridiculous. Understood. Seeing how serious he was, Daphne finally believed that he was not joking. However, she could not understand why Hogwarts would be dangerous. Was Dumbledore merely there for decoration? Although she was confused, she restrained her curiosity and tactfully asked no further questions. The new term began the following day. Vade maintained the same image he had established during the previous term. Apart from potions, his performance in every subject remained average or slightly below average. His schedule, however, was packed. He divided his free time into two parts. One was spent in the library studying alchemy and magical theory, while the other was spent in the room on the 8th floor, where he put that knowledge into practice and trained his magic. Day after day passed. Like a sponge, he continuously absorbed knowledge and enriched himself. Then the second Quidditch match of the year began, with Gryffindor facing Hufflepuff. After breakfast, most of the students and staff went to the Quidditch pitch. Vade once again chose not to watch the match. Instead, he went to the room on the 8th floor to test the extension charm he had recently learned. He was attempting to increase the capacity of his pouch when a crisp sound interrupted him. Turning around, he saw that a crack had suddenly appeared in the griffin egg, which had spent so long bathed in sunlight and lightning. Vade immediately stopped what he was doing and hurried over. Crack! Crack! With a series of sharp sounds, the crack deepened. The small creature inside wriggled and forced its way out through the broken shell. The baby griffin had the head, forelegs, and wings of an eagle, while its body, hind legs, and tail resembled those of a lion. Unlike an ordinary griffin, however, its entire body was golden, while its wings were a dazzling mixture of white and gold. Freshly hatched, it rolled around on the cushions like a kitten. It was unbearably adorable. Vade liked it at once. He watched patiently as it gradually found its footing and curiously examined its mother. Not bad. Vade smiled and lifted the baby griffin into his arms. It was surprisingly heavy. How about I call you Griffin from now on? You aren't objecting, so I'll take that as agreement. To be continued. Chapter 49, Too expensive to raise, too difficult to hide, bonus. Bonus 1000 horsepower, next bonus at 1100 horsepower, currently at T26, goal is T20, Sigma. Griffin's birth filled Vade with delight, but it was immediately followed by a very practical problem. How was he supposed to raise it? A griffin was not an owl that could be kept satisfied with a little owl food each day. It was a magical creature, and a mutated one at that. It would grow quickly, had a large appetite, and preferred meat. Given enough time, Vade would neither be able to afford feeding it nor keep it hidden. The Forbidden Forest. The location flashed through Vade's mind. It bordered Hogwarts and was currently the most suitable place for Griffin to live. It looks like I'll have to find time to speak with Hagrid. Hopefully, the groundskeeper isn't prejudiced against Slytherins. Otherwise, I'll have to think of something else. With that thought, Vade placed Griffin inside the pouch he carried with him. He did not dare leave a living magical creature in this room. There was no telling what trouble it might cause. It could still fit inside the pouch for now, but in another few weeks, the little creature would undoubtedly tear through it. After leaving, Vade did not return directly to the dormitory. Instead, he went to the castle's basement and stopped before a large portrait of fruit. The Hogwarts kitchens were behind the painting, beside the Hufflepuff common room. Entering was simple. All one had to do was tickle the pear in the portrait. As for how he knew, the Hufflepuff first years had told everyone about it on their very first day. It would have been wonderful if he had been sorted into Hufflepuff. The Hogwarts house elves would provide Hufflepuffs with food whenever they wanted, allowing them to live as though they were being waited on hand and foot. It's all that damned Sorting Hat's fault, Vade cursed inwardly, then tickled the pear. The pear giggled and transformed into a door handle. Vade pushed the door open and stepped inside. 4 long tables stood in the kitchen, identical to the 4 house tables in the Great Hall above. Food was transported to the Great Hall through them. More than 100 house elves worked throughout the kitchen, some cleaning and others cooking, all of them busily occupied. Noticing someone enter, a house elf politely approached and bowed. "Sir, it is not yet time for lunch." "I know. I'm simply a little hungry." "Understood. What would you like?" "Hogwarts usually keeps 4 kinds of meat available: chicken, beef, pork, and lamb." "I'll have some of each." "I have quite a large appetite," Vade said somewhat sheepishly. "So it would be best if the portions were generous." "Certainly, sir. It is a pleasure to serve you." The house elf snapped its fingers, and several plates flew over. They held fried chicken legs, steaks, roast pork chops, and roast legs of lamb. The portions were enormous, enough to feed 4 people. Vade froze for a moment, then solemnly thanked the house elf while packing everything away. When he left the kitchen, the entire experience still felt slightly unreal. It had been much easier than he expected. House elves seemed almost incapable of refusing a wizard's request. After returning to the dormitory, Vade let Griffin out. The young griffin immediately grew excited when it smelled the food. It had only just been born. Before it even had time to look at the wonderful world around it, it had been stuffed into a pouch filled with gold coins. It had been pitch dark, it could not see anything, and its stomach had been growling with hunger. Still, it now seemed that its mother loved it after all. Griffin flapped its wings and half ran, half flew towards the nearest leg of lamb. It tore off a piece of meat and shoved it into its mouth. "Slow down. No one here is going to steal it from you, Vade teased with a smile. Griffin ate with great enthusiasm. Although it was only the size of a cat, it somehow managed to consume enough meat for half a person. I'm furious. This is outrageous. Draco's voice came from the doorway, making Vade's heart skip a beat. Had they not returned far too quickly? Without time to think, he immediately stuffed the now full Griffin back into the pouch. Draco pushed open the door and stormed inside. Mud and several blades of grass clung to his clothes, while his hair was a mess. Crabbe and Goyle, who entered with him, looked much the same. None of them appeared injured, merely disheveled. Who did you fight? Who else? Weasley, Draco said indignantly. He didn't even say a word before attacking me. He has no manners whatsoever. Then again, his family is so poor they'll soon be begging in the streets. What manners could a disgrace to purebloods possibly have? Vade did not ask what had caused the fight. He knew Draco well enough. Draco had undoubtedly provoked Ron first, and Ron had finally lost his patience and attacked him. What about those two? Vade looked at Crabbe and Goyle, who had gone to the table and begun tearing into the chicken. Don't tell me the three of you fought one person and still ended up looking like this. I don't need them to deal with one Weasley. Longbottom caught them off guard. You were bullying Neville again. Vade was left speechless. What had Draco done to drive someone as mild-mannered as Neville into throwing punches? What do you mean, bullying him? I was merely telling the truth. Longbottom really is brainless, the Weasleys really are dirt poor, and Potter really does have no parents. I don't have parents either. Draco faltered, then forced out an explanation. Don't misunderstand. I've never said anything like that about you. I know. Still, you should probably keep those blunt truths to yourself in future, Vade advised sincerely. But how did you return so quickly? The match began at 11, and it isn't even noon yet. Potter caught the golden snitch again. It took less than 5 minutes. I don't think much of Hufflepuff either, but I never expected them to let Gryffindor win so easily, Draco said irritably. He then heard Crabbe and Goyle devouring their food and rolled his eyes before smacking both of them on the head. Could you two eat a little more slowly? We're hungry, Crabbe said weakly. Goyle nodded. Besides, there are 4 plates and enough food for 4 people. It was obviously prepared for us. Was it? Draco looked at Vade. Yes. That's right. I prepared it for all of you. Vade gave an awkward laugh and rubbed his forehead. He had no other explanation. He could hardly tell them he was raising a griffin. Draco, would you like some as well? Draco looked at the fragrant, steaming food and involuntarily swallowed. All right. I'll treat it as an early lunch. The 3 of them ate until their mouths were covered in grease. Naturally, they also noticed the leg of lamb that had been torn apart like an old rag. My goodness. Draco stared at it in disbelief. Vade, are you certain you ate that? What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? I thought Crabbe and Goyle were impressive enough, but you're even worse than both of them. To be continued. Chapter 50, Hagrid's Hut. As it turned out, the situation was even more troublesome than Vade had expected. In less than 3 weeks, Griffin had doubled in size. If Vade had not expanded the pouch with an extension charm, it probably would not have fit inside. The greater problem was food. To keep Griffin from going hungry, Vade had been playing the role of a glutton every day, unexpectedly advancing the digestion of the magician potion. However, he knew this could not continue. Griffin was not an ordinary pet. Keeping it inside a pouch all the time would prevent it from developing properly. Besides, as its appetite continued to grow, Vade genuinely could no longer afford to feed it. I don't want to do this either, but I really have no choice. If I don't let someone else raise you, neither of us will have an easy life. I'll visit whenever I have time, though. Vade spoke quietly as he walked out of the dormitory, while Griffin let out an unhappy whine from inside the pouch. Where are you going? Daphne called out just as Vade reached the common room. She was chatting with several classmates. The library. The library? Are you certain you don't mean the kitchens? Theodore teased. We've all noticed how much your appetite has grown recently. Exactly. Even Crabbe doesn't eat as much as you, Draco said. There is one thing worth envying, though. No matter how much you eat, you never seem to gain weight, Theodore remarked. Vade shrugged without offering any explanation and continued towards the exit. His appetite would return to normal tomorrow, and by the day after that, they would gradually forget about the matter. The students were not detectives. At most, this was a minor curiosity in their daily lives, hardly something worth investigating. Daphne looked as though she wanted to say something. After hesitating for a moment, she hurried after him. Wait. Vade stopped and asked helplessly, You aren't planning to go to the library as well, are you? No. Daphne pursed her lips. Come somewhere with me first. Where? The hospital wing. Are you ill? Not me. You're the one who's ill, Daphne said with complete seriousness. Haven't you noticed that your appetite keeps growing? That isn't normal. Either you drank the wrong potion, or someone placed a curse on you. We'll ask Madame Pomfrey to examine you first. If she can't find anything, we'll go to Professor Snape. Vade felt both surprised and inexplicably guilty. Her concern was clearly genuine. Well, I'm actually fine. I haven't drunk the wrong potion, and I haven't been cursed. That isn't for you to decide. I can prove it. Vade took out the pouch with an exasperated smile. Put your hand on it and feel. Daphne did as he asked. She soon felt something bumping against her palm and hurriedly pulled her hand away in alarm. What was that? Is something alive in there? I'm raising a pet. It has quite a large appetite, so all the food you've been ordering in the Great Hall was meant to fill its stomach. Daphne seemed to understand, and her brows furrowed slightly. What exactly are you raising? A griffin. A griffin? Have you gone mad? Griffins are classified as XXXX magical creatures. If anyone discovers it, you'll definitely receive detention. If the matter is serious enough, you might even be expelled. Daphne spoke anxiously. How have you managed to hide it here for so long? An extension charm. Daphne's eyes widened. Isn't that illegal? I wouldn't know, Vade said innocently. Professor Quirrell gave me this pouch as payment for a divination. Professor Quirrell. Daphne considered this for a moment. All right. If a professor is involved, the situation should not become too serious. Even so, it would be best if no one else found out. Has your family never used an extension charm? I can tell you quite clearly that nearly every wizard who has mastered the extension charm uses it to make life more convenient for themselves or their families. However, the law still exists. As long as you aren't caught, there won't be a problem. And if you are caught? That depends on the circumstances. The limits of wizarding law can be rather flexible. Vade nearly laughed. That sounded depressingly realistic. No matter the era, laws always seem to apply most strictly to those without influence, authority, or power. If Dumbledore broke wizarding law, probably no one would dare put him on trial. No one would risk discovering whether the most powerful wizard alive might lose his temper. Whatever the case, you need to deal with this pet as soon as possible. You can't keep raising it like this, or it will definitely cause serious trouble. I know. That's exactly what I'm going to do now, Vade explained patiently. I plan to leave it with Hagrid, the groundskeeper. Once it grows large enough and learns to hunt for itself, it can live in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, the half-giant. Daphne hesitated. Can he be trusted? My divination says there won't be a problem. Then let's go. I'll come with you. Vade did not object. Since he had already told her, he might as well let her be involved. It took them more than half an hour to reach Hagrid's hut. Vade stepped forwards and knocked on the door. Who is it? Vade Moria. Daphne Greengrass. A series of clattering noises came from inside. After a while, Hagrid opened the door and looked in confusion at the two Slytherins standing outside. What do you two want? We need your help. Vade carefully glanced around, then lowered his voice. It concerns a magical creature. A trace of guilt flashed across Hagrid's face. You know about it? We. Vade looked at Daphne. What exactly are we supposed to know? How should I know? Several fragmented images flashed through Vade's mind, but there was too little information for him to make sense of them. He did not dwell on it. Never mind. Can we speak inside? This is important, and it really isn't convenient to discuss it out here. All right. Hagrid stepped aside and invited them in. The hut consisted of a single room. A huge wooden table, chairs, bed, and fireplace occupied most of the space. Hams and pheasants hung from the ceiling, while an umbrella, overcoat, crossbow, pots, bowls, and other belongings were scattered around the room. A large boarhound with long fangs sat in one corner. He lives in a place like this? Daphne asked in disbelief. I thought it would be more like a professor's office. I never expected it to be so plain. To be continued. Chapter 51, Fostering Griffin, Bonus. Bonus for 1,100 horsepower. This house is already quite decent. Vade surveyed the room. It may be small, but it has everything one needs. I mean no offense, but can this really be called a house? Why not? A house doesn't have to be a luxurious manor. Vade spoke with complete seriousness, but his gaze happened to fall upon a sack filled with silvery hair. A thought immediately occurred to him. Hagrid lived beside the Forbidden Forest, which was home to countless magical creatures. Their fur, roots, branches, leaves, and even venom could all fetch excellent prices in Diagon Alley. Perhaps Hagrid secretly possessed more wealth than anyone else at Hogwarts. Forgive me for asking, but is that unicorn tail hair? Yes. It's extremely strong, so I use it to tie bandages around injured animals. Bandages. Daphne's eyes widened in confusion. You use unicorn tail hair as bandages? Is there a problem? No. No problem. Daphne could not understand it, but she was deeply impressed. A small bag of unicorn tail hair could sell for 10 galleons. The sack Hagrid possessed must have been worth well over 100. In other words, he was not poor at all. Why, then, did he live in such a cramped wooden hut? Was this some peculiar habit of wealthy people? All right, let's get to the point. I'm busy. What exactly did you come to see me about? Daphne looked at Vade. Vade shrugged and opened the pouch under Hagrid's puzzled gaze. A ball of fur squeezed out of the palm-sized pouch and grew into an imposing griffin. Griffin was now the size of a calf. After emerging, it flapped its gold and white wings, shook its neck, and stretched its body. Gallopin Gorgons. Hagrid swallowed involuntarily, his eyes fixed firmly on Griffin. I've never seen this breed of griffin before. His name is Griffin. He's adorable. Daphne stared at his golden fur, her eyes practically sparkling. Can I stroke him? Of course. Vade gave Griffin a meaningful look. The young griffin reluctantly walked over to Daphne and allowed her to stroke its fur. It feels lovely, but my hand is starting to tingle. Griffin, Vade said irritably. Daphne is a good friend of mine. Besides, you should be polite to girls. Oh. My hand isn't tingling anymore. Daphne looked surprised. Did he just do something? He was protesting, but he stopped now. Hagrid could no longer restrain himself. He stood, walked over to Griffin, and extended his enormous hand. Don't. Vade hurriedly tried to warn him, but he was already too late. Crackle. Blue arcs of electricity flashed across Griffin's body. The moment Hagrid touched him, his entire body convulsed from the shock, and he staggered several steps backwards before regaining his balance. What was that? I've never heard of a griffin using lightning. Hagrid spoke through chattering teeth, but he quickly realized the answer. His eyes gleamed. Is he a mutated griffin? More or less. Vade neither confirmed nor denied it. Besides being a griffin, Griffin has an unusually strong affinity with lightning and can control it to some extent. That's extraordinary. Hagrid became even more interested. Where did you find him? Yes, where did you find him? Daphne asked as the question occurred to her as well. Don't tell me you bought him. Mutated magical creatures are extremely valuable. No one would willingly sell one. When I bought him, he was still an egg, Vade explained with an awkward smile. The seller was completely wrapped in robes, so I couldn't see what he looked like. He seemed eager to get rid of it. I performed a divination to confirm that there was nothing wrong with the egg, then bought it for 100 galleons. He had made the story detailed enough that no one should be able to find a flaw in it. What? You too? Hagrid blurted out. The next moment, he covered his mouth, but both Vade and Daphne had already turned to stare at him. 2. The corner of Vade's mouth twitched. He felt as though he had walked straight into a trap. Did you also buy a magical creature's egg for 100 galleons? Was the seller also completely wrapped in robes? Daphne asked meaningfully. Hagrid nodded, then shook his head. The seller was in a hurry to get rid of it, and he was completely wrapped up, but I didn't pay for it. That's unfair. There's nothing unfair about it. He lost it to me in a game of cards. I never expected Hogwarts to gain 2 new magical creatures this year. Daphne suddenly felt exhausted. Griffin may be classified as an XXXX magical creature, but he listens to Vade and won't casually hurt anyone. But if your egg contains something so dangerous that you might not be able to control it, then you... I can control it. I can, Hagrid said incoherently. At least tell us what kind of egg it is. Hagrid's gaze lingered on Griffin for several seconds. He was about to answer when Vade interrupted him. Wait. It's probably better if you don't tell us. Vade explained to Daphne, sometimes, knowing too much only causes trouble. We should pretend we know nothing. Then, even if something goes wrong in the future, it won't have anything to do with us. Daphne blinked playfully. What do you mean, pretend we know nothing? We genuinely know nothing. Exactly. That's right. Hagrid quietly sighed in relief. He was confident that he could tame the young of any magical creature, but that did not mean anyone else would share his confidence. His was a dragon egg, and dragons were classified as XXXXX creatures by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Their destructive power was far beyond anything a griffin could match. Hagrid, you've seen Griffin. I've only raised him for a few weeks, but he's already grown this large, and he's eating more every day. If I delay any longer, I genuinely won't be able to keep him hidden. That's why I want to leave him in your care for the time being. No problem. No problem at all, Hagrid agreed readily. As someone who loved magical creatures, he did not consider this a burden in the slightest. In fact, he could hardly have asked for anything better. He had raised hippogriffs before, but never a griffin. The former were classified as XXX, while griffins were XXXX. This one was even a mutated specimen with an affinity for lightning. How could he possibly refuse? Thank you, but I should make a few things clear first. Griffin likes meat. Until he can hunt independently, you must not let him go hungry. Also, you can't keep him inside all the time. He needs to run and fly freely. Don't worry. Hagrid thumped his chest confidently. I'm an expert when it comes to raising magical creatures. Even Scamander has praised me. You mean Newt Scamander? Is he still alive? Of course. He occasionally visits the Forbidden Forest to see some old friends. Really? Vade raised an eyebrow. The next time that great magizoologist visits, please make certain you tell me. I'd like him to examine Griffin. You understand. After all, he isn't an ordinary Griffin. To be continued. Chapter 52, a single oversight, bonus. Bonus 1,200 horsepower. There's one more thing, Hagrid, Vade said tentatively. You do know the value of unicorn tail hair, don't you? That sack alone should be worth at least 100 galleons. Hagrid seemed to understand what Vade meant and gave him a simple, honest smile. You may have misunderstood. I'm not actually that wealthy. I hand over more than half of the magical materials I find in the Forbidden Forest to Hogwarts. Where do you think some of the ingredients used in potions lessons come from? Why? Daphne asked in confusion. Hogwarts doesn't seem to have any reason to demand them from you. Because of Dumbledore, Hagrid said frankly. After I was expelled, Dumbledore gave me the chance to remain at Hogwarts. He was also the one who reached agreements with many of the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest and divided the territory between them. Otherwise, working as groundskeeper would be far more dangerous. He is absolutely the kindest and most benevolent wizard in the wizarding world. Northwest one else comes close. So it was gratitude. Daphne nodded inwardly, gaining a new opinion of the half-giant. What about the rest? Vade asked. Well, I do sell some of it in Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley for galleons, Hagrid admitted. There are always things I need to buy. Crossbow bolts, seasonings, seeds, fresh vegetables, meat, and alcohol, for example. That still shouldn't cost very much. It costs more than you might think, Miss Greengrass. Quite a few creatures in the Forbidden Forest were raised by me. Hagrid smiled as he counted them off on his fingers. Thestrals, hippogriffs, unicorns, acromantulas. Unicorns. Daphne interrupted excitedly. You've raised unicorns. Not exactly, but I occasionally bring them fresh fruit, vegetables, and flowers. We get along reasonably well. Can you take me to see them? That's the Forbidden Forest. It's far too dangerous for students, Vade said with an exasperated smile, though he also felt slightly disappointed. It seemed that making money by selling magical materials from the Forbidden Forest would not be particularly easy. Hagrid was clearly not an option. Perhaps Griffin could help him once he grew older. Unicorns. Do you understand how appealing unicorns are to girls? Vade's cheek twitched. I'm not a girl. How am I supposed to understand that? He's right. There are many dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest, including more than one classified as XXXXX. Besides, you cannot simply decide to see a unicorn. It depends on luck. Do you understand? Daphne puffed out her cheeks in disappointment. I understand. Vade instructed Griffin to behave and explained several precautions to Hagrid before leaving the hut with Daphne. That matter is finally settled. I can relax for a few days. You hid it from me for so long. You know about it now, don't you? Is discovering it myself the same as you choosing to tell me? Daphne asked righteously. You're still hiding something else from me, aren't you? Ever since term began, no one can find you during much of your free time. One oversight in an otherwise careful plan. Vade's heart skipped a beat. He had not learned how to create a double. If Daphne genuinely investigated, it would be easy for her to discover that he regularly disappeared for periods of time and that no one knew where he went. All right. There is something. I knew it. A trace of grievance entered Daphne's voice. Don't you think you should tell me now? Vade adopted an embarrassed expression and hesitated for quite some time before speaking. I discovered a room on the 8th floor of the castle. It's extremely unusual. After advancing to sequence 7, Magician, the room was no longer especially useful for improving his magic. At most, it made potion brewing and alchemy more convenient, revealing it would not be a serious loss. Daphne listened blankly, and her expression gradually became animated. Hogwarts has a hidden room like that. Griffin hatched there. The room can reproduce sunlight and lightning, which created the ideal environment for his incubation. And you're only telling me now? Vade met the hurt in her eyes and did not know how to respond. He was not good at handling situations like this and began explaining awkwardly. I went there to study. Brewing potions and practicing alchemy both require a suitable environment. My magical talent can't compare with yours, so I can only try to improve myself in other ways. That still doesn't explain why you hid it from me. Brewing even an ordinary potion takes at least half an hour. More advanced ones can take months or even over a year, although I'm not capable of brewing anything like that yet. Alchemy is even more complicated. Not a single step can go wrong, so it requires even more time and patience. Oh. Were you worried I would disturb you? No, of course not. Vade gave her an awkward but polite smile. I merely wanted to improve in secret and astonish everyone later. I didn't realize you were so ambitious. As someone trying to survive in Slytherin without the advantage of pureblood status, I can only make myself as exceptional as possible. Daphne fell silent for a moment. Since you were only trying to work hard and improve yourself, I'll reluctantly forgive you this time. Apart from that, there isn't anything else you're hiding from me, is there? Of course there is, but the secret of the Card of Blasphemy concerns my life. I can never tell anyone about it. Vade complained inwardly, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He shook his head without hesitation. No. Definitely not. That's more like it. Can you take me to see the room? Now. Vade glanced at the darkening sky. Isn't it a little late? It isn't late. As long as we return to the common room before curfew, it will be fine. Besides, I'm genuinely curious. I can hardly wait to see a room that fulfills whatever someone requires. All right, but I should warn you. It only fulfills requests within certain limits. Don't expect too much from it. More than half an hour later, the two of them stood before the wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by a troll. This is the place. Follow the method I described, and you should be able to make the door appear. Unable to conceal her excitement, Daphne paced back and forth before the wall while silently repeating her request. Before long, a distinct door appeared in the blank wall. Let's go. Vade pushed the door open, and the two of them entered one after the other. Inside was a spacious, brightly lit training area. 10 target dummies stood in a row from left to right. Vade stared at the familiar scene, and an absurd feeling rose within him. Would you care to explain? Daphne looked at him with an amused smile. I asked for the room to appear exactly as it did the first time you entered it. Do alchemy and potion brewing require target dummies? Vade fell silent. Careless. She had never seemed this clever before. To be continued. Chapter 53, The Ambition to be Second to None, bonus. All right. Since you've discovered it, I'll tell you the truth. Vade wore a complicated expression, with a trace of helpless embarrassment in his eyes. At first, I wanted to practice magic here so that I wouldn't fall too far behind talented people like you. Daphne looked as though she had expected this and showed no surprise whatsoever. And then I realized I genuinely had no talent in that area, so I gradually gave up. Show me. Use the spell you're best at. Vade drew his wand and aimed it at a dummy. Incendio. A fist-sized ball of flame struck the target, leaving a small scorch mark around the second ring. See? That's the result of my training. So rather than spending my time on spells, I thought it would be better to patiently improve my potion making and alchemy. I'm simply playing to my strengths. No, I think what you lack is proper guidance. Daphne spoke with complete seriousness, then drew her own wand. Incendio. The flames she produced were as wide as a bowl and struck the center of the target perfectly, making the dummy sway backwards. Vade immediately applauded. Impressive. Truly impressive. As expected of the heiress of a pureblood family. Although she was still no match for an upper-year student, she was certainly above the average first year. It was nothing. Daphne smiled. I can help you train. That really won't be necessary. Vade smiled awkwardly and waved away the offer. He was already busy enough. He had no spare time to keep up this pretense with her. You should train, Daphne said with unusual seriousness. In the wizarding world, strength matters most. A sufficiently powerful wizard can even force the rules to bend. Very insightful. Vade gave her a thumbs up. I admit that you're right, but possessing great strength requires powerful magic in the first place. My magical talent is what it is. Catching up with true prodigies through training alone would be extremely difficult. Potions are different. I can brew potions that stimulate a wizard's potential and reduce the difference at its source. The same principle applies to alchemy. If your own strength is insufficient, equipment can make up for it. A wand allows a wizard to cast spells more smoothly, while high-quality alchemical items can enhance a wizard's abilities. That. Daphne pursed her lips. That would be even more difficult than practicing magic. Much more difficult. I know, but Slytherin has no shortage of ambition. I believe I'll succeed. Even if I ultimately fail, that won't stop me from becoming a potions master and an alchemist. Then I'll protect you until you succeed. Vade froze, and his emotions became strangely complicated. You'll protect me. Are you moved? Vade nearly lost control of his expression. He was indeed slightly touched, but he was not even certain Daphne had the ability to protect him. Besides, he did not need her protection. Thank you very much. Vade forced out a stiff smile and took a deep breath to suppress his complicated thoughts. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to train Daphne. If she became stronger, it would benefit him as well. At the very least, she could provide him with some cover. It would be mutually beneficial. However, although Daphne's magical talent surpassed that of an ordinary wizard, it was not especially exceptional. Training her would probably not be easy. To protect someone else, you first need to be strong enough yourself. This room contains many books. I believe they can help you improve. As Vade made a new request of the room, several rows of bookshelves slowly appeared. Daphne hurried over, her gaze sweeping across the titles. An analysis of common spells, outsmarting the dark arts, applications of the disarming charm, the many uses of the wand-lighting charm. Merlin's beard. Is this a hidden Hogwarts library? The Hogwarts library certainly contains similar books, probably even more of them. However, this room provides the knowledge its user needs most, which saves a great deal of time. These books. Daphne flipped through several of them in succession, and surprise appeared on her face. Many contain annotations, and several different people have written in them. That's perfectly normal, Vade explained. Hogwarts has existed for more than 1,000 years. Over such a long period, many people must have discovered this room. These books, notes, and annotations were left behind by those who came before us. Anyone capable of leaving such material behind would have been no less talented than you. I'll leave a book here one day as well. Daphne raised her chin proudly. The Greengrass family is second to none. There may already be something here left by a member of the Greengrass family. Daphne Greengrass is second to none. Vade laughed despite himself. Ambitious. Daphne remained unmoved and looked at him seriously. You have to leave a book too. What? Are you joking? I'm not joking. You're a future potions master and alchemist. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't leave behind one or two works? That still doesn't mean I need to spend my time on something like this. It's payment, Daphne said earnestly. Payment for protecting you. Besides, keeping notes will help with your research into potions and alchemy. This was completely unreasonable. Vade felt a headache coming on and patiently explained, that really isn't possible. Neither potion formulas nor insights into alchemy are things that can simply be written down on any piece of parchment. Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist who has lived for more than 600 years, but apart from Dumbledore, probably very few people have ever seen his notes. Professor Snape has been a renowned potions master for years. I'm certain he has his own insights into brewing potions, but none of us has ever seen his notes. Daphne opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Even so, a trace of disappointment inevitably flashed through her eyes. Seeing this, Vade helplessly added, that said, I will still pay the protection fee you asked for. Not with potions or alchemy. Don't tell me you plan to research new magic. That won't do. It's too dangerous. Who said I was going to research new magic? It was dangerous and time-consuming. Only someone with far too much time on their hands would do such a thing. Vade complained inwardly. He understood his priorities very clearly. Advancing through the sequences was far more important than researching magic. Once his sequence was high enough, he would gain authority. At that point, he could create whatever magic he wanted. Therefore, as far as magic was concerned, mastering the knowledge contained in existing books was enough for him. Naturally, making the occasional practical improvement was not out of the question. However, conducting deeper research would not only be largely pointless, but would also risk attracting the attention of certain people. It would be far more trouble than it was worth. To be continued. Chapter 54, Dragon Egg, Bonus. Though we didn't quite reach T20, here are 2 extra bonuses as a thank you for your support last week. The deal still stands, T20 by the end of this week, and you get 5 extra bonuses apart from the normal bonus, Sigma. What kind of book are you planning to leave behind? Daphne asked curiously. A book that classifies wizards according to their magical power, Vade said half-jokingly. Don't you think the wizarding world is far too vague when it comes to judging a wizard's strength? There isn't any clear standard at all. When Dumbledore was our age, his magical power may already have rivaled that of an ordinary adult wizard. And how does the wizarding world describe him? Daphne considered it for a moment. A once-in-a-century genius. Genius is the fairest description, but it is also the vaguest. Many people can be called geniuses. Dumbledore merely had once-in-a-century added before the word. So I want to create a more detailed classification, allowing wizards to understand their own abilities more clearly. That could prevent many absurd situations. Daphne looked thoughtful. That doesn't seem especially meaningful. At first, it really wouldn't mean much. But once wizards accepted the classification, the book would become part of the foundations of the wizarding world. More importantly, it wouldn't be difficult or dangerous. That last part is the real reason, isn't it? Daphne said irritably. Then another thought occurred to her. Put my name on the book, and publish it after receiving my permission. That doesn't seem appropriate. It's your protection fee. I'd feel uneasy if you refuse to accept it. All right. I suppose I'll make the sacrifice. Daphne reluctantly agreed. She decided that once the book was completed, she would immediately take it home and show her parents. At the very least, it would prove that she had good judgment. The amount of substance in the book was not especially important. No matter how talented a first-year student at Hogwarts might be, there were limits. How much time do you need? 3 days would be enough. That was what Vade thought, but he put on a contemplative expression. 3 years. No. 3 months, Daphne said. However, when she saw how startled Vade appeared, her resolve softened slightly. If that's too soon, you can give it to me before the summer holidays. I'll do my best. Vade felt secretly relieved. Gaining several months was already quite good. He could simply work on it whenever he had spare time. After leaving Griffin in Hagrid's care, Vade's life became much easier and gradually returned to the routine of the previous term. After Easter, many students began preparing early for their examinations, and the library became far busier than usual. Vade had no need to worry about the examinations. He was instead considering how to control his marks so that he could maintain the image of an average student. Therefore, while Daphne buried herself in her textbooks, he studied a dictionary of ancient runes. Every rune was a magical character. It had to be written correctly while being infused with the proper amount of magic. Advanced alchemy required these special characters. Only by combining multiple runes could an alchemical creation truly be given a soul. At that moment, a shadow fell across the table. Vade looked up and saw Hagrid smiling at him. Ancient runes. Why are you reading that? You won't start learning them until 3rd year, and even then, they're only an optional subject, Hagrid said quietly. The only thing those magical characters are good for is putting you to sleep. Even if you understand them, all you can do is decipher a few old magical texts. It's a personal interest. Vade remained unconcerned. Since you came here, is something wrong? Do you even need to ask? It must be Griffin, Daphne said. Is he ill? No. He's as strong as an ox. His appetite just hasn't been very good. He's eating less than he did last week, so I thought the two of you might come and have a look at him. No problem. Tomorrow, Vade said. I still have something to do today. He pointed meaningfully at the dictionary of ancient runes. This book is more valuable than I expected. All right. Tomorrow, then. Hagrid happily turned and left, still holding a book behind his back. Did you see that book? Daphne nudged Vade's arm. Dragon breeding for pleasure and profit. Do you think the egg Hagrid obtained might be a dragon egg? Do you remember what I told you before? Pretend we know nothing. Whatever Hagrid is raising has nothing to do with us. But if he really is raising a dragon, won't Griffin be bullied? What are you thinking? Vade said dismissively. If he really is raising a dragon, he won't be able to keep it for long. Dragons grow quickly, and they are extremely dangerous and destructive. Dumbledore would never allow him to keep such a vicious creature near Hogwarts. Before the dragon is taken away, Griffin will be the one bullying it with his size advantage. That night, Hagrid wore a pair of thick gloves and crouched excitedly in front of the fireplace. He stared at the black dragon egg beneath the kettle, his heart filled with anticipation. A knock sounded at the door. He stood and opened it, finding Harry, Ron, and Hermione outside. Oh, it's you. I thought. Never mind. I'm sorry, but I can't spend time with you today. Hagrid began closing the door. Hagrid, we need to speak to you. I'll say it again. I'm not telling you who Nicholas Flamel is. We already worked it out, Ron said proudly. The thing Fluffy is guarding is the Philosopher's Stone, isn't it? Hagrid froze, then allowed them into the hut. We think Snape is trying to steal it, Harry said directly after sitting down. Snape. You aren't still suspecting him, are you? Hagrid, I need to make something clear. Hermione raised her hand. Those two suspect Snape. I don't. You're right. Snape is one of the teachers protecting the Philosopher's Stone. He wouldn't try to steal it. That's even worse. It means stealing the Philosopher's Stone wouldn't be very difficult for him. One of the teachers. Hermione immediately noticed the key detail. Hagrid, who else is involved? Let me think. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Quirrell. Each of them set up one of the obstacles. If you ask me, it was a complete waste of time. No one can get past Fluffy. No one knows how, except Dumbledore and me. Hagrid chuckled, but the smile quickly disappeared from his face. I shouldn't have told you that much. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and relaxed slightly. Fortunately, even if Snape worked out how to pass the other obstacles, it would mean nothing if he could not get past Fluffy. Hermione had a similar thought, though she replaced Snape with Quirrell. Crack. 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 The kettle suddenly began shaking, drawing everyone's attention. Hagrid immediately hurried over and pulled out a glossy black egg. To be continued. Working on a book that I feel is quite unique. It's not fanfiction, but it has elements of fanfiction. I've posted it and would appreciate it if you could check it out and see if it's something you'd like to follow. Title, A Guide to Superhuman Extinction. Chapter 55, Discovered. Even with thick gloves on, Hagrid was still burned by the dragon egg. Huffing and puffing, he carefully placed it on the table. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around curiously. Hagrid, what exactly is that? That. Well, this. Hagrid looked deeply uneasy and stumbled over his words. I know what it is, Ron said in astonishment. But Hagrid, how did you get hold of one? It must have cost a fortune. I won it from a stranger in a pub. To be honest, he seemed desperate to get rid of it. At that moment, the dragon egg began shaking violently, as though it were about to hatch. The four of them held their breath and instinctively moved back. After a series of clicking sounds, the egg suddenly burst apart. Fragments of shell flew in every direction amid clouds of white steam, and everyone instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves. The black dragon thrashed about on the table, sweeping away the broken shell beneath it. Is that a dragon? Hermione asked in disbelief. That isn't just any dragon. It's a Norwegian ridgeback, Ron said. My brother Charlie studies them in Romania. Isn't he beautiful? Bless him. Hagrid's eyes sparkled, and his expression was as tender as a mother gazing at her baby. Look, Mummy's here. Hagrid reached out a finger to tease the young dragon. Hello, Norbert. Norbert. He has to have a name, doesn't he? Don't you, Norbert? Norbert opened his mouth and released a small burst of dragon fire, nearly setting Hagrid's beard alight. Of course, he still needs to learn some manners. Hagrid patted out the sparks in his beard, looking entirely unconcerned. Suddenly, the smile vanished from his face. He sprang up and rushed towards the window. What is it? Someone was watching us. It was a boy. He's running back towards the school. It was Malfoy, Harry said with certainty. Although it was dark, the boy's silhouette and distinctive blonde hair made him easy to recognize. What are we going to do? Hermione asked anxiously. He'll definitely report this to a professor. Before she had even finished speaking, a deep cry came from the night sky. A golden griffin swooped down. The powerful gusts created by its enormous wings sent Draco, who had already run more than 10 meters, flying backwards. Griffin, stop. He's... Hagrid had intended to remind the creature that Draco was Vade's dormitory mate, but when he remembered that Harry and the others were present, he hurriedly changed his words. He isn't a bad person. Confusion flashed through Griffin's eyes, but he did not attack again. Instead, he landed steadily on the ground. A griffin, Hermione said numbly. I've read about them, but this one seems different. Griffin is special. He's a completely new variety, Hagrid explained vaguely. Hagrid, what else are you raising? Never mind that. Malfoy is the important part. Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, then the two of them stepped outside and blocked Draco, who had just climbed back to his feet. You actually dared. Draco spluttered. I'm telling my father. Take a look at the situation, Malfoy, Ron said, gathering his courage. There are 2 of us. No, 4. you're alone. Ha! Draco could not help laughing. Weasley, what exactly do you think you can do? Potter, are you trying to get expelled from Hogwarts? Just tell us what you want. Obviously, I'm going to tell Professor McGonagall and let her see how much trouble Gryffindors can cause, Draco said fearlessly. You actually brought a dragon onto school grounds. You've got some nerve. At most, we're guilty of being outside after curfew, Hermione emphasized. The dragon has nothing to do with us. You can explain that to Professor McGonagall and see whether she believes you. And then there's that griffin. My goodness, a magical creature attacked a student outside the Forbidden Forest. I'm definitely telling my father. I'm sure the Board of Governors will give me a proper explanation. No, this has nothing to do with Griffin, Hagrid said anxiously. He didn't attack you. At most, he was playing a joke. Exactly. You have no proof Griffin attacked you, Hermione said immediately. How do I not have proof? Draco began to argue, then realized that he had not suffered so much as a scratch. At most, he had fallen over. Just you wait. After delivering the threat, Draco ran towards the castle. Aren't we going to stop him? Ron asked. There's no point. Even if we stop him now, he'll report us to a professor tomorrow. Then what do we do? We should go back first, Hermione said helplessly. Being outside after curfew also breaks the school rules. If Filch catches us, we're finished. Hagrid, you'd better prepare yourself. Hagrid nodded weakly, looking deeply dejected. He knew he could not keep Norbert forever, but he had never imagined the dragon might be taken away after only a single day. The three of them exchanged silent looks and hurried back towards the castle. However, the moment they entered, they ran straight into Professor McGonagall. Good evening. Professor McGonagall looked expressionlessly at the three of them, while Draco stood behind her with a gloating smile. Several minutes later, the four students were taken to an empty classroom, where they stood awkwardly beneath the lectern like children who knew they had done something wrong. Under no circumstances, and I repeat, under no circumstances, are students permitted to wander around the school in the middle of the night. Therefore, as punishment, 50 points will be deducted. 50 points. Harry asked in disbelief. From each of you, Professor McGonagall added. To ensure that this does not happen again, all four of you will also serve detention. The smile froze on Draco's face. Forgive me, Professor. Perhaps I misheard. Did you say all four of us? No, you heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy. Although your intentions may have been good, you were also wandering around after curfew. You will be punished alongside your classmates. The smiles vanished from Draco's face and appeared on those of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Dragging an irritating Slytherin down with them, especially the one who had reported them, was at least some consolation for their terrible mood. Professor. Filch knocked on the door. Hagrid is here. Good evening, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said sorrowfully, his eyes glistening with tears. Professor McGonagall looked at him helplessly. Mr. Malfoy says you have been raising a dragon. Hagrid, you know perfectly well that this is strictly forbidden at Hogwarts. I will inform Dumbledore and have the dragon released into the wild as soon as possible. But Professor, Norbert was only just born. He's still so small. You need not concern yourself with that. I am certain Dumbledore will handle it properly. Now, there is another matter we need to discuss. What is the explanation for that griffin? I expect a reasonable answer. Hagrid lowered his head, torn between speaking and remaining silent. You know about the agreement between Dumbledore and the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. A magical creature leaving the forest without permission and attacking a student would violate that agreement. If this is not handled properly, it could become extremely troublesome. But if that griffin is another creature you have secretly raised, then you should explain the matter clearly rather than making Dumbledore resolve everything for you. Hagrid fell silent. To be continued. Chapter 56, he had planned everything quite thoroughly, bonus. The following day, in the potions professor's office. Foolish, Snape said, glaring at Draco. You discovered Potter, Weasley, and Granger sneaking out after curfew. Why didn't you inform me directly? With me present, who could accuse you of breaking school rules? We could have caught them in the act and deducted points and assigned detention with perfect justification. But instead, you went to Professor McGonagall. She is the head of Gryffindor. Although she would not protect Gryffindor when the evidence was conclusive, did you truly think she would pass up an opportunity to deduct points from Slytherin? I'm sorry, Professor, Draco said gloomily. At the time, I thought it would be better for the head of Gryffindor to punish Gryffindors. And so you dragged yourself into trouble as well. Snape wearily pressed a hand to his forehead and shook his head. Had his old friends Lucius and Narcissa not asked him to look after their son, he would never have gone to this much trouble. Do not let it happen again. I hope you remember this lesson. Yes, Professor. And you, Mr. Moria. Snape turned towards Vade, frustrated by the misfortune of seeing such a gifted Slytherin potioneer behave so recklessly. The boy usually appeared calm and dependable, but he had secretly caused something outrageous. You are truly remarkable. You somehow managed to bring a griffin into Hogwarts. Professor, please let me explain, Vade said pitifully. When I brought Griffin to Hogwarts, it was still an egg. Not long after it hatched, I realized I couldn't care for it properly, so I asked Hagrid to raise it. I visit whenever I have time. You arranged everything quite thoroughly, Snape said with a cold smile. I had no other choice. I couldn't abandon it simply because I couldn't afford to raise it. There is no one else left in my family. Griffin is more than just a pet to me. Hearing this, Snape could no longer bring himself to speak too harshly, no matter how angry he was. He understood loneliness all too well. The problem is that Professor McGonagall has now discovered the griffin. So she discovered it. Vade remained unconcerned. Professor McGonagall was the one who introduced me to the wizarding world. When we were in Diagon Alley last year, I asked whether Hogwarts students were only allowed to bring owls, cats, or toads. She told me that any pet was permitted as long as it wasn't dangerous and didn't interfere with ordinary school life. If Weasley can bring a rat to school, why can't I bring a griffin? Both Draco's and Snape's expressions became extremely complicated. A rat and a griffin. Were those two creatures remotely comparable? Take this seriously, Moria. Professor, I am being serious. Griffin isn't dangerous, and I keep it outside the castle, so it doesn't interfere with anyone's lessons or daily life. What more am I supposed to do? Wait. Draco interrupted. You said it isn't dangerous. Are you joking? One flap of its wings sent me flying, and you call that harmless? Draco, griffins are often hired by wizards to guard treasure. Considering your behavior, it probably assumed you were a thief. What did you say? Draco felt deeply insulted and angrily prepared to protest. He had originally intended to forgive the griffin, but now he felt the matter required reconsideration. You were peering through the window, then ran away after being discovered. That does look rather. That's enough. Stop talking. Draco cut him off. Actually, Griffin is very obedient. It does whatever I tell it to do. Apart from being slightly larger, faster, and more magical, it is no different from an ordinary pet. Vade looked utterly helpless. If Deputy Headmistress McGonagall insists on punishing me because of it, I have nothing to say. Snape considered the matter for a while. You did not leave the castle after curfew, so there is no need to deduct 50 points from you as well. However, secretly raising a griffin is no small matter. You will serve detention with the others. As for the griffin, I will explain the situation to Dumbledore. As long as you do not bring it into Hogwarts, it should not be too serious a problem. After all, he keeps a phoenix. Vade felt an immense sense of relief. The discovery of Griffin had caught him completely off guard, but it was not entirely a bad thing. At least he could now visit it openly. More importantly, news that he owned a griffin would gradually spread. Once everyone accepted the matter as normal, bringing Griffin into Hogwarts later would seem perfectly natural. Vade and Draco left Snape's office together. Vade sighed theatrically. Master Malfoy, you truly caused me a great deal of trouble this time. How was I supposed to know that Griffin belonged to you? Draco complained, then suddenly stopped walking. Wait. You owned a griffin and never told me. Obviously. If you were secretly raising an XXXXX-class magical creature at Hogwarts, would you tell anyone? Draco thought for a moment. Probably. And that is precisely why I didn't dare tell you. If you knew, Crabbe and Goyle would know. Then Theodore and Zabini would find out, followed by all of Slytherin and eventually the entire school. If the matter became too serious, I couldn't guarantee that I wouldn't be expelled. Besides. Besides what? Daphne told me not to tell anyone. Greengrass knew. Draco looked at Vade suspiciously. Aren't the two of you becoming rather too close? Daphne discovered it by accident. That isn't what I meant. I remember telling you about the Greengrass family situation, didn't I? Bloody hell. I'm only 12. Do you really need to start planning my marriage already? Vade cursed inwardly, then raised his chin and gave a proud snort. Draco, I may only be a half-blood, but that does not mean I intend to live off someone else's wealth. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, especially when the opportunity is placed directly in front of you, Draco advised tactfully. At that moment, he remembered his father's earnest teachings and one of the secrets behind the Malfoy family's enduring prosperity. If the future husband of the Greengrass heiress was his dormitory mate, the relationship between the Malfoy and Greengrass families would become even closer. Draco. Vade's voice grew heavier. I need to make this clear once more. Whatever relationship Daphne and I may have in the future, right now we are only friends. I hope you will not interfere, and especially that you will not spread ridiculous rumors. As though I have that much spare time, Draco said with a curl of his lip. Still, I sincerely advise you to think carefully. You could save yourself decades of struggle. Honestly, he was worrying about something that had nothing to do with him. Vade then skillfully changed the subject. So what exactly will we be doing for detention? How should I know? McGonagall told us to report to Filch, so it certainly won't be easy. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 57, Detention in the Forbidden Forest. At 11 o'clock that night, Vade and Draco left the common room and headed towards the entrance hall. The caretaker, Filch, was already waiting for them. When he saw them, a mocking smile appeared on his face. You know, Slytherins rarely end up in detention. I'm an innocent victim in all this, Vade said with a bitter smile. May I ask, Mr. Filch, where tonight's detention will take place? You're better off finding out later. Otherwise, you'll spend the entire journey worrying. Vade swallowed. That sounds rather dangerous. How dangerous could it be? Draco said dismissively. This is a school. If anything happens to a student, the school will have to take responsibility. Master Malfoy, I truly admire your optimism. At that moment, 3 Gryffindors approached. They were Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Good evening, all 3 of you. Vade, why are you here as well? Hermione asked in confusion. Because Griffin belongs to me, Vade explained simply. Because of you lot, it was discovered, and I got dragged into this. It lived perfectly well with Hagrid for months without anyone noticing. I never expected. Well, Gryffindors truly deserve their reputation as troublemakers. You can't blame us for that. You should blame Malfoy, Ron said with exaggerated expressions. If he hadn't been skulking around, that Griffin wouldn't have mistaken him for a thief. You still ended up in detention with us. Ha ha ha, is that how Gryffindors comfort themselves? Draco looked at Harry with a cheerful smile. Potter, you lot must be too ashamed to show your faces. Vade didn't lose any points, and I only lost 50. But the 3 of you cost Gryffindor 150 points. Gryffindor was originally Slytherin's greatest rival for the House Cup this year. Now Gryffindor is in last place, while Slytherin is far ahead. Trading 50 points for 150 has made me one of the most popular people in Slytherin. Honestly, I should thank you. You did Slytherin a tremendous favor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances. They said nothing, but the anger in their eyes was impossible to hide. They had endured countless hostile looks that day. Gryffindor treated them like a plague, and not a single person had shown them a friendly face. Now the culprit responsible for all of it was standing before them, gloating openly. Their fists clenched. Noticing the fury in their eyes, Draco frowned and immediately pulled Vade in front of himself. Draco, what happened to your aristocratic dignity? I'm not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but only an idiot would stand still while 3 people attacked him, Draco said righteously, without the slightest shame. Aristocratic dignity or not, the education he had received since childhood certainly did not require him to stand there and take a beating. Ahem. Vade coughed theatrically. I completely understand how you feel, but even if you want revenge, surely you shouldn't do it in front of the caretaker. Only then did Harry and the others remember that Filch was still present. However unwillingly, they had no choice but to suppress their anger. If they lost even more points because of a momentary impulse, they truly would have no place left in Gryffindor. Besides, you should choose the correct target for your revenge. Vade stepped to one side, exposing Draco behind him. If you hit him, you can't hit me. Who said anything about hitting anyone? Hermione asked irritably. Are you finished? Filch lit an oil lamp and led them out of the castle. Then follow me. It's a shame the old punishments were abolished. In the past, students serving detention were hung upside down in the dungeons. I still miss the sound of their screams. But believe me, after tonight, you'll think carefully before breaking another school rule. They crossed the dark grounds and arrived outside Hagrid's hut. Yellow light shone through the windows and illuminated the area in front of the house, proving that Hagrid was still awake. By then, they had guessed that Hagrid would be accompanying them, and their taut nerves relaxed slightly. You'll be serving detention with Hagrid tonight. He has some business to attend to in the Forbidden Forest. The troublemakers have arrived, Filch called. Hagrid emerged carrying a lantern. He looked miserable as he adjusted his crossbow, and there was a faint sob in his breathing. Good heavens, man. Are you still mourning that dragon? Norbert's gone. Dumbledore sent him to a reserve in Romania. That's a good thing, isn't it? Hermione said. He'll be with other dragons now. What if he doesn't like Romania? What if the other dragons bully him? He's still so little. Oh, pull yourself together. You're going into the forest. You need to keep your wits about you. The Forbidden Forest. Draco's voice rose sharply. I thought you were joking. We can't go in there. Students aren't allowed, and there are. A whoa. A wolf howled from within the Forbidden Forest. Draco's face grew paler, and he finished in a trembling voice, werewolves. There are far worse things than werewolves in that forest, that much is certain, Filch said. He then raised his lamp and headed back towards the castle. Good night. All right, let's go. Hagrid lifted his lantern and led them towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. I thought we would only have to write lines or sit in a locked room, Draco said anxiously. Sending us into the Forbidden Forest? Professor McGonagall must be mad. When my father hears about this. Your father won't hear about it until tomorrow at the earliest. Do you really think that will help you now? Unless you want to be expelled from Hogwarts, you'll have to accept the punishment, Ron said sarcastically. You could always go back and pack your things now. I promise I won't laugh at you. Draco glared at him furiously and stopped complaining about the dangerous punishment. Compared with being mocked by Weasley, the dangers of the Forbidden Forest seemed insignificant. Besides, he was not going in alone. He had someone to help him. Vade, where's that griffin of yours? It should be somewhere in the forest, shouldn't it? Griffin. You want it to protect you. That shouldn't be a problem, should it? It is a problem. A very large one. Griffin is only a few months old. It's currently about the size of a horse. Why would you think it could defeat the creatures living in the Forbidden Forest? A few werewolves alone could tear it apart, Vade said. Griffin might possess enormous potential, but it was still too young and had not yet grown into its strength. Actually, keeping yourself safe in the Forbidden Forest isn't particularly difficult. Just stay close to Hagrid, and nothing should happen. To be continued. Chapter 58, all in the same boat, bonus. Bonus for 600 horsepower. Hagrid led the group to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and followed a narrow path into the depths of the woods. The Forbidden Forest was dark and gloomy at night, with very poor visibility. Without the lantern in Hagrid's hand, they would have spent the entire journey stumbling over roots and stones. More than 10 minutes later, Hagrid suddenly stopped at a fork in the path. He crouched beside a pool of silvery liquid on the ground, rubbed some between his fingers, and became extremely grave. Hagrid, what is that? Harry asked. Blood. Unicorn blood. Vade swallowed involuntarily as fragments of memory surfaced in his mind, immediately putting him on alert. He remembered that Voldemort had possessed Quirrell and wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but he had almost forgotten that Voldemort's condition was steadily worsening, forcing him to drink unicorn blood to prolong his life. Originally, Vade had not taken tonight's detention seriously. He had planned to do whatever Harry and the others did, maintain his established persona, and endure until morning. Now, however, he needed to make additional preparations. Unless something unexpected had happened, Voldemort was somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. If they encountered him, Vade would need a way to escape unharmed. How did you know? Hagrid asked in surprise. The smell of blood is obvious, and I remember reading that unicorn blood is silver. That's right. Hagrid nodded. This is why we're here tonight. A few weeks ago, I found one unicorn dead, and another has now been badly injured. Our task is to find the poor creature and put it out of its misery. Wait. What happens if whatever attacked the unicorn finds us first? Draco asked fearfully. As long as you're with me or Fong, nothing in the Forbidden Forest will harm you. What if it wasn't a creature from the forest? Vade asked, unable to hide his concern. Hagrid, what if the unicorn was injured by an outsider? Yes, that's what I was about to say, Draco quickly agreed. Whatever it was managed to kill a unicorn. It would be extremely dangerous if we encountered it. Outsiders don't simply wander into the Forbidden Forest. Besides, the unicorn was injured several weeks ago. No poacher would dare remain here that long. Vade opened his mouth, then found himself unable to answer. How was he supposed to explain it? He could hardly tell Hagrid that Voldemort was drinking unicorn blood to stay alive. All right, we'll split into two groups and follow the blood trail. Harry and Ron, come with me along one path. Malfoy, Vade, and Hermione, take Fong and follow the other. The corner of Vade's mouth twitched. Sometimes, when a situation became absurd enough, laughter was the only possible response. 3 children wandering through the Forbidden Forest with a dog. Did Hagrid have confidence in them, or in Fong? If you find the unicorn, send up green sparks. If you run into trouble, send up red sparks. We'll come and join you immediately. Any questions? No, Hermione said. Good. Be careful. Hagrid handed the lantern to Vade, readied his crossbow, and led Harry and Ron down the other path. Vade looked at Draco and Hermione, then sighed wearily. Draw your wands before we set off. Otherwise, if something happens, you won't even have time to react. And be prepared to run. I have a feeling this won't be as simple as Hagrid thinks. Only after they had drawn their wands did Vade lift the lantern and take the lead. The three of them followed the path in silence, passing through the dark, dense forest. Every so often, they saw more silver blood illuminated by the lantern. The further they went, the narrower the path became and the more frequent the bloodstains grew. This can no longer be described as merely badly injured, Vade said with a frown. That unicorn is close to death. It may already be dead. Surely not. Hermione asked uneasily. Why not? We followed this trail for quite some distance. No unicorn could lose this much blood and survive. Vade suddenly stopped speaking. He could faintly hear the sound of something heavy being dragged, along with the rustle of robes brushing across the ground. What is it? Vade raised a finger to his lips, signaling them not to make a sound. Then he took out a canute and performed a divination. It landed face upwards, exactly as he had predicted. The good news was that the unicorn was just ahead. The bad news was that Voldemort was there as well. If Vade had been alone, he could simply have turned and fled. But Hermione and Draco were with him, which made the situation far more troublesome. It's ahead, but the unicorn isn't alone. You mean the creature that attacked it is there too? Fear entered Draco's voice. Has it caught the unicorn? Most likely. Then we should send up both colors of sparks and tell Hagrid to come immediately. Vade gave Hermione a speechless look. That is a terrible idea. An exceptionally terrible idea. It would take Hagrid and the others at least 10 minutes to reach us. 10 minutes would be more than enough time for whatever is ahead to kill us several times over. Then what do you suggest? Run. Leave this place, Draco said. Agreed. Vade nodded. We should ensure our own safety first, then notify Hagrid once we're far enough away. What about the unicorn? It may still be alive. If we retreat now, we'll be abandoning it to die. There is a difference between refusing to help and throwing your life away. Granger, if you want to get yourself killed, go alone. Don't drag us with you. Hermione ignored Draco and turned to Vade instead. Let's at least take a look. If we truly can't handle it, we'll do as you say. But if there is something we can do, we cannot simply leave. Vade remained silent for several seconds. All right. Thank you. Why did you agree to that? Draco asked anxiously. What else could I do? Do you think we could stop her? Draco froze. However unpleasant it was to admit, the three of them were now all in the same boat. If Hermione insisted on firing both colors of sparks, they could not stop her. If she was discovered, they would be dragged into the danger as well. It was better for both sides to compromise. Gryffindors are nothing but trouble, especially Mud. Be quiet, Draco. I'm warning you again. Do not use that word. I know. From now on, cover your mouth and do not make a sound. If we are discovered, this will not be a joke. Draco and Hermione exchanged a glance and nodded. Then they carefully followed Vade forwards. The three bent low and crept behind a large, twisted tree. Using its tangled roots as cover, they looked towards a hollow clearing ahead and saw a sight that was both beautiful and tragic. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 59, Borrowing Another's Authority. A beautiful silver-white creature shimmered beneath the moonlight, but it was no longer breathing. Its four legs remained in the position in which it had fallen, and its soft coat lay disheveled across the ground. Beside the unicorn crouched a hooded figure in black robes. Like a wild beast, the figure had sunk its teeth into the unicorn's neck and was drinking its silvery blood. Gulp. All three of them swallowed at once, barely managing to suppress their screams. Vade's judgment had been correct. This was definitely not a creature from the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, it would not have deliberately worn black robes and a hood to conceal its appearance. Move, Vade whispered. Don't let him realize we've seen him. Draco and Hermione nodded solemnly. They retreated without making the slightest sound, even breathing much more quietly. At that moment, they displayed an unprecedented degree of cooperation. Woof. Woof. Just then, Fong began barking in terror. The sudden noise made all three of their hearts skip a beat. Draco opened his mouth, instinctively about to scream. Vade quickly covered Draco's mouth and warned him not to make any sudden movements. At the same time, he deliberately raised his voice and spoke casually. Fong, are you hungry? After saying that, he immediately signaled to Hermione with his eyes, control that cowardly dog. Their only advantage was that the black-robed figure did not know they had already discovered him or how many people were nearby. Perhaps they could frighten him away. However, if they revealed any weakness, their only choice would be to run. Whether they could escape was another matter entirely. Say something, Vade mouthed almost soundlessly. Say what? Hermione's thoughts were in complete disarray. Even she found it difficult to remain calm at a time like this. Damn it. No one could be relied upon at the critical moment. Hagrid must have lost his mind, Vade said, summoning his courage and keeping his voice as steady as possible. He kept Harry and Ron behind to talk, then sent us off with nothing but a dog. And he told us to fire sparks because Dumbledore would see them. Does Dumbledore really have nothing better to do than stay awake all night watching the Forbidden Forest? Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that true? Did Dumbledore really pay such close attention to the Forbidden Forest? Hermione reacted in the same way, but quickly understood. They were borrowing Dumbledore's authority to frighten the enemy. Whether it was true did not matter, so long as the black-robed figure believed it. She took a deep breath, briefly steadied her heartbeat, and joined in. Who knows? But it should be true. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall wouldn't have dared send us into the Forbidden Forest for detention. I hope so. There are werewolves in here, and I certainly don't want to be bitten by one. Woof. Woof. Fong barked twice more, and Vade immediately glared at him. All right, all right. There's something ahead. I'll go and have a look, all right. You've been barking the entire way. Aren't you tired? Vade then prepared to walk out from behind the tree. Hermione hurriedly stretched out an arm to stop him and shook her head worriedly. Vade gave her a bitter smile. Refusing to investigate would make them appear guilty. Unless he took some risk, he might not fool the Dark Lord. With that thought, Vade stepped towards the clearing. He deliberately made his footsteps louder while quietly drawing his wand. A Sequence 7 Beyonder was certainly no match for Quirrell and the badly weakened Voldemort, but he should still be able to hold out briefly. Besides, he did not need to reveal his full strength. So long as he created enough commotion, Voldemort would certainly choose to retreat. After all, Voldemort had not yet stolen the Philosopher's Stone. Before truly returning to life, he had just as much reason for caution as Vade, the fool. When Vade stepped onto the roots protruding from the tree, the weight in his heart finally lifted. Only the unicorn's tragically beautiful corpse remained in the clearing. The black-robed figure had completely disappeared. Dumbledore's name was remarkably useful. It had even frightened away the Dark Lord. However, to be safe, Vade paused briefly before raising his wand and firing both green and red sparks into the night sky. Once Voldemort saw the sparks, he would not dare return even if he harbored doubts. All right. We're safe for the moment. Draco and Hermione sighed in relief. Only then did they enter the clearing and approach the dead unicorn. Poor thing. Hermione's eyes reddened. Why would a vampire drink a unicorn's blood? Unicorns are powerful magical creatures. It would not be easy for a vampire to catch one. Besides, this is the Forbidden Forest beside Hogwarts. I doubt any vampire would be foolish enough to challenge Dumbledore's authority here. More importantly, unicorn blood is sacred and suppresses dark creatures. For a vampire, drinking it would be no different from swallowing poison. However, I do have a theory. What theory? Draco asked curiously. You saw the state that person was in. He was barely alive and desperately clinging to existence. Unicorn blood can prolong life. Although sustaining oneself through such a cruel act brings a curse, he clearly does not care. A gleam appeared in Hermione's eyes. She suddenly thought of the Philosopher's Stone. The stone could be used to create the elixir of life. Could that person also be after the Philosopher's Stone? Fortunately, you reacted quickly, Draco said, still shaken. Otherwise, we would have been in serious danger. Vade did not comment. The only gratifying part of tonight had been his improvised performance. It had been dangerous and exciting enough. There had not been many spectators, but one of them carried considerable significance. As a result, a small portion of the magician potion had been digested. I merely borrowed Dumbledore's reputation to frighten him. He might not care about Hagrid, but he did not dare gamble on whether Dumbledore would truly appear. Even if there were only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would not dare take the risk. What do we do now? Wait here. What else? Do you want to wander somewhere else? No. I'm worried that person might come back. He probably won't. He can't afford the risk, Vade reassured him. Once Hagrid arrives, we'll be safe. Until then, do not lower your guard. More than 10 minutes later, an enormous figure hurried through the bushes. Hagrid. Draco immediately became furious. You took your time. We could have died 7 or 8 times before you arrived. Where's the unicorn? Hagrid asked, panting heavily. It's dead. Over there, Hermione said sadly. Hagrid saw the dead unicorn and sighed with profound grief. We saw what attacked it, Vade said. It wasn't a creature from the Forbidden Forest. It was a person, crouching over the unicorn and drinking its blood. What did you say? We're not joking, Hagrid, Hermione said seriously. The person wore a hood and black robes, so we couldn't see what he looked like, but he was definitely drinking the unicorn's blood. To be continued. Chapter 60, Voldemort is at Hogwarts, bonus. Bonus for 900 horsepower. Are all of you all right? Hagrid asked, still shaken. We're fine, but we very nearly weren't, Draco said angrily, then recounted what had just happened. If we had followed your instructions and fired the sparks immediately, we would all have been dead before you arrived. And Fong couldn't protect us at all. We could have escaped without being discovered. If he hadn't barked twice, we wouldn't have needed to put on that ridiculous performance. That was my fault. I forgot to warn you that Fong is a coward. I'm going to tell my father. Hogwarts clearly doesn't care about its students' safety. Hey. No one cares more about the students' safety than Dumbledore. This was only an accident. No one expected an outsider to enter the Forbidden Forest and hunt unicorns. An accident. Draco nearly laughed from sheer anger. If Vade hadn't reacted quickly and frightened away that black-robed men, it wouldn't have been an accident. It would have been a tragedy. That's enough, Master Malfoy. Leave the unicorn and the black-robed men for Dumbledore to worry about. Don't interfere. As though I'd bother. I mean, keep your mouth shut and pretend you know nothing. Hagrid, Hermione asked, why didn't Harry and Ron come with you? I left them with the centaurs. They're perfectly safe there. In any case, we found the unicorn. As for the person who attacked it, we don't have the ability to investigate him. So can we return to the castle and go to bed now? Yes. I'll explain everything to Dumbledore. Hagrid lifted the lantern and led them to rejoin Harry and Ron. The two boys were sitting distractedly on a tree stump, accompanied by several centaurs whose upper bodies were human and lower bodies were those of horses. Ronan, Bane, Firenze, we're heading back. That poor creature is dead. It's in the clearing over there, Hagrid said sadly. It wasn't attacked by anything from the Forbidden Forest, but by a black-robed person whose face couldn't be seen. A black-robed person, Harry murmured soundlessly as the scar on his forehead burned like fire. The group left the Forbidden Forest and separated after entering Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid went to the headmaster's office to report what had happened, while the Gryffindors and Slytherins returned to their respective common rooms. Harry and Ron sat beside the fireplace and, for once, seriously asked Hermione what they had encountered. After hearing the brief account, the two boys exchanged glances and saw fear and concern reflected in each other's eyes. What's wrong with you? This is bad, Ron said miserably. That black-robed person was. You know who. Wait. Hermione frowned slightly. How do you know that? Firenze told us. Centaurs are all skilled in divination through the stars. He said that killing a unicorn is a terrible crime, one that only someone who has lost everything and wants everything would commit. Unicorn blood can keep a person alive even when they are only barely clinging to life, but they will be cursed forever. That kind of life would be worse than death, Harry said. Unless he was only using unicorn blood to stay alive until he could obtain something else, something that could restore him completely. And Hogwarts is hiding something that could do exactly that. The Philosopher's Stone. Hermione pursed her lips, her heart heavy. She had only considered Quirrell. It had never occurred to her that Voldemort might be hiding in the Forbidden Forest. Exactly. Harry grew more excited, convinced that he had uncovered the truth. We overlooked the most important point. Snape isn't trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone for himself. He's stealing it for Voldemort. With the elixir of life, Voldemort could rise again. He'll return. Snape's sinister image had simply become too deeply rooted in Harry's mind. Suspecting that he was working for Voldemort somehow seemed perfectly reasonable. If he returns, won't he try to kill you? Ron asked. He definitely will. If he gets the chance, he'll kill me. Have you forgotten about Dumbledore? He's the only person you know who ever feared, Hermione said, trying to reassure him. As long as Dumbledore remains at Hogwarts, you'll be safe, Harry. Snape wouldn't dare steal the Philosopher's Stone under his nose either. She had originally intended to mention Quirrell, but now did not seem like the right time to complicate matters further. Harry considered this and nodded. Dumbledore made him feel only one thing, safe. The headmaster's office. After hearing Hagrid's report, Dumbledore asked him to fetch Snape and McGonagall. What has happened, Albus? Voldemort is hiding in the Forbidden Forest. He is extremely weak and is using unicorn blood to sustain himself. Wasn't his body destroyed? McGonagall asked in horror. Minerva, obtaining another body is not especially difficult for Voldemort. Recovering his magical power is the true problem. That is why the Philosopher's Stone matters. You intend to lure him out. As long as I remain at the school, he will not act. Therefore, after the examinations are over, I will leave for a while. I doubt he will allow such an opportunity to restore himself to pass. Isn't that too dangerous? What if? I have arranged everything. Haven't I, Severus? Snape nodded with a gloomy expression. Minerva, Hogwarts will be in your hands while I am away. You may return if there is nothing else. I have something to discuss with Severus. McGonagall glanced at Snape, then left the office. How are matters progressing with Quirrell? I have found ways to let him learn about every obstacle set by myself, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout. The only things remaining are the three-headed dog guarding the entrance and that wretched mirror of yours. Hagrid, Dumbledore said with an emotional smile. Apart from you, he is the person I trust most. Unfortunately, he has never been particularly good at keeping secrets. I'm pleased you have finally realized that, Snape said with a cold snort. Then only the wretched mirror remains. The mirror of Ariste allows people to see what they desire most deeply. It is an extraordinary piece of alchemy. Please do not describe it as wretched. Severus, when the time comes, I want you to lead Harry there and protect him from the shadows. You want him to face the Dark Lord? Do you truly believe he has that ability? He must meet Voldemort and gradually build his confidence. You are certainly going to extraordinary lengths to train him. Severus, I am old. Dumbledore showed the weariness of a man more than a century in age. Someone will have to clean up the mess Voldemort left behind. To be continued. Chapter 61, A Magician's Preparations, Bonus. Extra bonus as a thank you for the support so far. Keep it up, Hot Springs. The hidden room on the 8th floor of the castle. Daphne cast several stunning spells in succession before finally knocking down a moving target. It was one of the few offensive spells she had learned recently, though she was not yet particularly proficient with it. A short while later, a new moving target appeared. Daphne took a deep breath, raised her wand, aimed at the target, and recited the spell. Stupefy. Stupefy. After several rounds of practice, she had consumed a considerable amount of magic and was forced to stop and rest. Daphne sat on the sofa. As she relaxed, she turned her attention towards Vade. He was sitting in another corner of the room. In front of him stood a cauldron releasing white steam, filled with a bubbling liquid as thick as mud. You've been brewing that potion for nearly a month. Is it still not finished? Actually, it is finished. There is only one final step left. Vade took out a specially made silver vial engraved with runes and poured the entire cauldron of thick potion into it. The vial had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, giving it several times the cauldron's internal capacity. Magical runes had also been carved into its surface to extend the potion's shelf life. What potion is it? Polyjuice potion. What? Daphne asked in surprise. I remember that Polyjuice potion is an advanced potion. Even adult wizards find it difficult to brew. You managed to make it as a first year. You are underestimating a future potions master, Vade said, raising an eyebrow. But it was indeed quite complicated. Finding the ingredients alone took a great deal of time. Finding ingredients. Hogwarts has everything needed to brew Polyjuice potion. Professor Snape keeps all manner of ingredients in his private storeroom, but I didn't ask him for help. He is my teacher, not my guardian. Besides, I'm only a first-year student. It would be rather presumptuous to ask him directly for such advanced ingredients. Was she joking? Asking a potions master for those particular ingredients would be practically announcing that he intended to do something suspicious. My ingredients came from 3 places. Vade raised 3 fingers. The Forbidden Forest, the greenhouses, and Hagrid. What? Griffin collected the leeches and lacewing flies from the Forbidden Forest. I traded a recipe for braised pork to 2 Hufflepuffs in exchange for knotgrass and fluxweed from the greenhouses. Hagrid helped me buy the remaining ingredients in Hogsmeade. Aren't all those ingredients available in Diagon Alley? That would have cost far too much. Besides, I can't trouble your family every time I need something. You're still being far too formal with me, Daphne said unhappily. My parents wouldn't even know. That is not necessarily true, Vade replied ambiguously. Then he changed the subject. At least all the effort was worthwhile. I succeeded. I don't quite understand why you brewed Polyjuice potion. It is a transformation potion that allows someone to assume another person's appearance for a short time. Is there something you intend to do without showing your real face? The corner of Vade's mouth twitched. She was remarkably perceptive. Unless he remembered incorrectly, Harry Potter and the others would make their move on the Philosopher's Stone after the final examinations. It was a main ingredient for Sequence 2 and worth tens of millions of galleons. This would be his only opportunity to obtain it. Once the moment passed, there would never be another chance. There was certainly risk involved, but it was manageable. His divination had told him that if he chose the right moment, he still had a chance to seize it before anyone else. Would someone be watching from the shadows? Without question. However, it would not be Dumbledore. As long as the White Wizard remained at Hogwarts, the Dark Lord would never dare make a move on the Philosopher's Stone. Whoever was watching would focus solely on Harry Potter. As long as Harry's life was not in danger, they probably would not intervene, much less expect a third party to appear. Vade intended to let Harry and the others trigger every trap, defeat the final enemy, and clear the way. Then he would step in and collect the prize. It was somewhat underhanded, but success was what mattered. Changing his appearance was merely an additional precaution. Even if he were discovered, the blame would not fall on Vade Moria. Ha! Aren't you overthinking it? Vade laughed casually. I brewed polyjuice potion purely to make money. This batch could sell for dozens of galleons in Diagon Alley, perhaps twice that amount in Nocturne Alley. Daphne froze, then laughed. That is an impressively straightforward motive. Money is not everything, but without it, nothing gets done. Both potion making and alchemy consume vast amounts of resources. Unless I find ways to earn more, even practical experimentation will remain a luxury. Tell me whenever you need help. Don't worry. When that time comes, I won't hesitate. By the way, the examinations are next week. Are you prepared? There are certain advantages to having no family, Vade said lightly. All of you need good results to satisfy your parents. I don't. Still, I will definitely place first in potions. My results in the other subjects should not be too poor either. What about you? Apart from potions, I should score slightly higher than you in every subject, Daphne said confidently. Vade raised an eyebrow but did not argue. More than 10 minutes later, the two left the 8th floor and returned to the common room. When Vade opened the dormitory door, Draco was lying on his bed reading. Crabbe and Goyle were also turning pages with exaggerated seriousness. The approaching final examinations had clearly placed them under considerable pressure. None of them appeared to notice Vade entering. They continued with their own activities as though he were not there. This was the magician's ability to create illusions. As long as he did not cause a major disturbance, deceiving the sight and hearing of 3 first-year wizards inside the dormitory was not difficult. Vade closed the door, sat at the desk, and took out a strand of black hair. He opened the silver vial containing the polyjuice potion and poured the thick liquid into a glass until it was nearly full. Then he dropped the hair inside. With the addition of that final, decisive ingredient, the thick polyjuice potion transformed into a bright, clear golden liquid. Interesting. A playful smile appeared on Vade's face as he stored the potion away. He then opened the enchanted pouch and took out a pair of spectacles, another vial of potion, a willow wand acquired as spoils in Nocturne Alley, several strands of red hair, 4 delicate paper figures, a Gryffindor badge, and a Gryffindor tie. A magician never performed without preparation. He had made every preparation currently available to him. Now, all he needed to do was wait patiently for his opportunity to take the stage. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 62, The White Wizard Leaves Hogwarts. June was stiflingly hot, and Hogwarts's final examinations were held in equally stuffy classrooms. The professors gave every student a quill enchanted with an anti-cheating spell. For subjects such as charms, transfiguration, and potions, the practical examinations accounted for a large portion of the final grade. Other subjects, including history of magic and astronomy, placed greater emphasis on written papers. When the students emerged from the examination rooms, everyone felt an enormous weight lift from their shoulders, regardless of how well they usually performed. The results would be released in a week. Until then, the week belonged entirely to them. There were no lessons, no homework, and no pressure. They could do whatever they pleased. Vade, how did the examinations go? Draco asked. Fairly well. I think. What do you mean, I think? Apart from potions, where I'm confident I'll place first, I should pass everything else, Vade said thoughtfully. Advancing to second year won't be a problem. Compared with achieving high marks, deliberately controlling his scores was considerably more difficult. He had to answer the questions he wanted correct properly, deliberately miss the ones he wanted wrong, and ensure that both matched the level he normally displayed. That's good. Draco then looked towards his 2 lackeys. What about you? Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance and replied that their results should not prevent them from advancing to second year. As long as they aren't too dreadful, Draco said. He understood them very well. Their intelligence seemed inversely proportional to their size, so he had never expected much. The examinations are over. Next comes the wonderful summer holiday, Vade said in a good mood. 2 entire months are certainly worth looking forward to. He had already digested more than half of the Sequence 7 Magician Potion and was confident that he could finish digesting the remainder during the holidays. Whether he could advance to Sequence 6 before the holidays ended, however, depended on what he gained during these final few days at Hogwarts. Vade. Daphne walked over. The examinations are finished. Do you have any plans? I do. I still need to complete someone's request. Vade smiled meaningfully. I'll give it to you before the holidays begin. What is he giving you? Pansy asked curiously. Only a book. Don't imagine anything strange. Daphne rolled her eyes at her. It's a fair transaction, nothing more. Elsewhere, Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the examination room and prepared to visit Hagrid's hut. I always thought the Hogwarts final examinations would be terribly difficult, but they felt quite easy, Hermione said cheerfully. Feeling confident about her performance, the brilliant student seemed to have gained the satisfaction of completing an important mission. That's only you, Ron said speechlessly. Did poor students have no dignity? Hiss. Harry rubbed the scar on his forehead, his expression pained. Are you all right, Harry? My scar keeps burning. It has hurt before, but this time feels different. Perhaps you should visit the hospital wing, Ron suggested. No. I'm not ill. I think it's a warning. Danger is coming. Harry frowned. Ever since learning that Voldemort intended to use the Philosopher's Stone to restore himself, he had felt increasingly uneasy. Snape hung over him like an enormous shadow. Only Hagrid and Fluffy had given him any sense of reassurance. Suddenly, something occurred to Harry, and he quickened his pace towards the Forbidden Forest. Harry, what is it? Ron asked as he hurried after him. Don't you find it strange? The thing Hagrid wanted most was a dragon, and that stranger just happened to have one. How many people wander around carrying dragon eggs? How did I not realize it before? The three of them reached Hagrid's hut at nearly a sprint. Hagrid was playing a flute, while Fong sat obediently beside him. Hagrid, Harry said directly, who gave you that dragon egg? What did he look like? I don't know. He kept himself completely covered. You must have spoken to him. He wanted to know what creatures I'd raised. I told him I'd raised Fluffy, so raising a dragon would be nothing difficult. Harry's heart sank, and a terrible feeling rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He had been wrong. He had been wrong from the very beginning. Hagrid, whom they had considered the most dependable, might actually have been the first defense to fall. Snape might already know how to pass every obstacle. Perhaps the only reason he had not acted was that Dumbledore remained at Hogwarts. Was he interested in Fluffy? Harry asked, clinging to a faint hope. Of course he was interested in Fluffy. How many people have ever seen a three-headed dog, even among those who trade in unusual creatures? I told him Fluffy was actually easy to handle. Play him a little music and he falls straight asleep. Hagrid said proudly. Then he suddenly realized what he had said, and the smile vanished from his face. I shouldn't have told you that. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately understood how serious the situation was and turned towards the castle. They ran across the grounds into the entrance hall, then hurried from there to McGonagall's Transfiguration classroom. It was not that they did not want to find Dumbledore. They simply had no idea where the headmaster's office was. We need to see Professor Dumbledore. Immediately. McGonagall looked up at them. Professor Dumbledore is not here. The Ministry of Magic had an urgent matter requiring his attention, so he has gone to London. He's gone. 10 minutes ago. The Ministry's business was extremely important. But this is more important, Professor. It's. Harry no longer cared about keeping the secret. If Voldemort succeeded, Harry would be the first to die. It concerns the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall's eyes widened in shock. It took her several seconds to recover. How do you know about that? Someone is trying to steal it. I do not know how the three of you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, but I assure you that it is perfectly safe. Return to your dormitory, and walk there quietly. The three of them sighed helplessly and left the classroom. The stranger Hagrid met was Snape, Harry said anxiously in the corridor. That means he knows how to get past Fluffy. And now Dumbledore just happens to be away. I'd wager anything. Good afternoon. Snape's voice came from behind them. The three turned nervously, unsure whether he had heard what Harry had just said. On such a fine day, 3 little Gryffindors should not be lurking indoors. We were just. You should be careful. Someone might think you were plotting something. Oh, and a word of warning. I am on duty tonight. You would be wise not to wander about. Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts. If I catch any of you breaking the rules, I will personally see that all 3 of you are expelled. Snape strode away. The three watched his retreating figure, their hearts growing even heavier. I think his meaning was perfectly clear, Harry said. Dumbledore is gone, and tonight Snape will be able to move through Hogwarts without anyone stopping him. To be continued. Chapter 63, the perfect moment to exploit the chaos, bonus. Bonus for 1,200 horsepower. As the night deepened, fewer and fewer students remained in the common room. Vade opened his eyes and glanced at Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were already asleep. As he sat up, he created an illusion that made it appear as though he were still sleeping in bed. He then took the polyjuice potion from the drawer and drank it in one gulp. A taste like shampoo slid down his throat and into his stomach. Immediately afterwards, a burning sensation spread through his entire body and into every pore. Vade felt as though his body had become a lump of soft clay. His height, build, and even his hair began changing at the same time. When the strange sensation finally faded, he looked exactly like Harry Potter. The final ingredient required for polyjuice potion was a piece of the person whose appearance the drinker wished to assume. Vade had discreetly obtained one of Harry's hairs without anyone noticing. He had also calculated the amount of potion precisely. Its effects would last until dawn. Ugh. That is certainly a powerful taste. Vade grimaced, then took out a second vial, removed the stopper, and drank it. His body began changing again. He grew several inches taller, his proportions became more balanced, and his features matured and sharpened. It was an aging potion, which temporarily made the drinker physically older. The amount consumed determined how much older the person appeared, both outwardly and physiologically. Vade had calculated this dose as well. It was enough to make him appear several years older. The polyjuice potion altered his appearance, and the aging potion altered that borrowed appearance again. Even if someone saw him, so long as he was not caught, no suspicion would fall upon Vade Moria. He stood before the mirror and examined himself. Harry Potter had apparently grown into his looks rather well. The older version of his face was genuinely quite handsome. After completing his disguise, Vade put on oversized wizarding robes, fastened a Gryffindor badge to his chest, tied on a Gryffindor tie, and pulled up his hood. He gathered his wand, paper figures, and the rest of his equipment, then cast a disillusionment charm upon himself before leaving the dormitory. He entered the deserted common room, passed through the stone doorway, and emerged into the corridor. Vade took out a galleon and flicked it into the air. The coin spun before landing in his palm, heads facing upwards. Excellent. Vade chuckled softly and slipped into the silent castle. He encountered no one along the way and reached the third floor without difficulty, arriving outside the office of Quirinus Quirrell. He did not enter immediately. First, he carefully used spirit vision to confirm that no one was inside. Then he pointed his wand at the keyhole. Alohomora. A beam of orange light passed through the lock. With a soft click, the door eased away from the frame. Vade pushed it open, stepped inside, and quietly closed it behind him. The office was completely dark. Rather than lighting a lamp, he raised his wand and cast lumos. He deliberately restricted the amount of magic he used, ensuring that the light illuminated only the space within a meter of him. Even if someone passed through the corridor outside, they would see nothing. Then he began searching the room. After tonight, Quirinus Quirrell would disappear forever. No one would know how many of his possessions had gone missing. Vade searched the wardrobe, bookcases, bed, drawers, cupboards, and every other place large enough to conceal something. In total, he found a pouch of gold coins, which had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm and therefore promised a considerable sum, a notebook on defensive magic containing the shield charm, Fidelius charm, anti-disapparition jinx, Patronus charm, and many others, as well as a vial of grayish-black liquid. An excellent haul. Looking at his three spoils, Vade could not stop himself from grinning. First came the pouch of money. The fastest way to become wealthy really was to break the law. But the wizarding world was not like the Muggle world. Few people cared when one criminal robbed another. Besides, he was stealing from the Dark Lord. Even if the Ministry eventually discovered what he had done, they could hardly accuse him of anything worse than relieving a public menace of his property. Next came the notebook on defensive magic. Quirrell had been an outstanding Ravenclaw graduate. Whatever else could be said about him, he certainly possessed genuine ability. He only behaved timidly and incompetently because he needed to keep a low profile after becoming Voldemort's host. The notebook was unquestionably valuable. Of the dozen or so spells recorded within it, Vade knew only one or two. Finally, there was the vial of grayish-black liquid. Vade did not know what it was, but it had somehow provoked a faint reaction from the Card of Blasphemy within his mind. It was not a main or supplementary ingredient for any sequence formula, but that did not mean it could not lead him towards useful potion materials. He still had other matters to attend to, so he did not investigate further and stored all three items away. Then he took out several strands of red hair and placed them in his palm. They belonged to Ron. Vade had discreetly plucked them from Ron's head when the boy was not paying attention. According to Vade's vague memories, Ron would be acting alongside Harry tonight. These hairs would make his dream divination considerably more accurate. Ron Weasley's current location. Vade sat in the chair and silently repeated the statement before allowing himself to fall into a meditative sleep. Within the hazy dream, he saw the room on the 4th floor. Harry stood before the three-headed dog, playing a flute. He played terribly, but the notes still made the creature's eyelids droop until it collapsed onto the floor and fell into a deep sleep. Then they pulled open the trapdoor and jumped into the lightless opening beneath it. Woof! 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 A burst of violent barking suddenly tore through the dream. Vade's eyes snapped open, and he swallowed involuntarily. The three-headed dog had interrupted his divination when he was still Sequence 8. He had not expected it to do the same even after his advancement to Sequence 7. His understanding of the obstacle Hagrid had arranged became much clearer. That dog was not weak. An ordinary wizard would have no hope of defeating it. It was equivalent to a Sequence 7 creature. No, perhaps even Sequence 6. Music could calm it and even send it to sleep, but the moment the music stopped, it would probably awaken. I've worked hard for an entire year, and I still can't defeat a dog. Vade laughed at himself, then noticed that the hairs in his palm had somehow turned to ash. It seems an accurate divination is impossible. I'll simply wait a little longer before going. Once they've triggered every trap and cleared the path, I'll arrive to claim the prize. Heh, heh, heh. Vade moved his lips and produced the faintest possible imitation of a villainous laugh, but halfway through, he abruptly covered his mouth. Footsteps. Someone was coming. Vade held his breath and did not make the slightest sound. A long shadow passed across the window. Black robes billowed behind the figure like a bat's wings. Snape. Vade recognized him instantly. No one else at Hogwarts wore robes in that particular style. Unless his guess was wrong, Snape was the person Dumbledore had arranged to watch over Harry from the shadows. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 64, worth a fortune. Vade waited a little longer. Only after confirming that Snape had left the corridor outside did he carefully open the door and slip out. When he reached the 4th floor corridor, he saw a door standing half open. The sound of a large dog breathing came from within, accompanied by gentle music. Vade approached silently and happened to see Snape point his wand at himself. A moment later, his body turned transparent. One of the three-headed dog's paws shifted away from the trapdoor. The trapdoor opened by itself, then closed again several seconds later. A disillusionment charm. That made sense. Snape had been assigned to protect Harry and the others from the shadows, so naturally he would not want them to notice him. The question was whether Vade's own disillusionment charm could deceive Snape. It was worth considering. Ideally, Snape would fail to notice him. If not, Vade would have to take a more unconventional approach. Pushing those thoughts aside, Vade opened the half-closed door and entered. A harp was playing by itself, while the enormous three-headed dog snored above the trapdoor, strings of saliva hanging from its mouths. Disgusting. Vade grimaced and prepared to jump through the trapdoor, only to trip over a piece of cloth. What is this? He picked it up and stared in astonishment as the hands covered by the fabric turned invisible. At the same time, the Card of Blasphemy in his mind trembled violently and identified the object. An invisibility cloak, a supplementary ingredient for Sequence 1. Bloody hell. A Sequence 1 supplementary ingredient was worth as much as the Philosopher's Stone. He was holding 10 million galleons in his hands. For a moment, the situation felt unreal. Once Vade recovered, he wanted nothing more than to pack the cloak away and take it with him. After thinking carefully, however, he abandoned the tempting idea. The invisibility cloak appeared to be a Potter family heirloom. If it vanished, Harry would certainly report it to Dumbledore. Attracting Dumbledore's attention would cost Vade far more than he gained. A moment's impatience could ruin the entire plan. Now that he knew the cloak's value, there would be plenty of opportunities to obtain it from Harry in the future. Still, Harry Potter was remarkably valuable. His blood was a main ingredient for Sequence 5, while his invisibility cloak was a supplementary ingredient for Sequence 1. Perhaps even more treasures connected to him would appear in the future. Vade tossed the cloak aside and jumped into the pitch-black opening. Thud. Thanks to the clown's exceptional control over his body, he landed steadily on a bed of soft plants. The moment he landed, however, several vines wrapped around his legs and began climbing upwards. Within seconds, they had bound most of his body. This is Devil's Snare. Devil's Snare was a magical plant composed of numerous soft, elastic tendrils and vines. It resembled a mass of snakes and thrived in dark, damp places. Its vines coiled around prey like pythons, tightening whenever the victim struggled. Remembering what he had learned in herbology, Vade immediately relaxed his body, slowing the vines and reducing their pressure. Snap. He clicked his fingers and ignited one of the tendrils. The appearance of fire triggered the plant's instinctive fear. The devil's snare rapidly recoiled from the flames and released him. After passing the first obstacle, Vade followed the only available passage and soon heard the beating of wings. At the end of the corridor lay a brightly lit chamber. Thick stone pillars supported a lofty ceiling, and countless keys fluttered through the air on transparent wings like birds. All of them looked exhausted, as though they had lost most of their strength. A heavy wooden door stood on the opposite side of the chamber, covered with numerous keyholes. An old-fashioned key was already lodged in the lock, its wings so badly damaged that it could no longer fly. So this was the benefit of patience. Vade could not help laughing. The poor key had been caught by Quirrell, Harry, and Snape in succession. By the time Vade arrived, he did not even need to make an effort. He could simply open the door and walk through. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he pressed an ear against the door and listened for movement in the next chamber. If Harry and the others were still dealing with the obstacle, opening the door now would place him directly in their path. Harry and his friends might not notice him, but Snape was another matter. Bang. 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 The sound of something enormous smashing into stone echoed from the other side, as though someone were demolishing the room. Each impact was preceded by Ron shouting a command. Wizard chess. Vade immediately understood what the next obstacle was. It was an enormous chessboard where black and white pieces moved, fought, and destroyed one another according to the player's commands. Only by winning the match could they proceed. Several minutes later, the violent crashes stopped. They were replaced by the voices of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. When I make my next move, the Queen will take me. Then you'll be able to checkmate the King. No, Ron. No. Harry shouted. What does he mean? Hermione asked. He's going to sacrifice himself. No. There must be another way. Do you want to stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone or not? Ron asked impatiently. Hermione pursed her lips and exhaled helplessly. I'll say it again. Professor Snape is not the person trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Good grief. You're not still claiming it's Professor Quirrell, are you? Harry, whether you believe me or not, Professor Snape would never hurt you, Hermione said with absolute certainty. Even though he does seem to enjoy targeting you. Hidden in the shadows, Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hermione, I don't know how you can be so certain. Moria told me. He's Snape's favorite student, and... bloody hell. She sold me out already. Vade's heart lurched, and he silently cursed Hermione. Hadn't she promised to keep it secret? If Snape heard this, things could become troublesome. And what? Harry asked. And nothing. Whether it's Snape or Quirrell, we'll learn the truth soon enough, Ron said. Right now, we have to get past this obstacle. He looked at Harry. We need to hurry, or he'll reach the Philosopher's Stone first. Harry nodded silently. Ron took a deep breath and gripped the reins of the enormous stone knight beneath him. Knight, move. The piece advanced slowly and stopped within the Queen's reach. Check, Ron said, his voice trembling. The Queen turned and stopped before the knight. Then she raised her sword and drove it straight through the stone horse. Bang. Ron cried out and crashed unconscious onto the floor. Ron. Harry shouted. Hermione tried to rush towards him, but Harry stopped her before she could take a step. No, don't go over there. The game isn't finished. Harry approached the king. Checkmate. The king released his sword and stepped aside, opening the way to the next door. To be continued. Chapter 65, Running the Gauntlet, Bonus. After confirming that Ron was merely unconscious, Harry and Hermione hurried towards the next door. Fluffy had been arranged by Hagrid, the Devil's Snare by Sprout, the flying keys were clearly Flitwick's work, and the wizard chess set had been transfigured by McGonagall. They still had Quirrell's and Snape's obstacles to face. Once the two of them had left, Snape approached Ron and examined him with obvious distaste. After confirming that the boy was in no danger, he calmly continued into the next room. He knew perfectly well how Quirrell had dealt with the troll. There was no danger in the next chamber. Vade carefully activated Spirit Vision. Only after seeing Ron's aura and no one else's did he push open the door and enter. The wizard chess set had been reduced to ruins. Pieces of broken stone covered the floor, while Ron lay unconscious among the wreckage. He had placed himself directly on the board and dared to use his own body as a chess piece. Vade had never realized Ron could be so courageous. Vade took out a galleon and performed a divination. After confirming that the passage ahead was empty, he continued onwards. He crossed a long corridor, and a foul stench came from beyond the next door, reminding him of the troll on Halloween. There was indeed a troll inside, even larger than the one they had encountered that night. However, this troll appeared to have lost consciousness and was lying face down on the floor. Dead. Vade raised an eyebrow. Harry and Hermione could not have done it. Neither possessed the ability to kill a troll. It could not have been Snape either, since taking action would have revealed his presence. That left only Quirrell. It made sense. It would have been strange if he did not know how to overcome an obstacle he had created himself. Vade reluctantly remained in the room because clear voices were coming from beyond the next door. Harry and Hermione had not yet passed the obstacle, which also meant Professor Snape was still nearby. Unfortunately, the stench did not merely assault his nose. It burned his eyes as well. Tears streamed down his face, blurring his vision and leaving him thoroughly miserable. Unable to endure it any longer, Vade drew the willow wand and gently swept it in a circle. A powerful gust immediately filled the chamber, carrying the concentrated stench back through the corridor towards the transfiguration obstacle. Vade did not care how far it traveled. At least the air around him was considerably fresher and barely breathable. At that moment, Hermione emerged from the next room, her face pale with urgency. She hurried forwards, but as she passed the troll, she suddenly noticed something and stopped. Oh, dear. Vade immediately sensed trouble. Sure enough, Hermione turned, drew her wand, and began casting a spell. Revelio. Expelliarmus. Hermione's wand flew from her hand and landed neatly in Vade's. Who's there? She asked nervously. Vade sighed, dispelled his disillusionment charm, and removed his hood in front of her. Harry. Vade hurriedly raised a finger to his lips, then lowered his wand. Harry, weren't you? Wait. Why are you so much older? Hermione, Vade said urgently, I don't have time to explain. Remember that you did not see me tonight. Do not tell anyone, not even Dumbledore. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely serious. What is going on? Hermione stared at the older Harry, and an absurd possibility flashed through her mind. This doesn't involve time, does it? Don't ask. I can't tell you. I understand. Hermione nodded solemnly. But how do you intend to pass through those two walls of fire? Professor Snape left all the potions capable of passing through them inside the room. Walls of fire. Potions. Vade paused slightly. So that was Snape's obstacle. Don't worry about that. I have a way. Interfering with time is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Go. Leave this place. You've already wasted half a minute. Hermione said nothing more and ran out of the chamber. Vade exhaled in relief. Although he had accidentally been discovered, he had successfully muddied the waters. Hermione would certainly keep quiet. Yet if the Philosopher's Stone disappeared afterwards, she would naturally invent a plausible explanation involving the older Harry she had seen. She would not connect it to Vade or Ron. Vade recast the disillusionment charm and quietly entered the next chamber. Beyond the door, he saw two archways connecting the room to the passages ahead and behind. Purple flames filled the doorway through which he had entered, while black flames blocked the exit on the opposite side. The chamber itself contained only a table with 7 differently shaped glass bottles. Well, both directions are sealed. It seems they do not allow anyone to skip ahead. Vade shook his head unconcernedly. At sequence 8, he might have been forced to stop here. At sequence 7, however, overcoming this obstacle could not have been easier. Whether through flame control or flame jump, he could pass through the room without difficulty. Neither kind of enchanted fire could harm him. He could tell that the flames were not fiend fire. They were merely poisonous magical fire mixed with potion effects. Water could not extinguish them, but anyone who drank the appropriate antidote could pass through safely. Vade extended his right hand and gently rotated his wrist. The purple flames immediately withdrew towards the edges of the doorway, forming only a thin layer around the frame. Vade stepped through swiftly, and the flames returned to their original position behind him. He approached the table and glanced over the 7 bottles before turning his attention to the parchment beside them. It contained a logic puzzle. 3 bottles held poison, 2 contained nettle wine, and of the remaining 2, one allowed the drinker to pass back through the purple flames, while the other allowed passage through the black flames ahead. This puzzle. Hermione probably needed less than a minute to solve it. Vade could not help feeling impressed. Then he looked towards the doorway filled with black fire. Unless something unexpected had happened, Harry Potter was currently locked in a desperate struggle with the barely living Dark Lord, while Professor Snape watched coldly from the shadows. Going through now would bring him no advantage whatsoever. If he were discovered, matters would only become more troublesome. It was better to wait a little longer. With that thought, Vade took out his pendulum and performed another divination to determine the situation in the final chamber. Meanwhile, Harry stared at Quirrell standing before the mirror of Eriste, utterly bewildered. You. No, that's impossible. Snape, it was him. Yes, he certainly looks like the villain, doesn't he? Quirrell said, completely unlike his usual self. There was no timidity on his face now, only calm amusement. With him around, who would ever suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? Then that day during the Quidditch match, the person trying to kill me was really you. Believe me, boy. If Snape's cloak had not caught fire and knocked me over, I would have succeeded. His counter-curse would never have saved you. Snape was protecting me. Harry asked in disbelief. Hermione had been right. Yet the idea that someone who appeared to hate him so deeply had actually saved his life still seemed absurd. I knew from the beginning that you would be a threat to me, Quirrell said. Everything that happened afterwards only confirmed it. You were the one who let the troll into the castle. Yes. I intended to use the confusion to investigate the fourth floor, but Snape defeated it with ease. It did not buy me nearly enough time. After that night, Snape began to suspect me. He rarely allowed me to be alone. But what he failed to understand was that I was never alone. To be continued. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, If it were me, I'd run too, bonus. What is going on with this mirror? Quirrell looked at the mirror of Eriste before him. I can see what I desire. I can see myself holding the Philosopher's Stone, but how am I supposed to get it? Use the boy. The hoarse voice sounded particularly sinister in the room, where there were only two people. Quirrell immediately turned around and barked, "Come here, Potter." Quickly. Harry swallowed nervously and forced himself to walk towards the mirror. He could only hope that Hermione was fast enough, and that Dumbledore would realize something was wrong and return in time. Tell me, what do you see? Harry looked uneasily into the mirror. He saw only himself, but his reflection was holding a blood-red gemstone and placing it into his trouser pocket. Harry carefully felt his pocket and discovered that there really was something bulging inside it. His heart instantly leapt into his throat. This obstacle must have been designed by Dumbledore, but wasn't this far too much of a trap? Everything would be fine if Quirrell did not notice. Once he did, he would certainly kill Harry without hesitation and seize the Philosopher's Stone. Well. What do you see? Harry naturally did not dare tell him the truth. I'm shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup. He is lying, the hoarse voice said again. Tell me the truth. What do you see? Quirrell almost shouted. Let me speak to him. The anger on Quirrell's face vanished at once. Master, you have not recovered enough strength. I still have enough strength for this. Harry's heart jolted, and he instinctively stepped backwards. Quirrell removed the turban from his head and turned his bare scalp towards the mirror of Eriste. But where the back of his head should have been, there was an ugly and terrifying human face with blood-red eyes and almost no nose. Voldemort. Harry instantly realized who it was. Voldemort was sharing a body with Quirrell. Harry Potter, we meet again. Look at what I have become. Clinging to life as a parasite inside another person's body. Unicorn blood gave me some strength, but it could not give me a body. There is, however, one thing that can, and that thing is currently in your pocket. Harry's heart pounded wildly. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran. But Quirrell snapped his fingers, and blazing flames blocked his path. Do not be foolish. Why seek your own death when we could share eternal life? Never. Admirable courage. Your parents were the same. Tell me, Harry, would you like to see your parents again? If we join forces, we can bring them back from the dead. I only ask for a small favor in return. Harry took the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, while Voldemort began another round of grand speeches. However, he clearly failed to persuade Harry to hand over the stone. Voldemort flew into a rage. Kill him. Quirrell immediately lunged forwards and grabbed Harry by the throat. But in the next moment, he released him in pain. His hands crumbled like grains of sand. What magic is this? Fool. I told you that you could not touch him. Take the Philosopher's Stone. Those words gave Harry an idea instead. He spread his fingers, rushed forwards, and pressed both hands against Quirrell's face before the professor could recover from the pain. Quirrell let out a piercing scream. His face rapidly turned to sand, while cracks spread across his entire body. But Voldemort did not disappear with Quirrell's death. His lingering soul transformed into a mass of black smoke and passed through Harry's body beneath his horrified gaze. Harry fell unconscious, while the black smoke flew towards the exit. Snape, who had been observing from the shadows, no longer cared about anything else. He immediately turned around and ran. He could not allow Voldemort to discover him. Although he was using a disillusionment charm, what if Voldemort saw through it? Fortunately, he had made additional preparations for concealment. Vade, who was crouching in the corner of the room, heard clear footsteps approaching. He hurriedly held his breath, clutched his wizarding robes, and shrank further into the darkness. The black flames at the doorway flickered as though struck by a gust of wind. The footsteps rapidly approached, then just as rapidly receded. Immediately afterwards, the purple flames on the other doorway also trembled slightly. Why was Snape moving so quickly? He sounded as though he were fleeing for his life. Vade was puzzled, but he soon received his answer. A mass of black smoke shaped like a human face flew over from deeper inside, and the black flames at the doorway dimmed for a moment. Bloody hell. No wonder he ran. If it were me, I'd run too. Vade cursed inwardly, but dared not make a sound. Voldemort was currently only a remnant soul. He had no physical vessel and no magical power, so he certainly would not dare remain at Hogwarts. At that moment, no one feared Dumbledore's sudden return more than he did. But being discovered by Voldemort would certainly not be a good thing. Although Vade was not afraid of a mere remnant soul, he did not want to invite unnecessary trouble. The black flames did not stop Voldemort for long before he blew them out. He was about to fly towards the next doorway, where purple flames were burning, when he keenly sensed that someone else was hiding in the room. Who is there? Come out. Voldemort was completely unafraid. His current condition was indeed terrible, but it could hardly become any worse. He was not worried about dying. As long as the objects anchoring his soul still existed, no one could truly kill him, not even Dumbledore. What he feared was being captured by Dumbledore and subjected to a lengthy seal. That would truly leave him unable to live or die. That is a respectable disillusionment charm, but it cannot escape the Dark Lord's sight. Voldemort stared coldly at Vade's hiding place. I do not know who you are, but since you are hiding here, your goal is probably also the Philosopher's Stone. We can cooperate. As long as you help me obtain the Philosopher's Stone and restore my body, I can grant you eternal life. Anyone hiding here at a time like this could hardly be a good person. As long as the other person possessed ambition, Voldemort was confident that he could persuade them. Vade also knew that he could no longer remain hidden, so he simply dispelled the disillusionment charm and walked out of the darkness. In his current state, Voldemort was at most slightly stronger than a ghost. He posed no real threat to Vade. What would I have to give you? Vade asked calmly. It is very simple. Allow my soul to inhabit your body temporarily. Wishful thinking. Vade removed his hood, revealing a face that Voldemort hated beyond measure. Harry Potter. How can you? Oh, I understand. Harry Potter from the future. Voldemort spoke with cold mockery. I wonder what your present self would think if he knew that his future self would manipulate time for the sake of the Philosopher's Stone. Shut up, monster. We will never cooperate. Never. Never. Ha 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 ha. Voldemort laughed mockingly. He ignored Harry Potter and turned towards breaking through the purple flames on the other doorway. He believed Harry Potter would not stop him, because the greatest taboo when traveling through time was changing the past. Although it was regrettable, he could at least be certain of one thing. His future self had encountered Harry Potter. That proved he would certainly restore his body. There could be no better news. As for why Harry Potter had traveled through time in search of the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort did not care and had no intention of wondering about it. As long as he could restore his body, every other problem would cease to be a problem. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 67, Vampire Blood. The purple flames went out, and Voldemort flew out of sight. Vade breathed a sigh of relief and felt immensely fortunate. Thankfully, he had disguised himself before taking action. Harry Potter's face was simply far too useful. But the Philosopher's Stone was still the most urgent matter. He could not afford even the slightest delay. Vade rushed through the next doorway. After passing through the long corridor, he reached a room surrounded by flames. His figure instantly vanished, and he jumped into the room. A mirror stood in the center. Harry Potter lay unconscious on the steps, while a robe filled with sand lay beside his feet. A blood-red gemstone rested near his right hand. Vade picked up the Philosopher's Stone, and the Card of Blasphemy in his mind immediately reacted. It seems to be genuine. He did not check Harry's condition, nor did he examine the mirror in the center, despite it obviously being no ordinary object. Instead, he immediately turned around and ran. He had achieved his goal. Now he only needed to withdraw safely. He had to leave before dawn, before the effects of the Polyjuice Potion and Aging Potion wore off. As for interfering with divination, Hermione and Voldemort already knew about him, so there was no longer any need. More than 10 minutes later, Vade left the room on the 4th floor. Under the cover of the disillusionment charm, he returned to the dormitory without incident. The moment his body came into contact with the bed, the weight hanging over his heart finally disappeared. Vade let out a long breath, removed the Gryffindor badge and tie from his uniform, then packed them away. Strictly speaking, he should have destroyed the evidence, but who knew when it might prove useful again. He then began examining his spoils. Without question, the Philosopher's Stone was his greatest gain. Next came the Magician Potion's digestion progress, which had increased by nearly 20%. Although tonight's operation had been full of danger and excitement, it had also been a successful performance that conformed to all the magician's acting principles. It was only natural that the potion had been digested further. After that came everything Quirrell had owned: money, notes on defensive magic, and a vial of grayish-black liquid. Vade poured all the coins out of the pouch and counted them. There were 1,500 galleons and 4,300 sickles. The nuts were not worth counting. Unless something unexpected had happened, Quirrell had emptied his entire Gringotts vault. Otherwise, he would not have had so many silver and copper coins. Was this meant to fund his escape? Even so, he had been far too poor. If Quirrell were still alive, he would certainly have pointed at Vade and cursed him. The average Hogwarts professor earned around 100 galleons a month. The defense against the dark arts position was cursed and could, in a sense, be considered a dangerous occupation. Its salary was somewhat higher, but it still did not exceed 200 galleons. Quirrell was a good man. Altogether, he contributed nearly 3,000 galleons to me. Vade could not help feeling emotional. With this money, his total assets had exceeded 3,600 galleons. For the time being, he no longer needed to worry about the Sequence 6 potion formula or its ingredients. After placing all the coins into the same pouch, Vade turned his attention to the vial of grayish-black liquid. As for the notes on defensive magic, he would have plenty of time to study them during the summer holiday. What is this thing, and why can it provoke a reaction from the Card of Blasphemy? Vade lay on the bed, holding the glass vial of grayish-black liquid in his hand as he silently repeated the divination statement. The origin of this liquid. After repeating it 7 times, Vade entered a hazy dream. He saw Quirrell, his face concealed, enter Nocturne Alley and walk into Borgin and Burke's within the dark shopping district. Quirrell placed a small bag of galleons on the counter. "Where is the thing I asked for?" "Right here." Borgin took out a vial of grayish-black liquid from beneath the counter. "I thought this would never be sold." "The blood of a higher vampire. It can transform you into a vampire that does not fear sunlight. You can gain a long life and handsome features, but the price is not something an ordinary person can bear. Thank you for the warning. I know the consequences." "No, no, no. You do not." Borgin smiled meaningfully. "I think it would be better to explain everything clearly. Borgin and Burke's does not provide remedies for regret. Almost no wizard is willing to become a vampire, even a higher vampire that does not fear sunlight, because the price is the corruption of the soul. First, human food will be removed from your diet forever. Forget meat and vegetables. You will not even be able to drink water. You will only be able to survive by drinking blood. Blood will become the source of both your strength and your life. Without a steady supply, you will grow weaker and weaker. Given enough time, you may not even be as strong as a muggle. Second, you will lose the ability to reproduce. Vampires and humans reproduce in completely different ways. It is simple, bloody, and violent. If you do not have any direct descendants, it would be best not to become a vampire yet. Third, you will be classified as a humanoid creature. Your treatment and status in the wizarding world will not be much better than those of werewolves. Finally, you will lose your magical abilities. What did you say? Obvious anger filled Quirrell's voice. You cannot gain longevity without losing something in return. That is the main reason wizards are unwilling to become vampires, Borgin explained calmly. If they could retain their magic, I believe many dark wizards would be willing to become vampires. However, for someone with nowhere else to turn, this vial of blood may be the best choice. Once you have completed whatever task you wish to finish, you can use a fire to end your miserable life. Alternatively, you could simply give up entirely, abandon your identity as a wizard, and become a member of the dark world. Compared with muggles, a wizard transformed into a higher vampire is guaranteed to awaken a supernatural ability. That alone would give you a place in the world of vampires. One friendly warning. You had better prepare enough fresh blood for yourself. A newly transformed vampire will feel unbearably hungry. Without enough blood, the craving may drive you mad. Quirrell remained silent for a long time. Then he picked up the vial of vampire blood and left Borgin and Burke's without looking back. The dream ended there. Vade slowly opened his eyes and received information from the Card of Blasphemy. The essence of an ancient vampire can replace one of the supplementary ingredients for Sequence 1. A Sequence 1 supplementary ingredient was worth 10 million galleons, the same price as the Philosopher's Stone. However, obtaining the essence of an ancient vampire would not be easy. One mistake could offend the entire vampire race. Still, Vade was only Sequence 7. Sequence 1 was extremely far away, so he had plenty of time to plan. Vampire blood. Vade looked at the vial of grayish-black liquid in his hand and could not help feeling somewhat disgusted. This thing had no value to him at all. Selling it would only harm someone else, so he should find an opportunity to destroy it. Quirrell had probably intended to become a vampire to buy Voldemort more time, but he clearly could not accept the price of losing his magic. In the end, he could only settle for the next best option and turn his attention to unicorn blood. To be continued. Chapter 68, The Middle-Aged Git, Bonus. In less than a day, everyone knew that McGonagall had sent Harry Potter to the hospital wing. The reason spread just as quickly. Hermione and Ron had no intention of keeping it secret. Harry suddenly became the most talked-about person at Hogwarts and a hero of Gryffindor. Numerous gifts were delivered to his bedside. TSK. It seems the boy who lived really is capable, Vade remarked while eating in the Great Hall. I underestimated him before. Gryffindors simply enjoy showing off, Draco said disdainfully. They stopped Quirrell, but how powerful could Quirrell have been? Quirrell was still a professor. Surely a qualified wizard could not have been weaker than a third-year student. That is difficult to say. Pansy sneered. Quirrell was timid, stammered whenever he spoke, and could barely pronounce his spells properly. I truly do not know what Dumbledore was thinking, hiring someone like that to teach us defense against the dark arts. I am going to tell my father. The Board of Governors should do something about this. The defense against the dark arts position is cursed, and hardly anyone is willing to apply, Theodore Nott explained. If your father could recommend a wizard to become our defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore might not refuse. Forget it. Who would recommend someone for a cursed position and make an enemy of them? Mr. Moria. Snape walked up to the long table and looked calmly at Vade. Come to my office. Damn it. So I still failed to avoid this. Vade complained inwardly, but his expression did not change. Yes, Professor. May I ask what this is about? You will know when we arrive. Vade followed Snape all the way to the potions professor's office. The room was cold, dim, and intimidating. It contained a desk, chairs, and a fireplace, while the shelves along the walls held a large number of precious and rare magical ingredients. Snape opened a drawer, took out a notebook, and placed it on the desk. This is for you. Professor, what is this? Some of my notes and observations on potions. They should be useful to you. Vade blinked and accepted the notebook, pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Professor. I promise I will not embarrass you in potions. What was a pleasant surprise? This was a bloody pleasant surprise. These were the notes of a potions master. They would save him from taking many wrong turns. Moreover, the old Git, no, the middle-aged Git, had handed over his secret manual. This meant Snape had acknowledged him as a student. In the future, Vade could shamelessly ask him for help when necessary. There are also several spells of my own creation, Snape continued, looking at him with disappointment. You are exceptionally talented in potions. There has only been one other person who reached your level as a first year. Who? Severus Snape, Snape said gravely. That joke was not funny at all. Unfortunately, all your talent seems to lie in potions. You are somewhat lacking in other areas. Professor, I know my own limitations. Vade shrugged helplessly. I will study the spells in this notebook seriously. Snape nodded slightly and folded his hands on the desk. Did you say something to Miss Granger about my feelings? Professor, how did you know? You only need to answer the question. Yes, I did, but I had no other choice. She suspected that you were a villain and believed you had tried to harm Harry Potter during the Quidditch match. I could not bear to listen any longer, so I found a way to clear your name. And how did you persuade her, a proud Gryffindor, to believe you? Vade hesitated for a moment. It was nothing special. I simply reinterpreted the questions you asked Harry Potter during the first potions lesson as a rather romantic apology. I had not thought of it at first, but because herbology and potions are closely related, I read a few extra books in the library and happened to discover some alternative meanings associated with those plants. Snape's expression stiffened. Anger appeared on his face, but quickly turned into helplessness. Who else have you told? No one. Absolutely no one. I only told Hermione, and she promised to keep it secret. Snape recalled that Hermione had not told Potter or Weasley while they were on the chessboard the previous night. He relaxed slightly. Watch what you say in the future. I understand, Professor. This concerns a man's dignity. Your reputation is also Slytherin's reputation. Snape's pupils contracted slightly, and wariness appeared in his eyes. Very few people knew about his relationship with Lily, and none of them would spread it. What else do you know? Professor, I may be young, but you should not underestimate an orphan's understanding of people. You feel deep guilt towards Harry Potter's mother, but you never mentioned his father. Combined with the way you target Harry during potions, it was not difficult for me to make a guess. But do not worry. I have not told anyone about that guess. Snape pointed at the door with a dark expression. Get out. Vade decisively hugged the notebook to his chest and left, closing the door behind him. Devon. Nicholas Flamel, the famous alchemist who had lived for more than 600 years, was living in seclusion with his wife on a small estate. Dumbledore looked at his extremely aged friend sitting opposite him. Nicholas's face was completely bloodless, and Dumbledore's emotions were complicated. Have you truly thought this through, Nicholas? We have lived long enough. Nicholas Flamel smiled calmly and struggled to raise his teacup for a sip. Besides, death is merely another adventure. We are looking forward to death's arrival. All right, I understand. I will destroy it. Even I find it a pity, but I respect your decision. If you cannot bear to part with it, you may keep it. Dumbledore smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, thank you. Extending one's life sounds wonderful, but I do not want to become as frail as you. You even have to worry that eating a sweet might break your teeth. Besides, dealing with Voldemort has already left me exhausted. I do not want the additional responsibility of guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Then destroy it. Dumbledore sighed softly. Nicholas, there is another reason I came to see you. I need your help with something. Me. Nicholas Flamel could not help feeling surprised. Albus, the last time you asked for my help was nearly half a century ago. That time, it was to stop Grindelwald. Surely you are not asking me to stop Voldemort now. Could you? Dumbledore asked jokingly. Of course not. My old bones are far too brittle. I have no desire to leave this house. You managed to withstand Grindelwald's fiend fire. That was because he was not controlling it personally. He cast the spell and then left, Nicholas Flamel immediately explained. Besides, I only managed it because of Newt and the others. I could never have stopped it alone. All right, enough joking. I am not asking you to fight. I would like you to perform a divination for me. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 69, Nicholas Flamel's Divination. What do you want me to divine? The future. Something like that. Albus. Nicholas Flamel shook his head in amusement. It is true that I possess the bloodline of a seer, but it is extremely diluted. Shouldn't you be looking for a true seer? Nicholas, why do you think I came to ask for your help? Dumbledore said wearily. It is because of Grindelwald's prophecy. Nicholas Flamel paused. So he has already contacted you? Yes. He nearly lost an eye and received only a vague revelation. That is impossible. Nicholas Flamel looked incredulous. You and I both know how powerful Grindelwald is. What kind of future could cause such a severe backlash? A person. The fool. Grindelwald foresaw his existence. Someone capable of rivaling or even surpassing Merlin, someone who could influence the entire wizarding world, perhaps even the course of the world itself. He foresaw that the fool was at Hogwarts and was most likely one of this year's first years, but even he could not determine the fool's true identity. Furthermore, during this year's sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, Professor Trelawney also delivered a prophecy praising the greatness of the fool. She suffered a backlash as well, although her condition was comparatively better. She merely spent several days in the hospital wing. A seer and a descendant of a seer's bloodline. You are asking me to investigate something neither of them could understand. Nicholas Flamel looked at him resentfully. Aren't you worried that I will suffer a backlash as well? Prophecy and divination are different. I am not asking you to divine the fool's identity. I only want a few clues, so any backlash should remain manageable. Besides, I have no other choice. I can only ask someone I trust. You should understand what kind of effect the prophecy concerning the fool would have on the wizarding world if it spread. To prevent unnecessary chaos, I even blurred the memories of everyone at Hogwarts regarding Trelawney's prophecy. More importantly. Dumbledore paused. Grindelwald has extremely high expectations for the fool, and I am worried. You know perfectly well that Ermengarde cannot truly hold him. If we cannot identify the fool first and provide the correct guidance, Grindelwald may launch another wizarding revolution. Voldemort is difficult to deal with, but compared with Grindelwald, he is far less dangerous. If Grindelwald truly decides to return, the wizard supremacists will answer his call immediately and gather at his side once more. Nicholas Flamel remained silent for a while before accepting Dumbledore's request. Very well. Before death arrives, I will do my best to help you with a few more things. Thank you, Nicholas. A smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. He then walked over to a cabinet and took out a crystal ball. Do you have any clues? Divining with only a name may not produce any results. I do. Dumbledore took a roll of parchment from his pocket. I carefully examined the list of this year's first years at Hogwarts and eliminated some of them. These are the names that remain. Nicholas Flamel unrolled the parchment and read through it carefully. After memorizing the names, he began divining for clues concerning the fool's identity. A layer of dense mist soon appeared inside the crystal ball. The thick fog churned violently, while indistinct scenes flashed through the whiteness too quickly to be captured. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared across the crystal ball. Nicholas Flamel instinctively widened his eyes. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out, followed by Nicholas Flamel's cry of pain. Dumbledore hurriedly and carefully helped his old friend upright. Nicholas's already pale face had become deathly white, and a fine layer of sweat covered his forehead. My arm is broken, and my ankle is injured as well, Nicholas Flamel said calmly, as though the matter were hardly worth mentioning. This is why I no longer wish to use the Philosopher's Stone to prolong my life. I have become far too fragile. Dumbledore asked, "Did you see anything?" How should I put it? It was very interesting. Most of the clues were hidden by the mist, as though some force had deliberately concealed them. So you found nothing? Not nothing. Nicholas Flamel's expression became complicated. At the final moment, I caught sight of the Philosopher's Stone and the Gryffindor crest. A gleam flashed through Dumbledore's eyes. The Philosopher's Stone, the Gryffindor crest, and the clue that the fool was one of this year's first years left only three obvious possibilities. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. But wasn't that too simple? Both Grindelwald and Trelawney had suffered a backlash, yet Nicholas had not only avoided a serious backlash but had also obtained clear clues. Was there anything else? No. Nicholas Flamel shook his head and explained, "Ordinarily, I should not have been able to divine anything at all. The crack in the crystal ball was a warning from the force concealing the truth. But I created the Philosopher's Stone, and the fool is connected to it. That gave me a slim opportunity to grasp a clue." Are you saying the fool wants the Philosopher's Stone? I cannot be certain, but how many people would not want the Philosopher's Stone? Nicholas Flamel replied with a smile. However, even if he needs the stone, his purpose certainly would not be eternal life. A great existence destined to surpass Merlin and perhaps influence the entire world would not have ambition so limited that he would pursue such a deeply flawed form of immortality. Nicholas then looked seriously at Dumbledore. However, Albus, there is one thing I can say with certainty. Grindelwald is hiding something from you. If even I could divine a clue, then with Grindelwald's immense magical power and prophetic ability, sacrificing and I could not possibly have earned him nothing more than a symbolic name. I know. My next destination is Nurmengard. Dumbledore smiled bitterly. He is probably already there waiting for me. Good luck. Take care, Nicholas. Dumbledore stood, walked outside, and mounted a thestral. Its body was skeletal, with black hide stretched tightly over its bones and a pair of black, leathery wings. It spread its wings and carried him into the sky. By evening, he had reached the Tower of Nurmengard and entered the prison where Grindelwald was being held. The last time Dumbledore had visited, the room had resembled a cramped box. It contained only a bed and a thin blanket, and even sunlight could barely enter. Now, however, the interior had been expanded dozens of times and thoroughly renovated. Apart from receiving ample sunlight, it now contained a fireplace, carpet, desk, sofa, wardrobe, and even a washroom. The listless old man who had once occupied the room was now filled with vitality. His worn clothing had been replaced by a set of finely tailored wizarding robes. His hair remained gray, but it had been carefully groomed, and color had returned to his face. If Grindelwald's present state had to be described in a single sentence, it would be this. At 100 years old, he was finally ready to take on the world again. To be continued. Chapter 70, Grindelwald's Change, Bonus. Noticing that Dumbledore had arrived, Grindelwald put down the Daily Prophet in his hands and gestured for him to sit. Dumbledore sat opposite him, and Gookie the house elf brought over 2 cups of coffee. This place has changed considerably. My state of mind has changed, so naturally I wanted my surroundings to change as well, Grindelwald said meaningfully. Rosier originally intended to renovate the entirety of Nurmengard, but I refused. Rosier has been here as well. Is that so strange? Nurmengard does permit visitors. In the past, I willingly remained imprisoned here as punishment. But as long as I am willing to change, my followers will do everything they can to satisfy my every need. So the alliance is beginning to gather again. Dumbledore felt exhausted. He could not stop this force unless he killed Grindelwald. But he could not bring himself to do that. Even if he could, he was not confident that he would be able to kill Grindelwald. Besides, killing a Grindelwald who had lost the will to live and killing the ambitious leader of the wizarding supremacists were two entirely different matters. The former would not cause much upheaval, but the latter could plunge the entire wizarding world into chaos. This force had not been purged after Grindelwald's defeat. They had remained silent for half a century, but silence did not mean extinction. Most of Voldemort's Death Eaters were dark wizards who had established a bloody and oppressive regime. Once Voldemort died, his followers scattered. Those who needed to be arrested were arrested, and those who needed to be sentenced were sentenced. But Grindelwald's movement was made up of every wizard in the magical world who agreed with his ideals. It included elites from every profession and every field, even ministers for magic from certain countries. If they united, they truly possessed the power to launch a revolution and overthrow the governments of the wizarding world. You do not need to worry. I have no intention of leaving this place for the time being. For the time being. For the time being. Grindelwald nodded seriously. Now is not the right moment. When will it be the right moment? Grindelwald did not answer. Instead, he lifted his coffee and took a sip. You came to see me because of the fool, didn't you? Have you found him? I have a few suspicions. Grindelwald paused, then smiled faintly. Your suspicions may not be accurate. That is why I came to see you. You must have other clues. I am afraid I will disappoint you. I do not. But I will be able to find him. I have foreseen that such an opportunity will appear in the future, Grindelwald said with certainty. Albus, you had better give him what you consider the correct guidance before I find him. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before asking tentatively, and if you find him first, will you teach him your beliefs? No, no, no. Everything is for the greater good. I will not force my ideals upon him, nor will he be easily influenced by me. I will try to guide him and allow him to lead wizards towards a brighter path. I understand. Dumbledore rose and began walking towards the door. One more thing. Tell the Aurors outside to leave as well. There is no longer any need for them to remain here. I understand. Dumbledore left the tower and looked towards a massive boulder. Return to the ministry and tell your minister that there is no longer any need to guard this place. After saying this, he mounted the thestral and flew into the night sky. Behind the enormous boulder, 2 male Aurors and 1 female Auror looked at one another. All 3 of them felt relieved. This is good news, isn't it? The female Auror said. We can return early and no longer have to remain in this dreadful place. No, this is wonderful news. A plump wizard sighed in relief. We no longer have to spend every day on edge. I do not want to remain here for another day. In the past, the guards changed once a month. It was boring, but at least there was no danger to our lives. Now, that is difficult to say. I do not understand, another wizard said. Isn't he just an old man? The ministry has watched him for half a century, and nothing has ever happened. Young man, you are still far too young. Everything you know about Grindelwald comes from a brief description on a card. The first Dark Lord, defeated by Dumbledore, with countless followers beneath him. But my father actually attended Grindelwald's speech in Paris. His words and charisma made countless wizards willingly follow him. His power was even more terrifying. The fiend fire he unleashed killed several Aurors from the ministry and nearly destroyed the whole of Paris. That is not an exaggeration. It truly happened. And the ministry merely imprisoned him, the female Auror asked incredulously. Let me correct you. The ministry cannot hold him. After Dumbledore defeated him, he willingly allowed himself to be imprisoned here. He could leave whenever he wished. Judging by his current attitude, however, it seems he no longer intends to maintain the status quo. The only question is when he will escape. Did the ministry send only the 3 of us because they think too highly of our abilities? You are overthinking it. Our task was never to guard this prison. We were only meant to raise the alarm the moment he escaped. Hogwarts. After returning the Thestral to its herd in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore summoned McGonagall and Snape to the headmaster's office. Professors, did anything happen at the school while I was away? The 2 exchanged a glance. As deputy headmistress, McGonagall reported first. We have collected all the students' examination papers and are currently marking them. The 5th year's ordinary wizarding level examinations and the 7th year's nastily exhausting wizarding tests both concluded successfully. Hogwarts will soon be saying farewell to another group of graduates. Thank you for your hard work, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore then looked at Snape. Professor Snape, is there anything you need to report? Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger entered the 4th floor of the castle on the night you left. Despite considerable difficulty, they managed to pass every obstacle. Could you be more specific? Yes, more specific, McGonagall added with interest. The corner of Snape's face twitched. Asking the head of Slytherin to recount the glorious deeds of 3 Gryffindors was particularly cruel. These 2 headmasters, both former Gryffindors, certainly knew how to rub salt into the wound. However, considering the Philosopher's Stone, he could only suppress his displeasure and recount everything that had happened. After listening, Dumbledore could not help feeling impressed. Excellent. They truly performed very well. Harry did not disappoint me either. Even when his life was threatened, he remained true to himself and refused to submit to evil. He is a good child. It was fortunate that Harry was still protected by that magic. Otherwise, the situation would have been extremely dangerous. But he is still unconscious in the hospital wing. That is your responsibility, Severus. Mine. You were the one responsible for protecting them from the shadows. If they were injured, whose responsibility could it be other than yours? It was only the impact of a disembodied soul. It was hardly anything serious. All right. Overall, the result was satisfactory. Dumbledore smiled and brought the argument to an end. Now, take out the Philosopher's Stone. I promised Nicholas that I would destroy it. To be continued. Chapter 71, Scapegoat, Bonus. Albus. McGonagall opened her mouth, then hesitated. You had better prepare yourself. Dumbledore's expression stiffened. It seems something unexpected has happened. Yes. The Philosopher's Stone is missing, Snape said. From the moment Potter and the other two entered the trapdoor and began making their way through the obstacles, until Quirrell died in the final chamber, I followed them closely. However, when the Dark Lord became a disembodied spirit and fled, I left the 4th floor ahead of him. There was no other choice, Dumbledore. I could not risk him seeing through my disillusionment charm. I can say with certainty that the Philosopher's Stone was still in the final chamber at that time. I entered the trapdoor half an hour after Severus left. I found Weasley and Potter, but not the Philosopher's Stone, McGonagall added. We both believe it was stolen during that half hour. It could not have been the Dark Lord, could it? Snape stared into Dumbledore's eyes. He had no body, so he could not possibly have carried the Philosopher's Stone. Half an hour would not have been enough time for him to possess someone else either. There is no need to be nervous, Severus. Dumbledore looked thoughtful. I believe I may know who took the Philosopher's Stone. Do you remember Trelawney's prophecy? You mean the fool? McGonagall asked in surprise. Then she immediately noticed the problem. Albus, the fool is still only a first-year student, isn't he? Dumbledore, are you suggesting that a first-year student seized that half-hour window, entered the trapdoor, obtained the Philosopher's Stone, and left before Minerva arrived? That joke is not funny. The three-headed dog alone would have been difficult to pass, let alone Pomona's devil's snare and Severus's logic puzzle. Even if the student could pass them all, traveling there and back would have taken more than half an hour, unless... McGonagall paused and carefully considered her words. Unless the student timed everything perfectly, knew every obstacle, reached the Philosopher's Stone without pausing, and then returned as quickly as possible. But that is impossible. The Philosopher's Stone was a closely guarded secret. Even including Harry and the others, fewer than 10 people knew it was at Hogwarts, let alone how to pass each obstacle. There is another possibility. A cold smile appeared on Snape's lips. The thief was one of the people guarding it. Harry Potter stole the Philosopher's Stone. Severus. McGonagall looked at him angrily. Do not accuse someone without evidence. I only said it was possible. Besides, as far as I know, Minerva, after you found Potter, you hurriedly sent him to the hospital wing. You did not search him, did you? After discovering that the Philosopher's Stone was missing, I searched the entire chamber. I used the summoning charm more than once, but found nothing. Dumbledore scratched his ear and stood up helplessly. Let us go to the 4th floor. I placed an enchantment on the mirror of Ariste. Perhaps it will reveal something unexpected. The mirror. McGonagall paused, then looked at him resentfully. Albus, you could have mentioned that earlier. Snape gave a cold snort. He understood Dumbledore better than McGonagall did and was certain that the old man had deliberately allowed them to argue because he enjoyed watching the commotion. The three of them made their way to the 4th floor and stopped outside the door. Fluffy opened all 6 eyes and was about to bark when he met Dumbledore's calm gaze. The three-headed dog whimpered and obediently moved backwards, revealing the trapdoor beneath him. What a shamelessly selective dog. Snape's face turned green. Why did the creature obediently move aside the moment Dumbledore arrived? The time before last, it had nearly bitten off one of Snape's legs. The three-headed dog seemed to sense Snape's resentment and rolled all 6 eyes at him. Both of you are holding little wooden sticks. That old man can wave his wands and put chains around all 3 of my necks. As for you, do you truly not know why I have not bared my teeth and bitten you? Dumbledore, when will this dog be taken away? Yes, Albus. An adult three-headed dog is far too dangerous for the students. Within the next few days, we will send Fluffy back to his natural habitat. However, we will have to inform Hagrid first. After all, Fluffy is his pet. His pet, Snape said through gritted teeth. Not one of his pets is safe. Severus, I cannot entirely agree with that. Am I wrong? At the very least, Fong is not dangerous. Snape thought of the dog beside Hagrid, whose ugliness was worthy of a museum exhibit, and had nothing to say. The three of them entered the trapdoor. The devil's snare, winged keys, transfigured chessboard, troll, and potions had all been cleared away the previous day, so they encountered no obstacles along the way. When they entered the final chamber, the mirror of Ariste still stood quietly in the center, with its reversed inscription carved across the top of the frame. Dumbledore stood before the mirror and gently touched its surface, remaining silent. "What do you see, Albus?" Dumbledore paused as though he had not heard the question. "Woolen socks. One can never have enough socks." McGonagall and Snape exchanged a glance, both utterly speechless. Even an excuse should at least sound convincing. "What enchantment did you leave on this mirror?" "One moment." Dumbledore tapped the inscription at the top of the frame with his wand. The disordered letters rapidly rearranged themselves into their proper order. At the same time, the mirror displayed the confrontation between Harry and Quirrell. After Harry killed Quirrell through a mixture of great difficulty and good fortune, Voldemort's lingering soul passed through his body and swiftly flew away. The red Philosopher's Stone lay beside Harry's right hand. A few minutes later, someone wearing a Gryffindor uniform hurried into the chamber. His objective was perfectly clear. He picked up the Philosopher's Stone and quickly ran away. Potter, but what is going on?" McGonagall stammered. He was clearly lying there. "Why does this one look several years older?" "There is only one explanation. He traveled through time," Dumbledore said calmly. "That explains everything. The future Potter knew how to calm the three-headed dog, how to pass the obstacles, and when the best moment to act would be." "So I was right," Snape said. "The person guarding it stole it. Harry Potter took the Philosopher's Stone. But why would he do that? Perhaps he needed it to save someone." Dumbledore sighed deeply. "We must pretend we know nothing about this. We will treat the Philosopher's Stone as though it has already been destroyed." Neither of them objected. When time was involved, one could never be too careful. "Albus, is Potter truly the fool?" McGonagall asked seriously. "I asked Nicholas Flamel to perform a divination. The clues he obtained were the Gryffindor crest and the Philosopher's Stone." "Then what should we do?" "We will consider the matter carefully. For now, we must pay even closer attention to Harry." To be continued. Chapter 72, The Future Top Dog, Bonus. The next day, Dumbledore went to the hospital wing to visit Harry Potter. Meanwhile, Vade quietly went to the Forbidden Forest alone. Following the same path he had taken during detention, he soon found the mark Griffin had left on a tree. He placed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. After he had waited for a while, the golden griffin descended from the sky. Griffin was still a juvenile, but its body was already more than 2 meters long, making it larger than an ordinary horse. Its build had grown sturdier and its foreclaws sharper, though it still looked young. "You've grown quite a bit." Vade stroked its head with a gratified expression. As expected, an animal raised in the wild grew stronger than one kept at home. "Did you complete the task I gave you?" Griffin nodded several times while flapping its wings as though seeking praise. "Then let's go." Griffin lowered its body and allowed Vade to climb onto its back before charging off in one direction. The Griffin was extremely fast, but the violently howling wind and constant jolting made the ride far from pleasant. Only the clown's exceptional coordination and balance kept Vade in place. An ordinary person would have been thrown off long ago. It was decided. His next alchemical project would be a set of equipment for Griffin. A saddle was essential, and he would need to consider balance, safety, and comfort. After running for several hundred meters, Griffin gradually slowed down and finally stopped in a relatively flat area. Vade jumped off its back and briefly steadied himself before looking towards the hollowed-out tree stump Griffin was pointing at with one foreclaw. The stump was over a meter tall, while its base was even wider. The cut was smooth, which meant someone had sawn the tree down. As for who had done it, Vade remembered that Hagrid had dragged the largest Christmas tree back from outside the castle. Vade walked over to the stump and looked at the various magical materials inside with great satisfaction. Unicorn tail hair, Thestral tail hair, fairy wings, Fulper feathers. These materials would sell for at least 200 galleons in Diagon Alley. Ever since Vade first saw the sack filled with unicorn tail hair in Hagrid's hut, he had considered the possibilities. However, Hagrid was clearly unsuitable as a business partner. Hagrid used some of the materials he collected for lessons at Hogwarts and some to care for magical creatures. Only a very small portion was used for his own needs, such as food, drink, and gambling. That was why, despite living beside a vast source of magical materials, he was not particularly wealthy. Still, Hagrid did not seem to mind. After releasing Griffin into the Forbidden Forest, Vade had instructed it to keep an eye out for such materials. How much it could collect depended entirely on luck. Griffin was a new resident of the Forbidden Forest and knew nothing about its older inhabitants, where they lived, how dangerous they were, or whether it could defeat them. Collecting magical materials worth 200 galleons within a few months, while prioritizing its own safety, was already an excellent result. Is this a werewolf's tooth? Vade noticed a sharp tooth inside the stump. It was about the size of a finger, and he picked it up. The moment he touched it, the Card of Blasphemy in his mind reacted. The heart of the progenitor of werewolves can replace a main ingredient for Sequence 3. Its bone marrow can replace a supplementary ingredient for Sequence 3. A Sequence 3 main ingredient was worth 1 million galleons, while a supplementary ingredient was worth 100,000 galleons. Damn it. If he wanted to save money, he would have to make enemies. Vade almost wanted to cry. Ancient vampires and the progenitor of werewolves were both leading figures of the dark world. It hardly seemed worth offending the two great dark races, vampires and werewolves, over a few potion ingredients, but forget it. I should consider this carefully. If I still haven't earned enough money by the time I reach Sequence 4, it won't be too late to offend the werewolves then. Werewolves do not have much status in the wizarding world anyway. As long as I kill them carefully and no one discovers it, the risks can still be avoided. Where did you get this tooth? Vade asked Griffin. You're only a few months old, yet you went near a werewolf settlement. Weren't you afraid they would tear you apart? Griffin blinked, and blue-white arcs of electricity appeared around its body. It then beat its wings. Blue lightning accompanied by a fierce gust of wind tore a deep trench 7 or 8 meters across the ground. Smelling the freshly turned earth, Vade involuntarily widened his eyes. Griffin was growing faster than he had expected. It was only a few months old, yet it could already use magic, and its offensive power was comparable to that of an ordinary upper-year student. Although its attack methods were rather limited, this was enough to prove its potential. Not bad, but it is nowhere near enough. There are many of them. One careless mistake and you'll be finished. Griffin spread its wings defiantly, indicating that it could fly. Plenty of creatures in the Forbidden Forest can fly. Even those that cannot may possess ranged attacks. You only have one life. Don't throw it away through carelessness. Griffin seemed to take his words seriously, and a thoughtful look appeared in its eyes. Griffins are not weak among magical creatures. Compared with ordinary griffins, you also possess the ability to control lightning, but that does not change the fundamental limits of your species. Dragons, phoenixes, thunderbirds, and Zulus. Which one of them can you defeat? Not a single one. What's more, you're only a few months old. You haven't even reached adulthood, yet you're already getting carried away. What gives you the right? Griffin whimpered in grievance, apparently hurt by the harsh truth. Vade patted its head. Still, I raised you. You are the pet of a future famous alchemist and the messenger of the fool. Ahem, the messenger of an important figure in the wizarding world. You cannot remain ordinary. Work hard, and one day you'll become the top dog among magical creatures. If natural ability was insufficient, equipment could make up the difference. First, he would give Griffin a saddle. Then he would add a full set of protective armor, followed by weapons that could draw out the full extent of its magical abilities. Finally, he would provide specialized training. With layer after layer of enhancements, the Griffin might eventually be capable of fighting a dragon head-on. However, Vade's current alchemical skills were not sufficient, and the materials alone would probably consume his entire fortune. There was still a long way to go. Vade collected his thoughts and packed away the magical materials inside the stump, though he was no longer as excited as he had been at first. 200 galleons was a considerable sum. Even a Hogwarts professor did not earn that much in a month. Compared with the enormous expenses he would face in the future, however, it was merely a drop in the ocean. All right, take me back first. The next time I come to see you will probably be in 2 or 3 months. Vade's voice was gentle, but his expression abruptly changed in the next moment. A rustling sound reached his ears. Something was rapidly approaching, and there was more than one creature. Griffin became alert as well. It did not possess the clown's danger intuition, but its wild instincts were warning it that danger was drawing near. To be continued. Chapter 73, Nature's Bounty, Bonus. The clicking grew clearer as 5 monsters rapidly surrounded them from different directions. They were roughly the same size as Griffin, with bodies covered in black hair, 8 legs, 8 eyes, and a pair of enormous pincers. Acromantulas, classified XXXXX. They were entirely carnivorous, preferred large living prey, and even had cannibalistic tendencies. Information about the creatures immediately surfaced in Vade's mind. They let out piercing cries and charged towards him and Griffin. How foolish. They actually dared to treat us as lunch. Vade swiftly drew his wand and fired several fireballs, each more than half a meter in diameter. Before the 5 acromantulas could reach him, the flames struck them directly in the face. They were thrown backwards even faster than they had charged forwards, while the burned areas of their bodies gave off the peculiar aroma of roasted meat. Magical creatures possessed varying degrees of magical resistance. Pure elemental attacks were often more destructive than ordinary spells. Their vitality was still impressive. Despite being severely injured, they managed to stand again, but they had clearly lost the courage to continue attacking. This young wizard's strength was completely inconsistent with his age. He was no easy meal. After realizing this, the 5 acromantulas did not hesitate. They immediately fled in different directions. Griffin let out an indignant cry. Blue lightning crackled around it, and with a beat of its wings, it blasted the nearest acromantula until it was charred on the outside and cooked within. It then gave chase, pursuing the one that had fled the fastest and furthest. Vade clicked his tongue and turned his attention to the other 3 acromantulas. These were genuine moving targets, far more useful than the targets he normally practiced on. Defindo. The spell struck an acromantula, and it suddenly collapsed. Clear fractures appeared where all 8 legs connected to its body. It immediately let out a shrill, agonized scream, then stopped breathing shortly afterwards. Vade turned his face away in disgust and tested another spell. Reducto. The moment the spell struck, the acromantula's body stiffened and rapidly withered, turning into a blackened corpse. The last one ran even harder and began weaving from side to side instead of fleeing in a straight line. It's quite intelligent. Unfortunately, it won't help. As soon as Vade finished speaking, Griffin blocked its path and drove a sharp talon directly into its head. TSK. How brutal. Griffin stared at him. Master, do you hear yourself? At least I left the body intact. Those 2 spells of yours were far more vicious. As Vade looked at the acromantula corpses, he suddenly remembered the most valuable thing they possessed. Their venom. A pint of acromantula venom could sell for 100 galleons. He opened the bag that had previously held the magical materials, took out a small metal bottle, and walked towards one of the acromantulas. However, the moment he touched it, the Card of Blasphemy in his mind transmitted new information. An acromantula's pituitary gland can replace a main ingredient for sequence 6. Its venom can replace a supplementary ingredient for sequence 6. Well. What was this supposed to be? A gift from nature? A sequence 6 main ingredient was worth 1,000 galleons, while a supplementary ingredient was worth 100 galleons. A single acromantula could provide both. He had to admit that the Forbidden Forest contained a remarkable number of valuable things. A playful smile appeared on Vade's face as he had Griffin bring over the other 3 acromantula corpses. First, he collected every last drop of their venom. Although the total amounted to less than half a pint, meeting the Card of Blasphemy's requirements already made it worthwhile. Then he looked towards the acromantula's heads. Ordinary spiders did not possess pituitary glands, but acromantulas were magical creatures and could not be judged by ordinary standards. Still, obtaining the pituitary gland meant dissecting them on the spot. Vade took a deep breath, folded a sheet of parchment into a paper knife, and cut into an acromantula's head. Several minutes later, wearing gloves, he extracted a wrinkled object about the size of a walnut from the viscous fluids and flesh. After using divination to confirm that it was what he needed, he placed the pituitary gland inside a glass bottle and stored it away. Done. Vade threw away the gloves and suppressed the discomfort that rose within him. This was the first dissection of his life, and the subject had been an acromantula. The fact that he had not vomited already demonstrated remarkable mental resilience. He turned his attention towards Griffin, which was vigorously tearing at an acromantula's leg. The firm meat seemed to suit its appetite perfectly. Ahem. Stop eating for now. Griffin paused, swallowed the food in its mouth, then lowered its body. Vade did not climb onto its back immediately. Instead, he destroyed the acromantula corpses and carefully removed every trace of what had happened. Cleaning up afterwards was essential. Griffin killing an adult acromantula was believable, but a first-year wizard killing several of them would be rather difficult to explain. He still did not know that Dumbledore had firmly placed the identity of the fool upon Harry. Even if he had known, he would merely have breathed a little easier. He would still have remained cautious. Once everything was dealt with, he mounted Griffin and had it carry him to the edge of the Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts. From there, Vade walked into the castle alone. Very few people knew that he had raised a griffin, and even fewer had seen it. If he were a Gryffindor, he could have brought Griffin directly into the school without much difficulty. He might even have earned admiration from the other students. But he was a Slytherin, a half-blood, and a first year. Riding a magnificent griffin into the castle would have been an excellent way to attract resentment. Vade had kept a low profile throughout his first year in Slytherin and had managed reasonably well. He could not allow one day of showing off to ruin a year's worth of effort. The end-of-year feast was held in the Great Hall. The tables were covered with sumptuous food, while Slytherin banners hung from the ceiling in celebration of their victory in the House Cup. While everyone was enjoying the feast, Harry Potter entered the hall. He had spent several days in the hospital wing and had only barely recovered in time to attend. The great hall fell silent, and countless eyes turned towards him. Harry could only pretend not to notice as he walked over and sat at the Gryffindor table. The conversation soon resumed, most of them revolving around Harry Potter. Clink, clink, clink. McGonagall tapped her glass, and the noise gradually died away. Dumbledore rose from his seat. Another year has passed. If I remember correctly, the House Cup now needs to be awarded. The points stand as follows: in 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. In 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352. Ravenclaw has 426, and Slytherin, with 472. The Slytherin table immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. Draco looked mockingly towards Harry and Ron, infuriating both of them. Yes, yes. Well done, Slytherin. Very well done. However, recent events must be taken into account. To be continued. Chapter 74, Dumbledore's Favoritism, Bonus. 5 bonus chapters as promised for staying in the top 20 last week. Thank you so much for your support. Hopefully, we go harder this week. Sigma. I still have a few last-minute points to award. Dumbledore looked towards the Gryffindor table. Miss Hermione Granger, when others were in danger, you kept a clear head and thought calmly. For this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The Gryffindor table erupted into thunderous cheers, while the smiles on the Slytherins' faces faded considerably. Second, Mr. Ron Weasley. For winning the finest game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Applause rang out once again. Ron's face turned bright red. After an entire year at Hogwarts, this was the first time he had earned so many points for Gryffindor, and they had been awarded personally by Dumbledore. Third, Mr. Harry Potter. For your fearless courage and extraordinary bravery, I award Gryffindor 60 points. After a brief silence, deafening cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. McGonagall was smiling so broadly that every line on her face seemed to deepen. With those additional points, Gryffindor had drawn level with Slytherin. They were tied for first place. After 6 years, Gryffindor had finally won the House Cup again. By contrast, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table had become gloomy, as though a dark cloud had settled over everyone. But these points had been awarded by Dumbledore, and his reasons sounded perfectly justified. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only suppress their anger. Finally, Dumbledore raised his right hand with a smile, and the noise gradually died away. He cannot possibly be this shameless, can he? Vade lowered his voice and stared at the old man on the platform in disbelief. So this was the wizarding world's great white wizard. His favoritism could not have been more blatant. Hard to say, Draco said disdainfully. My father told me Dumbledore values Gryffindors above everyone else. But even he cannot be this biased, Daphne said indignantly. Have you noticed how much worse Snape's expression has become? It takes a great deal of courage to stand up to our enemies, but even more to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Neville's face turned pale. Before he could recover from the surprise, the students around him had already pulled him into a group embrace. Wave after wave of cheering rose from the Gryffindor table. Harry and Ron exchanged a look, then turned towards Draco with matching expressions of triumph. I do not particularly care about the House Cup, but losing to Gryffindor through a last-minute reversal like this is still difficult to accept. Vade rubbed his forehead helplessly. It just feels wrong. This is not fair, Draco said. Dumbledore only counted the points they earned, but leaving their dormitory in the middle of the night also broke school rules. Why did he not deduct points for that? Then stand up and protest loudly, Theodore said with a cold smile. Perhaps Slytherin will still win the House Cup, if you dare. Draco rolled his eyes at him. Did he really look that stupid? Even his father would not dare challenge Dumbledore's authority in public. If my calculations are correct, I believe the decorations need to be changed. Dumbledore clapped his hands. The green banners hanging from the ceiling turned red, and the Slytherin serpent was replaced by the Gryffindor lion. Gryffindor wins the House Cup. Before leaving Hogwarts, Vade packed his trunk, then went with Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle to collect their report cards in the common room. As expected, his potions result was the best, but his marks in the other subjects were not low either. That left him rather confused. He had worked so hard to control his scores, yet he had still achieved results that did not fit the image he normally presented. There was only one possible explanation. The professors had been too generous when marking the papers. I passed, Crabbe said. Every subject was above the passing mark. I do not have to repeat the year. Same here, Goyle added. That is normal. Apart from the 5th year and 7th year examinations, the school does not usually make the tests too difficult for students, Draco said with complete confidence. Then he picked up Vade's report card and glanced at it. You have got to be joking. Your marks are slightly better than mine. What? Vade widened his eyes in feigned surprise, then smiled smugly. My potion's result was the best, which made up for the marks I lost in the other subjects. Besides, I guessed quite a few answers correctly. Otherwise, my transfiguration and charms marks would not have been so high. You were lucky, Draco said. He did not suspect anything. He knew perfectly well how Vade usually performed in class. And these? Prefect Gemma handed the four of them notices. Magic is forbidden during the holidays. That warning is especially important for you. Do you understand? You already warned me about that before Christmas. The summer holiday is much longer than Christmas. What if you forget? The others are less of a concern because they all have wizards in their families. Your situation is different. If the ministry detects magic around you, it will be difficult to explain. Vade remained silent for a moment. Gemma, unless something unexpected happens, I will spend most of the holiday in Diagon Alley. Gemma looked surprised. Do you have relatives in Diagon Alley? No. I will be staying at the Leaky Cauldron. Accommodation for an entire summer will not be cheap. Vade nodded with an awkward smile. If he had not recently come into several unexpected sums of money, he would already have considered lowering his standards. 1 galleon a night was indeed rather expensive. Still, there were times when one should not treat oneself too poorly. Vade, it is time to go, Daphne called. Coming. Gemma watched Vade leave with Greengrass and seemed to understand something. Had he already learned to live off a wealthy girl at such a young age? The first years were once again led across the Black Lake by Hagrid before boarding the Hogwarts Express at Hogsmeade Station. Vade and Daphne entered an empty compartment. After putting away their trunks, Daphne looked at him with amusement. You have not forgotten what you promised me, have you? I have not. Vade pursed his lips and took a roll of parchment from his pocket. This is the draft of the Wizarding Magical Power Classification System I have spent 3 months preparing. That sounds like an interesting subject. The Weasley twins stood outside the compartment, looking at the parchment on the table with great interest. How did we never think of that? Fred asked. Exactly, George said. If we submitted something like this to the Daily Prophet, we might even earn some money. That is because the two of you spend all your time playing pranks, Daphne said unhappily. You would not mind 2 more listeners, would you? Vade's eyes immediately brightened. He had not forgotten that the Marauders' map was still in their possession. However, it would have been too suspicious for a Slytherin to approach them without a reason. This might provide the opening he needed. Of course I mind, Daphne said with a cold snort. This is someone else's intellectual property. We promise not to tell anyone, Fred and George said in unison. It is fine. These are only a few personal ideas, not valuable magical knowledge. Vade waved dismissively and invited them inside. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 75, The 10 Levels of Wizards. Vade handed the draft to Daphne, then explained patiently, I have divided a wizard's magical power into 10 levels. 10. Daphne exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that too many? No. This is only a preliminary system I developed after considering several different factors. First is level 10, Apprentice Wizard. They possess magic but cannot use it. However, they can see things Muggles cannot see and hear sounds Muggles cannot hear. That sounds like a squib, George. It is indeed a squib. Their upper limit for magical power is too low, preventing them from becoming wizards capable of using magic. That is why they are classified as apprentice wizards. Level 9, Junior Wizard. They have experienced accidental magic and have begun to open the door to magic. First and second years at Hogwarts are generally at this level. You're saying we're only junior wizards? Daphne protested. Level 9, only 1 level above squibs. A wizard's magical power is determined by talent and increases with age. Although I do not like admitting it either, we really are weak at the moment. Fred raised a hand. That standard does not seem particularly reliable. There are plenty of prodigies in the wizarding world, aren't there? Dumbledore, for example. When he was a first year, even upper year students probably could not defeat him. And Fred and George added with a smile. We fought third years when we were first years, and we won. That is why there is another standard to cover such exceptions, the destructive power of their magic, Vade said meaningfully. Anyone whose strongest spell can injure another person meets the standard of a junior wizard. If a 3-year-old child can use magic to injure someone, then that child is a junior wizard. If an adult wizard cannot injure anyone even when using magic at full strength, then their talent can only be described as exceptionally poor. I think I understand. Continue. Level 8, Intermediate Wizard. Students from 3rd to 5th year at Hogwarts generally fall into this category. We are only intermediate wizards. Fred and George laughed unconcernedly. That sounds rather low-ranking. Stop interrupting, Daphne said irritably. Of course, Miss Greengrass. The standard for an intermediate wizard is being able to knock down a wall with a spell cast at full strength. We can do that. I am still slightly short of that, Daphne said, pursing her lips. But I will definitely manage it before 3rd year. I do not doubt it. Your talent ranks among the best in Slytherin, Vade reassured her briefly. Level 7, Senior Wizard. This corresponds to students above 5th year and ordinary adult wizards. The standard is being able to destroy a room with a spell cast at full strength. Adult wizards are only level 7. Daphne looked at Vade in confusion. Isn't that a little low? The 3 of you are pureblood wizards with considerable magical talent, so it is natural for you to think that. But a substantial number of adult wizards never progress beyond senior wizard throughout their lives. Tom, the landlord of the Leaky Cauldron, and the assistants in apothecaries or bookshops are examples. The 3 of them fell silent. Vade's words were uncomfortably realistic. Thinking about it carefully, most wizards in the magical world did seem to be at that level. It sounds as though level 7 already represents most of the wizarding world. Fred forced a smile. I think I will be satisfied with that level. Right, George. Of course, Fred. George nodded repeatedly. Ignore them. Keep going. Vade cleared his throat. Level 6, Mage. This corresponds to aurors and other wizards with extensive combat experience. The standard is being able to destroy a house with a spell cast at full strength. Level 5, High Mage. These are the true elites of the wizarding world. This category includes elite aurors from the Ministry, heads of house at Hogwarts, and... Vade looked meaningfully at the 3 of them before slowly continuing, the heads of certain pureblood families. In other words, your parents. My parents are only level 5. Daphne rolled her eyes and rubbed her forehead. I can imagine how they would feel if they heard your assessment. The standard for a high mage is being able to destroy an entire street with a spell cast at full strength. Daphne froze and had nothing to say. That standard certainly was not low, but she still found the ranking difficult to accept. The Greengrass family had scarcely ever declined in the wizarding world, yet its leaders could not even enter the top 3 levels. Mom and Dad would probably like that rank. Right, George. They are among the elite of the wizarding world. They might secretly be rather pleased. Weasley, can't the 2 of you show a little ambition? Daphne demanded in frustration. Malfoy often called the Weasleys a disgrace to purebloods. At that moment, Daphne felt she was beginning to understand why. We would like to, but our abilities do not permit it, Fred said without concern. Greengrass, I suggest you listen patiently until he finishes. Daphne barely suppressed her irritation and glared at Vade, looking as though he had better provide a reasonable explanation. Vade shrugged without the slightest trace of guilt. Level 4, Archmage. Take an Obscurial as an example. They are young witches or wizards parasitised by a dark magical force and possess extremely destructive power. The standard for an Archmage is the ability to destroy a manor with magic. That is not an exaggeration. From what I know, an Obscurial more than half a century ago was even capable of contending with Makusa. Archmages are that powerful. Daphne's mouth fell open in astonishment. And that is only level 4, George said. It sounds as though level 5 is the limit for normal wizards, including ordinary prodigies. Anything above level 4 is reserved for monsters. This is where a new dividing line must be drawn, Vade explained seriously. Wizards below the level of Archmage still fall within human standards. Those above it belong among monsters. Can you be more specific? Take a high mage such as Professor McGonagall. She would still be injured if struck by an ordinary wizard spell. If enough mages surrounded and attacked her, she would probably die, perhaps without even having an opportunity to escape. An Archmage is different. Unless someone prepares a carefully designed trap, it is difficult for any number of wizards below that level to threaten an Archmage. Even if the Archmage cannot win, they can still escape. To give a simpler comparison, an Archmage is equivalent to an adult dragon. Ordinary spells cannot even break through a dragon's defenses, and subduing one requires several elite wizards working together. Now that you put it that way, we understand, Fred said in realization. To be continued. Chapter 76, the corresponding sequences, bonus. Level 3. Vade held up 3 fingers, immediately drawing the attention of all 3 listeners. Grand Archmage. This corresponds to certain legendary figures in the wizarding world. For example. Fred asked. Nicholas Flamel. Wait, isn't Nicholas Flamel an alchemist? Daphne asked in confusion. He qualifies for level 3. Who says an alchemist cannot possess powerful magic? From what I understand, more than half a century ago, that 600-year-old alchemist joined several other wizards, including Newt Scamander, and prevented Paris from being destroyed. Incidentally, the standard for a Grand Archmage is the ability to destroy an entire town when casting at full strength, such as Hogsmeade beside Hogwarts. Where did you learn all this? George looked at Vade with uncertainty. If Ron was telling the truth, you lived in the Muggle world before coming to Hogwarts. Yet even we, as pureblood wizards, have never heard of these things. The Leaky Cauldron. Vade shrugged. I stayed there for 2 months. Some older wizards enjoy reminiscing about the past, and I happened to overhear them. What about level 2? Daphne asked impatiently. Above Grand Archmage is Saint Archmage. There are quite a few famous figures at this level. Our headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. The first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. The second Dark Lord. Vade paused, then lowered his voice in feigned fear. You know who? Daphne and the Weasley twins all drew sharp breaths. Do not say his name. Sorry. I grew up in the Muggle world, so I do not fully understand why all of you fear him so much. Besides those 3, I suspect the 4 founders of Hogwarts were also at this level. As for the standard, their magic would be capable of destroying a city. The spell Nicholas Flamel and the others stopped was cast by the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. I almost want to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for a few days. Same here, Fred. I never realized you could gather so much secret information there. As for level 1, I call it the God of Magic. You should be able to guess who that refers to. The 3 exchanged glances and answered in unison. Merlin. Correct. Merlin, who ushered in the Age of Magic. The standard is possessing the power to destroy an entire country. Vade smiled somewhat awkwardly. Everything I know about Merlin comes from legends, and there are not many of them. So this level is largely speculation. Listen to it if you like, but do not take it too seriously. The 10 wizarding levels Vade had created corresponded to the sequences of a pathway. He had merely treated squibs as half a sequence 9 beyonder and used them as level 10. At the same time, he had concealed the existence of sequence 0 and fixed the highest wizarding level at sequence 1. It feels surprisingly believable. No one has ever ranked wizards this way before. Are you planning to publish this as an academic paper? You might become famous. Become famous? What a joke. What was so good about fame? Living under constant attention would make him far too conspicuous. If he accidentally exposed something, what would he do if Dumbledore invited him for a private conversation? I am not interested in becoming famous. Vade waved dismissively. This classification system is merely something an ordinary first-year wizard created out of personal interest. Besides, I have already transferred the intellectual property to Daphne. What she does with it is her concern. I did not lose out either. She gave me compensation I could not refuse. Fred and George immediately looked towards Daphne. The young girl responded with a cold snort. Give up. I am not giving it to you. The scenery outside the window flew past. Villages and towns gradually came into view, and by the afternoon, the train finally stopped at platform 9 3/4. They each carried their trunks off the train. Daphne spotted her parents, said goodbye to Vade, and ran towards them. How enviable, Fred remarked sincerely. Your parents are probably busy. It is normal that they did not come to collect you. No, you misunderstand. What Fred envies is that Greengrass has an understanding mother, George said. Unlike ours. If Mum came to collect us, she would lecture us the entire way home. One correction, George. Mum did not come to collect us, or Percy. She came to collect Ron. And she brought Ginny with her. Exactly. The group passed through the barrier from platform 9 3/4 into the Muggle side of King's Cross Station. Just as Fred and George had said, their mother was waiting outside with their younger sister to collect Ron. Ginny, however, appeared far more interested in Harry Potter. She circled him excitedly like a fan meeting her idol, talking without pause. Vade raised an eyebrow without concern and strode towards the exit. Outside the station, he found a taxi and returned home before dark. He put down his trunk, cleaned the house, bought 2 cheeseburgers for dinner, and then began considering how to arrange his summer holiday. First came acting as a magician. The progress displayed by the Card of Blasphemy had already exceeded 80%. With the experience he had gained during the Christmas holiday, he was confident that he could completely digest the potion within half a month. Advancing to sequence 6 would require at least 2,000 galleons for the formula and the remaining ingredients. Fortunately, he had enough money and could afford the expense. After that came acting as sequence 6, researching alchemy, studying magic, earning money. TSK. I will have to take it slowly. Even a holiday of more than 2 months does not seem long enough. Greengrass Manor. Daphne placed the roll of parchment before her parents as though presenting a treasure. Look. This is Vade's work, a classification system for wizarding strength. Stephen and Alyssa Greengrass were naturally interested in something their precious daughter had brought home, so they unrolled the parchment. Astoria joined them out of curiosity and sat between her parents. Apprentice wizard, junior wizard, intermediate wizard, senior wizard, mage, high mage, archmage, grand archmage, saint archmage, god of magic. What an original idea. Astoria smiled. I am currently a junior wizard, while father and mother should be high mages. It is creative, and rather bold. Stephen considered it for a moment, then smiled at his eldest daughter. Daphne, do you truly understand this friend of yours? Of course I do, Daphne replied immediately. Father, why are you asking that? When I was a first year, I could not have produced such a detailed paper. Your mother probably could not have either. But he did. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones. Chapter 77, Digested. Doesn't that simply prove how exceptional he is? Daphne said proudly. That is not the point, my precious daughter. Alyssa tapped her lightly on the head. The point is that he accomplished something even wizards raised in the magical world could not, despite being a half-blood who entered the wizarding world less than a year ago. And writing a paper like this requires a thorough understanding of both the wizarding world and its wizards. He clearly does not meet that requirement. You are overthinking it. Vade lived at the Leaky Cauldron for several months. All sorts of people stay there, and that is where he learnt these things. Besides, he spent a long time writing this paper. He must have revised it many times before producing the roll of parchment you see now. Hearing this, Stephen and Alyssa exchanged a glance. If that is the case, then he truly is talented. It is only his aptitude for magic. It is slightly lacking, Daphne admitted. She knew there was no point lying to her parents. But he is still above average at Hogwarts. His upper limit should be at least mage. And he successfully brewed polyjuice potion. Stephen raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Of course. I saw it myself. Oh, and there is this as well. Daphne placed a piece of gold jewelry on the table. It is an alchemical item Vade made. It absorbs sunlight during the day, allowing the wearer to feel its warmth more clearly at night. Stephen picked up the ornament and examined it for a while before nodding to his wife. It does work as Daphne described. The craftsmanship is simply rather crude. However, he is only a first year and has been part of the wizarding world for less than a year. I suspect his talent for potions is no worse than Severus's, and he also possesses considerable aptitude for alchemy. Alyssa remained silent for several seconds before looking seriously at Daphne. I admit that he is exceptional, but the two of you are still too young. Mum, I already... Daphne, Alyssa interrupted gently. We trust your judgment, but your choice is extremely important to the Greengrass family. You cannot make such a decision impulsively. My suggestion is that you wait another 2 or 3 years. During that time, you may remain friends, even close friends, but not lovers. If your decision has not changed after 3 years, then bring him home for us to meet. Daphne looked pitifully at Stephen, but he merely shrugged to show that he could not help her. This time, he stood firmly on his wife's side. What could children of 11 or 12 possibly understand about affection, let alone love? Besides, any boy capable of making his precious daughter think about him constantly after only 1 year was already far more dangerous than an ordinary suitor. He had to be dealt with seriously. I understand. But father, mother, Astoria interrupted at an unfortunate moment, will Moria really fall in love with my sister? The couple exchanged a smile. They had never even considered that possibility. A girl from the Greengrass family was taking the initiative. How could any wizard possibly refuse? Vade did not return to the theater to perform magic. Instead, he took his act onto the streets of London. There were more spectators there than in the theater, and far more room to perform. Over the next 2 weeks, his performances grew steadily larger and more spectacular, attracting an ever-increasing audience. That day, rain fell from the overcast sky. Vade stood beneath it in ordinary casual clothes without an umbrella. More than 100 spectators surrounded him beneath their own umbrellas, eagerly awaiting his next performance. Seeing quite a few familiar faces in the crowd, Vade smiled and bowed. Thank you all for your support, and for being willing to leave your homes in weather like this to watch my performance. Before I begin, I have some unfortunate news. Today will be my final performance in London. But I promise that this show will be more spectacular than anything you can imagine. The magician potion's digestion progress had already exceeded 97%. As long as this performance went smoothly, he would completely digest the potion, and there would naturally be no need to continue performing afterwards. Ahem. Vade cleared his throat. People often say that I enjoy controlling where others look. That is not entirely wrong, because the closer you are, the harder it becomes to see the truth. But controlling people is extremely difficult. So today, I intend to control something much easier than a person. I am going to control the weather. Cheerful laughter and excited cries rose from the crowd. Many people tucked their umbrellas beneath their chins so they could applaud. That is correct. Making rain fall is rather difficult. Perhaps only God could do that. I am not going to stop the rain. I am going to make every raindrop. Vade fully stirred the crowd's excitement. When their cheers reached their peak, he raised both arms and pointed ahead. Remain perfectly still. The moment he finished speaking, every raindrop froze in midair. They hovered before the spectators' eyes, trembling wildly yet remaining perfectly clear. The miraculous sight stunned them. Everyone stared with wide eyes, reaching out to touch the rain suspended before them. Cheers rose one after another, and the applause could be heard several streets away. But what if I also made the rain fall upwards? Vade slowly raised his hands. Following the movement, the suspended droplets turned into streams of water and flew into the sky. Or perhaps I could make them fly wherever I pleased. He waved his arms casually, sweeping back and forth and striking the spectators' cheeks. When he lowered both arms, the weather returned to normal and the rain once again fell freely beneath the pull of gravity. Vade. 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 Amid the rising cheers, Vade closed his eyes. He felt something within his body shatter and disappear. Countless illusory specks of starlight seemed to appear around him, drawing towards one another. The Seer Pathways Sequence 7 Magician Potion was finally and completely digested at that moment. As expected, paying homage to a classic had worked. That concludes my final performance. Farewell, everyone. Vade bowed and was about to leave using flame jump when someone squeezed through the crowd, grabbed his arm, and dragged him away. Hermione. Do not speak. Come with me. Wait, I haven't. Hermione pulled Vade into an alley and looked at him with deep frustration. I simply cannot believe this. Yes, neither can I, Vade said, suppressing his annoyance. My final performance actually ended like this. I had planned to make a proper magical exit. If word gets out, I will be too embarrassed to show my face in the magic business again. You, stop changing the subject. We were all warned that we were forbidden from using magic during the holidays, yet you have been performing it in the street under the guise of stage magic. So many people saw you. Good heavens, aren't you worried that the Ministry of Magic will come looking for you? To be continued. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Money would inevitably become a problem, bonus. Gryffindors are the ones who usually break the rules, while Slytherins understand how to weigh the risks and protect themselves, Vade said solemnly. I have been performing on the streets of London for nearly half a month. Why hasn't the Ministry come looking for me? Hermione realized what he meant and looked at him in surprise. Did you use some kind of magic to fool the trace? Do you think I am capable of that? Wandless magic. Hermione thought of another possibility, but immediately dismissed it. That is even more impossible. Vade thought, no, I can actually do both. So, once you eliminate every impossibility, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. You really were performing stage magic. Hermione found it difficult to believe. But even magic cannot control rain however you please. No, magic can do that. Never mind rain. Even a flood could be controlled. We are simply still far from reaching that level. Then how did you do it? Vade did not want to explain. He had used the magician's ability to create illusions and deceive the audience's eyes, but when he saw Hermione's curiosity, he relented. That damned curiosity and thirst for knowledge. All right. There is no harm in telling you. The principle is simple. I used lighting to deceive the audience's eyes. Hermione turned and looked back from a distance. Are you joking? It is not even dark yet. What lighting? It took me several hours to set everything up. If it could be spotted that easily, this would not be a magic performance. It would be a demonstration of how the trick was done. Lying with a straight face came naturally to Vade. He did not think Hermione would keep questioning him about something like this, unless she intended to become a magician herself. Anyway, why are you here? You are not the only person who lives in London. Hermione rolled her eyes. I heard cheering from several streets away and came over to see what was happening. Then I found you surrounded by hundreds of people. Why did you decide to perform magic tricks? My parents are dead, my home is empty, and success is my only choice. I understand. Hermione nodded awkwardly. How much of your holiday homework have you finished? Bloody hell. Was this what top students were like? The way she changed the subject was completely unexpected. I have spent the past half-month trying to earn enough money to live. When would I have had time to do homework? Homework? What homework? Had she never heard of the night before term began? 1 quill, 1 lamp, and a whole night to perform a miracle. A complicated look appeared in Hermione's eyes. Have you really been that busy? Water bills, electricity bills, food, second-year textbooks, and all sorts of other expenses. I think Ron would understand how I feel. Hermione's expression became even more complicated. She knew about Ron's family circumstances. Apart from his older brothers who had already found work, there were still 7 people in the household, all supported by his father's salary. Naturally, money was tight. But Ron would never consider spending the summer earning money to help his family. To him, having fun was the main purpose of a holiday. The difference between people really was enormous. Hermione complained inwardly, then said, "Sorry. I interrupted you just now." "It does not matter." Vade waved dismissively. The magician potion had already been completely digested, so such a minor misunderstanding was not worth mentioning. "But I think I heard you say that this was your final performance. You do not intend to remain a magician." "I have other plans now. It would be inconvenient to tell you what they are." Hermione tactfully did not ask further. Instead, she gave him her home address. "If there is anything you do not understand in the holiday homework, you can come and ask me." "Forget it. You might not even know as much as I do." "Thanks. I will not hesitate." After returning home, Vade opened the pouch filled with coins and sacrificed 1,000 galleons to the Card of Blasphemy to unlock the Sequence 6 potion formula. The Card of Blasphemy once again transformed into a book. Images of the seer, clown, and magician passed page by page until the portrait of a man with an indistinct face appeared. Sequence 6, Faceless. Divination and combat abilities are significantly enhanced. The Faceless can instantly observe and accurately recall the appearance, temperament, and distinctive traits of anyone they know, including their unique scent. All other Beyonder abilities are enhanced. Potion Formula. Main ingredients: mutated pituitary gland of 1,000-faced hunter, acromantula pituitary gland / 1,000 galleons, and the characteristic of a human skin shadow, 1,000 galleons. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of 1,000-faced hunter blood, acromantula venom / 100 galleons, 5 drops of black datura juice, 100 galleons, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 100 galleons, and 3 strands of deep sea naga hair, 100 galleons. After carefully reading the formula, Vade felt relieved, but also somewhat lost. He was relieved because he had saved enough money during the school year and had already obtained 1 main ingredient and 1 supplementary ingredient. The remaining materials would cost only 1,300 galleons. He still possessed 2,600 galleons and 5,000 pounds, so purchasing the remaining ingredients would not be a problem. What troubled him was the realization of something he had always overlooked. In the future, he would inevitably worry about money. He might even be forced to slow his advancement through the sequences because of it. His current wealth could support him only as far as Sequence 6. The formula and ingredients for Sequence 5 cost 10 times as much as those for Sequence 6, beginning at 10,000 galleons. 10,000 galleons. For the moment, Vade truly could not think of any way to earn such a sum, and there would still be Sequence 4, Sequence 3, and the rest after that. Even loan sharks did not charge at such an outrageous rate. Vade took a deep breath and suppressed the anxiety in his heart. A meal had to be eaten 1 bite at a time. There was no need to worry so much now. Any problem that could be solved with money was not truly a problem. Vade reassured himself repeatedly, but he still felt as miserable as though he were carrying an enormous debt. Then he suddenly thought of alchemy. He thought of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone could supposedly transform any metal into pure gold. If. Gulp. Vade swallowed involuntarily, then took the blood-red gemstone from his money pouch. If he could use the Philosopher's Stone to create enough gold, his lack of money would be solved completely. But as soon as the idea appeared, another question followed. Would using it affect the Philosopher's Stone in some way? If producing a few pieces of gold reduced the quality of his Sequence 2 main ingredient, that would be a truly disastrous loss. He would not even have anywhere to cry about it. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, The Philosopher's Stone was born of its age. Vade drew the curtains in his bedroom and lit a stick of incense that aided concentration. Once the fragrance had grown strong enough, he wrote a divination statement on a piece of parchment. The process of using the Philosopher's Stone to create gold. He then wrapped the Philosopher's Stone in the parchment and repeated the sentence written upon it over and over. Gradually, a sphere of light formed in his mind, and he entered a meditative state. His vision blurred, then slowly became clear again. Within the distorted world, he saw a vague figure dressed in white. The man was extremely old, and even the simplest movement seemed difficult for him. The man placed a blood-red gemstone and a pile of ordinary iron ingots on the floor, then used his wand to carve a series of symbols around them. The scene shattered and changed. All the iron ingots had turned into gold, while the blood-red gemstone had become slightly lighter. Vade's eyes snapped open, and he could not help swearing. Fortunately, he had thought one step further and had not used the Philosopher's Stone to create gold. Otherwise, this sequence ingredient might truly have been ruined. The scene had been brief, but he could still draw a definite conclusion. The Philosopher's Stone also obeyed the principle of equivalent exchange. Whether it was used to create gold or brew the elixir of life, the process would consume part of it. So the plan to make money with the Philosopher's Stone is finished. Vade could not help feeling disappointed. However, as he rubbed the blood-red gemstone in his hand, a new idea appeared in his mind. Perhaps he could try to create a new Philosopher's Stone. The only Philosopher's Stone in the world was currently in his hands. Combined with the abilities of a seer, he might be able to reverse engineer its creation process. As long as he succeeded, no, even if he only uncovered part of the process, it would still be extremely valuable alchemical knowledge. With that thought, Vade tore off another piece of parchment and wrote a new divination statement upon it. The process of creating the Philosopher's Stone. He then allowed himself to enter another dream. Cold. Not ordinary cold, but a damp, penetrating chill. Vade seemed to have arrived in the Middle Ages. On the walls of house after house, and across street after street, the capital letter P had been painted in a way that made his scalp prickle. Black fleas and rats spread disease and plague, leaving countless corpses behind. The scene before him changed rapidly, moving from one region to another and from one country to the next. Human lives fell before the disaster like stalks of wheat beneath a storm. Witnessing the catastrophe alongside him was a white crystal the size of a brick. At first, it was flawless and pure. But with every region it passed through, another layer of blood-red color appeared within it, until it finally became a crimson crystal. Vade seemed to understand something. He stared in horror at the completed Philosopher's Stone, within which countless innocent lives seemed to be wailing. The next moment, the souls of the dead flew out of the Philosopher's Stone and transformed into countless black shadows that rushed towards him. Ah! The dream shattered abruptly. Vade rolled off the bed and crashed onto the floor. A thick layer of frost covered his body, as though he had spent an entire day and night inside a freezer. He could not stop shivering. Vade tapped his clothes and used the vanishing spell to remove the frost and moisture. Then he snapped his fingers. Flames appeared out of thin air and transformed into several streams that circled around him, driving away the cold. Heh. So this is the story of an unprecedented alchemist benefiting from the perfect era. No wonder only Nicholas Flamel succeeded in creating the Philosopher's Stone. No wonder he never told anyone how it was made. He gathered the life force of at least 10,000 people to create a single Philosopher's Stone. That was why it could be used to produce an elixir capable of extending life. If this method ever spread, the entire wizarding world would fall into chaos. Wizards seeking longer lives would turn their wands against muggles and begin harvesting lives without restraint. A war between wizards and muggles would become unavoidable, and the bloodshed might even surpass that of the world wars. After collecting his thoughts, Vade slowly calmed down. Creating another Philosopher's Stone was impossible. He considered himself a reasonably decent person and would not carry out mass slaughter for the sake of obtaining one. Still, the divination had not been entirely fruitless. The key ingredient in the elixir of life was the Philosopher's Stone, but its true essence was life force. That knowledge could be used to improve other potion formulas. If he succeeded, it could become another source of income. The next day, Diagon Alley. Vade first sold the magical materials he had collected in the Forbidden Forest. They earned him 230 galleons, allowing him to recover a small portion of his recent expenses. He then began searching for 3 supplementary ingredients. Black datura juice and dragon tooth grass powder were not particularly rare. He found both in a herb shop and spent less than 1 galleon in total. By comparison, deep-sea naga hair was much harder to find. He searched from one end of the alley to the other and asked in every shop that sold magical ingredients, but found nothing. For a moment, he considered trying his luck in Nocturne Alley. However, he quickly suppressed the idea. He had not advanced yet, and Nocturne Alley still posed a certain risk to someone at Sequence 7. With some regret, Vade made his way towards Gringotts. He now possessed quite a few valuable items. Carrying them all with him made him feel uneasy, so it would be safer to store them in the bank. Vade showed a goblin behind the counter the key to his vault. "I would like to deposit some money." The goblin immediately looked delighted. "Of course, sir." He set aside his work, jumped down from his high stool, and led Vade through a large door. Beyond it lay a narrow stone passage. Burning torches illuminated the entrance and a stretch of railway tracks leading into the darkness. Bola snapped his fingers. A mine cart came hurtling along the tracks before stopping with a sharp screech. They climbed into the cart and sped through the winding tunnels. The cart required no driver. It turned left and right, past countless junctions, and eventually stopped before a stone door. "We have arrived." "Vault 996, Bola said. "Do you require any assistance, sir?" "No, thank you." "Wait here. I will be out shortly." Vade climbed out of the cart and unlocked the door with his key. Looking at the empty vault, he smiled self-mockingly. Then he took out a money pouch and poured out all the galleons, sickles, and nuts inside. Gold, silver, and copper coins mixed together, forming a small mound. Deep-sea naga hair and the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow will cost 1,100 galleons. After thinking for a moment, Vade left 1,500 galleons in the vault and gathered the remaining coins back into the pouch. Then he waved his hand lightly. The small pile of gold coins parted on its own, revealing a hollow about the size of his palm. Vade placed the Philosopher's Stone inside and covered it with the surrounding galleons. To be continued. Chapter 80, Faceless, Bonus. Vade exchanged all his sickles and nuts for galleons. When he left Gringotts, his money pouch contained more than 1,600 galleons, while fewer than 30 sickles and nuts remained altogether. He looked up at the sky, which was approaching dusk, then headed towards the leaky cauldron. "Good afternoon, Vade." Tom greeted him with a smile. "I have kept a room ready for you. How long will you be staying this time?" "Tom, it is not as though I do not have a home of my own." Vade did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Is that so? What a pity." "What do you mean, a pity? Am I not allowed to own a house?" "You have misunderstood him," one of the customers joked. "He is disappointed because he will earn less money." Tom did not deny it. "Judging by your usual habits, I will lose at least 50 galleons." "That sounds rather good. I can save quite a lot of money." Vade took out a galleon and flicked it onto the counter. "Still, I will stay here tonight." Tom raised an eyebrow, slid the gold coin into a drawer, and casually tossed Vade a key. Vade quickly went upstairs and entered the familiar room. He immediately closed the door and windows, set up protective enchantments, then took out a cauldron and several glass bottles containing different materials from another bag. An acromantulus pituitary gland and venom, black datura juice, and dragon toothgrass powder. Looking at the ingredients, Vade took a deep breath. He opened the pouch filled with galleons, connected with the Card of Blasphemy in his mind, and began another sacrifice. 1,100 gold coins vanished at a visible rate. In exchange, the Card of Blasphemy provided one main ingredient, the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow, and one supplementary ingredient, 3 strands of deep-sea naga hair. Once the preparations were complete, Vade picked up the acromantula venom. 80 milliliters of venom flowed down the inner wall of the cauldron and slowly pooled at the bottom. He stored the remaining 200 milliliters away again. Whether for alchemy or potion making, such a material would prove useful. He then added 5 drops of black datura juice and 10 grams of dragon toothgrass powder. Bubbles began rising from the cauldron with a series of gurgling sounds. After waiting several seconds, he picked up the 3 dark blue strands of deep-sea naga hair. They resembled tiny snakes. He held them above the liquid and gently released them. A faint mist immediately rose from the cauldron and turned dark blue. This was far more exciting than brewing an ordinary potion. Vade felt a surge of excitement. He opened the bottle containing the acromantulus pituitary gland and used the levitation charm to lift out the wrinkled, walnut-sized object. When it was less than a centimeter above the dark blue liquid, he dropped it in. Not a single drop splashed. The acromantulus pituitary gland silently dissolved. The blue liquid began to boil, and the bubbles grew larger and more numerous. Vade swallowed and looked towards the final ingredient, the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. It resembled an enormous diamond. Countless facets reflected the light, and a different face appeared on every surface, making his scalp prickle. Vade nervously dropped the diamond-like object into the cauldron. In an instant, all the mist withdrew. Even the light in the room dimmed slightly, as though the cauldron had swallowed it. When everything returned to normal, the dark blue liquid had turned blackish-green. From time to time, bubbles the size of eyes rose to the surface. Whenever one burst, it reflected a variety of colors. Together, those colors formed different faces, as though their features had been randomly assembled. Vade took out a galleon and performed a divination. After confirming that the potion had been brewed successfully, he poured it into a glass bottle. He took several deep breaths to calm his excitement, then raised the bottle and drank the entire sequence 6 faceless potion. A prickling numbness spread from his mouth and swiftly traveled throughout his body. Vade felt as though he had been placed under anesthesia. He lost all sensation from head to toe. Yet his consciousness seemed to separate from his body, allowing him to watch from an outsider's perspective as his face rapidly melted. It was not only his face. Other parts of his body were also beginning to dissolve. Vade forced himself to remain calm. Through meditation, he drew his consciousness back into his body and did his utmost to control the changes. The sensation of melting and dissolving came in wave after wave, like overwhelming drowsiness. He could only use his willpower to build a barrier against it. After an unknown amount of time, he regained control of his body. At that moment, he knew that he had successfully advanced to Sequence 6 and become a faceless. His magical power had also increased to a level comparable to an aura. Vade lay exhausted on the bed. He closed his eyes to rest while examining the abilities he had gained. The main ability of this sequence was transformation. He could permanently assume different appearances, though the changes remained superficial and did not alter his true nature. The difference in build could not be too great, his height could change by no more than 10 centimeters, and his clothing could not transform with him. He could imitate voices, but only those within the range of ordinary humans. Although he had gained no other new abilities, every aspect of the magician's powers had improved to varying degrees. After resting for a while, Vade opened his eyes and walked over to the mirror. Fleshy tendrils were still slowly writhing across his face, but he did not panic. He calmly accepted the change. This world had no outer deities and faced no apocalypse, but that did not mean becoming a Beyonder was free of danger. He stared at his reflection and calmly restrained the magical power leaking from his body. The fleshy tendrils quickly receded and merged back into his flesh. Vade let out a long breath and began controlling the changes in his face and body. In less than 2 seconds, he had transformed into Harry Potter, complete with green eyes and the scar on his forehead, though without the glasses. The resemblance was perfect. Had he advanced to Sequence 6 a few months earlier, brewing the cauldron of Polyjuice Potion would have been entirely unnecessary. Polyjuice Potion had a time limit and required a piece of the person's body. A faceless needed neither. Vade was confident that after changing his appearance, even Dumbledore would not recognize him if he stood directly in front of the headmaster. Then something occurred to him, and his face changed again. This time, he became a slightly older Harry Potter. At the same time, his bones made a series of cracking sounds, and his height increased noticeably. Perfect. Now this is what Harry Potter from the future should look like. The corner of Vade's mouth lifted. He then returned to his original appearance and began considering how to act as a faceless. The faceless had 2 acting principles: one could disguise oneself as anyone, but could only ever remain oneself. One must create a deep disguise capable of deceiving everyone, truly become another person, and receive feedback from that identity. So, he needed an alias, or rather, an entirely new identity. And it had to be an identity he could not easily abandon. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 81, Enzo. Harry Potter. The name immediately came to Vade's mind, but he dismissed it in the next instant. He could impersonate anyone except Harry Potter. Harry was not only the boy who lived, but also the Fool's Shield. If he appeared too often, Dumbledore would inevitably notice something was wrong, and the deception would backfire. He could only use Harry's face, or even the face of his future self, when he needed Harry to lend credibility to the Fool. Under ordinary circumstances, it was absolutely out of the question. Perhaps I could invent an entirely new identity. Vade rubbed his chin. Many things that Vade Moria could not conveniently do could instead be done under this identity. For example, robbing a Gringotts vault. Ahem. That was only a joke. He still had moral boundaries. The new identity's background, personality, appearance, abilities, goals, and everything else must be carefully considered. Vade walked over to the table, picked up a quill, and listed these key elements on a sheet of parchment. The most important part of the background could be summed up in one word: mysterious. This person did not exist anywhere in the wizarding world. As long as he said nothing, who could possibly know where he came from? Additional details could always be added whenever necessary. A genius, gentlemanly, calm, rational, and silver hair and red eyes, with sharply defined features. He only needed to be slightly less handsome than Vade. He could hardly allow an alias to outshine him. As time passed, discarded drafts filled the wastepaper basket. Before dusk finally arrived, Vade completed the design of an entirely new character. He looked at the design he had painstakingly created, and a rare trace of complicated emotion appeared in his eyes. Every aspect was perfect. The character was charismatic, yet somehow tragic. The only problem was that he bore an 80% resemblance to someone Vade remembered. Vade snapped his fingers and burned all the drafts. Then he stood before the mirror and changed his appearance. A silver-haired, red-eyed man soon appeared in the reflection, radiating an air of mystery and aloofness. Hello, Enzo. Welcome to a new wizarding world. The next day, Vade left the leaky cauldron after breakfast. He first visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and spent a considerable number of galleons on a dark grey robe made from high-quality magical fabric. Then he went to the largest shop in Diagon Alley specializing in alchemical materials. The shop had clearly been expanded with an undetectable extension charm. Its interior was several times larger than the surrounding shops, and everything it sold was valuable. The shelves were filled with minerals, metals, leather, organs, and bottles of blood. Vade did not recognize a significant portion of them. "Sir, what are you looking for?" a male assistant asked politely as he approached. "Dragonhide, thunderstruck wood at least a century old, and mithril." What? The assistant stared at Vade in astonishment. He looked extremely young and was certainly not yet of age. The assistant immediately reached a conclusion. An underage wizard purchasing so many valuable materials could not possibly be using them himself. There had to be an alchemist supporting him from behind the scenes. "Do you not have them?" "We do." The assistant gestured politely. "Please follow me." He led Vade to a row of tables and pointed at several differently colored hides spread across them. Welsh green hide, Peruvian vipertooth hide, and Romanian longhorn hide. Dragon hide has always been in high demand. Even though our shop works with several dragon reserves, we receive very little each year. These are the only 3 pieces we currently have. They have already been treated and can be cut like ordinary leather. "How much?" 100 galleons each." 100 galleons. Why not simply rob him? The average monthly salary of a Hogwarts professor was only 100 galleons, and the 3 pieces of dragon hide together did not even appear to cover 6 square meters. Vade complained silently, gaining a new understanding of how much money alchemy consumed. "I will take all 3. The assistant immediately smiled. "Certainly, sir. 300 galleons in total. We will package them for you now." He waved his wand. The 3 pieces of dragon hide rolled themselves up, were tied securely, and slipped into a black package. Vade looked at the package, which was nearly as large as a trunk, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The local shop assistants had no sense of courtesy. They could at least have used a shrinking charm to make it look more manageable. Vade shook his head, drew his wand, and cast a summoning charm at the package. It flew towards him and disappeared into his bag. "Sir, you have not paid yet." Before the assistant could finish, Vade opened his money pouch. A large number of gold coins poured out and arranged themselves neatly on the table. 300 galleons. "Is there a problem?" Vade asked calmly. "No, sir." "Then can you show me the other materials?" "This way, sir." The assistant led him to a shelf against the wall, where 2 pieces of black wood rested. The longer one exceeded 6 feet, while the shorter one was less than a foot long and showed a clear cut at one end. "Are both of these thunderstruck wood?" "Yes." "The shorter piece costs 10 galleons, while the longer one costs 50. If you do not need so much, we can cut the longer piece to your preferred length and adjust the price accordingly." "That will not be necessary. I will take the longer one." Vade paid without hesitation and placed the thunderstruck wood into his bag. The assistant's smile grew even wider. He enthusiastically led Vade to the metals section and introduced a case filled with silvery metal. "It is light, hard, highly ductile, and extremely receptive to magic. Mithril is more valuable than gold. This case costs 150 galleons. Bloody hell." Vade almost swore aloud. He seriously suspected that the assistant could read minds, because exactly 150 galleons remained in the money pouch he had brought with him. "Can you lower the price?" "I am afraid not, sir. Mithril is refined from silver through magic. Although it cannot be considered a true alchemical creation, it is among the finest alchemical materials available. It is also lethal to most vampire clans." "Very well." Vade sighed softly, then took out a small bottle filled with black liquid. "I believe this should cover part of the cost." "Is this acromantula venom?" The assistant looked surprised. "Please wait a moment, sir." He took the bottle to the counter and measured it in front of Vade. "Sir, this venom is worth 34 galleons." Vade thought for a moment, then paid the remaining 116 galleons and bought the mithril. Alchemy was far too bloody expensive. Vade complained furiously inwardly, but his body honestly continued wandering through the shop. After making several rounds, he purchased a few crystals capable of storing and conducting magical power, several metal ores, and some magical creature blood. Only then did he leave with a nearly empty wallet. To be continued. Chapter 82, Crafting Equipment, Bonus. 20 galleons, 15 sickles, and 2 nuts. After returning home, Vade carefully counted all the money he had left and immediately felt as though the sky had fallen. Before entering the shop, he had possessed more than 500 galleons. Now, this was all that remained. Money really does disappear like water. Vade laughed self-mockingly, then turned his attention to the alchemical materials he had purchased. He had 3 pieces of dragon hide. One would be made into a levitation cloak, like the one used by Doctor Strange. Another would be combined with mithril and other minerals to create a saddle for Griffin. The remaining piece could be used to make several alchemical items that he could sell to recover some of his expenses. The thunderstruck wood and magical crystals could be made into a staff for Enzo. Fortunately, he possessed considerable talent for alchemy. Not only could he design the items himself, but he could also craft them personally. Even so, the work would require plenty of time and patience. It would take at least a month. Besides that, he still needed to thoroughly study Quirrell's notes on defensive magic. There were many spells in them that he had yet to master. In other words, every day of his holiday had already been assigned. Enzo would not be able to appear, and the Faceless Potion's digestion progress would not increase by much. There is no need to rush. Vade considered the matter calmly. The Sequence 5 potion formula and ingredients would cost at least tens of thousands of galleons. Before he saved that amount, it would not matter even if he completely digested the Faceless Potion. Once he had settled on a plan, Vade threw himself into studying alchemy. Every one of the materials was expensive, so he did not dare begin working on them immediately. Instead, he first planned the designs in his notebook. Which runes should be used in each place, how the magical circuits should be arranged, how other functions should be added, and countless other details all required careful study. He could not afford the slightest mistake. To accelerate his research, Vade even shamelessly sent Daphne a letter asking to borrow the Greengrass family's collection of alchemy books. With a loud crack, a neatly dressed house elf carrying a bag suddenly appeared inside Vade's home. Vade instinctively reached for his wand. "Are you Mr. Vade Moria?" "Yes." "And you are?" "Gurgle, a servant of the Greengrass family." The house elf bowed very politely, then opened the bag and took out several old-looking books. "Mr. Moria, Miss Daphne asked me to bring these books to you. Wasn't this far too efficient?" He had only sent the letter that morning, yet the books had already arrived. Before Vade recovered from his surprise, Gurgle continued, "Miss Daphne said these books contain the insights and manuscripts of several leading alchemists. If they are not enough, you may write to her again." At that moment, a thought appeared in Vade's mind. Perhaps he should simply live off her generosity. There was no shame in it. Even the fool had once traveled that road. After thinking about it more carefully, however, he abandoned the idea. Selling himself for a few books would be far too cheap. "Mr. Moria, is there anything you would like me to tell Miss Daphne?" "Wait a moment. I will write her a letter. Please take it back to her." "Certainly, sir." Vade took a sheet of parchment from the drawer and wrote a message thanking her. He also promised to give her a present after school began. Then he placed the letter inside an envelope and handed it to Gurgle. It seemed he would have to make another levitation cloak for her. The house elf bowed once more and disappeared from Vade's sight. Vade stood there in silence for several seconds. Learning apparition would have to be moved up his list of priorities. Otherwise, he could not even compare with a house elf. He also could not neglect the anti-apparition jinx. Otherwise, who knew when someone might apparate into his home? If they discovered something they should not, the consequences would be troublesome. The books demonstrated the depth of a pure-blood family's inheritance. Most of their contents were worth studying. They were far more valuable than the student notes Vade had found on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. To a certain extent, they made his plans more rigorous and his designs more precise and standardized. As the days passed, the expensive materials gradually became completed pieces of equipment. First came the levitation cloaks. He made 2 of them, both entirely black. The wearer could float and fly freely. Under normal circumstances, their speed did not exceed 30 kilometers per hour. However, they could be accelerated by supplying them with magical power, raising their maximum speed to more than 100 kilometers per hour. This demanded a great deal of magic. If an ordinary wizard tried to maintain that speed, their magical power would be drained in less than 20 minutes. Besides that, Vade added interlocking defensive enchantments and runes to the cloaks. To a certain degree, they could substitute for the shield charm. They could easily block ordinary jinxes cast by an average adult wizard. Even when an attack exceeded their defensive limit, they could still weaken the spell's power. They were the finest creations he had produced so far. Next came a black staff set with magical crystals. Besides supporting ordinary spellcasting, it could store magical power and release lightning. He also completed Griffin's saddle. It would only appear when someone needed to ride him and would automatically adjust itself to match Griffin's size. The saddle was made from a mixture of mithril, dragon hide, meteorite, and magical creature fur. Its main qualities were durability, stability, and comfort. Even someone sleeping on it would not fall off. Vade used the remaining scraps to make a pair of boots capable of automatically adapting to the terrain and increasing running speed. He also expanded the pockets of his wizarding robes with an undetectable extension charm. Their capacity was not particularly large, less than 1 cubic meter, but it was more than enough for ordinary use. That day, Vade was practicing the spells from Quirrell's notes. He had already learnt most of the defensive spells. With the magical power of Sequence 6 supporting him, they were not difficult. The only spell he had not fully mastered was the Patronus charm. It was one of the oldest and most powerful defensive charms in the wizarding world. To cast it successfully and summon a silver Patronus, the caster had to concentrate on a happy memory. Expecto Patronum. White mist poured from the tip of his wand and illuminated half the room. A sacred presence spread through the air, forming a silvery white domain, but no Patronus appeared. A Patronus charm without a Patronus was merely decorative. It looked impressive but served no practical purpose. Vade calmed himself and recalled several different happy memories. He tried several more times, but still failed. That should not be happening. I am not some dark-hearted person. Why can't I summon a Patronus? Vade frowned and was about to try again when an owl flew in through the window and landed nearby. He opened the envelope bearing the Hogwarts crest and took out the letter. The school year would still begin on September 1st, but the book list left him stunned. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk was perfectly normal. It was the standard textbook for second years. However, the pile of defense against the dark arts books listed afterwards had all been written by Gilderoy Lockhart. Break with a Banshee, Gaddying with Ghouls, Holidays with Hags, Travels with Trolls, Voyages with Vampires, Wanderings with Werewolves, and Year with the Yeti. So were these supposed to be defense against the dark arts textbooks, or a complete collection of Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography? To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones.